Chapter 1. Transmigration to the Beast Realm, System Activation. In the dim confines of the cave, a faint, thread-like wail reached Jiang Yu's ears. She struggled to lift her eyelids, her stomach feeling as though it were gripped and twisted by a frigid hand, the excruciating pain causing her vision to darken momentarily before she regained her senses. Beside her lay a 2-year-old child, emaciated and swathed in tattered animal hides, his chest barely rising and falling. He was on the brink of death, succumbing to hunger, and she was not far behind. 3 days prior, during a holiday from the Agricultural Research Institute, she had taken her nephew Yang to pay respects at the Martyrs' Cemetery for her sister and brother-in-law. Their journey was abruptly interrupted by a plane crash. She still vividly recalled the piercing alarm as the aircraft lost altitude, along with the agonizing pain of her bones fracturing while shielding Yang. In the blink of an eye, she found herself in this wretched place, a realm where beasts reigned supreme and humans were relegated to the status of mere insects. Here, the beast kings could summon winds and rains. Ancient trees bore human faces, and they would devour any living creature that dared to approach. The original host, bearing the single character Yu, had just turned 16 and was considered an adult in this world. She had accompanied her brother in search of food and, while foraging for wild fruits, inadvertently trespassed into the territory of a centuries-old tree, which attacked her, leaving her grievously injured. Although her brother rescued her, she succumbed soon after, and it was at that moment that Jiang Yu crossed over. For the past 3 days, she had endured a torturous existence marked by fear, hunger, and pain, compounded by the need to assimilate the original host's memories, leaving her in a state of disorientation. The child's cries grew fainter, like a flickering candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. "Xiaoyang," Jiang Yu tentatively called out, her heart nearly leaping from her throat. She had crossed over, and the Yang she had desperately protected was surely here as well. At her trembling call, the child slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes did not reflect the innocence of a 2-year-old, but rather the shock and scrutiny characteristic of a youth. It was him. Truly, it was Yang. Tears streamed down her face, and Jiang Yu bit her lip fiercely to stifle her sobs. Having lost her sister and brother-in-law to their duties at such a young age, she and Yang had relied on one another, becoming inseparable. "I am your little aunt," she whispered hoarsely, drawing close to his ear. The astonishment in Yang's eyes transformed into sheer joy as he smiled widely, only to grimace in pain from the cramps in his stomach. Jiang Yu felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She had promised her sister to care for Xiaoyang, and she could not allow him to perish here. The original host's brother, who was also the father of Yang, had gone out 2 days ago in search of food and had yet to return. Time was of the essence. She could wait no longer. She had to rely on herself. "Xiaoyang, wait for me. Your little aunt will be back soon." Jiang Yu pushed aside the wooden barricade at the cave's entrance, her body pressed against the cold ground as she painstakingly crawled forward. She was utterly weak, lacking the strength to even stand. Detecting host's strong will to survive, daily intelligence system officially activated. A cold, emotionless mechanical voice unexpectedly resonated in her mind. A system? Jiang Yu's body jolted, her foggy mind suddenly cleared. A surge of electrifying energy coursed through her frail body, compelling her to clench her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms, using pain to affirm that this was not a mere illusion. Refreshing today's intelligence. Intelligence loaded. A line of golden characters suddenly appeared before her. Today's intelligence. 30 meters ahead, in the grass, lies a mouse hole. Digging it open will yield a small amount of food. Food! Jiang Yu's eyes widened with hope, her instinct for survival obliterating all else. Like a dying beast, she exerted every ounce of strength to crawl toward the grass. At last, she reached the grassy thicket. The system had not specified the exact location of the mouse hole, so she searched carefully, relieved that the patch of grass was not extensive. After a quarter of an hour, she discovered the mouse hole as indicated by the system. With no time to rest, Jiang Yu clawed at the earth with her hands, disregarding the pain as her nails split and bled. Where her fingertips brushed against a hard object, a shiver of anticipation coursed through her. Hope surged. She and Xiaoyang would be saved. Having excavated the mouse hole, she found several plant tubers and a small handful of nuts. Grabbing one tuber, caked in dirt, She stuffed it into her mouth, chewing and swallowing with fervor. The slightly sweet, earthy juice slid down her throat, and Jiang Yu squinted her eyes in satisfaction, relishing the moment as even the earthy taste transformed into a culinary delight. After consuming 6 tubers, the painful cramps in her stomach eased slightly. She dared not eat more, fearing that her long-starved stomach might not withstand it, and she needed to return. Xiaoyang was still waiting for her. Jiang Yu carefully wrapped the remaining food in a corner of the animal hide, clutching it tightly in her palm. Just as she turned to leave, the surrounding light abruptly dimmed. A heavy, blood-scented aura from a beast descended from above, and a powerful gust of wind forced her eyes shut. She stiffly raised her head, and a colossal shadow loomed over her, blocking out the sun. It was a wolf, a gigantic gray wolf, standing majestically against the wind. The sunlight cast a pale golden sheen over its icy fur, while its bulging muscles radiated destructive power. Beneath its claws lay a gazelle, its neck pierced, blood dripping from the wolf's claws onto the ground with a rhythmic plop. The metallic scent of blood filled Jiang Yu's nostrils, and terror paralyzed her, freezing her thoughts into a dull buzz. The immense wolf seemed to sense her gaze, its massive head tilted slightly, its amber vertical pupils locking onto her. There was no malice, no curiosity in its stare, only indifference, as if a deity were casting a fleeting glance at an insect. Jiang Yu could see the pink flesh of the gazelle clinging to its fangs. The shadow of death loomed over her once more. She longed to flee, but it felt as though all her strength had been siphoned away by that singular gaze, rendering her fingers incapable of movement. Despair and helplessness surged within her heart anew. Having perhaps already caught its prey, the giant wolf merely cast her a disinterested glance before withdrawing its gaze. The wind howled, and its massive form rose higher, vanishing into the sky. A tuft of gray wolf fur was swept away by the wind, gently landing on the leaves nearby. Unexpected intelligence. You have collected a tuft of wind wolf fur, imbued with the scent of the wind wolf. It can intimidate ordinary beasts for 3 days. The mechanical voice in her mind jolted Jiang Yu back to reality. She felt utterly drained, collapsing on the ground like a rag doll, gasping for breath. Cold sweat soaked through her thin animal hide, and the mountain breeze chilled her to the bone. She pushed herself up, her knees scraping painfully against the coarse gravel, and lunged for the tuft of wolf fur, gripping it tightly in her palm. The coarse, stiff fur pricked her hand painfully. Perhaps it could serve as a makeshift weapon in the future. Without further delay, Jiang Yu crawled back to her refuge in the cave, where several cold, predatory gazes pierced through her, akin to poisoned daggers. The cave was permeated with a damp, rancid odor reminiscent of decaying flesh. A handful of the infirm and elderly lay there, their faces frozen in lifeless expressions, emanating a palpable aura of despair. Yet, amidst the gloom, a few pairs of eyes glimmered with a terrifying hunger. Those were not the eyes of mere humans. They were the eyes of starving beasts, fixated on prey, greedy, frenzied, and unmasked malice. Jiang Yu's heart raced, her skin prickling in fear. She had no doubt that if she revealed her food, they would pounce upon her like hyenas, seizing every morsel. But Xiaoyang, he could scarcely hold on any longer. Chapter 2. Today's intelligence has been updated. Jiang Yu gazed at the frail Xiaoyang, who seemed to be on the verge of collapse, and she realized that time was running out. Amidst the ravenous stares that seemed ready to devour her whole, Jiang Yu gritted her teeth and made an audacious decision. She disregarded everyone, crawling to Chu Yang's side, firmly biting down on a corner of the beast's skin that enveloped him, and with great effort, dragged him towards the mouth of the cave while remaining vigilant. Her actions stirred a slight commotion, as several gazes darted back and forth between her and Chu Yang, seemingly weighing the decision of whether or not to intervene. Jiang Yu forced herself to remain calm, clutching Chu Yang in her teeth, and slowly crawled out of the cave under the scrutiny of those piercing eyes. Daring not to venture far, as dusk approached, she circled to the side of a massive rock, laboriously propping herself up, cradling Chu Yang in her arms. Trembling, she unwrapped the beast's skin and pinched a nut to place in his mouth. However, Chu Yang lacked the strength to chew. With a steely resolve, Jiang Yu placed the nut in her own mouth, gnawing it to pieces, suppressing the urge to swallow, and fed it to Chuyang. This time, he finally managed to swallow. It was effective. Jiang Yu felt a warmth in her eyes, seizing a few more nuts, when suddenly, her peripheral vision caught a shadow. A pair of murky eyes, almost devoid of whites, fixated hungrily on the food in her arms, slowly crawling towards her. Jiang Yu hastily chewed the nut and turned to look. It was a boy, smaller than her current form, appearing to be merely 12 or 13 years old. His face was gaunt, cheekbones protruding, and eye sockets deeply sunken, resembling a living skeleton. She recognized him as Chong, a boy from the tribe who bore no surname, only a single name for the sake of simplicity. Chong was an orphan. The tribe's people would occasionally share a meager portion of food with him when they returned from their hunts, just enough to stave off hunger. Yet, they could not guarantee food every time, leaving him often famished, making his survival a remarkable miracle. As Chong crawled, his eyes remained locked on the food in her arms, his throat bobbing with a desperate sound. That was their lifeline. Jiang Yu was reluctant to share with him. If she refused, Chong might unleash his last ounce of strength and fight her. In such a scenario, two weakened individuals grappling with one another would yield unpredictable consequences. After weighing her options, Jiang Yu tossed the smallest piece of plant tuber from the beast's skin towards him. Chong lunged for it like a ravenous wolf, catching it without a glance and devouring it, the sound of his bones grinding sending chills up Jiang Yu's spine. Even in the midst of eating, his eyes remained fixated on the food in her grasp. Jiang Yu's heart sank, and she threw another piece. Chong caught it again and shoved it into his mouth. When Jiang Yu produced a third piece and tossed it to him, she said in the unique dialect of the region, "That's it, this is the last piece." Chong's chewing halted, and he raised his eyes to her, his gaze void of any emotion. Jiang Yu met his gaze with fierce determination, ready to fight if necessary. The two remained locked in a silent standoff for a moment until Chong averted his gaze, hesitating for a brief moment before spitting the chewed food into his palm, carefully tucking it along with the piece Jiang Yu had just given him into the ragged beast skin. As he concealed the food, his tightly clenched left hand finally relaxed. Jiang Yu's breath hitched. In his palm lay a stone. One end of the stone was sharpened to a dangerous point, glinting ominously in the sunlight. A chill coursed through Jiang Yu, from the base of her spine to the crown of her head. Had she chosen to refuse a moment ago, the sharp stone might now be embedded in her flesh. After hiding the food, Chong picked up the stone again and crawled back into the cave without sparing her glance. With the threat dissipated, Jiang Yu collapsed against the rock, hastily resuming her chewing of nuts, feeding them to Chuyang. His throat emitted faint swallowing sounds, each one bringing her immense comfort. When only half of the nuts remained, she paused, uncertain if she would find more food the next day. She had to save some for later. At that moment, Chuyang's breathing had steadied significantly, no longer the faint whisper it once was, as if he might breathe easily at any moment. Jiang Yu's anxious heart finally eased by half. As dusk approached, she dared not delay any longer. Gripping the beast's skin, she slowly dragged Chuyang back into the cave. Inside, it was eerily quiet. It was unclear whether the tribe members were asleep or faint from hunger, but none paid her any heed. Jiang Yu sighed in relief as she returned to her spot with Chuyang, spotting Chong not far from where she had been, curled up in silence, resembling a lifeless stone. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow. Had he taken an interest in her? After a moment's hesitation, she settled back into her original position, clutching Chuyang tightly in her embrace, shutting her eyes, clinging to a sliver of clarity and vigilance amidst her overwhelming fatigue. Outside the cave, night deepened into silence. At midnight, just as Jiang Yu felt her consciousness being swallowed by darkness, a brilliant golden light unexpectedly illuminated before her. Today's intel has been refreshed. Jiang Yu jolted awake, glancing at the information. 1 mile west, there's a small stream. Arrive before the hour of the snake, and if you have suitable tools, you may catch some fish. Food, water. Jiang Yu's heart raced uncontrollably with joy. Once the excitement subsided, she calmed herself to read the intel carefully. According to the memories of the original owner, that stream was the only water source in the area frequented by many wild beasts. The tribe's people would never venture there for water unless absolutely necessary. It was far too perilous, as any wild beast could easily claim their lives. However, the intel specifically noted before the hour of the snake. This indicated that during that time frame, from 9 to 11 in the morning, the stream would be safe. As for tools, Jiang Yu immediately thought of the wolf fur, then glanced at the dried vines on Chu Yang that she could easily use as rope. With a plan in mind, Jiang Yu glanced at the unchanging sleeping position of Chong, closed her eyes, and fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, the outside world was bright with daylight. Jiang Yu immediately looked down at Chu Yang, who was breathing steadily. His little face, no longer the frightening ashen color of the previous day, was sleeping soundly. Feeling reassured, she closed her eyes to gather her strength, estimating that the hour was drawing near. Jiang Yu dared not delay, biting down on the bee skin that wrapped around Chu Yang and gradually dragging him towards the cave entrance. She would not leave Chu Yang behind in the cave. She felt uneasy, and without any means to carry water, she could not return without it. A person could not survive without water. She had to bring him to the stream. Just as she crawled out of the cave, a faint rustling sound emerged from behind her. Chapter 3. The Struggle for Sustenance. Jiang Yu glanced back at Chong, who was indeed fixated on her. She chose to ignore him and was about to continue dragging Chu Yang forward when she felt a subtle movement from the swaddled bundle. With surprise, she looked down and met a pair of opened eyes. "Xiaoyang, you are awake." Jiang Yu's voice, though hoarse and unpleasant, could not conceal her joy. "Do you feel unwell anywhere?" Chu Yang opened his mouth, producing a series of raspy sounds from his throat, yet was unable to utter a single word. Observing his furrowed brow and anxious demeanor, Jiang Yu softened her tone, saying, "Your body is only 2 years old, and your vocal cords have yet to fully develop. There is no rush to speak. We can take our time." Upon hearing this, a look of profound discontent appeared on Chu Yang's small face, one that belied his tender years. Jiang Yu could not help but chuckle, gently ruffling his forehead as she whispered in a voice meant only for him, "And it will take you to drink water and eat fish." With that, she bit down on the animal hide once more and continued her journey westward. Chu Yang lay quietly, watching his aunt struggling to drag him along, his tiny fists clenched tightly. When they reached the stream, Jiang Yu had barely caught her breath when Chong, who had been following closely, suddenly leaped to the water's edge, burying his entire head in the clear stream, drinking greedily. Jiang Yu paid him no mind and leaned in to drink herself. The water, though icy, was remarkably sweet. After quenching her thirst, she washed her hands and face. Glancing at her reflection in the water, Jiang Yu thought to herself, "Indeed, one should harbor no expectations." The visage staring back was strikingly grotesque, resembling a mere skeleton, dark-skinned and unervingly skeletal. It was too distressing to behold, and she resolved to look away. Instead, she cupped some water in her hands and carefully offered it to Chu Yang. At that moment, having had his fill, Chong shed his tattered animal skin and plunged into the water, thrashing about like a wild bull, sending splashes everywhere and startling the fish, which vanished without a trace. After floundering for a while with no success, Jiang Yu furrowed her brow and called out in the local tongue, "Come back up. I have a way to catch fish." Chong halted, glancing back at her and then at the empty stream, hesitating for a moment before climbing out of the water. Jiang Yu extended her hand towards him. Chong looked at her in confusion. "Your stone," Jiang Yu succinctly stated. Chong's expression shifted to one of fierce suspicion as he eyed her warily. Jiang Yu replied coolly, "If you wish to eat fish, lend me your stone." Upon hearing this, Chong's demeanor softened, and after a moment of hesitation, he handed her the sharp stone. With the stone in hand, Jiang Yu quickly dug up several writhing, thick earthworms near the water's edge. She extracted the thickest wolf hair from her clothing and, using the stone's tip, struck it forcefully, creating 2 perfect hooks. Although the wolf hair carried a faint scent, it should dissipate once submerged in the water after being rinsed by the stream. She hoped it would not hinder her fishing efforts. After unbinding the vines from Chu Yang's body, she secured one into the wolf hair hook and wrapped the other around her wrist, tying it off. She attached the earthworm and forcefully cast the hook into the deeper waters of the stream. The creek spanned over 2 meters, and from her estimation, the middle appeared quite deep, though she was uncertain if there were any large fish. Once everything was ready, she lay on the bank like a statue, intently staring at the water surface. Chang, observing her, also turned his gaze to the stream. Moments later, the vine wrapped around Jiang Yu's wrist was suddenly yanked taut by a tremendous force, digging in her flesh, and in the next instant, her frail body was uncontrollably dragged towards the water. The icy stream enveloped her upper half, freezing her in place, just as she was about to be completely submerged. A bony hand suddenly grasped her ankle. It was Chang. Jiang Yu turned her head, catching a glimpse of his side profile buried in the mud. With veins bulging on his neck from exertion, a tremor coursed through her heart, and she swiftly turned her gaze back to the splashing surface of the creek. The fish was powerful, and given their current state, dragging it up was nearly impossible. At that moment, the force beneath the water relaxed abruptly, indicating the fish was adjusting. Taking a breath, and gathering strength for its next escape. "Chang, pull me!" Jiang Yu seized the opportunity to shout. Chang clutched her leg and pulled with all his might. As her body returned to the bank, Jiang Yu had no time to catch her breath and hurriedly began untying the vine from her wrist. The vine had already dug into her flesh, and as she untied it, the skin rolled back painfully, causing her vision to blur. Jiang Yu exhaled slowly, then tossed the blood-stained vine to Chang, hissing, "Tie it to a tree, quickly!" Chang glanced at a nearby small tree, grabbed the vine, and scrambled up to wrap it around. Just as he was finishing the knot, the large fish surged with renewed strength. This time, the force was even greater. With a loud snap, the vine slipped through Jiang Yu's hands, burning her skin with a foul smell of charred flesh mingling with blood. The excruciating pain nearly causing her to lose her grip. No, she could not let go at this moment. Gritting her teeth, Jiang Yu felt the veins in her neck bulge as her face contorted with effort. She tightened her hold on the vine. Finally, Chang secured the vine. Jiang Yu instantly released her grip, collapsing heavily onto the ground. She let the large fish thrash and struggle in the water, creating chaos while she lay on the bank, greedily gasping for air. After 2 or 3 minutes, the commotion in the water finally subsided. The fish was exhausted. Chang pulled together. Jiang Yu propped her weakened body up and grasped the vine. The two of them began to pull back together. The massive fish was slowly dragged towards the bank, its enormous outline becoming visible through the murky water. Just as the fish's head was about to break the surface, with a loud crack, the vine snapped. Jiang Yu's mind went blank in an instant. Without time to think, she leaped into the stream as she saw the fish slip back into the water. The rushing water burned her throat and nose, but she paid no heed, grasping the slippery fish tightly. As she lifted it, the fish thrashed wildly, its tail striking her still-healing back wound, sending sharp pain coursing through her body, nearly causing her to faint. Nonetheless, she did not let go, holding the fish tightly as Chang grasped its head, and together they finally managed to bring it to shore. Chu Yang, who had been waiting nearby, immediately raised the small stone in his hand and brought it down with all his strength onto the fish's head. With a dull thud, the stone struck the fish, but seemed merely a tickle. A look of profound discontent reappeared on Chu Yang's small face. The large fish thrashed violently on the shore, splashing mud and water everywhere. Desperately attempting to return to the stream, Jiang Yu scrambled onto the bank, seized a large stone, and, waiting for the right moment, struck down forcefully onto the fish's head. With a thud, the fish momentarily halted its struggles. Chang, imitating her, picked up a stone and began to pummel the fish's head. Thud! Thud! They struck for an unknown duration until the fish finally ceased its movements, leaving only its gills faintly opening and closing. Jiang Yu could no longer hold on. Her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground. Her entire body ached. Her blood surged, and her heart pounded like a drum, echoing in her ears, leaving her mind blank as if all her vitality had been drained away. Just as her consciousness was about to be engulfed by darkness, a line of golden characters suddenly appeared before her eyes. Unexpected information. The content that followed was lost on her as she succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 4. The Miraculous Healing Effect After a Brief Respite. Chu Yang turned to see his aunt lying motionless on the ground. His small face turned pale with alarm as he hurriedly crawled over, feeling for Jiang Yu's breath beneath her nose. When he detected her faint breathing, he immediately relaxed. Then, As if struck by a thought, he suddenly turned his head, gazing warily at Chang. Confirming that he had succumbed to unconsciousness like his little ant, Chu Yang finally felt at ease. He crawled to Chang's side, extracting a sharp stone from the tattered animal hide. Using both hands and feet, he maneuvered to the giant carp's side, sitting upright with the stone gripped tightly, plunging it forcefully into the softest part of the fish's belly, slicing downwards. With each stroke, the resilient and slippery fish skin resisted, but after numerous attempts, a shallow incision appeared, allowing the sweet, fishy blood to seep out. Exhausted and seeing the blood, Chu Yang hesitated only briefly before leaning in a drink, desperately needing to replenish his salt and strength. After gulping down several mouthfuls, he paused, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and resumed slicing into the fish's belly. At last, he managed to create an opening large enough for his small hand. With considerable effort, he cut off a small piece of the tender fish meat, swallowed hard, and resisted the urge to eat it himself. Instead, he crawled back to Jiang Yu and stuffed the fish meat into her mouth. Then he extended his tiny hand and pinched her philtrum. Jiang Yu's consciousness was abruptly pulled back from the depths of darkness. The first sense to return was her sense of smell, overwhelmed by the pungent aroma of fish. Next came taste. Something slippery and cold filled her mouth. Instinctively, she chewed, realizing it was raw fish meat. As she lifted her heavy eyelids, she saw Chu Yang's anxious and concerned face. In a hoarse voice, she reassured him, "Don't worry, little Anne is fine." Chu Yang relaxed, his small body slumping beside her. Breathing heavily, Jiang Yu swallowed the fish meat, affectionately nuzzling her mud-streaked forehead against Chu Yang's, and once her strength had slightly returned, she recalled the sudden appearance of that information before her fainting. She opened the system to check. Unexpected information. You have caught a red-scaled giant carp. Its swim bladder and scales can rapidly heal wounds when consumed. Its teeth can be fashioned into simple tools. Could it truly heal wounds quickly? Jiang Yu's heart raced uncontrollably, her breath quickening. Beyond sustenance, what she urgently needed was medicine. Both her back and hand required healing. She crawled to the red-scaled giant carp, leaned over the incision Chu Yang had made, drank a few more gulps of fish blood, and then plunged her hand into the slippery belly of the fish. The wounds from the vines soaked in the fish blood sent sharp pangs through her, but she paid them no mind. After some searching, she grasped a long, elastic, sack-like object. It was the swim bladder. With a forceful tug, she pulled the translucent swim bladder out completely. Without a moment's hesitation, she bit into it. The swim bladder had a texture reminiscent of fatty meat, accompanied by a strong fishy taste. She quickly devoured it, then grabbed the sharp stone and sliced off the most succulent pieces of fish meat from the belly, stuffing her mouth until a slight fullness registered in her stomach. Whether it was from being satiated or the swim bladder taking effect, she felt a warm flow gradually spreading from her stomach to her limbs. The pain in her body seemed to lessen. Jiang Yu sliced more tender fish meat to feed Chu Yang, then, clutching the remaining fish meat, crawled back to Chang's side. She pinched his philtrum but saw no response, so she patted his face, yet he remained unresponsive. This time, she applied more force. With a sharp slap, Chang groaned in pain and finally opened his eyes. Without wasting words, Jiang Yu stuffed the fish meat into his mouth. Chang immediately began to wolf it down. Once he finished, Jiang Yu advised that they should return as the area was unsafe. Chang nodded in agreement. Jiang Yu tied the fish's head with vines and attempted to pull, but the fish remained unmoving. She looked at Chang, who immediately understood, crawling over to grasp the vines alongside her. Together, they strained to drag the red-scaled giant carp, laboriously moving it towards the cave. Chu Yang followed slowly behind them. Not long after they left, in a dense tree by the stream, branches swayed slightly. A pair of eerie blue eyes peered through the gaps, fixated on them. The trio moved slowly, pausing intermittently. Even in their exhaustion, Jiang Yu never considered abandoning the fish. Through the recent events, she had come to a realization. The strength of one individual was limited. She needed the help of others. Bringing the fish back to the cave would not only provide sustenance for herself and Chu Yang, but also ensure that the others in the cave could feast. Once they regained some strength, they could fish together the following day. Dragging the red-scaled giant carp back to the cave exhausted Jiang Yu and Chang's last reserves of energy. Upon entering, both collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily and remaining still. Chu Yang, too, was utterly worn out, lying beside his little aunt with drooping eyelids, falling asleep swiftly. The scent of fish wafted through the cave, awakening those who had been lying motionless on the ground. They lifted their heads with effort, catching sight of the fish, their eyes turning a fiery red as they crawled over, tearing and swallowing with animalistic grunts. 1, 2, 5. Jiang Yu waited a moment longer, seeing no one else approach, and sighed involuntarily. Those who remained silent were likely. Knowing the number of survivors in the cave, Jiang Yu could no longer hold on. Fatigue washed over her like a tide, and her head drooped as she fell asleep. Time passed, and Jiang Yu was jolted awake by a sharp, maddening itch. The sensation emanated from the wound on her back, as if countless ants were gnawing at fresh flesh. Slowly, she opened her eyes. The pain in her back had vanished. She looked down at her hands. The bloodied marks from the vines on her wrists and the flesh worn away from her palms had formed a thin layer of red scabs, with even tender new flesh sprouting at the edges, itching astonishingly. How could this be? She had merely slept, and her wounds were healing so rapidly? Was the swim bladder of the red-scaled carp truly so effective? Hearing the innocent sound, Jiang Yu turned her head to see Chu Yang sitting beside Chang, holding a piece of fish meat in his small hand, seemingly engaged in conversation, and then she noticed Chang handing another piece of fish meat to little Yang. Surrounding them were 5 others. Wait, Jiang Yu counted again. There were 6 individuals, one of whom was a little girl, seeming slightly older than Chu Yang. Jiang Yu remembered her name, Duo, 3 years old this year. Duo was nestled in her mother's embrace, with only her head and hands visible, holding a piece of fish meat, eating while curiously glancing at Chu Yang and Chang. Jiang Yu yawned, lazily sitting up, at which point Chu Yang, holding 2 pieces of fish meat, stood up, turning to see her awake, his face breaking into a broad smile. Chapter 5. The space Chu Yang wobbled over to Jiang Yu, stuffing the fish meat into her mouth. Jiang Yu swallowed the fish meat, and when she saw Chu Yang reaching for more, she pressed her hand down. You rest. Little ant will get herself. She crawled over to Chang's side. The enormous red-scaled giant carp now lay reduced to a massive skeleton and fish head. Yet, the most succulent belly meat was carefully placed on a clean stone slab. Clearly, this had been set aside for them by the tribe. In their clan, those who found food received the most and the best, while the remainder was distributed evenly. Chang glanced at her and divided half of the fish meat to give to her. Jiang Yu eagerly accepted and began to eat. Perhaps due to their successful return with food, she sensed the tribe members' gazes toward them had softened considerably, imbued with gratitude. Jiang Yu stopped eating when she was about 70% full and inquired, "What about the scales and bones?" Chang pointed toward a corner of the cave. Jiang Yu crawled over, discovering a small pile of palm-sized fish scales, bones, and 2 sharp fish teeth. She picked up a scale, feeling its hardness and sharp edges. Placing the scale in her mouth, she chewed it slowly with her molars. The scales carried a faint fishy taste, crunching satisfyingly. Next, she picked up the longest fish tooth. The tooth was slightly curved, about the length of her pinky finger, with an exceptionally sharp tip. No wonder the unexpected information suggested it could be fashioned into a simple weapon. Jiang Yu only took a single fish tooth, while she collected a number of fish scales, along with some fish bones. Once she finished selecting, Chang immediately crawled over and took another fish tooth and some scales. After everyone had made their selections, the remaining scales and bones were divided among the others. Chu Yang looked at his aunt, puzzled, as she continuously nibbled on the scales. Jiang Yu embraced him and whispered softly into his ear. Observing the faint wounds in her palm, which were merely traces of powder, Chu Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Could fish bladders and scales actually expedite the healing of wounds? This utterly transformed his perception. However, how did his aunt know such things? Having raised Xiao Yang single-handedly, Jiang Yu could discern his thoughts with just a glance. His aunt held a secret, she whispered to him. Chu Yang looked at her, as if inquiring about this secret. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu shared the matter of daily intelligence in a voice only they could hear. If she could not trust even Xiao Yang, then there would be no one in this world worthy of her trust. Chu Yang's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth forming an A shape. A golden finger. His aunt actually possessed a golden finger. Jiang Yu couldn't help but chuckle at his expression, and recalling that they had traversed this journey together. She leaned in and softly said, "Xiao Yang, see if you have awakened any special abilities." She paused to share her own experience. "I awakened during a moment of near death when my survival instincts were strongest." Listening intently, Chu Yang began to sense carefully. After a while, his small brows knitted together, and moments later, disappointment flickered in his eyes. "It's all right," Jiang Yu consoled, gently rubbing his head. "It doesn't matter if you haven't." Before she could finish, Chu Yang suddenly extended his small hand, grasping the one that held the fish scales. The next moment, her palm was empty, and the scales had vanished into thin air. Jiang Yu's breath caught in her throat, her pupils dilating as she grasped Chu Yang's hand, her voice trembling with excitement and joy. "Space?" Chu Yang grinned weedily, nodding vigorously. "Heaven has not been unkind to us." She eagerly inquired, "How large is it?" Chu Yang picked up a fish spine and drew a backpack on the ground. It turned out to be only the size of a backpack. No wonder Xiao Yang had looked so disappointed earlier. Just as she was preparing to comfort her nephew, she saw him sketch a larger backpack. The implication was clear. The space could be upgraded. Jiang Yu exclaimed with delight, "This is wonderful. But how does it upgrade?" This time, Chu Yang swiftly wrote a line on the ground. "The space will grow larger as you mature." Chu Yang nodded. "Is time within the space frozen?" Chu Yang nodded, then shook his head, quickly scribbling several words on the ground. "The space is divided into two areas. One area has frozen time, the other does not." Chu Yang affirmed. Jiang Yu's thoughts shifted. "Now I feel more confident. We can survive in this beastly world." However, Chu Yang's expression turned puzzled as he wrote two characters in the dirt. Beast world? Jiang Yu then recalled that Chu Yang's body was only 2 years old, and most of his time had been spent within the cave, leaving him without any useful information. She shared what she knew from the original owner's memories, along with her observations about this world. There are no nations, no civilizations, only the most primitive tribes living off the land and blood, alongside various ferocious and unimaginable beasts. Upon hearing this, Chu Yang's eyes sparkled not with fear, but with remarkable enthusiasm. He continued to write in the dirt. "As long as we can survive, this place will be even more exciting." Jiang Yu nodded in agreement, continuing to munch on the fish scales. As night deepened, everyone had fallen into slumber. After finishing 2 fish scales, Jiang Yu, suppressing the itch from her wounds, cradled Chu Yang close and closed her eyes. The midnight hour had just arrived. A familiar line of golden characters appeared before her eyes. Today's intelligence. Yin and Shan have been trapped in a tree by 2 wild boars in the pine forest 2 miles away for 5 days. The tree is about to fall, and they will soon be devoured by the boars. If you arrive before noon, you may be able to save them. Yin is the original owner's older brother. Shan is the father of the body Chu Yang occupies. According to the original owner's memories, Jiang Yu knew that both men had treated her and Chu Yang well. So the dilemma arose, to save or not to save. After weighing the pros and cons, Jiang Yu decisively chose to rescue them. Yin and Shan, and he were the strongest warriors in the tribe, and in this perilous beast world, an additional strength meant more security for her and Chu Yang. As for how to rescue them from the wild boars, the intelligence had provided her with crucial information regarding time. As long as she arrived before noon, the tree would not fall, and she simply needed to devise a way to lure or drive away the boars. With a complete plan forming in her mind, she finally fell into a deep sleep. When a ray of sunlight streamed through the cave entrance and illuminated her face, Jiang Yu opened her eyes. Unconsciously glancing at the person in her embrace, she saw that Chu Yang was soundly asleep. She carefully shifted her arm without waking him and then looked at her own hands. As she had expected, deep marks from the vines were etched into her wrists, and the skin on her palms had been worn away. Now, they were covered in a layer of dark red scabs with fresh, tender flesh peeking out at the edges. She reached around her back and felt only some dry, hard black scabs. The wounds had completely healed. The effects of the Qi Lin Ju Li were indeed remarkable. Having not gone hungry the previous day, coupled with a night of peaceful slumber, Jiang Yu felt invigorated. With her current strength, traversing 4 miles should pose no issue. Glancing at the sun outside, she estimated it was nearing the hour of C, and sat up. As she moved, several pairs of eyes in the cave opened simultaneously, staring at her. Chong immediately crawled over from the ground, presenting her with a slender vine. Jiang Yu regarded him with surprise. He was more intelligent than she had anticipated. Chapter 6. Not scared away, Jiang Yu accepted the vine and looked at the other tribespeople, inquiring, "Are there more of these vines?" The tribespeople exchanged glances. And to Jiang Yu's surprise, Duo's mother, Yun, produced another identical vine from beneath her, handing it to her. "Are there any more?" Jiang Yu asked again. Among the crowd, Gu, who was blind in one eye, hesitated for a moment before finally offering his own vine to her. Jiang Yu stored the 3 vines carefully and addressed the group. "Prepare yourselves. Soon, Chong and I will take you fishing." She paused before adding, "To catch fish. We need these resilient vines, so gather as many as you can in the future." Upon hearing they were going fishing, the tribespeople displayed varied expressions. Some were unable to contain their excitement, while others wore looks of hesitation and fear. Jiang Yu paid no mind to their thoughts, noticing that Chu Yang had awakened. She wrapped him in animal hides and took his hand, leading the way out of the cave. Without any hesitation, Chong followed closely behind. The remaining tribespeople exchanged glances, and soon 3 individuals crawled out of the cave, including Yun, who had lost a foot, the blind Gu, and another named Mai, who was missing an arm. By the stream, Chong, Gu, and Yun eagerly gulped down the cool water, while Jiang Yu and Shu Yang washed their faces and rinsed their mouths before drinking. She then picked out another piece of wolf fur from the remaining pile, fashioned it into a fishing hook, and handed it along with the vine to Chong. "You take them here to fish and be back in the cave before noon, or it could be dangerous. I will make a trip to the pine forest." Chong accepted the hook and nodded, preparing with the 3 others. Jiang Yu knelt beside Chu Yang and whispered the day's intelligence to him. "I'm going to save them. You stay here and fish with them. I will return shortly." After listening, Chu Yang picked up a small branch and forcefully wrote 2 characters in the dirt. "Be careful." Jiang Yu gently stroked his head, reassuring him, "Don't worry. I will take care of myself." With that, she wasted no time and turned quickly toward the direction of the pine forest. Chu Yang stood still, his petite figure elongated by the morning light, gazing at his aunt's silhouette, his eyes filled with concern. Jiang Yu climbed a small hill and looked into the distance, where an endless expanse of forest unfolded before her. 3 mountains stood starkly bare, adorned with scarce vegetation, primarily rocks. The area in front was relatively open, a suitable refuge for them. It must be said that the clan's people were adept at selecting safe locations. With fewer plants came fewer animals, significantly reducing danger compared to other places. To her diagonal front lay a pine forest, and Jiang Yu determined her direction, descending the hill and hastening towards it. The pine woods were not far, yet within the forest no path existed. The ground was slick with decaying leaves and entangled roots, making her progress laborious. Jiang Yu's stamina had improved considerably since yesterday, yet after walking over a mile, beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and her breath grew heavy. She paused to rest against a tree. A faint rustling sound emerged from the nearby underbrush. Jiang Yu immediately tensed, instinctively reaching for the fish tooth strapped at her waist. A vibrant, large snake, as thick as her arm, emerged from the grass, its triangular head raised, tongue flickering, and vertical pupils fixated on her. Jiang Yu remained motionless, calmly confronting it. The snake seemed to sense something, revealing a hint of fear in its eyes, recoiling slightly before swiftly retreating back into the grass, disappearing from sight. Jiang Yu gradually relaxed her tense body and continued onward. Along the way, she encountered numerous venomous creatures. A dark green centipede, longer than her palm, slithered past her feet, while vividly colored spiders hastily retreated into crevices of the tree bark as she approached. She even spotted a flock of wild chickens, roughly the size of geese, which took flight in a flurry of wings and startled cries at the sight of her, as if she were a terrifying presence. This only strengthened her resolve for the rescue mission ahead. As she neared the pine forest, the scent of pine intensified in the air. Upon entering the grove, a series of muted thuds reached her ears, rhythmic yet soft. Jiang Yu's heart raced. She crouched low, using the half-height bushes as cover, and cautiously crept towards the source of the sound. Each step was taken with utmost care, her feet sinking silently into the thick layer of pine needles. As she approached, the thumping grew clearer and louder, vibrating through her ears, causing the ground to tremble slightly beneath her. Finally, she parted the last broad fern leaf before her, and the scene ahead became clear. Not far away, in a clearing beneath a massive pine tree that required 2 people to embrace 2 wild boars, each over 2 meters tall, were violently ramming against the trunk. The tree shook violently, shedding countless pine needles and branches. Scattered around the base were several fresh broken branches, remnants of attempts to drive the boars away, though they had proved ineffective. Jiang Yu's gaze swept over the 2 boars. One had a sharpened stone arrow lodged in its left eye, blood and murky fluid smeared across half its face, rendering it particularly fearsome. The other bore 3 deep gashes down its back, exposing bone, evidently also gravely injured. These wounds were clearly inflicted by Yin and his companions. Injured beasts are often the most ferocious. No wonder they remained here, unwilling to leave. Jiang Yu looked up the sturdy trunk, and amidst the dense branches of the canopy, she discerned 3 figures clinging tightly to a branch. It must be Yin, Shan, and him. Jiang Yu withdrew her gaze and quietly stepped back, circling around to position herself upwind. From her pocket, she carefully retrieved a tuft of wolf fur, letting the scent of the wind wolf drift towards the 2 wild boars. Soon, the boars, previously battering the tree, halted abruptly. They flared their nostrils, inhaling deeply, their massive heads nervously swiveling in all directions. The one-eyed boar grew increasingly agitated, scraping the ground with its hooves while emitting low growls. Jiang Yu held her breath, patiently waiting. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes. The 2 boars became more restless, ceasing their assault on the tree to pace back and forth beneath it, vigilantly scanning their surroundings, yet showing no intent to depart. Jiang Yu furrowed her brow. Clearly, relying solely on the scent was insufficient. These 2 boars, driven by their injuries, had fully awakened their ferocity, their obsession with the prey in the tree momentarily overpowering their fear of the wind wolf. A stronger tactic was necessary. A howl echoed through the air, and the 2 wild boars, finally frightened, trembled as they caught the scent, their eyes wide with terror as they fled in the opposite direction, quickly vanishing into the depths of the thicket. The crisis was averted. Jiang Yu's tense body relaxed, and she realized her back was drenched in cold sweat. She did not emerge immediately, but lingered a moment longer to ensure the boars would not return before parting the bushes to exit. "Yea, the wild boars have run away. Come down," she called upwards to the figures in the treetops. For a moment, silence reigned before Yan's surprised yet weary voice responded. "You? Is it you? It's me. Hurry down." Suddenly, branches parted, revealing a very dark round face marred by several scars, which now bore an expression of urgency. "You, come up quickly, there are wolves." "Yea, there are no wolves. I just imitated a wolf's howl to scare off the wild boars. You can come down now." The branches rustled, and a tall man appeared before her, donned in simple animal skins, his exposed skin marked with numerous scars of varying sizes, a tattered animal pouch hanging from his waist, and a bough slung across his back. Yin swiftly descended the tree trunk. As soon as his feet touched the ground, his legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, gasping for breath and leaning against the tree, his arms trembling from prolonged exertion. Shortly thereafter, Shan and he followed suit, appearing equally disheveled, bearing spears and stone axes. Once Yin regained a semblance of composure, he looked at his sister with bloodshot eyes, his voice hoarse with concern. Are you injured?" "I'm Yufine. How about you?" "Not hurt, just a bit exhausted after being stuck in a tree for 5 days." As he spoke, he pulled a palm-sized piece of roasted meat from his pouch and offered it to her. "How did you end up here?" Seeing that the meat was cooked, Jiang Yu took a bite. "I noticed you hadn't returned, so I came to look for you. I didn't expect to actually find you." Shan, catching his breath, asked urgently, "Yu, how is Yang?" Yang was none other than Yang. Jiang Yu, observing the anxious and worried look in Sean's eyes, replied, "Yang is doing well." Sean exhaled in relief, his entire demeanor relaxing as he retrieved 2 wild fruits from his pouch and handed them to her. "You, thank you." Jiang Yu accepted the wild fruits, saying, "Shanji, no need for thanks." At that moment, he curiously inquired, "You, was that wolf howl just now, you?" Jiang Yu was about to nod when a sudden cracking noise echoed from above. The 3 of them turned, their expressions changing drastically as they looked up, their pupils constricting in alarm. The enormous pine tree, battered by the wild boars for days, had split with a terrifying crack, collapsing towards them. Boom! The giant tree crashed just a few steps away, shaking the ground violently, sending dirt and broken pine needles flying, covering their faces. Silence enveloped them. Yin Shan, and he stood frozen, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads. Had Jiang Yu arrived a moment later, they would have surely become prey for the wild boars, even if they had not met their demise. Yu Yan's voice quivered slightly as he gazed at his frail but remarkably composed sister. A sense of pride filled him, yet an unsettling feeling lingered in his heart. This little girl, who once trailed behind him seeking his protection, was now capable of safeguarding them. Shan, too, stood speechless, eyes darting between the severed giant tree and Jiang Yu, his throat constricting in disbelief. Ignoring the astonished trio, Jiang Yu circled the fallen pine tree, her eyes gleaming with excitement. What splendid timber! Within a brief moment, she had envisioned countless possibilities for the colossal tree, though they could not take it with them. Nevertheless, gathering a few branches would suffice. She snapped off several twigs and, seeing that the 3 had rested sufficiently, declared, "Let us proceed." The 3 of them each took some branches, 2 positioned in front and 1 behind, forming a protective barrier around her. Observing this scene, Jiang Yu felt vindicated in her decision to save them. As they journeyed, the trio noted with intrigue that various venomous creatures scurried away at the mere sight of them. Even the pesky mosquitoes maintained a respectful distance. Initially, Yin and Shan dismissed it as mere coincidence. But when a group of wild rabbits spotted them from 100 meters away and scattered in sheer panic, they finally recognized something was amiss. "Yin, what is happening?" "It seems they are afraid of us," Shan whispered, wiping sweat from his brow. "Indeed, something fell off," Yin mused, watching the fleeing small animals. Jiang Yu, sensing their anxiety, produced a tuft of wolf fur and explained, "It is due to this." Yin turned, nostrils flaring, his expression shifting to one of shock. "Wolf fur? Where did you acquire this?" he exclaimed, snatching the fur with a mixture of astonishment and trepidation. Jiang Yu succinctly recounted the events of that day. Upon hearing her tale, Yin, Shan, and he gasped in unison. Wolves, the most formidable creatures in this world, second only to tigers. Typically, the mere presence of their scent would instill a profound fear, rendering them paralyzed with dread. To think Jiang Yu not only survived an encounter with a wolf, but also collected its fur. Their gazes toward her shifted from shock to reverence. "I mimicked the wolf's howl and utilized this scent to scare off the wild boars," Jiang Yu said, tucking the wolf fur securely as they continued onward. Enlightened, the trio felt a wave of relief wash over them, their steps considerably lighter. Upon cresting a hill, Jiang Yu beheld the cave ahead, feeling a sense of ease wash over her. As she dragged the branches closer, a pungent metallic scent wafted from within the cave. Alarmed, Jiang Yu dropped the branches and rushed inside, relieved to find Chu Yang unharmed. The tension that had gripped her nerves dissipated in an instant, and her legs buckled, causing her to collapse to the ground, gasping for breath. Thank goodness, Xiao Yang is safe. Upon seeing her, Chu Yang's eyes brightened, and the weight on his heart lifted as he scrambled towards her, offering her a piece of fish. Jiang Yu consumed the fish, gradually regaining her composure. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she asked in a hoarse voice, "I sensed blood outside. Who was injured?" Chu Yang turned and pointed to a corner of the cave with his small hand. Following his gesture, Jiang Yu's gaze fell upon Chang. In the dim light, Chang lay prostrate, his bare back marred by 3 grotesque wounds extending from his left shoulder to his back. The wounds had been crudely stitched, clearly the handiwork of Chu Yang, and had ceased bleeding. Jiang Yu's heart sank. Did you encounter a ferocious beast? Chuyang nodded and began to write in the dirt. It was swift. It injured Chang and snatched a fish before fleeing. Jiang Yu inquired, did you see what kind of beast it was? Chuyang shook his head, continuing to pen his thoughts. I was digging for worms and did not see it. However, it must have been small, as the fish it took weighed only 4 to 5 pounds. It appeared to be a small, speedy feral creature. What about the others? Were there any injuries? Chuyang quickly wrote, no, they were just startled. We returned with the remaining 2 fish. We ate one, and there is 1 red-scaled carp with Chang. As Jiang Yu began to erase the words from the ground, Yin, Shan, and he entered the cave. Young, Shan exclaimed upon seeing his son, quickly retrieving a piece of roasted meat from a tattered bee skin sack and hurrying to place it in Chu Yang's hands. The young man, appearing no older than 17 or 18, with dark skin and a simple demeanor, was indeed his father. Chu Yang felt a mix of emotions. Eat, Shan urged while producing a mountain fruit and placing it in Chu Yang's other hand. Sweet, Chu Yang remarked, taking a bite. Shan beamed at his son, his smile radiant. Meanwhile, Yin and he distributed food among the clan members while inquiring about recent events. Jiang Yu approached Chang, who seemed to sense her presence and struggled to open his eyes, his dark complexion pale from blood loss and pain. Jiang Yu remained silent as she drew a fishbone from her waist, swiftly slicing open the belly of the red-scaled carp under Chang's watchful gaze. She reached inside, retrieved the swim bladder, and offered it to his lips, saying, eat. Chang hesitated for a moment, but eventually opened his mouth to consume the swim bladder. Do not fear. You will be fine, Jiang Yu reassured him gently. You just need a rest. Chang closed his eyes, his breathing gradually steadying as he drifted into slumber. Jiang Yu settled beside him, slicing a piece of succulent fish for herself. Meanwhile, Yin and he learned from the clan members about the events of the past few days. Disheartened to hear that 4 more had perished, they were astonished to learn that Jiang Yu had caught a large fish with Chang and Chuyang. When told that Jiang Yu had shared her fishing methods, resulting in the capture of 3 fish, Yin and he exchanged glances, astonished yet overjoyed. If they could catch fish daily, they would no longer suffer from hunger. Having eaten until she was moderately full, Jiang Yu felt her strength returning. She cut 3 more pieces of fish and handed them to Yin, Shan, and he. Starting tomorrow, we will fish by the stream, she declared, looking at them. Do not venture out to seek food just yet. The forest is too perilous. Yin accepted the warm fish, gazing at his sister. The stream is also dangerous. Jiang Yu replied, I am aware, but I can evade those dangers. Yan's eyes sparkled with understanding. Very well, we will heed your counsel. After all, who would willingly risk their lives in the treacherous forest if they could find ample food near the tribe? Once the trio finished their fish, Jiang Yu led them deeper into the cave, where they removed the cold, decaying bodies emitting a foul odor and buried them beside the willow tree. Upon returning to the cave, Jiang Yu felt the air had become considerably fresher. As dusk approached and darkness fell, Jiang Yu and Yin distributed the remaining fish among the clan members. Chang, having slept for most of the day, showed signs of healing on his back. Jiang Yu remarked, You have fish scales. Take out as many as you can eat. Chang, upon hearing this, retrieved a fish scale from the bee's skin and began to gnaw on it. As night deepened, tranquility enveloped the cave once more. Jiang Yu lay on the ground, cradling the now sleeping Chu Yang, and drifted into slumber. In the middle of the night, a line of golden characters appeared before Jiang Yu, but alas, she slept soundly, oblivious to their presence. The golden letters flickered momentarily before gradually fading away. The following day, Jiang Yu was awakened by Yan's voice. Dawn has arrived. Where shall we go fishing? Jiang Yu opened her eyes, the cave still dim, but now discernible. She glanced towards the sun in the east and replied, Let us wait a while longer. The stream remains hazardous. Yin agreed. He seemed to have thought of something and retrieved several slender green vines from behind him, offering them to her. Yesterday, I heard from the tribesmen that we need this for fishing. I, along with Shan and he, gathered some from the forest just now. Do you think it will suffice? The vines still held a hint of moisture, suggesting that Yin and the others had risen early. She tugged at them with considerable strength, testing their resilience. It's enough. From her pocket, She produced wolf fur and selected 3 strands to begin crafting new fish hooks. Yin squatted beside her, observing quietly without interrupting. Once Jiang Yu completed 1 fish hook and began on the second, Yin spoke up, "You let me do it." Jiang Yu immediately handed the wolf fur and string to him. While Yin worked on the fish hooks, Jiang Yu opened the system interface. Today's intelligence. You took the tribesmen to the stream to fish, and though your haul was plentiful, it attracted the attention of a kitten. As you relax your guard, it launched an attack, stealing a fish. If you proactively feed it, you might establish a peaceful coexistence. A kitten? So it was the one that had attacked Chang yesterday and stolen the fish. The system's suggestion to proactively feed it? Jiang Yu's eyes glimmered with a spark of inspiration and a plan began to form. After Yin finished making the fish hooks, he didn't tea idle. He took out a stone to start polishing. Jiang Yu glanced at the outline of the stone and asked, "An axe?" Yin nodded, picking up the unrefined axe head and looking at her. "Do you like it? Once I finish polishing it, you'll have a handy weapon." Jiang Yu smiled slightly in response. "I like it. Thank you, brother." Yin grinned and worked with renewed vigor. By the time of the sea hour, Jiang Yu stood up, announcing, "It's time to go catch fish." Although her voice was soft, the tribesmen heard her and turned their gazes towards Yin, Shan, and he. Yin had long wanted to go fishing and immediately stood up, followed closely by Shan and he, with them leading the way. The others gradually rose and made their way out of the cave. The last to emerge was Chang, and when the others saw the wounds on his back, they gasped in shock. Those 3 ghastly wounds had scabbed and healed with new flesh overnight. The speed of recovery was astonishing, and the tribesmen looked at Chang with curiosity and intrigue. Chapter 9. Proactive feeding of the kitten, seizing the opportunity. Jiang Yu informed them about the benefits of the Qi Lin Li Yu's swim bladder and scales, which could accelerate wound healing. The tribesmen fell silent for a moment. Then their breathing grew heavy, and their eyes sparkled with excitement. With the Qi Lin Li Yu's swim bladder and scales, they would no longer fear getting injured. And in an instant, everyone was filled with enthusiasm. As they made their way to the stream, Chu Yang and Duo were left behind in the cave for several reasons. First, the kitten would surely appear today, making it safer for them to stay in the cave. Second, they could clean up the cave. And third, Chu Yang could learn the local language from Duo. Yin, Shan, and he followed Jiang Yu to the stream, quickly surveying their surroundings to ensure there were no ferocious beasts, and relaxed as they curiously looked towards Jiang Yu, wondering how she knew this time of day was safe by the stream. Jiang Yu divided the 5 fish hooks among them. There were 10 people in total. So they formed pairs, Jiang Yu and Chang together, while Yin and the 3 others teamed up with the weakest tribesmen, leaving the last group to the one-eyed Gu in Yin. Jiang Yu led them to dig for earthworms, attaching them to the fish hooks, and then tied the other end of the vines to nearby trees or rocks at the stream's edge, casting the fish hooks into the water. Before long, Yin and Gu felt movement on their fish hooks, and just as they began to reel in the fish, Chang suddenly exclaimed, "I've got one." Jiang Yu immediately focused, gripping the vine tightly, and soon a lively fish was pulled onto the shore. In the ensuing time, the stream occasionally erupted into commotion as one fish after another was laid out on the grass, most weighing 7 to 8 pounds, with the largest, caught by Yin, weighing an impressive 11 or 12 pounds. Just as everyone reveled in their bountiful catch, Jiang Yu, ever vigilant, gazed towards the dense forest on the opposite bank of the stream. There, amidst the stillness, a branch on a large tree suddenly swayed. They were coming. Though her heart raced with apprehension, she maintained a calm demeanor and turned to the tribesmen still fishing, saying, "It's time to head back." Upon hearing her, the group quickly reeled in their fish hooks and bound the catch with vines. "Leave one small fish," Jiang Yu instructed. Although the others were puzzled, they complied and set aside a fish weighing over 7 pounds. "You all go ahead." No one voiced any objections as they dragged their catch away. Yin approached his sister, asking, Did you notice something?" Jiang Yu nodded. "Brother, you should leave." Without further inquiry, Yin turned to depart, glancing back at his sister every few steps. Seeing the tribesmen were already a dozen meters away, Jiang Yu cleared her throat and tentatively called out, "Meow." The sound was soft and delicate, reverberating oddly in the quiet stream. The tribesmen turned to glance at Jiang Yu, puzzled by her actions. Meow. A kitten's mew, soft and innocent, suddenly echoed from the tree across the stream. Following that, Jiang Yu saw a flash of yellow leap from the tree, landing gracefully on a stone by the stream. It was an orange cat, larger than a typical adult domestic cat, and if not for the system's indication that it was a kitten, one could hardly tell by its size. It tilted its head, its striking blue eyes alert yet curious as they fixated on her. The tribesmen tensed at the sudden appearance of the feline, particularly Chong, who instinctively tightened his grip on the fish spine. For it was this very creature that had injured him the previous day. Yin instructed Shan, he, and the others, "You go ahead, I'll stay and wait for you." Shan nodded, handing him his stone axe before leading the tribesmen away swiftly. Jiang Yu meowed at the kitten a couple of times, then pointed to the fish on the ground and gestured towards it. Having completed her actions, she did not linger but hurried towards Yin, keeping a watchful eye on the kitten from the corner of her vision. The kitten, tilting its head, observed her without aggression, nor did it rush towards the fish. Upon reaching Yin, Jiang Yu urged, "Let us go." The siblings had barely taken a dozen steps when the kitten suddenly sprang into action, leaping over the stream to land right before the fish. Jiang Yu's breath caught in her throat. How could a kitten jump over 2 meters? It could easily catch up to them. As the kitten stared at them, Jiang Yu returned its gaze, her right hand discreetly gripping the fish spine until the moment the kitten bent down to eat the fish, at which point she exhaled slowly and urged Yin, "Hurry." The siblings quickly followed the tribesmen back to the cave. Yin cast a glance towards the stream, his worry evident as he asked, "Do you think that cat will follow us?" Jiang Yu replied, "I'm not certain, but for our safety, let us block the cave entrance with stones tonight." Yin agreed, and the two siblings approached the tribesmen, where Shan and he had already divided the fish. They had caught a total of 6 fish that day, giving 1 to the kitten, leaving 5 for the 10 of them, each receiving half a fish. Jiang Yu took her portion and returned to her spot beside Chu Yang. Chu Yang gently patted her arm, pointing towards the back. Jiang Yu followed his gaze and saw a small pile of leaves and firewood neatly stacked against the mountainside. Beside the firewood lay a rudimentary set of tools for friction firemaking. Her eyes brightened, and she gave Chu Yang a thumbs up. Previously, they had no choice but to consume raw meat. Now that they could make fire, who would still want to eat raw fish? Jiang Yu hung the fish on a protruding rock on the mountainside, inserted a sharp wooden stick into a groove in the dry wood, and stuffed some easily ignitable dry leaves and shavings nearby. With her feet planted firmly on the dry wood, she quickly rubbed the bowstring back and forth. Chu Yang knelt beside her, puffing up his cheeks, waiting for the right moment to blow into the groove. With one blow, then another, the wooden stick spun rapidly. Inside the cave, the other tribespeople had filled their stomachs and curiously gathered around to observe the peculiar antics of the two individuals. Soon, a wisp of blue smoke began to rise from the friction of the wood. Chu Yang crouched down and began to blow vigorously. Faint sparks erupted from the wood shavings, gradually multiplying. Now was the moment. With swift precision, Chu Yang piled a handful of dry leaves atop the sparks, and as they made contact, a small flame leaped into existence. The tribespeople gasped in astonishment, gazing at the flickering flames and then at Jiang Yu's tools, marveling at this new method of firemaking. Having previously relied on stone friction, Jiang Yu and Chu Yang exchanged smiles as they watched the tiny flame dance. After setting aside the firemaking tool, it was promptly taken by Yin for examination, drawing the attention of Chong and several others. Jiang Yu and Chu Yang added some dry twigs to the flame, and once it stabilized, she borrowed a stone axe from Shan, cutting off a sizable piece of fish, skewering it with a branch, and setting it to roast. As the oil sizzled and dripped onto the fire, a rich aroma of fish began to permeate the cave. The tribespeople, engrossed in their study of the firemaking tool, turned in unison, their eyes fixated on the golden fish above the flames, swallowing hard in anticipation despite having just eaten. Yin surveyed the scene, his eyes glinting with possessiveness as he stepped protectively in front of Jiang Yu and Chu Yang, casting a fierce glance around to warn the others. Reluctantly, a few members of the tribe withdrew their gaze and returned to their spots, though they couldn't resist glancing back at Jiang Yu and Chu Yang from time to time. After a brief exchange amongst Yin, Shan, and he. Yin ventured outside while Shan remained, settling beside Chu Yang and Jiang Yu to watch them roast the fish. Jiang Yu turned the fish several times before finally slicing a piece and blowing on it before handing it to Xiaoyang. She then tore off a piece for herself. Noting the lack of seasoning, which left a strong fishy taste and a somewhat coarse texture, but it was certainly preferable to the cold, raw fish they had eaten before. Chu Yang, with his small hands, alternated bites, waiting for the fish to cool before taking a hearty mouthful. Shan, observing his son's enjoyment, broke into a wide grin. When Chu Yang fed him a piece of fish, Shan's smile broadened, and he generously offered a large chunk of his own fish to Jiang Yu, stating, "This is Yang's ration." Jiang Yu accepted graciously. At that moment, Yan and he returned, carrying dry twigs and leaves, mimicking Jiang Yu's earlier actions to create fire. Shan promptly approached them. Jiang Yu and Chu Yang watched as Yan swiftly produced sparks, igniting a small flame in no time. Soon after, Shan and he took their turns attempting to make fire before returning the tools to Jiang Yu. They then ventured outside, returning with various stones and firewood. Seated at the cave entrance, they crafted 3 identical fire-making tools using a stone hammer, then began to strike the stones together. After watching for a while, Chu Yang quickly scribbled a few characters in the dirt. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. Once they had eaten their fill, the two of them left the cave hand in hand. Yin glanced up, reassured to see they had not wandered far, and resumed his stone tool crafting. In the grassy hills, Chu Yang picked several mushrooms larger than his hands and handed them to his aunt. Jiang Yu pointed to one variety, declaring, "This one is edible. The others are toxic." Chu Yang promptly discarded the others and, noticing the plants near Jiang Yu, looked at her as if inquiring, "Are these edible?" Jiang Yu replied, "They're all safe to eat. While these wild vegetables differ slightly from those I previously knew, they are fundamentally the same." She picked a stalk of wild greens and added, "They seem to be mutated variants, which might taste even better." Chu Yang acknowledged this and resumed his mushroom foraging. Subsequently, the two gathered additional firewood and fallen leaves, filling Chu Yang's space before they collectively carried the remainder back to the cave. After resting for a while, they ventured to the nearby rocky hill to search for stones that were hollowed in the center, suitable for use as bowls or pots. As dusk fell, Yin led them to find a 2-meter-wide stone to serve as a door to block the cave entrance. Half a month passed swiftly. During this time, Jiang Yu's life became highly structured. Although the information she received remained unhelpful, the lives of the tribe's people underwent a remarkable transformation. Each day, she would take the tribe to the stream to fish for an hour. She always saved one fish for the young cat. Initially, the kitten was wary, observing from across the stream. It only approached once they had left. Gradually, it seemed to understand that Jiang Yu and the others meant no harm. Its boldness increased. Eventually, whenever Jiang Yu and the others fished, the kitten would lounge on a large rock across the stream, lazily flicking its tail. At first, the tribespeople were apprehensive, fearing the kitten might attack them. But after 6 days of peaceful coexistence, their fears dissipated and they grew accustomed to its presence. One day, as Jiang Yu and Chang worked together to pull in a fish, the vine suddenly snapped. Just as the fish was about to leap back into the water, the kitten transformed into a yellow flash, effortlessly crossing the 2-meter-wide stream. Jiang Yu barely registered the movement before the kitten landed precisely on the thrashing fish, swiftly dispatching it with a single, swift strike, blood spraying as the fish twitched and then lay still. The entire event unfolded in an instant, so quickly that Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned until the kitten called out to her and bounded back to its perch on the stone. Watching the kitten lick its paws, Jiang Yu smiled, sensing a possibility of taming it. After Chang brought the deceased fish ashore, Jiang Yu rewarded the kitten with a sizable fish that very day. In the following days, the kitten frequently assisted them in catching fish, gradually moving from the far bank of the stream to their side. Perhaps because she was the first to feed the kitten and it responded with meows, the kitten became quite attached to her. Whenever Jiang Yu fished, it would lie beside her. She felt confident that in due time, their bond would deepen further, and she might even be able to pet the cat. Over the past half-month, with ample food and the absence of predatory threats, the tribespeople's spirits had transformed significantly. They no longer appeared lifeless or dull. Their faces were fuller, their eyes gleamed, and their laughter could often be heard. On this particular day, they caught 7 fish, reserving the largest for the kitten before returning to the cave with the remaining fish and a water-filled stone bucket. Inside, a rudimentary stone pot, hewn from rock, was already set up, with Chuyang preparing a fish stew. The pot contained not just fish, but a variety of wild vegetables and fungi, bubbling with steam, indicating it was nearly ready. The tribespeople placed their fish down, each taking their stone bowls to gather around the pot, their eyes brimming with anticipation. After a while, Jiang Yu deemed the stew ready, using a stone ladle to serve the meal. The tribespeople drank the fish soup eagerly, oblivious to its heat, filling their bellies. They still had tasks to complete, such as selecting stones for tool-making, gathering firewood, foraging for wild vegetables, smoking fish, and sun-drying fish for storage. Jiang Yu, eating at a leisurely pace, found that once she finished, only she and Xiao Yang remained in the cave. After washing their bowls, she took Xiao Yang's hand, and just as they stepped outside, the ground beneath them suddenly shook violently. Jiang Yu paused momentarily as the tremors intensified with each successive jolt. Dust and debris cascaded from the cave's ceiling, causing the stone pot perched on wooden supports to sway precariously. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yu seized the nearby Chuyang and dashed out of the cave, only to be met with a resounding boom from afar. The sound was deep and thunderous, vibrating through Jiang Yu's eardrums and sending tremors through the ground beneath her feet. She clutched Chuyang tightly to steady herself. In the distance, she observed countless birds erupting from the dense forest, forming a massive dark cloud as they fled in every direction. From the source of the deafening noise, a thick black column of smoke surged skyward, obscuring the sun. Despite the distance, Jiang Yu could faintly see wild beasts frantically escaping the forest, the very earth trembling with their panic. What could have transpired? Chapter 11. Confronting the beast tide, the villagers surrounding the cave stood frozen, staring in shock at the towering plume of smoke, their bodies trembling uncontrollably with fear, having never witnessed such a terrifying spectacle. Higu gulped nervously, his face pale, and stammered, "What is happening over there?" No one could provide an answer. The cataclysmic scene before them had surpassed their meager comprehension. A chilling wave surged from their feet, racing up their spines and enveloping their heads. At that moment, Mountain suddenly raised a trembling hand, pointing toward a nearby hill, his voice quaking, "Look, what is that?" Yin turned sharply, following his gaze. In an instant, he was struck as if by lightning. On the other side of the hill, a writhing mass of black was rushing towards them. It was a torrent of countless poisonous insects, snakes, ants, rodents, and various small creatures, pressing against one another, climbing, and devouring, akin to a tidal wave of the sea. Yan's face drained of color as he shouted with all his might, "Run! The beast tide is coming!" The beast tide? Jiang Yu's heart raced, and she quickly rose on her toes, but the hill obstructed her view, leaving her in suspense. The villagers reacted swiftly. Upon hearing Yan's cry, their instinct for survival propelled them to flee into the cave. Yan Mountain, and he moved the fastest, rushing inside and hastily grabbing some smoked fish and sharp stone spears before turning back out. Seeing Jiang Yu and Chuyang still standing there, Mountain assumed they were paralyzed by fear. He dashed over, scooping his son into his arms and sprinting away. Yin grasped Jiang Yu's hand. "Let's go. We can't run." Jiang Yu firmly pulled back on her brother's arm, having clearly assessed the situation beyond the hill. She spoke rapidly and calmly. "We cannot outrun them, and we have no idea what lies behind the mountain. If we rush out, it could mean our demise." Her words fell like a cold shower on the villagers, who had been poised to flee. The few who were about to dash outside suddenly halted, their faces painted with terror and despair. Mountain, cradling his son, also came to a stop. Yin glanced at the advancing black tide, anxiety gnawing at him. "If we don't run, what should we do?" "Everyone inside," Jiang Yu asserted decisively. "Block the entrance with a large stone." Yan's gaze darted between his sister's composed face and the approaching beast tide, and with a moment's hesitation, he yelled to the stunned villagers, "Get inside, all of you." The crowd snapped back to reality, scrambling back into the cave. At that moment, a chilling cry echoed from the creek. Meow. The sound was filled with panic and helplessness. A glimmer of determination flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes. This was her chance. If she could bring the kitten along and ensure its survival, she was confident she could tame this highly promising young feline. Without a second thought, she called out towards the creek. Meow, meow, meow. The kitten responded immediately, its voice urgent and clear. Jiang Yu then saw a yellow blur, as swift as lightning, racing towards her from the creek. It moved with astonishing speed, leaving only fleeting shadows on the grass and rocks, and in the blink of an eye, it was close. The kitten skidded to a halt a few steps away, its orange fur bristling, and its eerie blue eyes fixed on the approaching beast tide, desperately calling out to Jiang Yu. Meow, Guomin, Jiang Yu shouted back, not wasting another moment, and turned to enter the cave. The kitten hesitated at the entrance, glancing back at the encroaching black tide, but ultimately followed her inside. Just as it entered, Yin, Mountain, and he were already shouting, collectively pushing against the massive stone at the cave's entrance. Their necks bulged with veins, and their arms were taut with effort as they exerted every ounce of strength. Jiang Yu glanced back. The beast tide was now less than 50 paces away. The stench from the mass of creatures, mingled with the scent of soil, wafted towards her. She rushed forward, joining Yin and the others on the opposite side of the stone, pushing with all their might. Faster! Everyone exerted themselves to the utmost. Their jaws clenched and faces flushed. The stone scraped against the ground, emitting a grating sound as it slowly shifted. Chu Yang anxiously looked between them and the beast tide, knowing he could do little to help, yet placing his small hands on the stone, pushing alongside the others. The rustling outside became deafening, as if millions of insects were crawling and gnawing at their ears, sending chills down Jiang Yu's spine. 10 steps, 5 steps, with a thunderous roar. Just as the black wave was about to engulf the cave's entrance, the stone finally sealed it shut. Inside the cave, darkness enveloped them. Only a few faint rays of light filtered through the gaps between the stone and the mountain wall, barely illuminating their blurry outlines. Then, a cacophony of relentless banging and scraping erupted from outside. Rustle thud. Countless small creatures collided against the stone door, the sounds echoing endlessly. The villagers leaned against the cold rock wall, slumped on the ground, breathing heavily, their faces etched with fear and uncertainty, staring intently at the stone door, paralyzed by dread. The kitten huddled in a corner, ears perked, issuing low, rumbling warnings while vigilantly surveying the villagers. Chu Yang clung tightly to Jiang Yu's leg, his small body trembling uncontrollably. Jiang Yu gently patted his back, listening intently to the commotion outside, aware that the beast tide was far from over. She swiftly gathered dry wood and arranged it in a circle around the cave, then began to create fire by friction, igniting the kindling. The cave brightened instantly, and the toxic insects that slipped through the cracks hit the ground with a crackling sound. Yin, Mountain, and he regained their focus, lighting torches. Whenever they spotted a poisonous insect entering, they immediately thrust their torches forward. An hour swiftly passed. The rustling gradually diminished, becoming sparse. After a while, the noise finally ceased altogether. The villagers exchanged glances, panting heavily. Had it ended? Just as this thought flickered in their minds, a heavy, muffled sound suddenly echoed from outside. Boom! It was as though a heavy object had fallen to the ground, causing the earth to tremble lightly. Chapter 12. The Battle of Beasts. A windfall from the heavens, this muffled sound struck each person's heart like an invisible hammer. The atmosphere in the cave, which had just begun to ease, became taut once again. Everyone's gaze fixed on the stone door. Yin, Mountain, and he instinctively tightened their grips on their stone spears and axes, their knuckles whitening from the pressure. Silence. Utter silence. Within the cave, apart from the crackling sounds of the burning fire, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings, heightening the sense of unease more than the previous clamor. What was happening outside? What had caused that tremendous noise? Just then, a piercing shriek abruptly pierced through the thick stone door, echoing within. A few clansmen near the cave entrance let out a horrified scream, clutching their ears in agony. Jiang Yu's mind buzzed, momentarily blank, Without a second thought, she instinctively covered Chu Yang's ears with her hands. At the same moment, Chu Yang's small hands shielded her ears, mitigating some of the sound. The shrieks continued, each one seeming to reverberate right beside them. Simultaneously, an indescribable pressure surged forth with the sound, instantly enveloping the entire cave. Jiang Yu's heart raced uncontrollably, and the hair on her body stood on end. Under this overwhelming pressure, she felt as though a massive stone was pressing down on her chest, making each breath an arduous task. In the corner, a tiny orange kitten stood with its fur bristled like needles, its body taut as if drawn back like a bowstring, its voice trembling with fear and confusion. Once the shrieking ceased, Jiang Yu released her hold on Chu Yang's ears and pointed toward the kitten. Chu Yang nodded and withdrew his hands. Jiang Yu gently pushed Xiao Yang forward, battling against the oppressive force that felt as if it could pin her down, and slowly approached the frightened kitten. Crouching down before it, the little creature remained still, its deep blue eyes filled with terror and helplessness. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu reached out and cradled it in her arms. The small being trembled violently, its tiny claws unconsciously clutching her fur garment, burying its head in her embrace. Jiang Yu soothingly stroked its soft back, attempting to calm it while her gaze shifted toward the stone door. What was happening outside? What had made that noise? A burr, perhaps? Suddenly, a thunderous crash resonated, shaking the entire cave as dust and debris fell from above. The few remaining clansmen shivered in fright, curling up and covering their heads. Jiang Yu, having settled the trembling kitten somewhat, passed it to Chu Yang, bent down to pick up a half-burned stick, took a deep breath, and moved toward the cave entrance. The closer she got, the heavier the pressure became. Her head began to spin, her legs quivered uncontrollably, and a voice in her mind screamed frantically for her to run. To get as far away as possible, Jiang Yu forced herself to suppress her terror, taking one step, then another, until she stood before the stone door. Cautiously prodding a few dead poisonous insects caught in a narrow crevice with the stick. Leaning closer, she squinted one eye and pressed the other against a narrow gap. The moment the scene outside came into view, it felt as though her blood had frozen in her veins. Cold sweat beaded at her brow and temples, trickling down her cheeks. Outside was a snake, a colossal serpent beyond her imagination, nay, beyond human comprehension. Its body was thicker than the largest water barrel, covered in dark green scales. At that moment, many of its scales had peeled back, revealing gory wounds beneath, dark red blood flowing like a stream, staining the surrounding ground crimson. It raised its enormous triangular head, its scarlet tongue flickering, while its large vertical pupils fixated on the sky. Suddenly, its massive body coiled, like a spring compressed to the utmost. Then it shot upward, mouth agape, lunging toward the heavens. Jiang Yu's gaze immediately shifted upward, where a massive shadow loomed. It was an eagle so immense that it defied her understanding. Its wings spread wide, nearly obscuring half the sky, casting a shadow that enveloped the entire hill. Its colossal form resembled a large aircraft. In response to the serpent's counterattack, the giant eagle emitted a resounding cry, flapping its wings to evade the serpent's assault, and launched a counteroffensive. Thud! The serpent, which had just soared into the sky, crashed heavily to the ground, stirring a cloud of dust. The serpent was evidently no match for the giant eagle. After falling, its massive body twisted, attempting to flee. Yet the eagle was faster. It swooped down like a bolt of black lightning, its glinting claws effortlessly tearing through the serpent's scales. Following closely, its sharp beak struck with lightning speed. The serpent let out a pained hiss, its body writhing frantically on the ground as it sought to escape the eagle's attack, but all was in vain. After delivering precise pecks, the once fierce serpent gradually weakened, its colossal form twitching a few times on the ground before falling still. The eagle circled above for a moment before descending, allowing Jiang Yu to see that its wings bore several bloody holes, black blood oozing from the wounds. Clearly, though victorious over the serpent, the eagle had also paid a considerable price. Jiang Yu watched as the eagle expertly pecked open the serpent's belly, retrieving a fist-sized, jade-green serpent gall, which it swallowed whole. Subsequently, It began to tear into the serpent's flesh, devouring hungrily, as the giant eagle continued to feast. The wounds on its wings visibly healed at an astonishing rate, the bleeding gradually ceasing. In no time, the ghastly wounds were reduced to faint red marks. Jiang Yu's breath quickened. Such rapid recovery was astounding. After consuming a significant portion of the serpent's body, the eagle seemed finally satisfied. It flapped its enormous wings, stirring up a tempest that sent dust and debris flying. In the next moment, it soared skyward, quickly becoming a dark speck, vanishing into the horizon. With the eagle's departure, the oppressive pressure that had been suffocating them dissipated. Jiang Yu, feeling a sudden relief, felt as if all her strength had been drained. Sliding down against the cool stone door, her chest heaving, gasping for air. At that moment, a golden light suddenly appeared before her eyes. Unexpected information. You have acquired a portion of the giant serpent's carcass. Consuming its flesh and blood may enhance your physical constitution. The serpent's bones carry inherent pressure, ensuring safety from ordinary ferocious beasts for half a year, and the serpent's soul can be absorbed. Chapter 13. Changes in the body. Jiang Yu's heart raced upon seeing the unexpected information. Snake meat can enhance physical constitution. The bones possess intrinsic pressure, safeguarding their territory for 6 months. This was akin to a windfall. It was imperative to retrieve that serpent immediately. However, what did it mean that the serpent's soul could be absorbed? How does one absorb it? Unable to fathom the answer, Jiang Yu temporarily set the matter aside and turned to her clansmen, who were either slumped, lying down, or attempting to curl into themselves, and called out, "Do not fear. The ferocious beasts outside have flown away. The beast tide has passed. We are safe." Safe? Yan's voice was hoarse and dry as he leaned against the cave wall, trembling as he managed to stand. With a clang, the stone axe he had been holding slipped from his grasp, and he collapsed onto his back, gasping heavily. "I can no longer feel that pressure," he stammered, struggling to speak. The other clansmen exchanged bewildered glances, wondering if it was truly over. Were they safe? Jiang Yu steadied herself against the stone door, her legs slightly unsteady as she walked to a stone tub to scoop up some water, which she distributed among her clansmen. Once they had caught their breath, she urged, "Get up, help me move the stones." He hesitated now. The beast tide has just passed. It must still be dangerous outside. "We should wait a bit longer." "We cannot wait," Jiang Yu insisted, recounting to her clansmen everything she had witnessed. As the colossal eagle departed, its intimidating presence lingered, deterring any wild beast from approaching our vicinity for the time being. Outside, the environment was remarkably secure. We could retrieve the remnants of that serpentine carcass. Should we delay any longer, the pungent scent of the giant snake's blood might attract numerous predators, leaving us with nothing in the end. Yan's Adam's apple bobbed as he exchanged a glance with Sean, and he, reaching a unanimous decision. "Very well. Let us move the stone and bring back the serpent's remains." Jiang Yu smiled. As the four of them began to shift the stone, Chang approached, positioning himself beside Jiang Yu to assist in pushing the massive rock. Yan, observing the still hesitant tribesman, called out, "Come and lend a hand," pushed the stone aside. Gu, Mai, and Yun struggled to rise, and together with 10 of them, they heaved against the stone door once more. 1, 2, 3, push. At Yan's command, everyone turned crimson-faced, exerting their utmost strength. The heavy stone door emitted a grating sound, slowly shifting to one side, allowing a blinding beam of light to pierce through the gap, immediately followed by a thick, cloying stench of blood intermingled with the earthy aroma of soil flooding in. Coughing ensued, as several were overwhelmed by the smell. Once the opening was wide enough for a person to pass through, Yin bravely pushed through the gap, followed closely by Sean and he. Upon witnessing the scene outside, they froze in astonishment, eyes wide and mouths agape. The once verdant hillside was now a patch of crimson-soaked earth, and there lay a colossal creature, a serpent, a giant measuring over 10 meters in length. Its dark green scales were mostly curled and shattered, the upper body reduced to a mere skeletal frame adorned with scraps of flesh, while the lower half remained relatively intact. Despite its lifeless state, they could still sense a lingering aura of intimidation. Jiang Yu was the last to emerge, gazing at the astonished faces of her companions. "Quick, let us drag it back." Yin, Shan, and Mai snapped from their stupor and dashed toward the giant snake, with Jiang Yu closely trailing. As they approached, the oppressive feeling intensified, and the smell grew increasingly unbearable. Yin reached the serpent first. As he grasped its tail, a sudden flash of red light struck his forehead. Startled, he instinctively touched his brow and shook his head, feeling no discomfort, dismissing it as a trick of the light before resuming his grip on the tail. At that moment, Jiang Yu and the others arrived. Some secured the bones, while others used vines to bind the serpent's tail. "Ihavo," they called, straining to drag the massive serpent toward the cave. The young kitten scurried alongside, occasionally meowing excitedly at the sight of the giant snake. Chu Yang and Duo set about covering the blood trail left by their dragging efforts, but with their limited strength, they could only conceal a portion. The serpent was too lengthy to fit within the cave, prompting Jiang Yu and Yin to deliberate and ultimately decide to sever the snake's remains, placing the bones and head nearby to deter ordinary predators. Yin and Shan brandished a stone axe, striking the neck bone where the serpent's body connected to its head. Clang! The axe struck the bone with a sound akin to hitting stone, leaving only a shallow white mark. The recoil numbed Shan's hands, nearly causing him to lose his grip. "This bone is extraordinarily hard." Shaking his tingling arm, Shan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "What a marvelous find. This is undeniably a treasure." Jiang Yu, recognizing that they would not be able to sever the bone easily, advised, "Let us pause the chopping and bury the bloodstains to avoid attracting any ferocious beasts." The others promptly joined Chu Yang and Duo in their efforts. Jiang Yu wielded the axe to cut a substantial piece of snake meat, rinsed it briefly, and placed it into a stone pot with water, igniting a fire to boil it. She could hardly contain her eagerness to savor the taste of the snake meat. As the water boiled, the meat gradually turned pale, and a delicate aroma began to waft through the cave. Jiang Yu could not resist inhaling deeply. Meow! The young kitten darted to her side, peering into the pot with its striking blue eyes, eagerly mewing. Jiang Yu gently patted its head, reassuring, "Patience, just a moment longer." Soon, bubbles began to rise in the pot, and upon discovering the broth had taken on a faint silvery hue, as if specks of light danced within, she served some into a bowl for the kitten before calling to her companions, "Come, it's time for the soup." Seeing her tribesmen rush over, she quickly filled 3 bowls, which she handed to Yin and Chu Yang upon their return, then took a sip from her own. The moment the soup entered her body, a warm current surged from her stomach, radiating outward through her limbs. The fatigue and soreness that had plagued her from fear and exhaustion dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented sense of lightness. It was blissful. Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled as she forgot the heat, eagerly consuming the soup. After finishing 1 bowl, she promptly filled another for herself. After 2 bowls, she felt a pleasant sensation coursing through her body, as if her bones and blood were undergoing a transformation. "Oh, my arms no longer ache," Mai exclaimed, amazed to find her previously sore limbs now brimming with strength. "Me too. I feel remarkably invigorated," he added, suddenly lifting a rock the size of a human head with one hand, astonished by his own strength. All who had consumed the snake meat and soup experienced a remarkable transformation. Fatigue vanished, strength surged, and spirits soared. Chu Yang, after finishing the soup, felt warm and comfortable, drowsiness overtaking him. He dropped the stone bowl, collapsing in his sleep on the ground. Duo followed suit. Jiang Yu, observing the peacefully slumbering Xiao Yang, set him gently on a bed of dry leaves, preparing to enjoy another sip of the soup when her stomach emitted a loud grumble. She clutched her belly and hurried outside. Chapter 14. Suspecting he absorbed the serpent's soul ugh, Jiang Yu felt faint, nearly overwhelmed by the foul odor of her own excrement. It was unbearable. However, once relieved, she felt an unprecedented lightness, as if a heavy burden had been lifted, her breathing much easier. Upon returning to the cave, she found Yin, Chang, and others also clutching their stomachs, brows furrowed, rushing out from the cave. "Get farther away," Jiang Yu couldn't help but advise. They did not respond, hastily fleeing toward the grass. Upon re-entering the cave, An orange blur rushed toward her like lightning. Jiang Yu instinctively reached out and caught it, feeling her arm slightly weigh down. The little creature was evidently heavier than the day before. Meow, meow. The young kitten affectionately nuzzled her chin. Jiang Yu smiled, gently stroking its head as the kitten closed its eyes in delight and rubbed against her. After a brief interaction, the kitten leaped down gracefully, bounding over to the serpent's tail. It turned back, its mesmerizing blue eyes fixated on her, tail flicking anxiously as it meowed, clearly urging her on. Still hungry? Jiang Yu asked, squatting down to meet its gaze. The kitten's tail whipped through the air. Jiang Yu grasped the stone axe Yin had crafted for her and deftly sliced off a generous portion of snake meat to offer the kitten. There was an abundance of snake meat, and with the rising temperatures, it would spoil in a matter of days. Thus, she felt no remorse in sharing it with the little one. The kitten devoured the meat quickly, licking its lips and issuing another meow, clearly still unsated. Jiang Yu cut another piece for it. Having consumed 3 substantial portions of snake meat, the young kitten was finally satiated, stumbling about as if inebriated. It approached Jiang Yu's feet, curled up, and soon fell asleep. Jiang Yu gently lifted it and placed it beside Chu Yang. Gazing at the snake's tail, she resolved that for the next few days there would be an abundance of snake meat. The tribe could consume as much as they desired. This was indeed a substance capable of enhancing physical strength, and if they could consume it all, the tribe's combat prowess would surely see a significant boost. However, what a snake's soul? Since the system indicated that the snake's soul could be absorbed, it must exist. She scrutinized the snake closely. As dusk fell, the setting sun cast a golden-red hue over the hills. Jiang Yu prepared another pot of snake meat, this time adding only a small amount of water. The resulting broth was thick and creamy, and its rich aroma quickly filled the cave. She found herself full after just 1 bowl, whereas she used to need 3 bowls of fish to feel this way. It appeared that the energy contained within the snake meat was quite potent. He and Chang could only manage a bowl and a half before reaching their limits. To Jiang Yu's surprise, Yin had consumed 3 bowls. Historically, he and Shan had similar physical constitutions, so even if he were slightly stronger, he wouldn't be able to exceed a bowl and a half. Something was amiss. She regarded Yin thoughtfully. Should I call Yang? Shan's sudden voice interrupted her reverie. Jiang Yu turned to see the young kitten sleeping soundly, along with Chu Yang and Duo. Let him sleep. Do not wake him. Shan replied, all right. As night deepened, only the crackling of the campfire remained within the cave. After a day filled with events, the tribe members were utterly exhausted and had retired early. Jiang Yu, however, did not sleep. Although her body was weary, her spirit was invigorated. After merging with the original owner's memories, she understood the nature of this world, yet the impact of witnessing it firsthand was profound. She needed time to adjust her emotions, and she was also eager for the intelligence regarding the next day. Time passed slowly, and as the moon rose high in the sky, just past midnight, the familiar golden letters suddenly appeared before her eyes. Today's intelligence. Cross the hill and go 30 meters east to find a patch of grass. Within the grass, there is a rabbit burrow. Arrive before noon, and you can dig up 6 young rabbits. Jiang Yu's gaze sparkled, and her lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Today's intelligence certainly did not disappoint her. Of course, in terms of immediate value, rabbits could not compare to giant snakes, but in the long run, the worth of these 6 young rabbits was far greater. Rabbits are easy to raise, as long as there's grass. They can be grown and provide a continuous supply of meat, rabbit skins, and fur. At that point, the tribe would no longer need to worry about food and clothing. They must be raised. For the future, they had to be nurtured. Jiang Yu suppressed her excitement and closed her eyes, holding Chu Yang close. The night passed uneventfully. Upon reopening her eyes, she found that the morning light was already radiant outside the cave, and Chu Yang was no longer beside her. She had no idea when he had woken up. Jiang Yu rubbed her eyes and sat up, glancing at the young kitten in surprise. To her astonishment, there was a mass of orange cat fur scattered around it. The once bald kitten, curled up like a newborn, seemed slightly larger than the previous day. It appeared that the snake meat was beneficial not only to them, but also to the young kitten. Jiang Yu approached and observed that the kitten was breathing steadily and peacefully, showing no signs of waking. She gathered the fur from the ground, although it was not much. It could accumulate over time and might prove useful someday. "Annie," a sweet, childish voice suddenly called from behind her. Jiang Yu froze mid-motion, turning around in surprise and delight to see Chu Yang walking in through the cave entrance. "You could talk now?" Chu Yang nodded with a smile, quickly approaching Jiang Yu and speaking in a hushed tone. "When I woke up this morning, I could suddenly speak. My legs feel stronger now, and my space has expanded a bit. Annie, this snake meat is extraordinary." Jiang Yu nodded and quietly shared the intelligence she had received the previous day. Chu Yang's eyes lit up. "No wonder my changes are so significant. It turns out this snake meat can enhance physical strength. But what does it mean that the snake's soul can be absorbed?" Jiang Yu replied, "I do not know, and I have yet to see the snake's soul." She then recounted Yan's unusual behavior to Xiaoyang. "Do you suspect that Yan absorbed the snake's soul?" Jiang Yu replied, "We need to observe further." Chu Yang nodded in agreement. Jiang Yu glanced outside to ensure no one was around and quickly instructed, "This snake meat is rare. Once we all go out, you should store some in your space to save for later. You are at an ideal age for bone development, and this snake meat might help lay a solid foundation." Chu Yang nodded enthusiastically. "All right," Jiang Yu added, "hurry and learn the language here. Otherwise, you won't be able to communicate with others." Hearing this, Chu Yang furrowed his brows and sighed. "I wish my body were a few years older. Then I might not have to struggle to learn the language." Jiang Yu gently stroked his head, reassuringly saying, "My clever nephew, I believe you will master the language here soon." Chu Yang responded with a soft and asked, "Annie, how did that giant snake die?" Just as Jiang Yu was about to respond, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from outside the cave. Someone had returned. Jiang Yu and Chu Yang turned to see Yin, Shan, and he entering the cave, carrying a large amount of firewood, stones, and vines, their expressions grave and contemplative. Chapter 15. A lead on salt. Jiang Yu exchanged a glance with Chu Yang and, putting away the cat fur, asked, "Brother, what is wrong?" "You. Something feels off outside." Jiang Yu inquired, "What seems to be amiss?" Yin set down the firewood and pulled out a stick, revealing it was crawling with various poisonous creatures, including colorful snakes, spiders, and poison frogs. "There are many of these outside." Yan's expression was somewhat grim. "Even on the rocky hill, there are quite a few." Shan placed down what he was carrying and added, "Indeed, I've never seen so many poisonous creatures before, and they seem frenzied, very aggressive. We were attacked several times while gathering firewood." Jiang Yu surveyed the three with concern and asked, "Are you all injured?" Yin reassured her, "Fortunately, we were vigilant and weren't bitten." Jiang Yu felt relieved upon hearing this. After the beast tide had passed yesterday, it was expected that many poisonous creatures would remain. They were in a strange environment and had not yet adapted, which explained their heightened aggression. Things should settle down in due time. The three felt somewhat reassured by her words. Jiang Yu suggested, "Let's cook. The tribe members should be returning soon." Yin sliced some snake meat and began to cook, saying, "With so much meat, we definitely can't finish it all in a short time. It'll spoil if we leave it. Can we dry it and store it like fish?" Jiang Yu replied, "We can certainly try." Then she pivoted the conversation to a question that had been on her and Chu Yang's minds for quite some time. "Do you know where we can find salt?" "Salt?" Both Yin and Shan looked puzzled. Chu Yang's ears perked up. Since their arrival in this world, they had not tasted salt, relying only on fish blood for a meager supply of salt. Prolonged reliance on this would inevitably lead to health issues. Jiang Yu patiently explained, "It's a substance that tastes salty, somewhat similar to fish blood." "Oh, that thing." Shan seemed to recall something and added, "What is it good for?" "It's salty and bitter. Very unpleasant." Jiang Yu and Chu Yang exchanged glances, excitement evident in their eyes. "Shan, do you have any of that?" Shan nodded. "I'll see if I can find it." He turned and walked toward the cluttered area deeper in the cave. After rummaging for a while, he soon returned holding a fist-sized, brownish stone and handed it to Jiang Yu. "Take a look. Is this the stuff?" Jiang Yu took it, scraping a bit of the flaky substance off with her nail for closer inspection. Then she extended her tongue to taste a small amount. The savory flavor instantly spread across her palate. Jiang Yu swallowed her saliva, gazing at Shan with excitement. "This is it. Is there more?" Shan shook his head. Brother Sean, where did you find this? Jiang Yu clutched the salt stone tightly and inquired. Sean reminisced. Crossing over the mountain behind us, there is a river. Last year, I ventured there in search of food and saw a deer licking this substance. I thought it was something delicious, so I picked up a piece to bring back. Who would have known it would taste so terrible? After taking a bite, I left it in the clutter. Jiang Yu chuckled. Fortunately, you didn't discard it. Sean replied, I risked my life to retrieve it. I couldn't bear to throw it away. Yin asked, is this substance important to us? Jiang Yu nodded with it. We will have strength when we eat, and our bodies will become stronger. Moreover, for the meat, we cannot finish. Applying this, and then smoking it will preserve it for a long time. What? Sean exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. His mouth agape enough to fit an egg. This worthless stone is so precious. It can keep meat from spoiling? A fleeting regret flashed in his eyes, wishing he had collected more. But it was not too late. I will go gather some more. He immediately started to move towards the exit. Don't go. Jiang Yu quickly grasped his arm. There are poisonous insects everywhere outside. Climbing over mountains is too dangerous. We will wait a few days until it is safer. All right. Although Sean was somewhat reluctant, he understood Jiang Yu spoke the truth. Jiang Yu then handed the salt stone to Xiaoyang, who not only possessed strong practical skills, but was also a science student, making the process of filtering and purifying simple for him. I've noticed you seem to have become smarter and suddenly understand so much, Yin remarked, gazing at her. Sean and he also turned their attention to her. Jiang Yu's expression remained unchanged. She had long been mentally prepared for their inquiries, given the significant changes she had undergone during this period. Ever since my injury healed, my mind has been filled with many new insights. I am unsure how this happened. The three of them responded with an "oh," and then fell silent. Chu Yang, observing their acceptance of his aunt's explanation, realized for the first time what it meant to be physically strong, yet intellectually simple. After all, they were essentially wild people and could not be too intelligent. Breakfast consisted of snake meat soup. However, just before serving, Chu Yang sprinkled a bit of salt powder into the pot. Although it was a small amount, Jiang Yu still detected a faint salty flavor, causing her to squint her eyes in satisfaction. Yin still managed to eat 3 bowls before feeling full. By noon, the sun rose higher. Jiang Yu instructed Yin and Shan to fetch water from the stream, repeatedly reminding them to be cautious on their way. After they left, only Jiang Yu and Chu Yang remained in the cave. Jiang Yu recounted the information she had gathered to Chu Yang, stating, I will return shortly. Chu Yang held her hand, expressing his concern, I want to go with you. Jiang Yu shook her head, securing the stone axe to her waist, and took a sharpened wooden stick. You stay in the cave, prepare the salt, store the snake meat in the space, and set up a rabbit nest. Chu Yang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed, knowing he was too weak to help her. All right, Aunt, be careful. Jiang Yu nodded and exited the cave. The situation outside was even worse than what Yin had described. Along the way, various poisonous creatures emerged. Colorful spiders the size of bottle caps were everywhere. Black centipedes over a foot long crawled beneath decaying leaves, and even black poisonous scorpions, larger than her palm, brandished their tails as they scuttled over stones. She even witnessed a venomous snake and a centipede entangled in a lethal battle, both perishing in the end. Jiang Yu held her breath, cautiously navigating around these deadly creatures, her wooden stick continuously tapping the grass ahead, creating rustling sounds to scare away any lurking dangers. Following the intelligence she had received, she quickly located the patch of grass. After a while, Jiang Yu observed the well-concealed entrance and did not rush to act. First, she cleared the surrounding weeds, ensuring no poisonous creatures lay in ambush, and then squatted down to begin digging with the stone axe. Just as she unearthed a clump of earth, a fist-sized scorpion suddenly erupted from a nearby crevice. Its tail poised threateningly as it swiftly approached her. Without lifting her eyelids, Jiang Yu swung the axe behind her, striking the scorpion's back with precision, smashing it into a pulp. Unfazed, she continued her excavation. Soon, a rabbit nest lined with soft grass was revealed. Inside, 6 fluffy little creatures huddled close together. Their eyes barely open, their tiny pink noses twitching, weak yet adorable. Jiang Yu's heart leapt with joy as she carefully scooped them up. wrapping them in prepared animal skins and tucking them into her embrace. At that moment, as she stood up, a 5-step snake suddenly lunged at her, aiming to bite. Chapter 16. What she brought back was the future of the tribe. Thud! The snake's head collided heavily against the side of the stone axe. The tremendous force jolted Jiang Yu's arm, causing her to stagger back a step. Instinctively, she shielded the young rabbits in her arms, who sensed the danger and began to stir beneath the animal skins. In that fleeting moment of distraction, the venomous snake coiled around her like a whip. Jiang Yu's gaze sharpened. With her left hand protecting the young rabbits, she exerted force in her abdomen, twisting her body at an impossible angle to narrowly evade the snake's coils. Simultaneously, her right wrist, gripping the stone axe, flipped over, striking down forcefully at the snake's head, still suspended in the air. Boom! The first strike landed solidly on the snake's head. The 5-step snake writhed violently, its body thrashing madly, flattening a patch of grass. Seizing the opportunity as the snake was injured, Jiang Yu struck again. Splat! This time, the stone axe shattered its skull. Viscous brain matter and blood splattered, intensifying the stench. The snake's body spasmed a few times before finally lying still. Jiang Yu remained composed, wiping the blood off her axe on the nearby grass before sheathing it back at her waist. She glanced down at the young rabbits in her arms and made her way back to the cave. The return journey was even more perilous than the way out. As she rounded a decaying log covered in red mushrooms, a sudden rustling sound reached her ears. She halted immediately, witnessing a swarm of thumb-sized, vibrantly colored poisonous insects pouring from the soil, forming a colorful ribbon as they crawled towards the corpse of a wild chicken not far away. The rancid smell, mingled with the unique stench of the poisonous insects, made her stomach churn. Jiang Yu quickly held her breath, taking a few steps back to circumvent the area. Just as she passed, a dangling vine brushed perilously close to her nose. Her body instantly tensed, her heart racing. That was no vine. It was a fully green bamboo viper. It dangled from a branch, flicking its tongue, its icy vertical pupils locked onto her. A silent standoff ensued between the girl and the snake. Jiang Yu's palms grew sweaty around the wooden stick, yet her body remained motionless. She sensed that any slight movement on her part would provoke a fatal strike from the venomous serpent. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Ultimately, the snake appeared to conclude she posed no threat and silently retreated into the dense canopy. Jiang Yu slowly exhaled, her back now drenched in cold sweat. She dared not let her guard down, taking each step with utmost caution. The path was fraught with peril, yet she managed to return to the cave unscathed. At the cave entrance, Chu Yang stood vigil by the stone pot, absent-mindedly stirring the salt water inside with a wooden stick, glancing occasionally in the direction Jiang Yu had departed. His eyes filled with concern and anxiety. As Jiang Yu's silhouette materialized within view, he almost immediately cast aside the wooden stick and rushed out, his gaze swiftly scanning her form to ascertain that she was unharmed, before he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Jiang Yu gently caressed his head, reassuring him. I am fine. Noticing that he was alone in the cave, she inquired, have they not returned yet? They have come back. But then they went out again with Yin, and he, Chu Yang responded, glancing at her hand which he had kept close to his chest, asking it. Did you find them? Yes, Jiang Yu replied, cautiously lifting a corner of the animal hide. 6 fluffy little creatures were huddled together, their eyes not yet fully open. Chu Yang extended a finger, gently touching one of them, causing the small rabbit to flinch and emit a faint whimper. From now on, I will take care of them, Chu Yang declared, his eyes bright as he looked at his aunt. Jiang Yu smiled and nodded. Have you prepared the rabbit nest? Yes, it is ready. Right next to the wall where we sleep, he replied. Jiang Yu walked over and indeed found a rudimentary, yet warm-looking nest made of thin branches and leaves in the corner. She placed the 6 young rabbits inside and covered them with a piece of worn animal hide. After completing this task, she returned to Chu Yang and said, let us test whether the second area of your space can accommodate living creatures. Okay, Chu Yang responded. Jiang Yu continued, in a moment, I will go outside to catch a grasshopper or a bug for you. She then asked, how much snake meat did you store in your space? 12 pieces. I saved a bit of space for emergencies, he replied. Jiang Yu nodded, glancing at the brine, knowing it would take some time to evaporate, and took a stone knife with her as she stepped outside. She intended to cut some grass to dry, so they could weave mats and grass shoes, as she and Xiaoyang could not always walk barefoot or rest on the cold ground. While cutting grass, Jiang Yu casually caught a lively green grasshopper and handed it to Chu Yang. He pinched the grasshopper, and with a thought, it vanished from his hand. The two waited quietly for a moment, and then Chu Yang retrieved the grasshopper, opening his hand. Both of them leaned down to see the grasshopper jump, and, in the blink of an eye, escape from the cave. Chu Yang and Jiang Yu shared a laugh at the sight. By noon, a thin layer of grass had spread around the cave. Chu Yang stepped outside, and, seeing Jiang Yu drying the grass, called out, "And it's time for lunch." Jiang Yu clapped her hands and returned to the cave to receive the now lukewarm snake soup, taking a sip and widening her eyes slightly. "Did you add salt?" Chu Yang nodded. "After filtering, the salt should last us 5 or 6 days, but unfortunately." Jiang Yu looked at her nephew. "Unfortunately what?" Chu Yang replied. "The filtering was too rudimentary, and some impurities could not be removed at all. It would be great if we had a piece of cloth." Jiang Yu gently patted his head and said, "We will take our time. I believe everything will come together." Chu Yang responded, "Aunt, I have boiled hot water. Would you like to wash your hair?" Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Not only did she wish to wash her hair, but she also longed for a bath and to clean the animal hides. Unfortunately, she had only one set of animal hides to wear, so she would have to endure for now. "Yes," she exclaimed. "I'll help you." Chu Yang offered. The two assisted each other in washing their hair. And noticing there was still a bit of hot water left, Jiang Yu said to Xiaoyang, "You should wipe down your body. I will step outside." "Okay." Chu Yang agreed. Jiang Yu stepped outside, tying her hair with a piece of grass, and headed towards the stone mountain. Throughout the day, the tribe was bustling with activity, gathering firewood, selecting suitable stones for tools, and collectively cutting snake bones. The sound of stone axes clashing against the snake bones echoed through the cave, sparks flying. Yin Shan, and he took turns chopping, their sweat gradually soaking their animal hides. Jiang Yu observed Yin for a while, noticing that his stamina had significantly increased compared to Shan and he. While Shan and he needed to rest after half an hour chopping, Yin could continue for a full hour without pause. As dusk fell, with a resounding crack, the immense snake body was finally severed. Once they set the snake bones aside, the night had completely enveloped them, blocked the cave entrance. "We can finally rest," Yin commanded. Jiang Yu and the tribe members joined forces, pushing against the stone door as per Yan's directive. With a creaking sound, the door slowly began to move under their exertion. Mai, with a face of disbelief, exclaimed, "I feel like this time, pushing it isn't as strenuous." "I feel the same. After finishing this push, I still feel strong," Shan echoed. The tribe members exchanged glances, each seeing joy reflected in the other's eyes. They all felt their strength growing at an astonishing pace after consuming the snake meat. Yin had drunk 3.5 bowls of snake soup, indicating his digestive capacity had indeed increased. Jiang Yu and Chu Yang exchanged glances before rising to approach Yin. Chapter 17. Amaseva. Jiang Yu settled beside Yin and asked, "Brother, when you were moving the snake carcass that day, did anything peculiar happen?" Yin scratched his head, pondering. "Peculiar?" Jiang Yu replied, "Think carefully." After a moment of contemplation, Yan's eyes suddenly lit up as he looked at his sister. "That day, when I embraced the snake's body, I seemed to see a red light rushing towards my forehead. Indeed, it was Yin who absorbed the snake's soul." "Brother, after the red that rushed towards you, did you feel any discomfort?" Yin shook his head. Jiang Yu then inquired, "Have you noticed any changes in your body over the past 2 days? I can eat more, and my strength has increased. Isn't everyone the same?" Jiang Yu thought to herself, "Of course, it is different. Brother, you were the first to come into contact with the snake carcass, right?" Yin nodded. A short while later, noticing that his aunt had returned, Chu Yang asked in a hushed tone, "How was it?" Jiang Yu replied, "It is indeed Yin who absorbed the snake's soul." She then recounted her analysis to Chu Yang. "So, what you're saying is that the first person to touch the carcass of a fierce beast can absorb its soul, and that absorbing the beast's soul will gradually strengthen the body?" Chuyang asket. Jiang Yu glanced at Yin, who had already fallen asleep. As of now, that appears to be the case, but we must continue to observe for any further changes. Chuyang nodded. All right, I will teach you the language of this world. Chuyang diligently followed his aunt's lessons. After a while, noticing that he was becoming drowsy, Jiang Yu said, "Sleep now." Just past midnight, a line of golden characters suddenly appeared before her eyes. Today's information. An injured centennial mulberry tree king has fled from deep within the mountains to the hills, gravely weakened and on the verge of withering. If you diligently water and fertilize it, perhaps you can save it and gain its friendship. Jiang Yu pondered this information, recalling the earth-shattering sound from a few days prior and the thick smoke that billowed from deep within the mountains thereafter. What could have transpired deep within the mountains to injure a centennial tree king so severely that it fled in panic? This thought flickered in her mind for but a moment before she dismissed it. She knew that with her current capabilities, she was not qualified to investigate such mysteries. She redirected her focus to the information at hand. A centennial tree king, not only possessing its own consciousness but also capable of movement. This world was far more extraordinary than she had imagined. To save it would mean gaining its friendship. These words made Jiang Yu's heart race uncontrollably. What would the friendship of a centennial tree king signify? It meant that their tribe would have a powerful guardian, no longer fearing any ordinary fierce beasts. And the mulberry tree was a treasure trove in itself. In an instant, Jiang Yu's mind was flooded with thoughts. She must save this mulberry tree. However, persuading the tribe to do so would be the first hurdle. With a plan forming in her mind, her tense spirit gradually relaxed, and sleepiness washed over her as she closed her eyes. Look at that. A startled voice jolted Jiang Yu awake from her slumber. She opened her eyes to find that the stone door blocking the cave entrance had been moved slightly ajar, and the dawn light was just beginning to break. "Yin Shan," and he stood at the entrance, pointing towards the hills with expressions of shock and vigilance. Jiang Yu stifled a yawn and gently released the sleeping Chu Yang from her embrace before stepping outside. The morning breeze, laden with moisture, sent a shiver down Jiang Yu's spine, prompting her to tighten her animal hide cloak as she approached Yin, gazing towards the hill. Despite her prior preparations, she was taken aback by the sight that unfolded before her. There lay the ancient mulberry tree, its trunk spanning over 10 meters, so robust that it would take 5 or 6 adults holding hands to encircle it. A significant portion of its trunk was charred, as though it had been consumed by fierce flames, while the vast crown was starkly bare, save for a few wilted mulberry leaves clinging precariously to the withered branches. Swaying in the morning breeze. "Is this the tree king?" Shan remarked, swallowing hard with a dry throat. "How'd it come be here?" He questioned, bewildered. "Is it dead?" I whispered, her tone suggesting that it indeed appeared lifeless, reduced to charcoal. Jiang Yu listened to their discourse without interjecting, taking a step closer to the tree king. "You!" Yin exclaimed, startled, gripping her arm with a look of concern. "It's dangerous. Don't approach." Jiang Yu shook her head gently, reassuring him, "Do not worry. It will be fine." With that, she continued her advance. "I will accompany you." Yin, unable to dissuade her, hurriedly followed, clutching the stone axe at his waist, his muscles taut with tension. Shan and he exchanged glances, arming themselves cautiously as they trailed behind. As they drew nearer, the acrid scent of chard would intensify. Yin remained close to Jiang Yu, trembling with anxiety until they reached the tree king's side. He unsheathed his stone spear, summoning courage to prod the trunk lightly. When the tree king showed no sign of life, he exhaled in relief and sheathed his spear. Jiang Yu halted a few meters from the roots, observing the tree king's base with caution. The main root appeared relatively intact, yet the other roots had fractured, some bearing distinct bite marks, indicating a tumultuous journey. Yin, emboldened, reached out to touch the blackened bark, tearing at it. "This tree king is surely dead?" Jiang Yu replied. "Not yet." Yin froze, as if stung by a scorpion, retracting his hand and retreating several steps in terror, his gaze fixed on the tree king. Jiang Yu, amused by her brother's fright, smirked and added, "But it will be soon." Without further ado, she met Yan's incredulous gaze and declared, "Brother, I wish to save it." Yin exclaimed, "Save it? Do you realize what you are saying?" is too dangerous. What if it revives and attacks us? Our entire tribe could become its prey. Brother, that is merely one possibility, Jiang Yu countered calmly, holding his gaze. There is another. If we save it, we could earn the Tree King's gratitude and coexist peacefully. With its protection, our territory would be shielded from the ferocity of beasts. Furthermore, every spring, we could reap an abundance of mulberries. What she withheld was the notion that, with good fortune, they might discover silkworms and cultivate silk, liberating their tribe from the confines of animal hides. Jiang Yu turned to face her brother, who was caught in a web of conflict and hesitation, and continued, the Tree King attacks intruders because it requires sustenance. If we can provide it with sufficient nourishment, it will cease its aggression. Even if it does awaken and threaten us, we need not fear. Jiang Yu spoke earnestly. We possess fire. No tree can withstand it. Yin finally began to waver, realizing their advantage. With her brother swayed by her arguments, Jiang Yu approached one of the thicker, severed roots. Raising the stone axe sheathed at her waist. Yan's heart raced. What are you doing? At that moment, neither noticed a slender root, akin to a coiled serpent, stealthily shifting near Jiang Yu's feet, its tip subtly lifting, poised to strike at her ankle. Chapter 18. I too wish to know what transpires deep within the mountains. Be careful, Shan warned Jiang Yu, just as the root shot towards her. However, her reaction surpassed all expectations. She remained still, and as the root was about to make contact, she swung the stone axe downward at an awkward angle, utilizing the blunt side rather than the blade. A muffled thud resonated as the axe struck the sneaky root, pinning it firmly into the soft earth. The root convulsed violently, thrashing helplessly beneath the weight of the axe. Akin to a serpent pinned at its vital point, everything transpired in a heartbeat. Shan and the others rushed over, witnessing the striking scene. Are you all right? Yin, regaining his composure, grasped Jiang Yu's arm protectively, his eyes fixed on the still writhing root, his expression darkening. You look, even in its dying state, it continues to attack us. We cannot allow this Tree King to remain. We must eliminate it while it is weak. Shan concurred, indeed. Burn it. Jiang Yu scanned the fearful faces of her tribe, realizing that convincing them to save the Tree King and coexist harmoniously hinged upon her next words. After careful consideration, she spoke, It is not attacking me. The tribe members furrowed their brows in confusion at her assertion. Jiang Yu stepped forward again. It is pleading for help. Pleading for help? The tribe exchanged glances. Jiang Yu crouched down, extending her finger to gently poke the pinned root. It quivered more violently, but remained trapped beneath the axe. You see, it cannot even contend with a mere axe. Naturally, it cannot harm me. It merely sensed my proximity and the semblance of life, instinctively attempting to grasp hold. Jiang Yu raised her gaze to encompass all present. It seeks our aid because it is on the brink of death. Standing, she gestured toward the charred areas and the multitude of severed roots. It has endured unimaginable calamities, fleeing from the depths of the mountains to reach us. Surely, this is divine guidance. Jiang Yu's tone exuded a peculiar persuasive power. This is our tribe's opportunity. We must rescue it. Yin swallowed hard. The murderous intent in his eyes gradually replaced by uncertainty. Logic dictated that his sister's perspective might hold merit, yet the sight of the writhing root instilled fear, preventing him from committing to a decision. Observing her hesitant kin, Jiang Yu resolved to make the decision for them. Brother, Shan, please fetch some water from the stream. Yin hesitated, taken aback by his sister's unnaturally calm demeanor. After a moment's deliberation, he clenched his jaw and instructed he and the others, Come, accompany me to get water. Once the tribe members departed, Jiang Yu regarded the still struggling root and refrained from hastily moving the axe. Instead, she began to gather handfuls of earth, burying them over the adjacent roots. Soon, she noted that the root had ceased its thrashing. After fully covering the root with soil, she finally lifted the stone axe. Observing that the root was no longer attacking, rather, it was burrowing into the ground. Jiang Yu exhaled slowly, reassured that the Tree King had recognized her lack of malice, and that the next steps would be manageable. She approached the Tree King's massive main root, using her axe to clear away the surrounding soil and debris, digging a shallow pit to reposition the main route. Moments later, Yin and the others returned with water. Jiang Yu directed them to pour the water into the shallow pit. The crystal-clear water swiftly seeped into the parched earth, nourishing the roots. All eyes were fixed with curiosity on the Sangshu Wang, eager to observe any reaction it might exhibit. 1 bucket, 2 buckets, 3 buckets. After a dozen buckets had been poured, the Sangshu Wang remained lifeless and unresponsive. The anticipation of the villagers turned into disappointment. Why doesn't it respond at all? Yin murmured. Jiang Yu replied, no, it does have a reaction. She pointed to the roots near the main root and said, look, they have already burrowed into the soil. The villagers followed her gaze, their breaths becoming heavy. Besides the thick, exposed roots, all the finer roots had silently penetrated the earth. Have we saved it? Shan inquired. Jiang Yu responded, not yet. It needs not only water but also nutrients. Just as we require food when hungry and water when thirsty. It cannot survive on water alone. Where do we find these nutrients? Yin asked, furrowing his brow. Jiang Yu surveyed the villagers and said, we don't need to search. The leftover bones, fish bones, and our waste will serve as its nourishment. Jiang Yu had already resolved to construct a compost pit beside the cave. The villagers stared at Jiang Yu in disbelief. Feed the Tree King with our waste? This is utterly audacious. If we do so, will the Tree King truly not retaliate against us? Jiang Yu, observing their incredulity, reassured them. To us, these things are filthy waste, but to plants and trees, they're the finest nutrients. Soon, I will create a designated area for waste disposal. In the future, whenever you venture out to gather food, try to collect the dung of fierce beasts as well. All these are essential nutrients for the Tree King. As long as it survives, I believe it will protect us. The villagers' breaths quickened in response. All right, Yin declared decisively. From today onward, we shall do as you say. Jiang Yu nodded and promised the villagers, if this Tree King dares to make any move, I will incinerate it, ensuring it cannot harm you. Although the villagers still harbored doubts and unease, they chose to comply. Subsequently, Jiang Yu directed the villagers to dig shallow ditches around the vast root system of the Sangshu Wang, burying, watering, and fertilizing it. They returned to the cave only after nightfall. Meow! A kitten suddenly dashed over and leaped into Jiang Yu's arms. Jiang Yu felt her arms sink heavily. The kitten had gained 7 or 8 pounds since last time, with a new layer of soft, yellow fur that felt delightful to the touch. She couldn't resist petting it. The kitten meowed affectionately and rubbed against her chin before jumping to Chu Yang's side, stretching its neck to gaze at the snake's stew in the stone pot. Once the stew was ready, Chu Yang immediately served a bowl for the kitten. Later that night, after the villagers had fallen asleep, Chu Yang quietly asked, is that Sangshu Wang truly a Tree King? Jiang Yu nodded and shared the information she had gathered. Chu Yang expressed curiosity. I wonder what has transpired deep within the mountains. 3 days later, Jiang Yu placed the final handful of soil mixed with plant ash over the roots of the Sangshu Wang and exhaled deeply. Over these 3 days, she and the villagers had devoted nearly all their energy to this Tree King. Even the daily updates had been solely related to it, watering, fertilizing, and burying the roots, step by step guiding her through this monumental task. You may return first. I will stay a little longer, Jiang Yu told the villagers who stood behind her. Yin nodded, took the stone tools, and led the villagers back to the cave. Jiang Yu approached the charred trunk, extending her hand to gently caress the wrinkled bark that resembled the face of an ancient elder. We have done all we could, she murmured softly. Now, whether it lives or dies is up to its own fortune. Just as she was about to withdraw her hand, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. A tiny green, akin to the size of a firefly, suddenly floated from the trunk where her palm had made contact, landing in her hand before vanishing in the blink of an eye. Ugh! Jiang Yu's body trembled violently, and she let out a muffled groan, freezing in place. Boom! A surge of warm energy erupted within her, instantly sweeping through her limbs. The sensation was akin to the parched, cracked earth receiving a life-giving downpour. She felt every cell in her body greedily and frantically absorbing this sudden influx of energy. Warmth enveloped her, reminiscent of a return to the most comforting womb, with every pore fully extending. Yet this exquisite comfort lasted only a fleeting 3 breaths. Immediately afterward, an intense, nauseating stench began to emanate from her body. Jiang Yu looked down to see that her skin was exuding a sticky, foul-smelling black oil, further tarnishing the already soiled beast hide she wore. Gagging, she felt her stomach churn violently and turned to sprint toward the nearby stream. The water flowed gently, crystal clear. Jiang Yu found a shallow spot with calm water, removed the beast hide, and repeatedly scrubbed and beat it in the stream until it was less filthy. Only then did she wring it out and spread it out on a large stone to dry. Barefoot, she stepped into the stream. The icy water made her shudder, but she gritted her teeth and submerged her entire body, for she was far too dirty and smelly. She vigorously scrubbed her body, and the black oil spread from her center, rapidly clouding the clear water, resembling a massive ink blot that darkened a portion of the stream in an instant. Gradually, Jiang Yu noticed small fish and shrimp floating to the surface, some hastily swimming away. Time seemed to elapse, and when she finally lifted her head from the water, intending to move to a cleaner area, her motion abruptly halted. The reflection in the water revealed her own face. She incredulously leaned closer to the surface. Though the stream flowed continuously, rendering the reflection somewhat blurry, the outline was unmistakably clear. Recently, with an abundance of food, she had shed the emaciated appearance of a refugee from when she first arrived, yet her skin remained dark and waxy from prolonged malnutrition. However, at this moment, it appeared several shades lighter, taking on a healthy wheat tone. The contours of her cheeks had softened and tightened, shedding all traces of fatigue and youthfulness. Her features becoming deep and three-dimensional, particularly her eyes, which sparkled like obsidian washed by the stream, radiated an astonishing brightness. Interwoven within them was primal wildness and profound wisdom, so captivating that it was difficult to avert one's gaze. Was this truly the same face that had once been so remarkably unattractive? Jiang Yu felt as if she were a piece of unpolished jade, having shed some dust, now revealing a glimmer of brilliance. She pondered what that green light might have been, which had brought about such a transformation. Could it be the essence of life from the Sangshuang? With that thought, her heart began to race. This tree king truly had the capacity to bestow remarkable gifts. Suppressing her excitement, she moved to another clean area of the stream and thoroughly washed herself from head to toe until no trace of odor remained. Finally stepping out of the water with satisfaction, the damp beast hide clung uncomfortably to her skin, but she had no other choice. Just as she prepared to return to the cave, a familiar buzzing sound interrupted her. A line of golden characters suddenly appeared before her eyes. Unexpected information. Continue downstream along the creek for 100 meters, and you will encounter an injured person. Saving him may yield unexpected rewards. Jiang Yu halted in her tracks. Unlike the usual fleeting messages, this one did not disappear immediately. Instead, it flickered vigorously before reappearing clearly. Once, twice, thrice. The golden script flickered 3 times before gradually fading away. Jiang Yu could even sense the system's urgency through those 3 flashes, a phenomenon she had never encountered before. Curiosity surged within her regarding this supposedly gravely injured individual. What sort of person could provoke such an unusual reaction from the system? Jiang Yu oriented herself and swiftly strode downstream along the creek. The path by the water was cluttered with moss and tree roots, making it slippery and treacherous. Yet in this moment, her pace was remarkably swift. Her body felt light and powerful, her sense of balance impeccable. Jiang Yu felt as agile as a monkey. In the blink of an eye, she covered a distance of 100 meters. Before she could approach, a strong metallic scent of blood wafted through the air. Jiang Yu's steps halted abruptly, her gaze sharpening instantly. She unsheathed the stone axe from her waist, gripping it tightly, and cautiously navigated around the dense reeds ahead, her vision clearing. Before her, at the edge of the creek, lay a man. His body was largely submerged in the water, His long black hair splayed like aquatic plants, and his tattered animal hide soaked in blood and water, rendering it unrecognizable. He lay motionless, his fate unknown. Jiang Yu did not rush forward. Instead, she scanned her surroundings warily. Picking up a branch as thick as her arm, she approached cautiously and prodded the man's back with its end. No response. She applied more force and jabbed again. The man remained as still as a corpse, only slightly swaying with the current. Jiang Yu finally exhaled, discarding the branch and wading through the water. Grasping the man's shoulder, she exerted strength to turn him over. The moment she beheld his face, her breath caught sharply. Chapter 20. More rare than the giant panda. It was a remarkably handsome young face. The man appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, with features that were deep and three-dimensional. His sword-like eyebrows slanted into his hairline, and his high nose gave him an air of nobility. Even though his complexion was pale and devoid of color, it did nothing to diminish his striking appearance. Jiang Yu couldn't help but steal a few more glances before shifting her focus to his physique. He was tall and robust, easily around 2 meters in height. His upper body was bare, and beneath his bronze skin, powerful tendons were clearly defined, brimming with explosive strength. This man was undoubtedly formidable. Yet, such a powerful figure was now marred by numerous wounds, both large and small. The truly lethal injuries were the 4 gashes that pierced through his back and chest, deep enough to expose bone, with faint outlines of internal organs visible. The blood had already congealed, staining the flesh around the wounds a dark crimson. It was a miracle he had survived this long. Jiang Yu surveyed the man again and glanced around. With such a strong scent of blood, one would expect numerous ferocious beasts to be drawn to the area. Yet, it was eerily quiet. Not a single beast was in sight, not even a fly. Something was amiss, far too amiss. Jiang Yu's instincts screamed danger as she prepared to carry the man away. Suddenly, from the creek not far away, a massive shadow began to emerge. It was a peculiar fish about 1 meter long, with its head accounting for 2/3 of its body. Its cold, fierce eyes locked onto them. Jiang Yu's body tensed instantly as she reached for her axe. However, in the next moment, the enormous fish seemed to sense something, and with a powerful flick of its tail, it vanished without a trace. Jiang Yu's gaze returned to the unconscious man, her eyes filled with questions and curiosity. But she knew this was not the time for wonder. She turned her back to the man, crouched down, and hoisted his arms over her shoulders. Her legs strained under his weight. He felt heavier than a mountain. Gritting her teeth, she managed to lift him and began making her way toward the cave. An unusual scene unfolded. As they passed through the underbrush, the rustling poisonous insects and serpents seemed to sense some terrifying predator and scuttled away from them. A flicker of intrigue crossed Jiang Yu's eyes as her curiosity about the man's origins deepened. Unbeknownst to her, the man on her back had gently sniffed the air. After covering less than 200 meters, she reached her limit. Sweat drenched the hair on her forehead, and her legs trembled as if they were made of straw. Jiang Yu felt as though she were carrying not a person, but an insurmountable weight. Carefully, she set the man down against a large tree and dashed toward the cave. Ye, Shen Ye, go, come quickly. Inside the cave, Yan and Shan were busy crafting stone tools when they heard Jiang Yu's urgent call, and they all looked up in surprise. You, is it you? Yan exclaimed, astonished. Jiang Yu nodded. How have you changed so much all of a sudden? Yan asked. Curiosity etched across his face. I'll explain later. Right now, we need to save someone. Jiang Yu replied hastily. Someone? Yan echoed, bewildered. Yes, I found a man, she said quickly. He's a male, gravely injured, on the brink of death. Please help me carry him back. What? Yan and Shan exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide with shock. In this area of several dozen miles, could there truly be other tribes besides theirs? They immediately dropped their tools, grabbed their weapons, and stood ready. Just before they set off, Jiang Yu turned to her nephew, who had been staring at her. Boil some fish scales from the Qi Lin Li. Got it. Chui Young Ripliet. Yin, Shan, and the others followed Jiang Yu and soon arrived at the man's side. Mai, bringing up the rear, gasped upon seeing the man. He's so tall. He looks incredibly strong. How is it that he hasn't died from such severe wounds? Jiang Yu, listening to their murmurs, urged, let us lift him and get back. Yin and Shan each took one of the man's arms, while he and I hoisted his legs. The moment they lifted him, his wet black hair fell away from his chest, revealing peculiar ears. They were short and round, with a slight point at the tips, covered in a fine layer of soft black fur. They bore no resemblance to human ears at all. Jiang Yu raised her eyebrows in surprise. This man is quite heavy. Puffed. Jiang Yu noticed that apart from Yin, the other three were struggling and quickly stepped forward to assist in lifting him. Upon returning to the cave, she directed the four to lay the man on a grass mat in the corner. At that moment, Chuyang approached with a bowl of pungent soup made from fish scales. Jiang Yu accepted the stone bowl, stirred it with wooden chopsticks, and once it cooled, pried the man's mouth open and poured the soup in him. Thankfully, he still had the reflex to swallow. After feeding him the soup, she retrieved a bone needle made from fish spines from her waist, cut a lock of the man's hair, and deftly twisted it into a black thread with her fingertips before kneeling beside him to begin suturing his wounds. The clan members watched for a while before losing interest and returning to their tasks. The bone needle pierced the flesh, drawing forth a series of fine blood droplets. Jiang Yu remained unfazed, her movements swift and precise. Chu Yang squatted beside her and quietly asked in a voice only they could hear, "Annie, what is the story with this man?" Jiang Yu did not lift her head, her hands continuing their work as she recounted the unexpected events and information she had gathered, concluding, "This man is not simple." Chu Yang replied softly, "I can see that." Jiang Yu turned to him in surprise. "Oh? How did you discern that?" Chu Yang replied, "Did you notice his ears?" Jiang Yu nodded. "I suspect." He whispered in her ear. Jiang Yu paused her movements. "Are you sure?" Chu Yang nodded. Jiang Yu murmured, "So, he is one of the beastmen?" Upon finishing her words, her breath became erratic. It must be noted that this is the beast world, where beasts reign supreme and humans are akin to ants. The more powerful the beast, the less likely it is to intertwine with humanity. Yet remarkably, such an occurrence has transpired, resulting in the birth of a beastman. Jiang Yu cast a fervent gaze upon the man, realizing that in this realm, he is perhaps rarer than a giant panda. Just then, Chu Yang seemed to have made a discovery and exclaimed, "Aunt, look at his wound." Following his gaze, Jiang Yu observed that the flesh she had just stitched was writhing and healing at an astonishingly visible rate. They exchanged a glance, both reflecting shock and disbelief. Was the beastman's recovery ability truly this formidable? It was utterly terrifying. At that moment, the man's tightly shut eyelids quivered slightly. Chapter 21. Awakening and Threat. Both Jiang Yu and Chu Yang were fixated on the man's chest, where the wound was pulsating and contracting. They were oblivious to the signs of his awakening. Under their watchful eyes, the flesh intertwined rapidly, as if countless tiny tendrils were swiftly mending the stitched wound. How fast? Chu Yang gasped in astonishment. Jiang Yu remained silent, contemplating whether she should continue stitching given the beastman's rapid recovery. After a brief hesitation, she resolved to proceed, believing that this would expedite his healing. Just then, Lei Jin suddenly opened his eyes. He found himself lying in an unfamiliar cave, surrounded by a mixture of scents, one of which felt familiar, likely due to her bringing him here. This scent was unlike any he had encountered. It belonged to no known beast. It was not overpowering and posed no threat to him. As Lei Jin relaxed, he felt a slight itch in his chest. Lowering his gaze, his amber eyes widened in shock. "Aunt, his wound is beginning to scab," Chu Yang exclaimed, his voice tinged with disbelief. Jiang Yu looked up and confirmed that the wound she had initially stitched was indeed scabbing over. Unable to resist, she gently touched it. Chu Yang turned to his aunt and asked, "With the wound healing so swiftly, will he wake up soon?" Just as Jiang Yu was about to respond, she sensed a piercing gaze upon her. She looked up to meet a pair of amber eyes, bright as stars and filled with wildness. Jiang Yu froze momentarily before regaining her composure. Lowering her voice, she said to Chu Yang, "He is already awake." She then turned to the man with a friendly smile and asked gently, "You've awakened. Would you like some water?" The man merely stared at her in silence, his eyes scrutinizing her with a hint of curiosity, as if she were a peculiar artifact. Jiang Yu thought it must be her imagination. Noticing her nephew gazing blankly at the beastman, she nudged him gently with her elbow, instructing, please fetch some water. Chu Yang responded with an "oh," shifting his gaze from the man to rise and fetch water. As Jiang Yu prepared to continue stitching, the man's amber eyes returned to her and the needle in her hand. Jiang Yu explained, "I am treating your wound. How are you feeling now?" The man continued to observe her, his handsome face betraying no emotion. At that moment, Chu Yang approached, carrying a bowl of water. Jiang Yu accepted it and offered it to the man, asking, "Can you drink on your own?" The man glanced at Jiang Yu, then at the stone bowl, before sitting up to take the bowl and drink. The water flowed down his throat, producing soft, gurgling sounds. As he drank, Jiang Yu and Chu Yang exchanged silent glances filled with uncertainty and caution towards the beast man. When the others from the tribe noticed the man had awakened, they set aside their tasks and approached him. "Which tribe do you hail from?" Shan inquired. "Are there others in your tribe?" He asked further. "How did you end up here?" He questioned, observing the man with curiosity. "With such severe injuries, how did you survive?" Mai added. As the questions flowed, the beast man appeared increasingly annoyed, furrowing his brow. Suddenly, a powerful aura emanated from him. Jiang Yu felt her hair stand on end, as if a heavy weight pressed upon her chest, making it difficult to breathe. Thud! Thud! She turned to see Shan, he, and the others collapsing to the ground, unable to withstand the pressure. Only Yin, pale and trembling, struggled to remain upright. Chu Yang, too, turned ashen, collapsing into her arms. Jiang Yu noticed her nephew gasping for breath under the oppressive force, and reaching out, she placed her hand on the beastman's arm. The beastman shifted his gaze from the others to her. Their eyes met, and his brow furrowed deeper. After a moment, he redirected his gaze back to Yin and the others, his expression one of disdain and superiority, an affront from a powerful being to the weak. Yet, he did not further press them, quickly retracting his oppressive aura. With a rush, the tribe members seemed to revive, gasping for air as they distanced themselves from the beastman. Their eyes filled with fear, trepidation, and disbelief. Yin wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, glancing between the man and his sister, opening his mouth, but ultimately saying nothing as he retreated to the cave entrance. Jiang Yu exhaled slowly, deciding against stitching him further and retracting the bone needle. "You are recovering quickly. You should be well soon," she remarked. The beastman fixated on the needle in her hand and suddenly extended his own arm. Jiang Yu barely registered the movement before the bone needle was in his grasp. His speed was astonishing. She had scarcely seen how he had seized it. As he showed interest in the bone needle, Jiang Yu allowed him to examine it for a moment before extending her hand. "Please return it to me." The beastman looked at her in confusion. Jiang Yu pointed at the needle in his hand and then at her palm. Understanding her gesture, he placed the needle back into her hand. Holding the needle, Jiang Yu stitched together a small tear in the animal skin she had, pointing to the mended skin and then to his chest wound. Stitched together, it heals faster. She intended to convey to the beastman that she was aiding him, urging him to be courteous towards them. However, the beastman glanced at the animal skin she wore, then at his own wound, and abruptly turned his back to her. Jiang Yu thought, does he wish for me to continue helping him? How naive. The beastman, observing her in silence, pointed at the bone needle in her hand, then at the wound on his back, staring intently at her. Jiang Yu felt uneasy under his gaze, ultimately yielding to his demand, realizing she could not afford to provoke him. The wound on the beastman's back also showed signs of healing. Jiang Yu grasped the flesh on either side and began stitching, this time with a heavier and more forceful hand. As she stitched, the beastman turned his head, glancing at her, then at the needle, then back at the wound, seemingly impervious to pain, his expression solely filled with curiosity. Once Jiang Yu finished stitching, she heard Yin call out, "You come here." Seeing the beastman still entranced by the needle, she handed it to him, then guided Chu Yang to a seated position before walking towards Yin and the others. This individual is powerful and dangerous. How should we interact with him moving forward?" Shan asked. "He appears uninterested in communicating with us," he noted. "Now that he is awake, will he remain with our tribe or return to his own?" Jiang Yu turned back to the beastman, who was now using the bone needle to stitch a piece of torn animal skin, mimicking her previous actions. Though his movements were clumsy, his demeanor was earnest. Jiang Yu surmised, Perhaps he does not wish to avoid communication. Rather, he simply cannot understand us. She addressed the others. For now, treat him as if he is not present. I will attempt to communicate with him. If he chooses to stay, he will become one of us. If he decides to leave, we need not hold him back. She did not voice it, yet with the prowess of this orc, they might not be able to retain him. Chapter 22. A mere roar, and they could no longer endure. Understanding how to approach the orc, Yin looked at his sister and asked again, "You, how have you changed so much?" Jiang Yu noticed the curiosity in the eyes of the three and pointed to the mulberry tree outside, recounting the events to them. Although they were astonished by her tale, they genuinely rejoiced for her. In the afternoon, while Yin and Shan were crafting stone tools, the orc squatted beside them, his amber eyes fixed intently upon them. Yin and Shan felt somewhat unnerved under his gaze. After a moment's hesitation, Yin summoned his courage and handed over a semi-finished stone axe, gesturing. "Would you like to give it a try?" The orc, with an impassive expression, accepted the axe, examined it briefly, and then, with a swift motion of his hands, snapped it in two with a crisp crack. Yin gazed at the broken axe and then at the man's hands, swallowing hard in astonishment. The orc, seemingly displeased with the shattered axe, discarded it and picked up a well-crafted large knife, striking down at a piece of snake bone. With another crack, the knife shattered, and the snake bone splintered apart. The orc tossed aside the knife handle, grasped the snake bone, and with a series of swift motions, the bone, which had taken the tribe considerable effort to cut, was reduced to fragments in his hands. Shan and Yin watched in sheer horror. How could one person possess such immense strength? When the orc discarded the snake bone and picked up a stone spear, Yin gasped, "Please do not." They had worked hard to craft that tool, and Yin feared the man might break it with a mere exertion of force. Noticing the orc's furrowed brow and displeased gaze, Yin instinctively stepped back, feeling a bit frightened, and sought help from his sister. Jiang Yu cast a soothing glance at him and approached the orc. She discerned that the orc's curiosity was genuine. He simply lacked a sense of restraint, resulting in the destruction of their tools. Jiang Yu walked up to the orc, pointed at the pile of grass, and then grasped the spear in his hand, trying to pull it away without success. Seeing that the orc did not loosen his grip, she pointed again at the grass and gently said, "Would you like me to teach you how to weave grass sandals?" The orc looked at her, then at the grass pile, and finally released the spear. Jiang Yu promptly handed the spear to her brother, took the orc's arm, and led him to sit down by the grass pile, offering him some strands of grass while teaching him to weave sandals by hand. To her surprise, the orc exhibited remarkable intelligence and an impressive capacity for learning. After just one demonstration, he grasped the technique. Jiang Yu beamed at the sandals he had woven and gave him a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Excellent." The orc glanced at the creation in his hands and then back at Jiang Yu, his wild eyes brightening with a hint of joy and pride. Jiang Yu signaled for him to wear the sandals and tie them securely, then encouraged him to create the other one. Once the orc donned both sandals, he noticed Xiao Yang drilling wood to create fire and curiously approached. Jiang Yu, fearing that he might inadvertently harm Xiao Yang with his strength, hurriedly brought over a set of fire-starting tools to demonstrate for him. She swiftly pulled the rope, causing the stick to spin rapidly, and soon a thin wisp of smoke emerged. The orc took the tool, examined it, and attempted to follow her example, but as he pulled the rope, it snapped. Fortunately, Jiang Yu had anticipated this and handed him another rope, signaling him to pull gently. After breaking 4 ropes in succession, Jiang Yu could sense his growing impatience and frustration, leading him to discard the fire-starting tools. Noticing his sudden irritation, Jiang Yu recognized his lack of patience and decided to take a more hands-on approach. Instead of handing him the tool directly, she grasped his hand and guided him in pulling the rope. The orc watched her intently for a while before shifting his gaze to the tool in their hands. With a series of rapid motions, the friction created a plume of smoke, followed by a sudden burst of orange flames. Jiang Yu released the orc's hand, quickly placing some leaves on the flames to stabilize them. The orc observed the fire and the tools with great curiosity before restarting his attempts to create fire. Jiang Yu then turned her attention back to her tasks, gathering wild vegetables and chopping snake meat to prepare soup. At that moment, the orc approached, but thankfully he did not disrupt their work. He merely watched with genuine interest as they cooked. Just as the snake soup was nearing completion, a yellow shadow darted into the cave like lightning. It was the kitten returning. It held a plump field mouse in its mouth, eager to show off to Jiang Yu. However, in the next instant, it seemed to sense a formidable adversary, its fur bristling as it arched its back, fixating its gaze on the orc with a fierce cry. The orc turned to glance at the kitten. His expression was devoid of emotion, yet conveyed an overwhelming sense of dominance. The kitten, previously fierce, emitted a piercing scream and fled. Jiang Yu turned to the orc, gesturing emphatically, "Do not frighten it. That is my companion." The orc regarded her briefly before returning his attention to the stone pot. Jiang Yu hurried out of the cave and spotted the kitten trembling behind a tree several dozen meters away, cautiously peeking at her, which relieved her. She picked up the dead mouse from the ground and handed it to Yin for disposal. She placed a bowl of snake soup at the cave entrance and called out a couple of times. The kitten, seeing her, cautiously crept back, drinking the soup while keeping a wary eye on the orc. After ensuring the kitten was well fed, Jiang Yu returned to the cave, sitting beside Chu Yang to enjoy the snake soup when she heard him say, "Aunt, he has already consumed 7 bowls." Jiang Yu was taken aback and looked at the orc, who had set down his bowl and was now directly lifting the stone pot to eat. The surrounding tribe members looked up at him, and in that moment, their dissatisfaction overshadowed their fear. Mai shouted, "This is food for our entire tribe, not just for you." The orc raised his head to glance at Mai. Although he had done nothing, Mai felt a terrifying pressure enveloping him, nearly rendering him breathless. His legs began to tremble, and his complexion grew pale. Lei Jin, sensing the hostile stares from the surrounding people, let out a low growl. His voice, though not loud, resonated like a tsunami crashing down. The tribe members were the first to feel its impact, each one struck as if by lightning, their faces drained of color. Some covered their ears in agony, blood seeping through their fingers. Others collapsed, their bodies convulsing uncontrollably. Jiang Yu felt a ringing in her ears, as if 2 steel needles had pierced through. The world spun around her, and she collapsed, her insides churning violently, making her feel nauseous. As Lei Jin sensed he had subdued the crowd, he set down the stone pot, sprang to his feet, and dashed out of the cave, vanishing into the forest in the blink of an eye. Chapter 23. Crucial Intelligence. Once Jiang Yu regained her composure, her first instinct was to check on Xiao Yang beside her. Chu Yang, with a pale face, shook his head at her, indicating he was fine. Relieved, Jiang Yu was about to confront the orc, but his presence had vanished from the cave. Had he fled? He was quite swift. Moments later, the tribe members had recovered, and they too realized the orc was missing. Yin and Shan exchanged glances, quickly rising to block the cave entrance with a stone door. Observing the scene, Jiang Yu noted that everyone was visibly upset. The cave was plunged into darkness, and with the flickering firelight, Yin approached his sister, stating, "You, we plan to head to the Great River tomorrow to gather some salt, using the method you suggested to make smoked meat, or else our food will spoil." In recent days, the tribe had been making every effort to consume the snake meat. Thanks to Yin absorbing the orc's soul, his appetite had increased significantly, and they were nearing the end of their snake meat supplies. However, the mice brought back by the kitten, if not dealt with promptly, would surely spoil. Jiang Yu said, "All right, I will go with you." Yin furrowed his brow, his tone laced with concern. "It will be very dangerous." Jiang Yu smiled lightly, her tone relaxed. "I'm not afraid. I am quite strong now." Yin looked at her and ultimately said nothing further. That evening, Jiang Yu embraced Xiao Yang and recounted the reason behind her drastic transformation. Xu Yang remarked, "This tree king is quite accommodating." He paused and looked at Jiang Yu. "Auntie, you're much more beautiful now." Jiang Yu smiled at him, noticing he was tired, and gently urged, "Sleep now." After a while, seeing Xiao Yang had fallen asleep, Jiang Yu covered him with a grass blanket, closed her eyes to rest, and before long, just as she was drifting off, a golden light suddenly appeared before her, gradually coalescing into a line of clear text. Today's information: while searching for salt stones with your tribe, you pass through a forest of red vines. Curiously, you cut one and discovered that the vine's bark contains a large amount of fiber, which can be spun into hemp. Red vine hemp can not only be twisted into ropes, but can also be woven into fabric. Weaving fabric. Jiang Yu's heart raced, and her breath quickened. After ensuring sustenance, clothing had become her most pressing concern. She and Xiao Yang had only one piece of tattered animal skin, which barely covered essential areas. Their animal skin was relatively large compared to those of Chang and Mai, whose skins were merely small patches, barely sufficient for modest coverage. Moreover, once the weather turned hot, wearing animal skins would surely be stifling. If she could make a few cool hemp garments before summer arrived, it would be splendid. This information came at an opportune moment. Jiang Yu smiled softly, her desire for hemp clothing guiding her into slumber. The next day, as dawn broke, the inhabitants of the cave awoke. Jiang Yu, along with her kin, moved aside the stone door and glanced towards the distant woods. The beast man had not returned. She wondered where he had gone, hoping he would not come back, as he was too perilous. These thoughts flitted through her mind before she suppressed them. After addressing her urgent needs, Jiang Yu returned to the cave to prepare wild vegetables and snake soup. The snake meat had developed a strong odor, but fortunately, there was little left, and it should be finished by the next day. As they were to ascend the mountain shortly, Jiang Yu boiled a few pieces of snake meat, placing them into the grass pouch she had woven earlier. While she cooked, Yin, Shan, and he were at the cave entrance sharpening tools and organizing supplies for their departure. After filling their stomachs, Jiang Yu took her grass pouch, strapped on the backpack she had crafted days prior, and carefully instructed Xiao Yang to stay put in the cave. Then she picked up her stone axe and knife, along with a sharpened wooden stick, and followed Yin and the others out of the cave. The four had barely taken a dozen steps when a faint sound of footsteps echoed behind them. She turned to see Chang had followed them. At only 12 years old, he was still slender, but his face bore the sharpness of youth. He clutched a small stone spear, trailing behind them. Yin glanced at him, but said nothing, tacitly permitting his presence. In this world, a 12-year-old boy was already capable of accompanying the group into the mountains. As the team crested the mountain that had sheltered them, a clear meow echoed through the air. Jiang Yu turned to see a yellow figure rushing towards her, quickly closing the distance, nuzzling her leg with its fluffy little head. It was the kitten. Jiang Yu squatted down and stroked its small head. "Are you coming with us too?" The kitten tilted its head back and meowed a couple of times before darting ahead, leading the way. Upon crossing the mountain, a breathtaking scene unfolded before them. A small expanse of flat grassland, beyond which lay an endless expanse of primitive forest. Thick clouds of mist rising to envelop the undulating peaks, presenting a magnificent yet somewhat mysterious sight. The kitten moved swiftly, like a flash of yellow lightning weaving through the grass, maintaining a distance of several dozen meters ahead. It leapt onto high ground, its azure eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance, then vanished into the dense woods, only to reappear moments later. Noticing the kitten's relaxed demeanor, Jiang Yu felt reassured that there was no immediate danger and followed closely behind. As they traversed the grassland and were about to enter the forest, Yin called, "Let's take a break." Immediately, Jiang Yu and the others halted, sitting down to seize the opportunity to rest. Yin pointed towards a distant mountain shrouded in mist, saying, "Once we cross that mountain, we will reach the great river." Jiang Yu followed his gaze. The mountain was tall and grand, devoid of any towering trees, mostly low shrubs. In her past life, spending an entire morning scaling such a mountain would have been preposterous. Yet here, it was a task she must undertake, destined to become routine. After a brief respite, the group followed Yin and officially entered the forest. The mountains were devoid of paths, the ground covered in thick layers of fallen leaves and tangle vines. Some vines were slick with moss. A careless step could lead to a fall, making the journey quite treacherous. Yin and Shan, seasoned in these matters, wielded their stone axes to clear a path ahead, while Jiang Yu and Chang walked in the middle, and he remained at the back, ever vigilant of any movements behind them. As for the kitten, it had long since disappeared, venturing deeper into the forest. "Step aside," he, at the back, suddenly shouted, pushing Chang aside as he brought down his stone axe. With a swift chop, a centipede that had emerged from the decaying leaves and lunged at Chang was cleaved in two, writhing momentarily before succumbing. Seeing that Chang was unharmed, Yin and Shan continued forward. Jiang Yu noticed Chang's pale complexion, recalling it was his first venture into the forest. She halted, waiting for him to catch up, and gently reassured, "Don't be afraid, it's all right. Stay close to me." Chang turned to her, his eyes gradually warming, and stepped in line with her. Chapter 24. The terrifying fire ants. Throughout the journey, Jiang Yu encountered numerous creatures she had never seen in her previous life. Wild rabbits the size of basins and wild chickens with splendid tail feathers, which, upon spotting human figures, immediately dove into the thickets. Occasionally, plump mice scurried past. These animals were several times larger than those she had known. Of course, there were also various venomous insects, snakes, and peculiar bugs. One round insect, the size of her fist, adorned with a rainbow of vibrant patterns, was gnawing on a leaf when suddenly a shadow swooped down. A bird, comparable to a large eagle, descended rapidly, its sharp beak precisely capturing the insect before it soared away. This forest was teeming with life, yet fraught with danger. Everyone remained on high alert, gripping their weapons, traversing the woods with extreme caution. After more than an hour of travel, Jiang Yu wiped the sweat from her brow, feeling her strength waning when suddenly the path ahead opened up, revealing a blinding expanse of fiery red that struck her vision. It was a thicket of vines, countless red vines of varying thickness twisted together, clinging to the surrounding shrubs and forming a red barrier, both eerie and magnificent. This must be the location mentioned in the system's information. Her spirit surged, fatigue forgotten, as she hurried forward, reaching out her hand. Just as her fingers were about to touch the vines, a sudden change occurred. The vines abruptly moved without warning. Jiang Yu scrutinized closely and realized they were not vines at all. Instead, they were countless red ants, fervently gnawing at the vine's bark. One ant, disturbed by her proximity, began to crawl towards her. "Be careful." Yan's anxious voice rang in her ear, but it was too late. The entirely fire-red ant had already reached Jiang Yu's fingertip. She felt a sharp sting, as if a heated iron needle had pierced her. "Hiss!" Jiang Yu abruptly flicked her hand, sending the entirely crimson ant hurtling away. She noticed a wisp of faint azure smoke rising from her fingertip. Her skin was visibly transforming, shifting from a delicate pink to a charred black, akin to a piece of meat that had been instantaneously roasted. The acrid scent of burnt flesh wafted through the air. Even more terrifying was the fact that the blackened area was rapidly expanding. "Do not move." Yin stepped forward, a grave expression on his face as he grasped her finger, while his other hand drew forth a stone knife from his waist. "Bear with it." Before he finished speaking, a glint of cold light flashed. With a swift motion, he cleanly severed the charred flesh from her fingertip. Jiang Yu gasped in pain, her vision darkening as a cold sweat drenched her back. The agony felt more intense than a direct blow. Yin remained expressionless, seemingly impervious to her trembling. He clutched Jiang Yu's wound tightly, applying pressure. Thick, viscous black blood was forced out from the injury, dripping onto the verdant grass below. To her astonishment, Jiang Yu observed that the grass was being burned through by the black blood, creating small holes that emitted wisps of white smoke. Yin did not cease his actions, continuing to apply pressure until the blood flowing from the wound transformed back into a vibrant red. Only then did he release her hand, his expression softening. "It is all right now." Jiang Yu gasped for breath, feeling as though she had just been pulled from the depths of water. Trembling, she fished a scale from her pouch and bit into it. A warm current gradually seeped into her body, alleviating some of the pain. Her face was pale, and with lingering trepidation, she asked, "What kind of ant was that?" "Fire ant," Yin replied, pulling her along as they swiftly navigated through the vine-covered forest, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Occasionally, he swung his stone axe to ward off any venomous creatures that dared to approach. Though a bite would not be fatal, the affected area would quickly become charred, necessitating immediate removal of the affected flesh. Otherwise, the toxin would spread, resulting in the entire finger becoming useless. In the future, steer clear of these fire ants. Jiang Yu turned back to glance at the crimson vine forest, nodding gently. When they returned to peel the vine bark, they must avoid those fire ants. Having learned this lesson, Jiang Yu became increasingly vigilant during their journey. The dangers of the forest were omnipresent. They felt as though their lives hung by a thread, susceptible to peril at any moment. Fortunately, apart from various bizarre, poisonous creatures and small animals, they had not encountered any formidable beasts. As they approached noon, the group arrived at the riverbank without incident. Hidden within a dense thicket, Jiang Yu and her companions crouched low, scarcely daring to move. Even their breathing became subdued. Peering through the gaps in the grass, Jiang Yu's heart seized in alarm. Above the broad river, a massive bird with a wingspan exceeding 5 meters was circling, its sharp eyes scanning for prey in the water. Not far from them on the riverbank, several oddly shaped beasts were lowering their heads to drink. These creatures bore faces strikingly similar to that of a human, their expressions vacant. Behind their rotund bodies trailed long, slender tails adorned with barbs. They occasionally flicked their tails, deftly swatting away the insects surrounding them. Jiang Yu gazed at these human-faced beasts, a chill creeping along her spine. Beyond these creatures, she also caught sight of an enormous shadow moving languidly within the murky waters. Occasionally, a fish head, larger than a stone pot, would surge from the surface with a thunderous splash, sending waves cascading through the water. Whether the colossal bird above, the fearsome beasts on land, or the titanic entity in the water, none were adversaries they could confront. Even the kitten sensed the looming danger, its fur bristling as it huddled tightly by Jiang Yu's feet, paralyzed with fear. After holding their breath in silence for a quarter of an hour, the giant bird emitted a piercing cry and took flight. The human-faced beasts, having quenched their thirst, wobbled away into the forest. After some time, the immense shadow in the water also fell silent. Yin signaled for safety with a gesture. The 5 of them stealthily emerged from the thicket. They tacitly refrained from approaching the river, quickly gathering the gray-brown salt stones scattered among the rocks at a safe distance from the riverbank. No words were spoken. Only the sound of heavy breathing and the gentle clinking of salt stones filled the air. Yin, Shan, and he were responsible for collecting and transporting the stones, while Jiang Yu and Chang stood back to back, vigilant, their grips tightening around their tools, palms slick with sweat. The kitten paced anxiously at their feet, its ears swiveling like radar, sniffing towards the direction of the river. Hurry, move faster. This singular thought dominated each of their minds. Once the 2 baskets were filled, a flicker of joy crossed Yan's eyes as he prepared to signal their retreat. Meow. The kitten suddenly cried out in alarm, as if confronted by a formidable foe. Jiang Yu's heart stopped, and she turned sharply. She saw the kitten's fur standing on end, its body arched in an incredible curve, letting out a cry towards the river. Following the kitten's gaze, Jiang Yu turned to the river surface. The once calm, murky waters had inexplicably formed a small whirlpool. The whirlpool was rapidly expanding. 1/2 meter, 1 meter. The speed of the swirling water intensified, producing a cacophony akin to something beneath the river attempting to surface. Run, Yin bellowed. Jiang Yu and Chang bolted. Yin, Shan, and he lifted their baskets and followed closely. A tremendous splash erupted as a massive head emerged from the water. It was covered in dark, greenish-black scales, its slick surface glistening with murky mud, with 2 long, fleshy antennae dangling at its sides. Its eyes, the size of goose eggs, emanated an eerie green glow as they fixated on the fleeing Jiang Yu and her companions, its mouth widening into a gaping maw. Chapter 25. Awakening the serpent's soul. That cavernous mouth resembled an unfathomable black hole, and a terrifying force suddenly surged forth. As Jiang Yu desperately fled, she felt a powerful suction pulling her from behind, causing her to lose her balance and crash to the ground, her body uncontrollably sliding toward that gaping maw. She screamed, clawing at the earth in a frenzy, but neither the soil nor the grass firmly rooted in it could halt her retreat. Just then, a hand reached out from the side, gripping her wrist tightly. It was Chang. Jiang Yu looked up to see Chang clinging desperately to a crooked tree, his feet digging deep into the mud as he pulled against the terrifying suction with all his might. Jiang Yu dared not delay. Using his support, she pushed off the ground and scrambled to his side, wrapping her arms around the crooked tree. Turning her head, she saw that Yan, Shan, and he were in an even worse predicament. Yin had driven the heavy stone spear deep into the ground, the spear vibrating ominously under the immense force, as though it might snap at any moment. He gripped the spear tightly, his body leaning back, veins bulging from his neck, his face contorted in exertion. Shan and he clung to his leg like two pendants, barely resisting being pulled away. The three of them were relying solely on Yin's strength. Jiang Yu could see clearly that Yin had reached his limit. The veins on his neck began to ooze tiny beads of blood, sweat mingling with blood, dripping continuously. At that moment, a tiny red light suddenly flickered at the center of Yan's brow. As the crimson light flickered erratically, a vision materialized before Jiang Yu's eyes. Yin was no longer a mere individual, but transformed into a colossal black serpent coiled upon the earth. Its immense body was firmly anchored to the ground, impervious to the relentless pulling from the river's monstrous entity. This illusion lasted but a fleeting moment, so brief that she nearly thought herself hallucinating. Meow, meow. The young kitten, having retreated to a distance, now returned, perching itself atop a great tree, anxiously observing the struggling figures below, its golden eyes brimming with restlessness and unease. Just then, a sharp crack echoed through the air. Jiang Yu turned in horror, witnessing the very tree upon which she and Chang depended for survival snap at its roots. With the support gone, before she could react, both she and Chang, along with the tree, were swiftly drawn towards the river beast by an overwhelming force. It's over. Jiang Yu's mind went blank. Was she to be devoured just like this? What about Xiaoyang? No, she absolutely could not perish. At that critical moment, a flash of yellow light darted before her. Instantly, the terrifying pull that had been dragging them backwards halted abruptly. Inertia propelled Jiang Yu and Chang half a meter back before they finally came to a stop. They swiftly scrambled to their feet, rolling and crawling towards two adjacent towering trees. Yin, Shan, and he reacted with remarkable speed, drawing their stone spears and rushing over. With a thunderous crash, Jiang Yu hid behind a tree, peeking out with trepidation toward the river. There, the gigantic river beast appeared to have suffered an attack. Its massive head raised in agony before crashing heavily into the murky waters, creating colossal waves. The surface of the water briefly revealed a vast whirlpool before tranquility was restored. A flash of yellow light ensued. The young kitten silently appeared before her, looking somewhat disheveled, its fur damp and clinging to its form. Yet its azure eyes shimmered with extraordinary brilliance. In its mouth, it clutched a translucent tendril over half a meter long, as thick as a pinky finger. The severed end of the tendril dripped with an eerie green liquid. This was the river beast's appendage. The kitten had valiantly attacked the river beast, saving them all. Jiang Yu's heart raced as she crouched down, intending to embrace the kitten, when suddenly, a line of golden characters appeared before her. Unexpected information. You have collected the tendril of the deep-water giant catfish. Consuming it may enhance your root bones. Enhance root bones. Jiang Yu's breath hitched as she quickly scooped up the kitten into her arms, gently extracting the dripping tendril from its mouth. The tendril felt cool and slippery to the touch. She hastily tucked it into her grass pouch while soothing the kitten's slightly bristled fur, murmuring, "Thank you for saving us." The kitten nuzzled against her, gradually calming down. "Quick, gather the salt stones. We must leave this place." Yin, disregarding his breathlessness, immediately turned back. Shan and he followed closely, and Jiang Yu set the kitten down, joining Chang to assist. The five of them swiftly collected the scattered salt stones back into their backpack. With Shan and he carrying the salt stones, they sprinted towards the forest. The thorny vines in the woods scratched their skin, leaving trails of blood. Yet none of them cared about the pain. They only wished to distance themselves from the river. They ran far until the sound of flowing water was no longer audible. Finally stopping to rest, Jiang Yu gasped for breath, her tattered animal skin soaked with sweat. Having narrowly escaped, she felt utterly drained, her legs trembling, barely able to support herself against a tree. Yin and Shan were in a similar state. The previous encounter had been perilously close. Had the kitten delayed for even a moment longer, they might have ended up as the giant creature's meal. Chapter 26. A startling scene. The group slumped to the ground, unwilling to move. After a brief rest, Jiang Yu retrieved the snake meat she had prepared in the morning from her pouch and distributed it among the four. Although it was cold and still bore a fishy odor, none complained. As the snake meat filled their bellies, their strength gradually returned, and after a while, Jiang Yu felt revitalized. Yin glanced at the setting sun and declared, "We should get going." At his words, the four of them promptly stood. As Yin rose, he stumbled slightly, and Jiang Yu quickly reached out to steady him, asking with concern, "Are you all right?" Yin shook his head and reached for the backpack. He was halted by He, who insisted, "Let me handle it." The five retraced their steps, passing once more through the thicket of red vines when Jiang Yu paused. "Wait." Yin and the others turned back in confusion. Jiang Yu said, "I need vine bark." Yin furrowed his brow, glancing at the red vine forest, clearly wary of the fire ants infesting the area. However, he did not object, merely stating, "Make it quick." With that, he tightened his grip on his spear, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Jiang Yu drew her stone axe, crouching as she entered the thicket of red vines. The ground and vines were teeming with fire ants. She carefully avoided the densest clusters, selecting a relatively sparse area to swiftly chop down a vine with her axe, dragging it to safety to strip the bark. Chong quietly approached, squatting beside her to assist with the peeling, while Shan and he exchanged glances and took up their axes to chop down a thick vine. The red vine bark proved remarkably tough, making the peeling process arduous. After completing one, Jiang Yu chose a thicker one and struck down decisively. Clang! The stone axe met the vine, leaving only a faint white mark. How hard? Jiang Yu was taken aback, increasing her strength and striking again at the same spot. Clang! 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 After 7 or 8 strikes, the vine finally snapped with a resounding crack. As Jiang Yu pulled the vine toward safety, her peripheral vision caught sight of a patch of withered grass nearby, seemingly holding several grayish objects. She paused, dropped the vine, and cleared the dead grass to reveal several oddly shaped fruits. They resembled gourds, most of which had rotted away, leaving only thin shells that crumbled upon touch. Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled as she patiently rummaged through the dry vines and leaves, eventually uncovering 2 intact ones. These gourds were as large as water bottles, with hard shells. Jiang Yu gently shook them, hearing the dried seeds rattle inside, clearly desiccated. This was a remarkable find. In the tribe, they currently use stone bowls and buckets for water storage, which were cumbersome and unsuitable for hunting trips. With these 2 gourds, they could carry water effortlessly during hunts or foraging expeditions. Overjoyed, Jiang Yu tied the 2 gourds to her waist and resumed stripping the vine bark. After peeling several more strips, she heard Yin urging from a distance, "We need to go, otherwise we won't make it back before dark." Jiang Yu dared not delay further, securing the peeled bark and following closely behind Yin, along with Chong and Shan. The journey back remained fraught with peril. Jiang Yu pushed aside a large leaf blocking her path, only to have a vividly colored poisonous spider leap from the underside of the leaf, its 8 legs covered in fur and its mandibles menacingly lunging at her hand. Jiang Yu's heart raced as she instinctively flipped her right hand, striking the spider forcefully with her stone knife. Smack! The spider was sent flying, twitching on the ground before becoming still. A bead of sweat trickled down her face. She was startled but relieved at her quick reflexes. Had it bitten her, the consequences would have been dire. Their path was fraught with tension. Yet they eventually emerged from the forest, spotting the familiar stone hill in the distance, and all felt as if a tremendous weight had been lifted, exhaling deeply. They had returned. As she traversed the grassy expanse, Jiang Yu's steps faltered momentarily. She discovered a cluster of familiar plants nestled among the grass, their trifoliate leaves congregating to bloom with delicate purple flowers. Alfalfa. This was the favorite sustenance of rabbits. Without hesitation, she gathered a generous handful, binding it with a grass string to carry back and feed the little bunnies. Upon returning to the base of Shirtu Mountain, the group ascended with hands and feet. Noticing that Yin was ascending increasingly slowly, beads of sweat glistening on his brow, Jiang Yu reached out to assist him. "Brother, what is the matter?" Yin wiped the sweat from his face, gasping for breath. "It's nothing, just a bit fatigued." His condition did not seem merely due to exhaustion. Just as Jiang Yu was about to inquire further, he, who had reached the summit, exclaimed, "Come quickly." "What is that?" Jiang Yu grasped Yan's hand and climbed to the peak, gazing in the direction of his pointed finger. In the distant mountains and woods, a plume of black smoke billowed skyward, strikingly conspicuous against the azure sky. A fire? The direction appeared somewhat familiar. She turned to Yin and asked uncertainly, "Is that the territory of Lu Shu Wang?" The original occupant had inadvertently wandered into Lu Shu Wang's domain while foraging for wild fruits. And had it not been for her fortunate location on the outskirts, she would never have awaited Yan's rescue, having likely become nourishment for Lu Shu Wang. Yin squinted, discerning for a long while, then gravely replied, "It seems so." No sooner had he spoken than an unexpected turn of events unfolded. In that forest shrouded in black smoke, thousands of willow branches danced wildly in the air, converging into a singular force like a colossal green whip, striking fiercely toward the west. "Something is over there," Sean exclaimed, alarmed. It was too distant for them to discern what it was. They could barely make out a vague shadow flitting through the woods at a speed that transcended Jiang Yu's comprehension, with all the willow branches targeting it. As the branches lashed about, numerous birds took flight, including several large ones, screeching as they soared away. The shadow moved with astonishing swiftness, darting left and right amidst the relentless assault of the willow branches, forcefully carving a path. In mere moments, it burst forth from Lu Shu Wang's enveloping grasp, transforming into a black that vanished beyond the horizon. Bereft of a target, the frenzied willow branches spiraled in the air, reluctantly retracting. Following this, the black smoke gradually dissipated, fading from view. It appeared the fire had been extinguished by Lu Shu Wang. The forest returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. Jiang Yu sat atop the mountain, reflecting on the scene before her. "Let us descend. Nightfall approaches," Yin declared, leading the way down the slope. Jiang Yu reluctantly withdrew her gaze and hurried to follow. Upon reaching the cave entrance, only the last remnants of the setting sun remained, casting elongated shadows at the cave's mouth. Chu Yang, who had been anxiously awaiting their return, brightened at their sight, promptly rising from the ground and stumbling over to them with his little legs. Observing her nephew, Jiang Yu felt all her fatigue vanish in an instant, a genuine smile illuminating her face as she strode toward him. Just then, a dull thud resonated from behind. Jiang Yu's smile froze, and she turned back. Chapter 27. What happened to him? Jiang Yu spun around, her pupils constricting sharply, as she beheld Yin lying stiffly on the ground. "Brother." Jiang Yu rushed toward Yin as Shan, he, and Chang's expressions shifted in alarm. Yin. With their assistance, Jiang Yu propped Yin up, only to find his eyes tightly shut, his complexion pale, completely unconscious. "Shan, Chang, quickly, check if my brother has been bitten by a poisonous insect. Don't overlook any part, especially his hands and feet." Jiang Yu spoke rapidly, her urgency tempered by calmness. Understood. The three did not dare delay, immediately conducting a thorough examination. Jiang Yu turned her back to them, noticing that Xiaoyang had somehow made his way to her side. Instead of glancing at the unconscious Yin, he gazed up at her, his bright black eyes scanning her arms and calves, which bore an array of wounds of varying depths, some still seeping blood. Concern and sympathy filled his expression. Jiang Yu gently ruffled his hair, whispering, "I am fine. These are merely superficial injuries." Chu Yang retrieved a fish bladder from a Qilin fish from his spatial pouch, offering it to his aunt. Jiang Yu had just finished eating when Shan and Chang completed their inspection. It's fine. Yin hasn't been bitten by a poisonous insect." Shan's voice carried a note of relief. Jiang Yu sighed deeply, reassured that the situation had not escalated to the worst-case scenario. "Carry my brother into the cave." Shan, he, and Chang worked together to bring Yin into the cave, laying him flat upon a mat of grass as Jiang Yu instructed. Kneeling beside him, Jiang Yu pressed her fingers to Yan's pulse. At that moment, Maigu and Yin approached, their expressions filled with concern as they quietly inquired of Shan regarding Yan's condition. His pulse was weak and feeble. Jiang Yu leaned closer to him, listening to his breaths, which came intermittently. During her examination, Yan's body visibly withered, as though something had abruptly siphoned away his vital essence. She furrowed her brow, her heart sinking. "You, what exactly happened to Yan?" Shan inquired, watching the tribe members anxiously fidgeting nearby. Jiang Yu recalled the scene by the great river, the sudden appearance of the small red light, and the looming shadow of the colossal black serpent. The serpent's soul. It is the power of the serpent's soul. In the face of a life-threatening crisis, Yin must have overexerted himself, forcibly activating the serpent's soul. "You?" Shan called her name. Jiang Yu came back to her senses, meeting the worried gazes of the tribe members, and offered the simplest of reassurances. "My brother should not be in mortal danger. When will he awaken?" Shan pressed urgently. Jiang Yu shook her head. Shan felt a tinge of disappointment, but, gazing at the unconscious Yin, realized there was little he could do. Just then, Chu Yang, with his little legs and hands cradling a steaming bowl of serpent soup, waddled over slowly. Shan grinned, instinctively reaching out to take it. However, Chu Yang did not even glance at him, bypassing him to present the soup to Jiang Yu. Shan's hand froze in midair, his face tinged with embarrassment. But he quickly accepted the situation. After all, it was Jiang Yu who had raised the boy. Jiang Yu looked at the bowl of serpent soup, then glanced at the unconscious Yin, her eyes brightening with an idea. Steadying herself, she began to consume the soup. After finishing a bowl, Jiang Yu exhaled, feeling revitalized. She approached the stone pot for another serving, this time at a much slower pace. Chu Yang sat beside her, quietly asking, "Aunt, how far is the great river from here?" Jiang Yu replied, "Not far. We only need to cross 2 mountains. One is this Shurtu mountain we are on, and the other is significantly higher, reaching about 4,000 meters, densely covered with shrubs." "Is it dangerous?" Jiang Yu nodded. "The primitive forest is rich in biodiversity, teeming with poisonous insects. One misstep could lead to calamity." "How about the riverside?" Jiang Yu shivered at the thought. "Even more perilous. Had we not been with the young kitten, we might not have returned today." She did not conceal the truth, sharing all she had witnessed with Xiao Yang. He would inevitably venture into the forest, and it was better for him to grasp the harsh realities of this world early on, enabling him to survive better. Chu Yang listened intently, his expression gradually turning grave. A journey fraught with peril. No, one could say that their expedition had been a venture where survival was anything but guaranteed. He could not help but grasp Jiang Yu's hand tightly. "Aunt, that place is far too perilous. We shall never return there again. As for the salt, we will devise another method." Jiang Yu replied, "All right," with his aunt's assurance. Chu Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at Yin, who was not far away, and asked in a whisper that only the two of them could hear, "Aunt, did Yin activate the snake's soul and exhaust his body, which led to his unconscious state?" Jiang Yu looked at him in surprise. Chu Yang was as perceptive as ever. "Indeed, the snake's soul is exceedingly powerful, and Yan's current physique is too frail. It is akin to a 3-year-old child attempting to wield a massive iron hammer, though it may be able to lift it. The cost would be injury from the hammer itself." A spark of realization ignited in Chu Yang's eyes. This meant that Yin had yet to master the power of the snake's soul. He had merely tapped into a fraction of that power out of instinct in a life-or-death situation. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. They both came to the same conclusion. Within Yan's body lay a treasure trove, and once fully developed, he would undoubtedly become immensely powerful. Watching Yin, who lay unconscious, a fleeting worry crossed Jiang Yu's mind. When would he awaken? "There is still some snake soup in the pot. Would you like me to add a bit more, Aunt?" Jiang Yu noted the bowl in her hand was nearly empty and said, "Yes, just half a bowl more." After undergoing a second transformation by the Sangshu King, her physique had grown stronger than before. She could now consume 2.5 bowls of snake soup, making her one of the largest consumers in the tribe, second only to Yin. After satisfying her hunger, she waited for her tribe's people to finish eating. Seeing that the stone pot was devoid of snake soup, she added water and 3 pieces of snake meat, cooking it until ready, and poured a bowl of snake broth. Once it had cooled, she approached Yin and fed him. She was uncertain if this method would be effective, yet it was the only solution she could conceive thus far. As Jiang Yu prepared to offer a second bowl, Chu Yang approached, "Aunt, you should rest. I will feed him. Jiang Yu nodded and handed the bowl to Chu Yang. She was genuinely exhausted, her eyelids heavy as if laden with lead. As soon as her head touched the soft straw mat, her consciousness slipped into darkness. At the hour of the rat, a beam of golden light appeared before Jiang Yu. Today's information has been refreshed. Jiang Yu's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and she struggled to open her eyes. Chapter 28. Delivering the Beast in the Rain. Yin activated the snake's soul and exhausted his body, falling into a deep slumber. Anxious, you ventured into the territory of the Lu Shu Wang to procure a century-old ginseng, awakening Yin prematurely. Does the Lu Shu Wang territory really contain century-old ginseng? Yet, is the system not overestimating her capabilities? The Lu Shu Wang territory lay beyond 3 great mountains from their tribal land. Not to mention the perils of traversing those primitive forests. Even if she were fortunate enough to survive, entering the Lu Shu Wang territory would be tantamount to certain death. Jiang Yu suppressed this information and returned to sleep, unaware of how long she slumbered. Thunder rumbled. A deafening roar echoed outside the cave. Jiang Yu was jolted awake, her eyes snapping open. The sound of rain followed, pouring into her ears. It was raining. The cave was silent. Seeing that everyone remained asleep, she closed her eyes, preparing to continue her rest. Suddenly, a gust of cold, damp wind rushed in from the cave entrance, causing her to shiver. Something was amiss. The stone door was securely blocked. How could such a strong wind penetrate? She stiffened her neck and slowly turned her head. The stone door had been mysteriously ajar, revealing a gap nearly half a person's width, and in the darkness, she discerned a towering shadow standing outside. The shadow remained still, emitting no sound, fixated intently on the interior of the cave. Jiang Yu's hair stood on end, and her heart raced uncontrollably. The shadow seemed to sense her gaze, its massive form swaying slightly as it turned to look in her direction. In that instant, a flash of lightning split the night sky, illuminating the cave entrance momentarily. Jiang Yu's heart nearly halted from the tension and fear of that moment. In the fleeting light, she finally discerned the true identity of the shadow, not a beast that preys on the unwary, but rather a beast man. Instantly, Jiang Yu relaxed, turning her head away and exhaling deeply. She had no intention of engaging with the beast man, as everyone has their little tempers. She could feel the beastman's gaze fixed upon her, growing colder by the second, sending chills down her spine. Jiang Yu initially intended to feign sleep, but an overwhelming pressure enveloped her. Sensing Chu Yang's unease, she realized she could no longer lie down. She sat up abruptly, eyes wide open, glaring at the beast man in displeasure. The oppressive force vanished in an instant, and the two locked eyes for a moment. Ultimately, Jiang Yu conceded. This beast man was not one she could provoke. Adjusting her fur garments, she moved cautiously toward him under his watchful gaze. Just then, another flash of lightning illuminated the night sky, revealing the beast man drenched, his long black hair clinging to his face and broad shoulders. Water droplets cascading down his sharply defined jawline. He stood there quietly, his imposing figure nearly blocking half the cave entrance, allowing the wind and rain to batter his back. As she approached the stone door, Jiang Yu realized the rain outside had intensified, with raindrops pelting the stone door, creating a cacophony of sound. She surmised that the man was likely seeking refuge from the rain. Reluctantly, she extended her hand, grasping his icy arm gently, indicating that he could come inside. The man froze momentarily, glancing down at her small hand on his arm before lifting his gaze to meet hers. Seeing him motionless, Jiang Yu grew impatient and tugged at him again. This time, he finally responded. His other hand gripped her wrist, causing her to stumble slightly as the beast man pulled her out of the cave, their bodies coming into intimate contact. The warmth of his body contrasted sharply with his icy form, causing Jiang Yu to shiver uncontrollably. The beast man stiffened, as if she were something unclean, and instantly released her, retreating several steps to distance himself. With the beastman's towering form no longer shielding her, the torrential rain drenched her, leaving Jiang Yu feeling thoroughly chilled. She instinctively wrapped her arms around herself. "What on earth? Is he insane?" she exclaimed, her eyes widening in fury as she glared at the beast man. when suddenly a pungent metallic scent mixed with the dampness of the rain assaulted her senses. Jiang Yu's composure returned instantly as she scrutinized the beast man. His fur garment was soaked in an unknown liquid, appearing almost blackened. That was not water. It was blood. Was he injured? The thought crossed her mind, and Jiang Yu furrowed her brow. Standing outside in the rain while injured, was he courting death? At this moment, she could no longer afford to be angry. She stepped forward, grasping his arm, attempting to pull him into the cave, but he did not budge. Noticing the beastman's immobility, Jiang Yu released her grip and began gesturing frantically. She pointed at him, then furrowed her brow, feigning a pained expression, and finally gestured toward the blood-soaked fur on his body. The man observed the anxious gestures, and his amber eyes flickered slightly. Jiang Yu repeated her gestures twice, but the man remained unresponsive, leaving her puzzled. The beastman shook his head and pointed to the side. Following his indication, Jiang Yu looked towards the eastern horizon, where a faint light began to emerge. Dawn was approaching. With the emerging light, she discerned the scene before her. Less than 5 meters from the cave entrance lay an enormous creature. It was a terrifying beast she had never encountered before. Its size was so great that even in death, its height exceeded her own head while lying on the ground. It was enveloped in a thick layer of black scales. Its limbs sturdy like stone pillars, and a grotesque head lay askew, its gaping maw still ajar, remnants of flesh and blood lingering within, emanating an oppressive aura of ferocity. The overwhelming scent of blood wafted from the carcass of this beast. Thus, the blood upon the orc was indeed from this colossal creature. She slowly turned her head, regarding the orc with eyes that reflected her astonishment and disbelief. Did he slay this monstrous beast? How could that be possible? The orc seemed quite pleased with the shock and horror evident on her face. He lifted his chin slightly, and his dark eyes, illuminated by the faint morning light, glimmered with an intense brightness. Approaching Jiang Yu, he gestured towards the enormous beast, then nodded at her. Was he presenting it to her? Without allowing her a moment to respond, the orc turned and dashed into the rain, his feet pounding against the slick ground, launching himself into the air like a cannonball. Leveraging the sturdy tree trunks beside him, and in mere moments, he vanished into the depths of the stormy forest, leaving only a fleeting shadow behind. Jiang Yu stood there in a daze until the figure had completely disappeared before she regained her senses. At that moment, a familiar line of golden text unexpectedly materialized before her eyes. Chapter 29. How many bee souls can be absorbed? Unexpected information. Congratulations. You have received a gift from Lei Jin. He has bestowed upon you half of a scale beast, which, when consumed, can significantly enhance your physical attributes and eliminate impurities from your body. The heart's blood of the scale beast contains immense life energy, capable of awakening yin ahead of time. Jiang Yu's eyes brightened at this information. By consuming the heart's blood of the scale beast, yin could awaken? The orc's name was Lei Jin. As she gazed in the direction where Lei Jin had disappeared, a flicker of guilt stirred within her heart. He had been so kind, braving the elements in the early hours to bring her meat, and yet she had harbored anger towards him. What a grave mistake that was. Jiang Yu resolved that when he returned, she would treat him with greater kindness. Well, she was quite pragmatic. Turning, she dashed into the cave and called everyone awake. Shan yawned, his voice hoarse. What's the matter? Jiang Yu replied, you all need to come out quickly. What happened? He questioned, rubbing his eyes. Jiang Yu smiled brightly. You'll know when you come out. With that, she rushed out of the cave first. Shan, he, and Chang exchanged dubious looks but followed her outside. As they emerged, the rain had lessened, and the sky was considerably brighter. Bathed in the morning light, they immediately spotted the gargantuan creature on the ground. The breath of the tribespeople quickened. Heavens, what is this? Shan exclaimed, his eyes wide, stammering in disbelief. What kind of ferocious beast is this? He gasped, his body rigid with shock. The sight of the fearsome creature, with its menacing head, glistening scales, and the overwhelming scent of blood that the rain could not wash away, assaulted their senses. Just gazing at it made their legs weak. They could hardly fathom what kind of fearsome beast could be slain by such a formidable creature. Where did this come from? Shan turned to Jiang Yu, his voice trembling. It was given to us by that person we saved before. Him? The tribespeople gasped in disbelief, their faces reflecting astonishment. That man had single-handedly hunted such a terrifying beast? They gulped, a mixture of fear, reverence, and fervor in their eyes. He is truly powerful, Sean murmured, his gaze filled with admiration. Indeed, if he chose to stay with our tribe, it would be wonderful. Our people would no longer need to worry about food. I expressed remorse. I should not have treated him that way. Jiang Yu scanned the group. Enough chatter. The stench of blood is overwhelming. We need to get this back to the cave quickly to avoid attracting trouble. The tribespeople snapped back to reality. With such a strong scent of blood in the forest, it served as a massive lure. Fortunately, the rain would help contain the aroma. Together, they grasped the scaled beast's robust limbs and tail, straining to drag it back to the cave. Yet the beast remained unyielding. It's too slippery. He wiped the rain from his face. Use vines. They rushed back into the cave to fetch vines to bind the scaled beast. With 5 pulling at the front and Jiang Yu and Yin pushing from behind, they worked together to gradually maneuver the scaled beast into the cave. Panting heavily, Shan and he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Jiang Yu, disregarding her fatigue, urged, "Quickly, bring out stone bowls and buckets. The blood of this beast is valuable. Let us not waste any." Upon hearing this, the tribespeople sprang into action, retrieving all available containers to collect the beast's blood. Jiang Yu picked up a sharp stone knife, preparing to extract the heart's blood, when she suddenly heard Xiao Yang call, "Annie, look outside." Jiang Yu turned to see numerous fine roots emerging from the earth, swiftly absorbing all the blood from the ground. One particularly thin root tentatively made its way toward the cave. Jiang Yu stepped forward, grasped the root, intending to discard it, but at the moment of contact, she felt a strong yearning emanating from the mulberry tree king. Stunned for a moment, she gazed at the mulberry tree king, her eyes flickering with intrigue. At that moment, the root in her hand began to move restlessly. After a brief hesitation, Jiang Yu took it back to the cave and placed it on the ground. "Xiao Yang, keep an eye on it. If it tries to climb onto the scaled beast, swat it away." "Okay." Jiang Yu approached the scaled beast, enduring the pungent smell of blood, and extended her arm into its still warm chest cavity, probing. After a while, she finally located the heart of the scaled beast. Jiang Yu severed the blood vessels connecting to the heart and extracted the massive organ. Holding the weighty heart, comparable in size to a soccer ball, she hurried to Yan's side, using the stone knife to slice open the top of the heart, causing a liquid more vibrant red than ordinary blood, with a faint fragrance, to flow forth. This was the heart's blood. Jiang Yu dared not delay. With one hand, she pried open Yan's tightly shut mouth, while the other carefully tilted the heart, feeding the heart's blood into him. Xiao Yang, crouched on the ground, watched as the roots devoured the remaining blood, and, eager to climb onto the scaled beast, he seized the root and tossed it outside the cave. Simultaneously, Jiang Yu noticed that Yan's previously pallid complexion visibly regained color. His tightly furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and his breathing became steady and robust. Jiang Yu even observed his fingers twitch slightly. The effect was indeed immediate. Jiang Yu squeezed again until no more blood could be extracted. She approached Xiao Yang, ensuring that the tribespeople were not paying attention, and whispered, "Put away." Xiao Yang placed his hand on the heart, and with a thought he stored it in his space. "Auntie, I heard them say that this ferocious beast was given to us by that orc." Jiang Yu nodded and recounted the events that had transpired. "Xiao Yang remarqued. He seems to be quite grateful." Jiang Yu replied, "I brought back a tentacle from a deep-water giant catfish yesterday. Eating it can enhance our foundation. Find an opportunity to store it away for later." "Sure," Jiang Yu added softly. "Take out the snake meat from the space to make room for the scale beast meat. This is far superior to snake meat and will significantly boost our physical attributes." "Is that what the information mentioned?" Xiao Yang asked. Jiang Yu nodded, sharing the unexpected information she had just received. "Auntie, did the unexpected information mention the scale beast's soul?" Jiang Yu shook her head. "Then it must have been absorbed by that orc. No wonder he is so powerful." He pondered, stroking his chin. How many beast souls can one person absorb? Is it true that the more one absorbs, the stronger they become? Jiang Yu fell into deep contemplation. and had only absorbed one snake's soul and had undergone such a transformation. How many beast souls had that orc absorbed? To what extent had his power grown? The more she understood, the more she felt that the world seemed even more fantastical than she had ever imagined. After a moment of contemplation, neither of them could discern the reasons behind it. Never mind, let us not dwell on it for now. Jiang Yu cast aside her complex thoughts, acknowledging that the immediate priority was to extract the salt, just as she picked up the stone hammer to assist her nephew in breaking the salt rock. Numerous roots swiftly slithered toward the cave. Chapter 30. Once again sensing the consciousness of the Sang-Shu Wang, Shan, being closest to the cave entrance, was the first to notice the approaching roots. The roots, the Sang-Shu Wang's roots are coming. His voice carried a hint of urgency as he called out to Jiang Yu, gripping tightly the blood-stained axe in his hand, turning his back to the clan members to shield the cave's entrance. Jiang Yu exchanged a quick glance with Xiaoyang, set down the hammer, and swiftly approached the cave entrance. The clan members, who were in the midst of dissecting the scaled beast, gathered at the cave entrance, murmuring among themselves as they observed the rapidly moving roots. What do they intend to do? Are they here to seize the beast's flesh? Listening to the clan's discussions, Jiang Yu turned to see them tightly gripping their stone tools, resolutely facing the roots, and she stepped forward. "You be careful," Shan exclaimed, pulling her back, his eyes wary of the roots. Jiang Yu softly reassured, "It's all right." She felt that during this time, they had established a fundamental understanding with the Sang-Shu Wang. Its arrival must have a purpose, and it likely wasn't to compete with them for the beast. Thus, she wanted to see what the Sang-Shu Wang intended, and to ascertain whether she could truly sense its consciousness. Jiang Yu crouched down, observing the roots before her, and reached out her hand. Shan watched this scene with a vigilant grip on his stone axe, prepared to act at any moment. One by one, the slender roots swiftly entwined around her hand, and she once again perceived the consciousness of the Sang-Shu Wang, this time even more clearly than before. A flash of astonishment crossed Jiang Yu's eyes as she stood up and turned to her clan members, declaring, "The Sang-Shu Wang is seeking our assistance. It wishes to rise." Upon hearing that the Sang-Shu Wang was not there to take their meat, the clan members immediately relaxed. "Everyone, follow me." She allowed the roots to guide her forward. When they reached the Sang-Shu Wang, the roots released her and withdrew. As Jiang Yu contemplated how to help the Sang-Shu Wang rise, Shan said, "Come, let us all exert our strength to lift it." He then guided the clan members to position themselves, pressing their shoulders against the inclined trunk. "Hey!" Shan shouted, initiating the effort. The others followed suit, straining to assist the great tree. Their faces flushed, veins bulging from their necks. The ground beneath them sank into mud pits. However, the Sang-Shu Wang merely swayed slightly and remained still. It was too heavy, far exceeding everyone's expectations. "This won't do," He Wei gasped, retreating from the trunk. "We can't lift it, it's impossible." Others also appeared disheartened. It was too heavy. How could they possibly lift it? Jiang Yu had refrained from joining the first attempt, knowing well that lifting it by hand was futile. They needed a tool. She scanned her surroundings and pointed to a green stone larger than a grinding stone. "Shen Yi, Higa, you all bring that stone over." Then she turned to Chong. "Hurry back to the cave and fetch some vines." Although they did not understand Jiang Yu's intentions, Shan and he immediately sprang into action. Shortly after, Shan and he returned with the stone, asking, "You, what do you need the stone for?" Jiang Yu approached the base of the fallen Sang-Shu Wang, indicating the gap between the trunk and the ground. "Lifting it by hand won't suffice. We need something to pry it up. The stone will serve as a fulcrum." When Chong returned, she took the vines and began binding them while saying, "In a moment, I Chong, Yin, Gu, and Shan Gu will lift together. We'll give it another try." "All right." They wedged the stone beneath the base of the trunk. Once everything was in place, Jiang Yu tightly grasped the vines and asked, "Is everyone ready?" "Ready. On my command. 1, 2, 3, pull." "Huh." Jiang Yu and Yun exerted their strength to pull the vines. This time, the effect was remarkable. The Sang-Shu Wang was slowly lifted a bit. "It's working," Shan exclaimed. The clan members' spirits surged. Yet, they still underestimated the weight of the Sang-Shu Wang. The trunk had only been raised half a foot when it became immovable. As Jiang Yu saw everyone nearing exhaustion, she quickly released the vines, crawled under the trunk, and pushed the stone toward the roots with all her might. All right, everyone release and take a break. The clan members immediately let go. After everyone had rested, Jiang Yu declared, "Let us try again." Creaking, the Sang Shu Wang was lifted a bit more. At the cave entrance, Chu Yang, realizing he could offer no assistance, returned to the stone pot to continue cooking snake soup, while Duo squatted nearby, occasionally adding kindling to the fire. On the hill, during the fourth attempt, everyone was straining too hard, their faces contorted, sweat mingling with rain, soaking their animal skin garments, muscles aching and trembling from overexertion. As they watched the trunk rise little by little, victory seemed within reach. However, at that moment, the vine on Chang's shoulder suddenly snapped, and the massive tree abruptly sank, crashing onto the rock with a loud crack, a fissure appearing on its surface. "This is bad. The stone is going to break," Shan exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the clan members panicked, the momentum they had built dissipating in an instant. The heavy trunk once again plummeted forcefully. Boom! With a resounding crash, the crack in the rock widened. Jiang Yu released the vines and shouted, "Don't panic, hold on." She rushed to the Sang Shu Wang, placed her hand upon it, and whispered, "You are too heavy. We cannot lift you alone. I need you to exert effort alongside us." Jiang Yu was unsure if her actions would yield any results, but felt it necessary to try. We can barely hold on," Shan shouted. Jiang Yu, upon hearing this, grew anxious as well. She caressed the Sang Shu Wang, saying, "Do you hear us? We are reaching our limit." Just then, roots as thick as a man's arm suddenly burst forth from the soil, swiftly extending eastward like serpents. Jiang Yu beamed at this sight. "Hold on, just a moment longer." She then dashed back to Yun and the others to resume pulling the vines. Swish, swish, swish. The roots instantly wrapped around 6 large trees, taut and firm. The clan members were taken aback by this sudden turn of events, momentarily forgetting their fatigue. "Now is the time, the final effort. Pull with all your might," Jiang Yu urged. The clan members quickly regained their focus. Shan shouted loudly, pressing his shoulder against the trunk and pushing with all his strength. The others followed suit, unleashing all their power. Lift. This time, it was not a slow and arduous ascent. With the combined efforts of the clan members and the Sang Shu Wang, the massive trunk creaked and was swiftly raised at a visible pace. Finally, with a thunderous rumble, the fallen Sang Shu Wang stood majestically once more upon the land. The clan members could no longer maintain their strength, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. In that moment, silence enveloped them, broken only by their heavy breathing. After a while, someone let out a laugh. Then came the second, the third. The clan members looked at each other's disheveled appearances, gazing at the upright Sang Shu Wang, and suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! We did it! It's standing again, truly standing." The joy of success dispelled all weariness, and every face radiated with heartfelt smiles. Jiang Yu leaned against the trunk of a tree, gazing at her joyful clansmen, her lips curling slightly upward. At that moment, she keenly sensed a gaze fixated upon her. She turned her head and followed the line of sight. Chapter 31. The Serpent's Soul Within Me. Jiang Yu spotted a tall figure standing atop a distant tree. It was him, the Beast Man. The system referred to him as Lei Jin. Has he not departed yet? The two exchanged glances through the curtain of rain for a few moments before Lei Jin leapt to another tree and quickly vanished from sight. Jiang Yu withdrew her gaze and returned to the cave with her clansmen. Upon seeing his aunt return, Chu Yang immediately handed her the grass skirt he was holding. Jiang Yu took the grass skirt and hurried to a spot by the cave entrance where the rain could not reach. She swiftly changed out of her damp animal skin and donned the grass skirt, wringing out her dripping hair before re-entering the cave. Meanwhile, Chu Yang had been serving snake soup to the clansmen, which he likely prepared earlier while they were at the Fusong Wang tree. Upon returning to her place, Jiang Yu looked at the now lukewarm snake soup, her heart warming as she picked it up to drink. After a while, Chu Yang returned. Jiang Yu asked softly, "Is this the snake meat from your space?" Chu Yang nodded. "Once we finish this meal, there will be none left." Jiang Yu sighed with relief. Though the snake's soup was delicious, consuming it daily would become tiresome, and she yearned for a change of flavor. After filling her stomach and resting for a while, Jiang Yu picked up a stone hammer, crushed the salt rock, and tossed it into a large barrel filled with water. Shan and he continued to divide the scales and shells of the beast with the clansmen. After a while, Jiang Yu saw that the salt in the barrel was sufficient. She took a thick stick and vigorously stirred until the salt rock completely dissolved. Subsequently, Chu Yang brought over the previously prepared filtering device, a stone barrel with holes at the bottom, layered with fine sand, small stones, and charcoal. The murky salt water filtered through the first stage, emerging much clearer, yet still containing impurities. Jiang Yu then took out a finely woven grass curtain and placed it over another container for the second filtration. After several repetitions, the resulting salt water, while not entirely pure, was the best they could achieve at that moment. Inside the cave, the clansmen were busily dividing the meat of the scales and shells beast. At the fire pit, Chu Yang focused on simmering the filtered salt water, while Jiang Yu sliced some meat from the scales and shells beast and placed it on a very thin stone slab to fry. Meanwhile, Yin, lying on the grass mat, slightly trembled. The sizzling sound, mixed with the aroma of meat, burst forth instantly. The slices of scales and shells beast curled quickly on the scorching stone slab, oil gradually seeping out. As Jiang Yu flipped the meat, she caught a glimpse of unexpected movement from the corner of her eye. Yin stirred lightly, and then suddenly opened his eyes. He was awake. Jiang Yu's heart leaped with joy, and without sparing a moment for the meat, she hurried to his side and gently called out, "Brother." Yin slowly turned his eyes, finally focusing on Jiang Yu's face. He opened his cracked lips, his voice hoarse as he said, "I'm here." Jiang Yu grasped Yan's hand and softly asked, "How do you feel now?" "Very tired," Yin replied weakly. "My whole body feels limp. I can't muster any strength." What happened to me? Did a poisonous insect bite me? Am I dying?" He only remembered descending from the stone mountain before everything went black. Jiang Yu shook her head. "Brother, you weren't bitten. You merely overexerted yourself. A few days of rest will suffice." "Overexerted?" Confusion and disbelief filled Yan's face. "Yes. Brother, think carefully. When you were resisting that suction by the river, did you experience any unusual changes in your body?" Yin furrowed his brow, straining to recall the moment. After a while, he uncertainly said, "I think I heard a snake's hiss in my mind, and then an indescribable force suddenly erupted from my body. At that moment, I felt incredibly powerful, brimming with strength, and then I just collapsed. Was that when I overexerted myself?" Just as she suspected, Jiang Yu nodded and recounted the horrifying scene she witnessed. After hearing Jiang Yu's description, Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. "A giant snake's shadow appeared behind me? How is that possible? This is utterly absurd." Jiang Yu gently explained, "That is because you absorbed the serpent's soul." Boom! It felt as if a thunderclap struck Yan's mind, and his pupils constricted sharply as he instantly recalled that strange red light that pierced his brow when he dragged the giant snake. Was it that red light from that day? Yes. In that critical moment, you activated it. But the power of the serpent's soul is immense. Awakening it will consume a lot of your vitality. Your current body cannot withstand such a drain, which is why you fainted. A serpent's soul resides within my body? Yin instinctively reached for his forehead, his voice laced with unmistakable terror. Anyone who learns that a ferocious beast's soul is hidden within them would struggle to remain calm. After all, it is a man-eating beast. Jiang Yu noticed his fear, tightened her grip on his icy hand, and soothingly reassured him, "Brother, do not be afraid. This is a good thing." "A good thing?" Yin struggled to comprehend. "Yes, just like how eating meat makes us stronger. Once you fully master the serpent's soul, you will become immensely powerful. At that time, we will venture into the mountains without the fear we once had." Her words shone like a ray of light, illuminating Yan's heart, which was shrouded in fear and confusion. The strongest in the tribe, no longer living in fear? A spark ignited within Yan's eyes, and he tightened his grip on Jiang Yu's hand, eagerly asking, "Really? What should I do? How can I control it?" "Eat. Consume powerful beasts. Use their flesh and blood essence to nourish your body, temper your bones. The stronger your body, the better you can harness the serpent's soul's power." Just then, an excited shout interrupted their conversation. Yin had awakened. The clansmen, who were busy dividing the meat of the scales and shells beast, suddenly rejoiced, stopping their tasks to gather around. Yin, you're finally awake. We were so worried. How do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable? Genuine joy and concern radiated from their simple faces. Yin looked at the clansmen surrounding him, warmth blossoming in his heart as he responded to each of them. Observing this, Jiang Yu quietly slipped away from the crowd. She returned to the fire pit, where the meat on the stone slab had been perfectly cooked, golden, and enticing. She scooped a spoonful of the freshly made salt water and evenly drizzled it over the meat. Sizzle. The salty flavor clashed vigorously with the aroma of the meat, and a rich fragrance instantly filled the air. Heavens, what is that smell? So fragrant, even more so than snake meat. The attention of the clansmen was instantly captured, and they swallowed hard, their throats bobbing. Jiang Yu picked up a slice with 2 sharpened sticks, blew on it to cool it down, and offered it to Chu Yang's mouth. Try it. Chu Yang eagerly bit into it, and his eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 32. This is a golden opportunity. And this meat is exceptionally delicious. Moreover, the energy in this meat is several times stronger than that of snake meat. I feel like just a few slices would fill me up. After saying this, he grabbed another slice and stuffed it into his mouth, contentedly squinting his eyes. Jiang Yu also took a slice and savored it. The meat was tender and flavorful, truly delectable. As a slice of scales and shells beast meat entered her stomach, it transformed into a warm current, swiftly spreading throughout her body, making her feel so comfortable that she wanted to moan, and her fatigue dissipated significantly. The two of them devoured the meat, and Chu Yang, after eating only 6 slices, felt full and warm all over, yearning for sleep. He yawned and, glancing at Jiang Yu, who was still eating, asked in a voice only they could hear, "Aunt, did that beast man only give us half of the prey? Did he eat the other half all by himself?" Jiang Yu momentarily paused in her chewing. Chu Yang remarked, "This meat is imbued with such an abundance of energy. I'm satiated after just 6 slices. How much meat is there on that half-scaled beast? If he were to devour it all at once?" He inhaled sharply, and fear etched upon his small face. Is he still human? Jiang Yu was taken aback for a moment, suddenly comprehending why he had directly consumed from the stone pot in the cave last time. The modest amount of food they prepared would scarcely suffice to fill his gaps. "Auntie!" Chu Yang suddenly grasped her hand, his large eyes fixed upon her as he whispered, "This is a golden thigh, a very thick golden thigh." In an instant, Jiang Yu understood Xiao Yang's implication. The power of Lei Jin was unfathomable. Both she and Xiao Yang were currently too weak. In this perilous world of beasts, having his assistance in the early stages would not only allow them to navigate the forest with ease, but would also ensure their safety. Jiang Yu gently ruffled Xiao Yang's hair, saying, "I will do my utmost." She then turned to the tribespeople, whose eyes were gleaming with hunger, fixated on the roasted meat on the stone slab, and urged everyone, "Come and taste the meat of the scaled beast." The tribespeople had long been tantalized by the aroma of the meat and immediately gathered around, disregarding the heat as they reached out to grab a piece and pop it into their mouths. Gong's eyes widened in bliss as he exclaimed, "Delicious! Better than snake meat. So warm. I feel invigorated all at once." Hearing their enthusiastic exclamations, Shan could not resist the still warm slices of meat, quickly stuffing them into their mouths and chewing heartily. The savory flavor instantly engulfed Shan's senses, causing him to pause in astonishment. This was the first time he had tasted such exquisite food. Previously, eating was merely a means to stave off hunger, but now he felt a profound sense of satisfaction and joy. Jiang Yu sat beside Yin, feeling the meat had cooled enough to feed him. As the meat entered his belly, he felt a grand and gentle warmth surge through him like a stream. It was akin to water suddenly flowing into a parched riverbed, a most comforting sensation. Before long, all the tribespeople, save for Yin, could eat no more. They clutched their bellies, brows furrowed, and hastily rushed toward the cave entrance. Jiang Yu fed Yin over 20 slices, and seeing he still had not been filled, she sliced more meat from the scaled beast and continued to roast it for him. During this time, Yin had also ventured outside, propping himself against the cave wall. Upon his return, he sat beside her and consumed several more slices before finally pausing, letting out a long sigh. At that moment, his previously pallid complexion had regained its rosy hue, and his weak breath had transformed into something steadier and more vigorous. Trying to move his arm, he found the stiffness had significantly lessened. It was no longer a struggle to lift it. Yin gazed at Jiang Yu, his voice filled with astonishment. This meat is exceptional, even better than snake meat. Indeed, thus you must eat as much as possible. All right, he paused, adding, I wonder if, once I completely master the snake soul, I could become as powerful as that person, then I could take you all to hunt the scaled beasts. Jiang Yu thought that even if he absorbed several more snake souls, he would likely never match Lei Jin's strength, yet she would not dampen Yin's enthusiasm. I shall await your return, to hunt the scaled beasts together. Yin beamed at her words. Jiang Yu suddenly recalled something and said, Brother, when you have the chance, go catch a snake and see if you can communicate with it. Yin looked at his sister in astonishment. I can communicate with snakes? I am merely speculating. We shall not know until you try. Yin immediately stood up. I will go now. Jiang Yu stopped him. Brother, your body is yet to recover. Let us wait until tomorrow. Yin nodded. All right, I shall heed your counsel. After experiencing the benefits of the scaled beast's meat firsthand, the tribespeople were filled with energy as they set about cutting more. As they worked, Jiang Yu reminded them to separate the internal organs and subcutaneous fat for her to render into oil. The tribespeople were meticulous in their efforts, unwilling to waste even a morsel. All the scales, bones, and hides were collected, as each held value for them. Outside the cave, rain pattered softly, ceasing only at dusk. By then, the tribespeople had harvested a significant amount of fat, and Jiang Yu, observing that 3 stone buckets were full, began to render the oil. First, she boiled a pot of warm water to cleanse the fat, aiming to eliminate any foul odor. Lacking ginger, she instead used wild scallions, which Xiaoyang had discovered while gathering grass for the rabbits. She added some wild scallions, and before the water could boil, promptly retrieved the fat, washing it clean and returning it to the stone pot, where she added water to simmer. Gradually, a rich aroma began to pervade the cave. The tribespeople, busy cutting meat, could not help but inhale deeply. How fragrant! They involuntarily swallowed, glancing toward the stone pot with anticipation. As the oils simmered and increased in quantity, the scent grew stronger. Wafting out of the cave, in the underbrush, pairs of red eyes stared intently at the cave. Jiang Yu saw that the fat had rendered into crispy golden bits, bubbling in the pot. She poured the oil into a stone basin, then added water to the pot along with bones, meat chunks, and wild vegetables, creating a hearty stew of beast meat. After a long day of labor, the tribespeople eagerly gathered around the fire, sipping the beast meat soup and gnawing on bones, each face reflecting happiness and contentment. After eating their fill, their bodies warm and satiated, they quickly succumbed to sleep, the cave echoing with snores. Jiang Yu fed the young kittens, teaching Xiaoyang some conversational phrases. Auntie, I am sleepy, Qiang murmured while rubbing his eyes. Sleep now, Jiang Yu replied. Once Xiaoyang had drifted off, she covered him with animal hides and closed her eyes to rest, awaiting the midnight hour. As she teetered between dreams and wakefulness, a sudden golden light appeared before her. Chapter 33, A Night of Chaos. Today's report. A torrential rain has washed away the nest of a firebird resting in a phoenix tree. The firebird mother, injured while protecting her eggs, is temporarily unable to fly. If you arrive beneath the phoenix tree at the hour of Chun tomorrow, you may achieve unexpected rewards. A firebird? She was unfamiliar with what a firebird was, but its name suggested it was extraordinary. There were a few phoenix trees adjacent to the pine forest, which must be where the system referred to. Jiang Yu resolved to investigate the next day, eagerly anticipating the unexpected rewards hinted at by the system. With her decision made, she ceased her musings and quickly fell asleep on the grass mat. The cave was tranquil, with only the occasional crackle of the wood in the fire. After an indeterminate time, the young kitten suddenly opened its eyes, tilting its head as it focused on the ground, letting out a soft mewl. Jiang Yu abruptly opened her eyes and sat up. In the faint glow of the fire, she noticed that the solid ground was undulating like the surface of water, as if something was about to emerge from beneath. The ground heaved as a mound of earth began to rise. "Be careful," Jiang Yu shouted, swiftly scooping Chiang into her arms and stepping back. With a soft pop, the mound burst open, and a furry black shadow, reeking of earth, sprang forth from the cave with lightning speed. The creature moved so swiftly that Jiang Yu barely caught a glimpse of it, but a yellow figure darted even faster. A piercing, shrill scream echoed within the cave, abruptly silenced. In the blink of an eye, as the dust settled, Jiang Yu finally discerned what lay on the ground. It was a rat larger than a full-grown wild rabbit. Its entire body was covered in dark brown, coarse fur, and its crimson eyes still bore traces of ferocity. However, its throat had been punctured, blood gushing forth and staining the rocks beneath it. A young cat stood atop the enormous corpse of the rat, emitting a threatening growl from its throat, its stunning blue eyes shining brilliantly in the darkness, fixated intently on the rat hole. The clansmen observed the rat and gathered around the entrance of the hole. Jiang Yu frowned as she gazed at the rat hole. It had been peaceful until now. So why had the rats suddenly burrowed into the cave tonight? Perhaps the gruesome demise of the first rat had instilled fear, for the entrance remained quiet for quite a while, void of any movement. The clansmen gradually relaxed. Yin murmured, "Is it just this one rat?" Before her words could fully escape her lips, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Squeak, accompanied by a piercing shriek, several similarly sized giant rats surged forth from the hole, charging straight toward the crowd. "Attack!" Yin shouted, bringing down his stone spear with force. The young cat transformed into a yellow blur, leaping towards one of the rats. The clansmen quickly reacted, brandishing their weapons and rushing forward. Thud! Bang! The cave erupted into chaos, the dull thuds of wooden sticks striking flesh, the sharp cracks of stone tools breaking bones, and the anguished cries of the dying rats intermingled, creating a cacophony. Just as they were dealing with the few rats, Jiang Yu suddenly felt the ground quaking beneath her feet. She looked down in horror, discovering that 2 more mounds of earth were rising not far from her. Poof! Poof! 2 new rat holes were breached, and more giant rats poured out from within. 1, 2, 3. Within moments, a dozen frenzied, giant rats rampaged through the cave. The cave was instantly thrown into disarray. These rats were not only massive, but also exceptionally cunning and agile. They did not engage the clansmen directly, but darted around, clearly targeting the pieces of scaled beast meat they had placed on the stone slab. Not good. They aimed to steal the meat. Chang cried out in alarm. The clansmen immediately gathered around. Jiang Yu protected Chu Yang, gripping her spear while scanning the surroundings. When she spotted a rat the size of a small dog skillfully climbing towards the stone slab, clearly about to reach for a piece of beast meat, she shouted, "Brother!" Yin turned at the sound of her voice, his expression sharpening instantly as he seized a stone and hurled it with force. The stone struck the rat's back, causing it to screech and roll on the ground. Yet it appeared unscathed and continued its advance toward the stone slab. Jiang Yu stepped forward, plunging her spear down, impaling the rat to the ground. Amidst the chaos, an especially large rat evaded all attacks and, with astonishing speed, dashed to the stone slab, snatched a piece of scaled beast meat, and turned to escape into the rat hole. "Block it!" Shan shouted as he pursued, thrusting his wooden stick repeatedly. But the rat deftly evaded each strike. Its speed was astounding. Before Shan's spear could reach it, its massive body had already vanished into the dark entrance of the hole. Jiang Yu finally understood. The rats had been lured by the scaled beast meat. In the latter part of the night, Jiang Yu and all the clansmen, including the young cat, were engaged in capturing rats. They dared not relax for even a moment, for if they were careless, a rat could vanish into the hole with a piece of meat. It was not until dawn broke, painting the eastern sky with a pale light, that the 4 dark rat holes fell silent at last. The group waited for nearly half an hour, ensuring no more rats emerged, before they collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. A night of battle had left everyone utterly exhausted. Those wretched, foul rats. He glared at the meat on the stone slab, his face turning pale with anger. They stole over a dozen pieces of scaled beast meat. Yin pointed at several pieces that had fallen to the ground, lamenting, "Look, these pieces have been nibbled by the rats." Observing the mix of anger and despair among the clansmen, Jiang Yu set down her spear and spoke gently, "Though we lost several pieces of scaled beast meat, we also captured many rats, so it is not entirely without gain." Her words reminded everyone. They gathered the rat carcasses scattered throughout the cave and piled them together. To their surprise, they counted over 30. Looking at the pile of rats, smiles finally broke out among the clansmen. Jiang Yu also smiled. With so many rat skins, along with those she had previously stored with Yin, she would have enough to craft another leather garment for Chu Yang. Just as the clansmen began to process the rats with excitement, Chu Yang looked sorrowfully at the 2 rabbits that had been killed by the rats. He had painstakingly managed to keep all 6 rabbits alive, only to have 2 perish overnight due to the rats. He was utterly infuriated. Jiang Yu patted Xiao Yang's head, offering him some comforting words before gathering some oil and using the scaled beast meat to stew a large pot of meat porridge. The rich aroma of meat gradually wafted through the cave, dispersing the odors of blood and rats. After filling their stomachs, Jiang Yu filled a hollow gourd with the meat porridge and packed a few pieces of freshly roasted rat meat and scaled beast meat, giving Yin and Chu Yang a few instructions before taking her stone knife and a long spear and stepping out of the cave. Chapter 34. The Battle After the Heavy Rain. The air in the mountain forest was exceptionally fresh, though the humidity was overwhelming. The ground was a muddy mess. Stepping down would cause half a foot to sink into the muck, and when pulling it out, mud clung to it. Not having traveled far, her animal skin garment was already soaked by the droplets falling from the leaves and the moisture in the air, clinging uncomfortably to her body. Were it not for the firebird, she would never have chosen to venture out in such weather. Ascending a hillside, her view suddenly opened up. Soon, she spotted several sycamore trees adjacent to a pine forest. Having confirmed her target, Jiang Yu no longer hesitated and quickened her pace towards the sycamore trees. The forest was silent, save for the squelching sound of her steps in the mud. Before she could approach the sycamore trees, a flurry of urgent bird calls reached her ears, carried by the wind. The sound was somewhat weak, tinged with panic. Jiang Yu hastened her steps, maneuvering around a patch of shrubs, and the sight before her caused her pupils to constrict. Beneath the massive sycamore tree lay a scene of devastation. A large bird's nest had been scattered across the muddy ground, surrounded by eggshells, with remnants of egg yolks faintly visible on the grass. A bird, entirely red like fire, was cornered beneath the tree by a yellow weasel the size of a hunting dog. One of the firebird's wings dangled at an awkward angle, clearly broken, blood dripping down its feathers and staining the ground a dark hue. The weasel, evidently lacking patience, emitted a hissing threat, suddenly launching itself forward with a powerful kick, transforming into a blur of yellow as it pounced on the firebird. The firebird let out a piercing shriek, stretching its neck to peck at the weasel's eyes with its sharp beak. Yet, with its wing injured, its balance was severely compromised, rendering its movements sluggish. The cunning weasel deftly dodged the bird's beak, opening its tooth-filled mouth and clamping down hard on the firebird's uninjured wing. The firebird emitted a heart-wrenching cry, thrashing wildly, its wings beating against the ground, sending mud and blood splattering everywhere. No longer could she afford to wait. This firebird would not last much longer. With determination, Jiang Yu no longer hesitated and aimed her stone spear at the weasel, hurling it with force. Whoosh! The spear flew like an arrow, moving swiftly. Jiang Yu believed this strike to be certain. However, the weasel's reaction was astonishingly quick. Sensing danger, it abruptly released its grip and rolled away. Thud! The spear grazed its fur, embedding itself deeply into the muddy ground beside it, the tail of the spear vibrating violently from the tremendous force. With a swift misfire, Jiang Yu emerged from her concealed position behind the thicket, extracting her stone spear from the earth while warily fixating on the weasel. She shielded the injured firebird behind her. Startled by the sudden appearance of a human, the weasel bared its teeth and retreated a few steps, its beady eyes glinting with a blend of ferocity and cunning. It assessed the space between Jiang Yu and the wounded firebird, weighing its options. After a brief standoff, perhaps the allure of the firebird proved too enticing. Or perhaps it underestimated Jiang Yu's threat. With a low growl, the weasel transformed into a streak of yellow, this time targeting Jiang Yu. In an instant, a chill ran down Jiang Yu's spine as she felt a rush of foul wind against her face. Instinctively, she twisted her waist and sidestepped, thrusting the stone spear forward. The weasel, however, executed a deft maneuver mid-air, gliding past the spear's blade before landing and springing back up, its gaping maw aimed straight for Jiang Yu's arm. She hastily retracted the spear for defense, but was a moment too late. A searing pain erupted from her left arm, and as she looked down, she was horrified to see a gaping wound, deep enough to expose bone, with blood streaming down her arm. Emboldened by its success, the weasel circled Jiang Yu at a rapid pace, seeking its next opportunity to strike. Gritting her teeth against the pain, Jiang Yu tightened her grip on the spear, focusing intently on the ever-moving yellow blur. She understood that a swift resolution was imperative. As the weasel lunged from her right, Jiang Yu seized the moment, advancing rather than retreating. With a fierce step forward, she swung the spear not to stab, but to sweep. The spear connected solidly with the weasel's midsection with a resounding thud. The weasel emitted a piercing wail, sent flying by Jiang Yu's strike, rolling several times before finally halting. It struggled to rise, but its hindquarters were clearly impaired from the blow. Now it was her chance. A glint of determination flickered in Jiang Yu's eyes as she discarded the cumbersome spear, grasped her stone knife, and charged forward. Seizing the moment while the weasel was still dazed, she summoned all her strength and struck at its neck. Warm blood gushed forth, splattering her face as the weasel convulsed violently before its limbs fell still. Sighing in relief at its demise, Jiang Yu sank to the muddy ground. She glanced at the grievous wound on her arm, deep enough to reveal bone, and blood continued to flow profusely. There was no time to waste. Trembling, she reached into her waist pouch and retrieved a scale from a Qilin, red-scaled carp, heedless of its cleanliness, and bit down with vigor. The scales were tough, but her teeth had toughened considerably through her trials. As she chewed and swallowed the scale, a refreshing sensation rose from her stomach, coursing through her limbs. The pain in her arm began to diminish at a perceptible pace, and the bleeding slowed. Breathing heavily, Jiang Yu felt a resurgence of strength, at last turning her gaze to the firebird. It hid behind a sycamore tree, peeking out with its fluffy head and shiny black eyes. Observing her with a mix of curiosity and caution, Jiang Yu refrained from approaching hastily, aware that wild creatures possessed keen instincts. Having just emerged from a bloody battle, she was coated in the scent of blood, and any sudden movement could frighten it away. Scanning her surroundings, she quickly spotted a patch of vibrant green, prickly greens nearby. She approached, plucking several leaves, scraping off the sharp edges with her stone knife, and then placed the leaves on a clean stone, mashing them into a dark green paste with another small stone. Once done, she returned to the spot where she had sat earlier and carefully applied the herbal paste to her arm. A soothing coolness enveloped her, alleviating the fiery sting of her wound, and the bleeding ceased. She tore off several large leaves and ripped some resilient vines to create a simple bandage. Throughout the process, she deliberately moved slowly, avoiding any glance at the firebird, as though it were non-existent. After tending to her wound, she finally lifted her gaze towards the still-hiding firebird, softening her voice as she spoke. "Do not be afraid. I will tend to your injury." She pointed towards its broken wing and then to her own bandaged arm. The firebird tilted its head, its shiny eyes flickering. Perhaps it sensed Jiang Yu's lack of malice, or perhaps it remembered her earlier act of rescue. After a moment's hesitation, it emitted a low coo and emerged cautiously from behind the sycamore tree, inching closer to Jiang Yu. A feeling of joy surged within her as she remained still, patiently awaiting its approach. 10 steps, 5 steps, 3 steps, the firebird drew nearer, now within arm's reach. Just then, an unforeseen event occurred. The firebird seemed to sense danger, its magnificent feathers flaring out in an instant, issuing a sharp, frightened cry. It abruptly turned, tumbling back towards the sycamore tree, wedging its large body into the crevice of the trunk, trembling in fear. At that moment, a shadow descended silently from above, enveloping Jiang Yu's small form entirely. In that instant, Jiang Yu felt as though her very blood had turned to ice. A chilling sensation raced up her spine, leaving her nearly breathless. Just as she instinctively prepared to roll away in evasion, the shadow enveloping her swayed gently. This movement did not resemble that of a predator. Rather, it seemed almost human. Jiang Yu turned her stiff neck, and upon recognizing the familiar, stern visage behind her, her taut nerves snapped, releasing all tension as she exhaled deeply. It was Lei Jin. He had indeed remained nearby, close to their tribe. Relief washed over her as she patted her chest, having genuinely feared she was about to encounter a ferocious beast. How could this man move so stealthily, like a ghost? If this were to happen regularly, she would surely frighten herself into a heart attack. Naturally, Jiang Yu kept her thoughts to herself, recalling Xiaoyang's description of him as a sturdy figure, a remarkably robust one. Thus she resolved to greet him warmly. Jiang Yu removed the gourd from her waist, uncorked it, and offered it to him. The rich aroma of meat mingled with vegetables wafted into Lei Jin's nostrils, compelling him to inhale deeply. Jiang Yu mimed an eating gesture. Lei Jin lowered his gaze, shifting his attention between the small gourd and her face. After a few moments, he accepted the gourd but did not drink immediately. Instead, he examined it with curiosity before sampling its contents. A look of astonishment crossed his face as he regarded the meat porridge within the gourd, seemingly unable to believe how delectable it was. And he soon drank several more mouthfuls. Jiang Yu smiled at his reaction. Is it not delicious? Lei Jin glanced at her and drank heartily. Observing the way his throat moved as he swallowed, Jiang Yu's thoughts began to race. Before her musings could fully form, Lei Jin had finished. He shook the empty gourd, as if surprised that it was empty so soon, a slight frown creasing his brow. Tomorrow, I shall bring you more, Jiang Yu said, reaching for the gourd. But to her surprise, Lei Jin deftly evaded her hand, naturally tying the empty gourd to his waist. Jiang Yu's expression faltered momentarily. He certainly had an eye for such matters. Oh well, it's just a gourd. She felt no pang of loss, not in the slightest. Observing the man's expectant gaze sweeping back and forth across her figure, Jiang Yu discerned that he might not have had his fill. After contemplating for a moment, she rummaged through her grass pouch and retrieved 2 pieces of roasted jerky, one made from the scales of a beast and the other from a rodent, and offered them to him. To her surprise, Lei Jin only accepted the piece of scaled beast meat, casting a disdainful glance at the rodent meat, which he promptly discarded into the nearby underbrush with a dismissive wave of his hand. Jiang Yu thought to herself how picky, though he refused it. She cherished the morsel dearly. She leaned down into the grass to retrieve the discarded rodent jerky, brushed off the leaves clinging to it, and was about to take a bite when suddenly a large hand clasped her wrist. In the next instant, the man snatched the rodent jerky from her grasp, furrowing his brow in displeasure as he forcefully tossed it away. Jiang Yu watched the piece of rodent jerky vanish into the distance, becoming a mere black dot against the backdrop of the dense forest. There was no hope of retrieving it now. Suppressing her irritation, she gazed up at Lei Jin, hoping for an explanation. What was this? Not only did he refuse to eat it, but he also forbade her from doing so. Was there something amiss with this man? The 2 locked eyes, one filled with fury, the other expressionless, yet radiating an unyielding dominance. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. After a while, Lei Jin averted his gaze first, as if a sudden thought struck him. He rummaged through his clothes and produced an object, extending it toward her. It was a small, purple fruit, smooth-skinned and exuding a faint, alluring fragrance. Jiang Yu froze momentarily, pointing at the fruit and then at herself, inquiring for me. Lei Jin nodded. Taking the fruit, Jiang Yu did not consume it immediately. Instead, she brought it to her nose for a whiff, and a refreshing aroma instantly invigorated her senses. Tentatively, she took a small bite, and in the next moment, her eyes sparkled with delight. The fruit's flavor bore a resemblance to that of ginseng fruit, but was sweeter, more fragrant, and juicier, making it utterly delectable. She squinted her eyes in satisfaction, tilted her head, and flashed a broad smile at Lei Jin. Upon seeing her radiant smile, Lei Jin's previously harsh demeanor softened slightly. Watching her finish the fruit, he produced another from his clothing and offered it to her once more. This time, Jiang Yu refrained from eating it, carefully stowing it away in her grass pouch at her waist, intending to bring it back for Xiao Yang to taste. Her action caught Lei Jin's attention, and he leaned down, curiously inspecting her woven pouch. Realizing his gaze was upon her, Jiang Yu glanced down, then generously removed the pouch from her waist. She took out its contents and handed him the empty pouch. Lei Jin accepted it, examining it closely, and, after a moment, he tied the pouch to his own waist. Jiang Yu sighed, accepting her fate, with the gourd gone and the pouch lost. She merely sighed and turned to the enormous phoenix tree, cradling the trembling firebird. Perhaps recognizing her presence, the firebird did not struggle. Jiang Yu approached Lei Jin again, reaching out tentatively with her free hand toward his arm. Chapter 36. Why? Under Lei Jin's watchful eyes, Jiang Yu placed her hand on his wrist, gripping it gently. She sensed a momentary stiffness in his body, as if unaccustomed to such closeness, yet he did not shake her off. A flicker of joy surged within her heart as she tugged him toward the cave. After taking 2 steps, she felt an unyielding pull from behind. Turning around, she saw Lei Jin standing still, unmoved. Jiang Yu halted, one hand cradling the firebird, while the other pointed toward the cave and mimicked walking, signaling him to follow. However, Lei Jin merely observed her quietly, then slowly shook his head before turning and striding decisively into the dense forest. Within moments, he had vanished behind layers of shadowy trees, as if he had never existed. Jiang Yu stood there, clutching the injured firebird, staring in the direction where Lei Jin had disappeared, her brow furrowed in confusion. Why? A gust of mountain wind swept by, snapping Jiang Yu back to reality. Realizing she had been standing there for quite some time, she stifled her bewilderment and returned to the cave with the firebird and the weasel. As she was pounding salt stones, Chu Yang noticed the large leaf bandaged around Jiang Yu's arm, stained with blood, and immediately stood up. "Auntie, you're hurt?" He hurried over to her, producing a Qi Lin fish bladder from his space. Jiang Yu set down the injured firebird and tossed the weasel aside, saying, "I reacted too slowly and got bitten." Chu Yang, with curiosity in his eyes, asked, "Is this a weasel?" Jiang Yu affirmed, and, after finishing the fish bladder, took out the purple fruit Lei Jin had given her, offering it to him. "Try this, it's delicious." Chu Yang accepted it, inhaling the enticing aroma. He took a small bite, his eyes widening in astonishment, and then devoured it eagerly, his mouth filled with the sweet juice. While eating, he scrutinized Jiang Yu and suddenly exclaimed, "Annie, where your gourd and pouch?" Without waiting for her response, his eyes brightened as he asked, "Did you encounter Lei Jin?" Jiang Yu, amused by his quick reaction, nodded and recounted her meeting with Lei Jin. "I wanted to bring him back, but for some reason, he was unwilling." Chu Yang swallowed the last morsel of fruit, licking his lips, and spoke in a calm tone that belied his young age. "We are too weak." He gazed at Jiang Yu. "Annie, this is the beast realm. What are we? In the eyes of those powerful beasts, we are merely food, as insignificant as ants. When we ponder our circumstances, we cannot view them solely from our perspective. We must consider it from the beast's viewpoint. A formidable beast would never willingly coexist with a horde of ants." Xiao Yang's words illuminated her mind. Indeed, in the eyes of a being as powerful as Lei Jin, they were no different from feeble ants. This perspective clarified much of his behavior. He did not slay them, willingly provided her with prey, and offered her mountain fruits as compensation for taking her belongings. These were his immense gestures of kindness. She had been too simplistic in her thinking. In this world, to coexist equally with the strong, one must first possess sufficient strength. With this realization, she no longer felt troubled and redirected her attention to the firebird. She carefully used a stone knife to treat the bite wounds on its leg and wing, applying a poultice of crushed thistle for bandaging. As for the broken wing, she had no effective remedy, so she did her best to reposition it and secured it with vines and wooden splints. Meanwhile, Chu Yang ventured into the underbrush, returning with some plump greenworms. However, the firebird, traumatized, cowered in a corner, its feathers fluffed up, immobile even in the presence of its favorite food. Observing its frightened state, Jiang Yu contemplated and carried the firebird outside the cave, settling beneath a tree. She found a sturdy branch not far from the ground and gently placed the Firebird upon it. Once on the branch, it seemed to find solace, gradually relaxing. Its drooping head lifted, the ruffled feathers began to settle. It even turned its head to preen its slightly disheveled plumage. Witnessing this, Jiang Yu promptly placed the green worms on the branch. The Firebird glanced at her, gave a crisp chirp, and began to feast on the worms. Jiang Yu smiled warmly, saying, "Take good care of yourself on the tree. I'll come check on you tomorrow." Instead of returning immediately to the cave, she began foraging for wild vegetables nearby. Before long, Yin appeared, running toward her with excitement. "You, come look." Jiang Yu raised her head and beheld a white snake as thick as her arm, gracefully coiled around Yin's shoulder. The triangular head of the serpent affectionately nudged his face from time to time. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she asked, "Brother, can you communicate with them?" "Not yet," he replied. "However, when I caress them, I can sense their emotions and feel a profound connection. It seems they are fond of me as well. Just a moment ago, I caught several snakes in the forest, and none of them attacked me." He extended his hand, gently stroking the white snake, excitement radiating from him. "You, once I have completely mastered the serpent soul, will I be able to understand their speech?" Jiang Yu nodded thoughtfully. "Perhaps you may even be able to control them, enlisting their help with our tasks." Upon hearing this, Yan's breath quickened with anticipation. Controlling a swarm of snakes? The mere thought thrilled him immensely. "I will master the serpent's soul as swiftly as possible. There's no rush. We shall take our time." Jiang Yu smiled, soothing him. Yan acknowledged her with a sound, then scrutinized the plants she had unearthed. Can we eat these?" "Yes," Jiang Yu affirmed. Yan promptly squatted down and joined her in digging until she declared they had enough. Only then did he cease his efforts, gathering the wild vegetables to return to the tribe with Jiang Yu. In the afternoon, Jiang Yu collaborated with the tribe's people to excavate some soil and transport stones back. After sealing several mouse holes, she turned to Yin and inquired, "Brother, are there any caves nearby? I worry those mice may return at night." Upon hearing this, Yan's expression turned grave. He immediately summoned everyone to share Jiang Yu's concerns. One-armed mice spoke up. "I know there's a cave halfway up the stone mountain to our left. It's somewhat small, though." Jiang Yu was pleasantly surprised to learn there indeed was a cave. "That's fine. As long as it can store food, it will suffice. Meh. Take my brother and the others there to clean it out. I will prepare the meat, and, once it is cured, I will join Yin and the others in transporting it there." "Understood." After Mai, Yin, and Shan departed, Jiang Yu hastened her efforts in curing the meat. Shortly thereafter, they returned multiple times, bringing the cut and cured meat of the scaled beasts and placing it in the small cave. As night descended, Yin shone, and he moved the stone door to block the entrance. The tribe's people gathered around the campfire, watching her as she continued to render oil. Jiang Yu decided against preparing dinner, for she had 2 pots of fat to process. Thus, the evening's meal comprised merely of oil residue. Fortunately, the tribe's people were not picky eaters. As long as there was sustenance, they were content and satisfied. Moreover, the salted oil residue was quite delicious, leaving everyone with greasy smiles. Meanwhile, pairs of red eyes in the grass gazed hungrily towards the cave. Delicate, hair-thin roots silently emerged from the earth, swiftly darting into the underbrush, piercing one mouse after another. Startled, the mice scurried into the cave, yet some could not escape the grasp of the roots. Inside the cave, as Jiang Yu rendered the last pot of oil, she noticed Xiao Yang was sleepy and gently urged, "You should rest." Xiao Yang nodded, considering the likelihood of another mouse invasion that night. He stored the remaining 4 little rabbits in his space before settling down. After a while, Jiang Yu stifled a yawn, rubbed her eyes, and once the oil was ready, poured it into a stone barrel before finally resting. In the stillness of the night, a line of golden text appeared before Jiang Yu's eyes, stirring her from drowsiness. Today's intelligence, while rendering oil, the enticing aroma has attracted a multitude of mice. They are about to launch an assault on the cave. Upon reading this message, her mind sharpened instantly, and she soon heard a rustling noise emanating from below. She quickly woke Xiao Yang and was about to alert the tribespeople when the kitten suddenly let out a cry, and the rustling ceased abruptly. The tribespeople, stirred by the cat's call, sat up, yawning, grasping their stone tools, and directing their gazes towards the blocked mouse hole. Moments later, another wave of rustling arose, far denser than before, signaling the return of the mice. Before long, the mice had excavated the blocked entrance and emerged. The kitten was the first to charge forward, swiftly dispatching 2 mice. By the flickering firelight, Jiang Yu observed the dead mice on the ground, her brow furrowing slightly, as these rodents appeared significantly larger than the previous night. Before long, more and more mice emerged from the 4 holes. Jiang Yu noticed some bore-old wounds. They no longer exhibited the same fear of humans as before. Their red eyes gleamed with greed and madness as they rushed towards the scaled beasts, attacking any tribespeople they encountered with ferocity. Jiang Yu surmised that these mice must have feasted on the scaled beast meat the night before, thus recognizing its value, which had driven them to madness. The tribespeople, caught off guard by the sudden assault, initially floundered, but soon regained their composure, efficiently dispatching the invading mice. Jiang Yu shielded Xiaoyang behind her, wielding a stone spear, her focus unwavering as she targeted the larger mice. Each thrust or sweep of her spear claimed a mouse's life. Yet for every one dispatched, more seemed to surge forth. Unbeknownst to her, not far behind her and Xiaoyang, the ground illuminated by the firelight began to swell. A mound of earth rose higher and higher until, with a sudden pop, a colossal mouse burst forth from the soil. Its body was caked in mud, and its blood-red eyes glinted with a murderous hunger, instantly locking onto Xiaoyang. Silently, it crouched low, then sprang forward like a shadow, mouth agape to deliver a vicious bite. A muffled grunt issued from behind. Jiang Yu's heart raced as she killed the mouse lunging at her, only to turn and see the hefty creature had latched onto Xiaoyang's calf, blood streaming down his leg. Xiaoyang's face turned pale, sweat beading on his forehead, yet he remained remarkably calm, gripping the mouse's neck with both hands, his gaze devoid of emotion. Seeking death, Jiang Yu's rage surged, and with a swift motion, her spear became a flash of lightning, piercing through the mouse's body and pinning it to the ground. She swiftly scooped Xiaoyang into her arms, preparing to examine his injury. But a flicker of movement from the corner of her eye caught her attention. A new mouse hole had appeared, and one by one, more mice crawled out. Jiang Yu's expression darkened significantly. "Xiaoyang, hold on tight." She tossed him on her back, and he wrapped one arm around her neck while the other retrieved a red-scaled fish bladder from his space and stuffed it into his mouth. With her hands freed, Jiang Yu gripped her spear tightly once more, warning loudly, "Beware the new mouse hole." Blood sprayed as she flicked the mouse off her spear, then executed a sweeping motion that sent several charging mice flying. Her movements were swift and precise, devoid of any unnecessary gestures, but the sheer number of mice was overwhelming, as if they would never cease. This night proved to be a tumultuous ordeal for the tribespeople. When dawn's light filtered through the cracks of the stone door, the mouse horde finally retreated. The cave lay in disarray, the air thick with the stench of blood and the foul odor of rodents, an unpleasant combination. Jiang Yu placed Xiaoyang down and assisted in pushing open the stone door. Fresh air rushed in, bringing her a measure of relief. In the light, she surveyed the ground littered with mice, and noted the uncut pieces of scaled beast meat were marred by numerous bite marks, while 3 new mouse holes had formed. The clan members were all injured, each having suffered a few bites, and Jiang Yu was no exception, with 2 bloody wounds on her calf that throbbed painfully, though thankfully they had ceased bleeding. Despite having slain numerous rats, their hearts ached at the sight of the ravaged, lean jiaxiao meat. They felt they had made a poor trade by exchanging it for rat meat. Fortunately, they had managed to relocate a portion of the meat yesterday. Thinking of this, the clan members, ignoring their wounds, hurried towards the small cave. After a while, they returned, their expressions markedly improved, evidently relieved to find that the lean jiaxiao meat they had moved to the cave the previous day had not been ravaged by rats. Once Jiang Yu had finished her business, she caught a glimpse of something in the grass as she returned to the cave. Drawing her knife, she cautiously approached, and the sight before her took her breath away. Chapter 38. The Fierce Struggle. The ground was littered with the lifeless bodies of rats, at least 30 or 40 upon cursory inspection. Jiang Yu stepped closer, using her stone knife to prod the nearest rat. Its fur remained intact, without a single wound. Yet its insides were entirely hollowed out, leaving only skin and bones. This was peculiar. She examined several more, finding the same strange condition. Until she picked up one rat for a closer look, she noticed a small puncture in its eye, as if it had been penetrated by something. She inspected two more, and they bore the same mark, with one possessing a hair-thin tendril in its eyeball. Upon seeing this tendril, Jiang Yu exhaled in relief and turned her gaze towards the Song Shuang. Clearly, these rats had been slain by the Song Shuang. Had it not been for its efforts, they would have faced an even greater onslaught the previous night. The presence of so many rats indicated there must be several rat burrows nearby, though at that moment, she had no inclination to search for them. Jiang Yu used her knife to cut some grass, stringing the rat bodies together to drag back to the cave when she heard a faint rustling behind her. Turning, she saw the tendril inching towards her, moving cautiously and maintaining a distance of several steps. After observing it for a moment, she resumed her path to the cave. At the cave entrance, the tendril halted, hesitating at the rocky edge without entering. Jiang Yu set down the rats and approached the entrance, bending to grasp the tendril. It was surprisingly docile, becoming still at her touch. Returning to the cave, she placed it in the pool of rat blood, and it sprang to life, swiftly consuming the blood until the ground was cleared of the crimson liquid. She then approached the Lin Jiaxiao, using her stone knife to cut off the sections that bore clear bite marks from the rats, placing them beside the tendril, like a cat catching a whiff of fish. The tendril dove into the meat, visibly shrinking and fading to a pale gray residue. Once it had finished, Jiang Yu took it back to the cave entrance and discarded it outside. In return from outside, laden with soil and noticing the string of rats, inquired Yu, "Were these rats slain by the Song Shuang?" Jiang Yu replied, "The rat skins are no use to it, so I brought them back." Yin acknowledged this and was about to block the rat burrow when Jiang Yu interjected, "Don't bother, it's futile." Yin paused. "Yu, what should we do then? Are we just going to leave it?" Jiang Yu scanned her weary clan members' faces and gently advised, "Everyone is exhausted from the night's ordeal. Let's rest and eat first. We can discuss the rats after we have filled our bellies." Relieved, the clan members settled down to rest, their hands busy peeling rat skins and preparing the meat. Jiang Yu set up a stone pot over the campfire, adding oil once it heated, followed by wild onions and Lin Jiaxiao meat, stirring before adding water to stew. Just before it was done, she tossed in some wild vegetables and mushrooms. The rich aroma of the meat quickly overpowered the lingering scent of blood in the cave, causing the clan members to swallow in anticipation as they gathered around the fire with their bowls. Jiang Yu first served a bowl to the young cat, which was licking its paws, having played a significant role in the previous night's battle, claiming at least a third of the rats. Upon catching the scent of the meat, the young cat looked up and meowed at Jiang Yu. She placed the bowl before it, gently patting its small head. "Eat up." Then she returned to serve the others. The warm meat porridge filled their bellies, dispelling some of their fatigue. Once everyone had eaten their fill and regained some energy, Jiang Yu addressed them, "Today, let us try to cut down all the Lin Jiaxiao meat, cure it, and store it in the small cave." A few eager individuals sprang into action. Observing that Yin had not moved, Jiang Yu instructed, "In the afternoon, gather some damp firewood, and at dusk, we will smoke the meat to drive out any remaining rats. I will communicate with the Song Shuang to assist us in exterminating them." Yin nodded in agreement. "All right, let us proceed with that." The group quickly set to work. Jiang Yu poured the remaining meat porridge into a stone basin and wrapped some dried meat in clean leaf for Chuyang, saying, "Take a break. I'll be going out for a while." Understanding her intention to deliver food to Lei Jin, Chuyang nodded obediently, lying down on the grass mat and soon falling asleep. Jiang Yu climbed over the hill towards the wutong tree, uncertain if she would find Lei Jin there today, yet feeling compelled to visit nonetheless. Upon reaching the tree, she scanned her surroundings but found no sign of Lei Jin. Calling out a few times yielded no response. So she placed the basin and dried meat on a large stone and began picking mushrooms that had sprouted after the heavy rain. However, she did not stray far, periodically returning to shoo away insects from the basin and dried meat. On her fourth return to chase the bugs away, she heard a rustling in the bushes and, thinking it was Lei Jin, turned joyfully, only to be confronted by a large, gray-black, furry, and robust beast standing before her, an imposing badger. Her joyful expression vanished instantly as she grasped her spear, standing alert. The badger glared fiercely at her and growled before suddenly charging. Its hefty body propelled itself forward with surprising speed, akin to an arrow flying low to the ground, aiming directly for her. Jiang Yu instinctively rolled to the side. The sound of tearing echoed as the badger's sharp claws ripped through her fur clothing, a sharp pain radiating from the wound. She barely had time to assess the injury before the badger, having missed its target, propelled itself again, kicking up dirt and grass as it turned for another assault. Mouth agape, revealing its yellow-black teeth, ready to bite down on her. It was too swift. Jiang Yu had no time to evade, forcing her to raise her spear defensively. With a resounding thud, the badger collided with her makeshift shield. Noticing her spear had splintered in two, Jiang Yu seized the moment, thrusting the remaining piece toward its back with all her might. The spear tip penetrated the thick, resilient fur and fat, but she felt it slow, blocked by the badger's tough hide. Reacting quickly, she released the spear and distanced herself from the beast. The badger howled in pain. Its ferocity ignited as it lunged at her once more. Realizing she could not defeat it, Jiang Yu prepared to flee, but the badger suddenly emitted a terrified yelp, abruptly halting in its tracks before turning tail and fleeing in panic. Jiang Yu blinked in surprise. Curiosity piqued, she turned around. Chapter 39. Are you leaving? Lei Jin. He had appeared behind her unbeknownst, holding the bowl of meat porridge she had brought. Gulping it down with one hand while the other grasped the bundle of dried meat wrapped in leaves. Jiang Yu swiftly approached him, exclaiming, "You have arrived." Lei Jin swallowed the meat porridge in his mouth, met her sparkling gaze, and handed her the stone basin. As soon as Jiang Yu took the basin, the man swayed and vanished before her eyes, leaving only an afterimage. She turned her head and saw Lei Jin dashing into the bushes. Was he pursuing a badger? That creature was so swift, could even catch up? After a breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, and 10 breaths, the bushes rustled, and Lei Jin returned, holding the badger as if it were a chick. Jiang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, her gaze fixed intently on the man. Lei Jin casually dropped the badger at her feet, picked up the stone basin, and resumed drinking. Jiang Yu glanced down to see a gaping wound in the badger's neck. She circled around the man, but found no weapons on him. After finishing the porridge, Lei Jin smacked his lips, clearly still wanting more. Jiang Yu gestured animatedly, saying, "Tomorrow, you shall accompany me back to the cave, and I will prepare a feast for you, a great deal." It was unclear if Lei Jin understood her, but he glanced at her and pulled 4 fruits from the grass pouch at his waist, offering them to her. 2 were purple, 2 were red, glistening with dew. The moment she held the fruits, a line of golden characters suddenly appeared before her eyes. Unexpected information. Lei Jin has gifted you 2 peach fruits, which contain abundant vitality. Consuming them can accelerate wound healing and restore internal injuries. The peach fruits mentioned by the system must be these 2 red ones. She paused momentarily, her heart warming instantly. Eating the fruit, she looked up with a radiant smile and gestured, "Thank you, I really like them." Lei Jin regarded her steadily for a moment before turning to leave. However, after taking a few steps, he unexpectedly halted and looked back at her. Jiang Yu blinked in confusion. Lei Jin raised his hand, pointing towards a distant direction, then made a waving gesture as if bidding farewell. The gesture was straightforward, and Jiang Yu understood it at a glance. Realizing his meaning, she felt a twinge of disappointment in her heart. In a matter of moments, various thoughts flashed through her mind, yet she found none of them feasible. Leaving her somewhat disheartened, Jiang Yu quickly gestured, pointing into the distance, then drew a circle on the ground and pointed at her feet, asking, "Will you return?" Lei Jin stared at her for quite some time, his amber eyes seemingly filled with myriad emotions, yet also devoid of any. Ultimately, he offered no response and sprinted into the forest, disappearing amid the dense foliage. She stood there, gazing in the direction he had vanished, taking a moment to gather her emotions before shouldering the badger and picking up the basin to head back. Passing by the tree where the firebird resided, she paused, setting down the badger and looking up at the injured creature. It perched on a branch, looking much better, its feathers neatly preened. Upon noticing Jiang Yu, it tilted its head and emitted a clear chirp, displaying a hint of familiarity. A smile graced Jiang Yu's face as she entered the grass, gathered some green caterpillars, and placed them on the trunk. The firebird eagerly pecked at them, devouring one after another. Jiang Yu watched quietly for a moment, and as she bent down to lift the badger, she noticed a slender root nearby, wriggling restlessly but not consuming the badger. She reached out to grasp the root and slowly closed her eyes, her thoughts and murmurs revolving around the plan to catch mice at dusk. Jiang Yu was uncertain if the Wongsang would assist, but it was worth a try. In the cave, the tribe members were energetically cutting the meat of the scale armor beast. She set down the badger, noticed Xiao Yang still asleep, and sat beside Yin to help marinate the scale armor beast meat. In the afternoon, they finally finished cutting and marinating all the meat. When Yin and a few others went to store the meat, Jiang Yu handed 3 fruits to Xiao Yang, asking him to store them in the spatial pouch, and informed him of Lei Jin's departure. He had his own tribe and could not remain here indefinitely. He would naturally return. Jiang Yu observed the unusually calm Xiao Yang. Did you not say he was a strong ally? Now that he has left, are you not disappointed? Xu Yang smiled faintly. There is certainly a hint of disappointment, but that is all. He looked at Jiang Yu. Annie, I believe that even without relying on anyone, we can thrive here and continue to improve. Jiang Yu nodded with a smile. Annie, since there is nothing to do for now, why not take a rest? Jiang Yu responded with a hum, lying on a grass mat and quickly falling asleep. At dusk, Yin roused her. You, we have prepared the wet firewood. Jiang Yu sat up and asked, have you found the mouse holes outside? Yin replied, we found 3. Jiang Yu nodded. Then let us begin. She exited the cave to the Wongsang tree, took a root, and placed it at the mouth of the designated mouse hole. She then gestured to the tribe members that it was time to ignite the fire. The tribe members dispersed to the other mouse holes, lighting the wet wood and tossing it inside. Soon, Jiang Yu observed smoke rising from several spots around the cave, all of which were mouse holes that had not been discovered by the tribe. Grasping a few roots, she ran while calling to Yin, brother, quickly gather the tribe members around those mouse holes. The mice are about to emerge. Yin, upon hearing this, grabbed a stone tool and promptly led the tribe members toward the 2 nearby mouse holes. Just as Jiang Yu placed the second root into one of the mouse holes, a series of squeaks emerged from within, and a mouse poked its head out, only to be ensnared by the root at the entrance. As it let out a desperate squeal, a root burrowed into its mouth. Initially, the mouse struggled violently, but soon it fell still. Jiang Yu glanced at the mouse corpse left on the ground, raising her eyes to see similar scenes surrounding the cave. Although the tribe members were also hunting mice, they could not match the speed of the Wongsang. At that moment, she suddenly heard Yin shout, Yin, several mice have jumped into the creek and fled. Jiang Yu, seeing the tribe members preparing to pursue, hurriedly stopped them. She had anticipated this outcome. The mice, being cunning, could not be caught all at once. Weakening a portion of their strength was already the limit. At least tonight, they should be able to sleep soundly. It was nearly dark. Let us gather the mice and return to the cave. Upon hearing this, the tribe members picked up the mice scattered on the ground and followed her back to the cave. Across the creek, a large mouse climbed ashore, shook off the water from its body, its crimson eyes fiercely fixed on the direction of the cave, squeaking once before disappearing into the grass. Chapter 40. Astonishing Changes. Whoosh! The bone arrow was released, emitting a faint sound as it pierced the air, striking the target perfectly. A satisfied smile graced Jiang Yu's face, as her relentless practice over the past month had finally paid off. In recent days, her accuracy had improved remarkably, and she could almost shoot without missing. Retrieving the bone arrow and setting it aside, Jiang Yu took a deep breath and propelled herself forward. She dashed across the grass, rolling, climbing high rocks, crawling, and leaping over ravines. This training regimen was tailored for her by Xiao Yang, based on military training methods. The objective was simple: to enable her to run faster, jump higher, and react more swiftly when faced with danger. Both of them understood that to survive in this perilous, beastly world, a robust physique was essential. Initially, She could barely manage 5 laps before gasping for breath, feeling as though she had emerged from the water. Now, however, she effortlessly completed 30 laps, her breathing remaining steady. This transformation was largely thanks to the scale armor beast meat. After a month of consuming it, she could distinctly feel her body evolving towards a superhuman state. Not only she, but the entire tribe had undergone a remarkable metamorphosis due to the scale armor beast meat. Due to prolonged malnutrition, the faces of the clan members have been somewhat sallow and darkened. However, they now radiated a healthy golden hue, and each individual's physical condition had undergone a remarkable transformation. Among them, the most astonishing change was in Yen. In the past, it required the collective effort of all to move the stone door. Yet now, he could effortlessly shift it on his own. After completing her training, Jiang Yu glanced at the sun rising in the east. Estimating it was already the hour of the snake, she picked up the stone bucket resting beneath a tree, preparing to fetch water from the stream. Just a few steps into her journey, Yin sprinted over. "You, I will accompany you," he declared, taking the bucket from his sister's hands and whispering, "I can sense it now." His voice was laced with an uncontainable excitement. Jiang Yu halted in her tracks, turning to look at Yin, whose face was illuminated with joy, and asked, "You can perceive the snake spirit?" Yin nodded fervently, joy radiating from his brow as he pointed to the center of his forehead. "Right here, you. It is because I consumed a great deal of scale beast meat and became stronger that I can sense it, correct?" "Indeed," Jiang Yu affirmed his hypothesis. "Now, try to harness its power." "All right." Yan's expression shifted to one of utmost seriousness. Jiang Yu was unsure how he attempted it, but she observed a fleeting crimson, serpent-shaped mark suddenly appear on his forehead. In the next moment, Yan's pupils constricted as if he had witnessed something extraordinary. "Heavens!" he exclaimed, his voice trembling with shock and disbelief. I saw insects flying on the leaves across the stream." Before finishing his sentence, he hurried forward, parting the grass, and gazed at the swiftly scurrying centipede, his expression becoming even more astonished. I can clearly hear the sounds of the centipede and the ants crawling." Jiang Yu looked at him with anticipation. "How far can you hear?" Yin stepped back a dozen paces and then moved forward again, saying within 20 paces, "I can hear everything distinctly." Jiang Yu smiled brightly. "Brother, that's wonderful. From now on, we'll be much safer when we venture into the forest." Yin nodded earnestly, his fingers gripping the stone bucket clattering with excitement. He closed his eyes, seemingly acclimating to this newfound sensory realm, then opened them again, his eyes ablaze with astonishing brilliance. "I feel that my speed and strength have vastly increased, and I can sense that the power of the snake's spirit is formidable. Presently, I am only tapping into a minuscule fraction of its strength. Any more, and my body would not be able to endure. Moreover, I cannot maintain this state for long." Jiang Yu smiled reassuringly. "It's all right. We will take it slow. This is already impressive." Yin replied, "There isn't much scale beast meat left. Tomorrow we should go fishing." "All right." Just as they approached the stream, Yan's expression suddenly changed. He reached out and yanked Jiang Yu forcefully to his side, every hair on his body standing on end. "What's wrong?" Jiang Yu whispered. Yan's body tensed. "Something is approaching. The snake's spirit is frightened." Jiang Yu quickly scanned the surroundings. The stream babbled softly. The woods were tranquil, and apart from the rustling leaves in the breeze, she detected nothing unusual. Nevertheless, she trusted Yan's judgment. "Let us find a place to hide." Yin nodded. Jiang Yu noticed a large tree a few meters ahead, its branches lush and its canopy ample enough to conceal them. Without hesitation, she declared, "Let us climb the tree." "All right." The two ran to the tree, using both hands and feet with agility to ascend. They climbed to a height of 7 or 8 meters off the ground, finding a dense fork in the branches where they quickly concealed themselves. The thick foliage perfectly masked their figures. Jiang Yu slowed her breathing and cautiously observed their surroundings through the gaps in the leaves. Something was amiss. Just moments ago, she could hear the chirping of insects and the calls of birds, but now all sound had vanished. The silence was eerie. Suddenly, an extremely faint whooshing sound drifted from afar. Carefully, she turned her head in the direction of the noise, spotting a black in the azure sky. At first, she thought it might be a bird, However, as it drew nearer, the outline became increasingly distinct. It was not a bird. Jiang Yu's pupils widened in alarm as she quickly lowered her head. "Brother, whatever happens, do not look up." Although Yin did not understand why, he obediently bent his head, clutching the tree tightly. Moments later, the whooshing wind rushed above them, and Yin saw a massive shadow darting swiftly, enveloping them in an instant. The surrounding light abruptly dimmed, and the tree began to sway violently. A wave of pressure descended from above, and Jiang Yu was astonished to find that, aside from a slight difficulty in breathing, she felt no other discomfort. Her resilience to pressure had strengthened. After a few moments, the light returned to normal, the tree ceased its trembling, and the oppressive force dissipated. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Yin dared to glance up. Has it left? Out of caution, Jiang Yu refrained from looking up, instead straining her ears. After a few moments, she once again heard the chirping of insects. Realizing they were safe, she exhaled deeply, allowing her tense body to relax. At that moment, Yin suddenly shifted beside her, and she turned to see him falling from the tree. "Brother." In a moment of crisis, Jiang Yu grasped his arm. Her arm ached from the sudden pull, causing her to stumble, nearly being dragged down by Yin. Gritting her teeth, she clung tightly to the tree with her left hand while gripping Yin with her right. "Brother, hurry up." As she spoke, she exerted her strength, pulling Yin upward. Yin's face turned pale, devoid of color, sweat beading on his forehead. He appeared as though he had just awakened from a nightmare, gripping his sister's hand tightly to regain his strength and climb back onto the branch. Jiang Yu observed him trembling, gasping for breath as if he had resurfaced from drowning, and asked with concern, "Brother, what happened?" Yin wiped the sweat from his forehead. His voice hoarse. "A wolf. Just now a wolf passed by." He swallowed hard, a very large wolf that can ride the wind. Jiang Yu then understood that he had been frightened. She reached out and gently patted Yan's back, soothingly saying, "It's all right. It has already left. We're safe. Don't be afraid." Yin looked at his unusually composed sister, feeling a twinge of shame at having been so frightened. He, as the older brother, was outdone by his younger sister. Noticing Yan's flushed face as he lowered his head in embarrassment, Jiang Yu quickly guessed his thoughts. "Brother, when I first encountered a wolf, I was terrified, even wishing to dig a hole and bury myself." At her words, Yin seemed to recall something, looking at his sister. "You, was it the wind wolf you mentioned before?" Jiang Yu nodded. "It must have been hunting near the great river and passed by here." Yin nodded, taking a moment to calm down before saying, "Let us come down now." "All right." The two descended from the tree, approached the stream, fetched water, and Yin carried his sister to the cave entrance before heading to the stone mountain. Jiang Yu set the bucket outside to dry for the day, planning to bathe with Xiao Yang that evening. Inside the cave, Chu Yang was comforting a little rabbit. Upon seeing Jiang Yu return, he immediately stood up. "Auntie, what happened outside?" "I sensed a powerful pressure," Jiang Yu replied. "The wind wolf from last time passed over us. That pressure was emanating from it." At this, Chu Yang quickly assessed Jiang Yu with concern. "Are you all right?" Yin sensed it beforehand. "We hid in the tree, and the wind wolf did not notice us." Chu Yang asked in astonishment. "Yin sensed it beforehand?" Jiang Yu smiled and nodded, sharing with him the news of Yan's newfound ability to perceive the snake's spirit. Chu Yang exclaimed joyfully, "That's wonderful." He paused for a moment, gazing at Jiang Yu, and said, "Aunt, we must purposefully hunt some ferocious beasts with beast souls. Only by absorbing these souls can we truly possess the strength for self-preservation in this world." Jiang Yu responded with an picking up the stone sickle from the corner. "I'm going out." "Aunt, wait a moment." Chu Yang turned and quickly walked to the crude wooden bed they had constructed from pine wood. He picked up a neatly folded set of clothes and handed them to her. "The clothes are ready. Try them on." Jiang Yu exclaimed in surprise. "So soon?" Chu Yang replied, "Is it fast?" "I think it took quite a long time. Over the past month, besides cutting grass and feeding the rabbits, I spent all my time processing hemp, spinning thread, weaving, and making clothes. It was only today that I finished your outfit." The hemp thread was unevenly spun, and the fabric was not of the best quality. It felt a bit coarse and would be somewhat uncomfortable to wear. Chu Yang looked at her and said, "The fabric might be a little rough." Jiang Yu carefully accepted the clothes, her face filled with satisfaction. "It doesn't matter. Our conditions are quite basic, and being able to make clothes is already wonderful. She looked at her nephew and asked with concern, "What about yours? Is it ready?" "Not quite, but it should be done by this afternoon." Jiang Yu nodded, holding the clothes as she approached the wooden bed. She removed her grass shoes and climbed onto the bed, drawing the makeshift curtain made of vines and grass that they had woven together. Half a month ago, she had worked with Yin and the others to drag the pine tree back, using stone axes to split the sturdy trunk with great effort, piecing it together to create a simple wooden bed. Although it was hard to sleep on, it was far better than lying directly on the straw-covered ground. With a bed, she also made a rack from branches and vines, hanging a grass curtain to create a small space that belonged solely to her and Chu Yang, making it much easier to wear animal skins and store personal items. The outfit Chu Yang made for her was quite simple, a short-sleeve top and ankle-length pants. She quickly changed out of her rat skin coat into the new clothing. The hemp fabric was indeed stiff, with fibers that felt like tiny needles pricking her skin, causing some discomfort, but she could adapt to it. The weather had already turned warm, and the heavy animal skin coat felt stifling. Despite its rough texture, the hemp clothing was light and breathable, far more comfortable than the animal skin. She adjusted the hem of her clothes and pulled aside the grass curtain. Hearing the commotion, Chu Yang looked up from where he was sorting the hemp thread. With a thud, the hemp rope slipped from his hands as he widened his eyes, momentarily unable to look away from his aunt. Having changed from the heavy, bulky animal skin coat to this neat hemp short-sleeve top and long pants, his aunt's beautiful figure was now fully revealed. Her features were already striking and vivid, with large, bright eyes. At that moment, her eyes sparkled with joy, radiating vitality. She stood there casually, and Chu Yang felt as if the entire cave had brightened because of her presence. "Aunt, you look truly beautiful right now," he said, more captivated than he had ever been. Jiang Yu smiled slightly and gently pinched her nephew's cheek. "Our Xiaoyang is the one who looks good. Now let us go." She was not lying. Over the past month, Xiaoyang had grown significantly taller, no longer the emaciated figure he once was. He was now plump. Having stayed mostly inside the cave, his complexion fairer than anyone else's, with delicate features and bright, expressive light brown eyes that appeared even more handsome than in his past life. As Jiang Yu stepped out of the cave, she unexpectedly encountered Yin, He, and Shan, who were returning with stones and firewood. The moment the three saw her, they halted in their tracks. "You, is this the outfit Yang made?" Shan asked curiously. Jiang Yu nodded, showcasing the clothes boldly. "Isn't it beautiful?" Yin remarked, genuinely impressed. He reached out to touch the fabric, surprised. "I didn't expect the red vine skin could be made into clothing." Jiang Yu replied, "When we have time later, let us gather more and make additional outfits." Yin nodded in agreement. While the siblings conversed, he discreetly assessed Jiang Yu, his gaze unusually filled with a hint of possessiveness. After Jiang Yu parted ways with them, he continued to watch. "Yang is so good to you, much better than he is to me, his father," Shan remarked enviously as they walked toward the cave. Yin glanced at Shan. "Given their bond, have you ever considered having you become Yang's mother?" Shan, being the strongest man in the tribe besides Yin, was also his brother. As he grows up, she will need a man she can rely on, and Shan is the most suitable one. Shan's eyes widened in surprise, not expecting Yin to suddenly suggest this. Before he could respond, he declared, "No way." Yin and Shan turned to look at him. Chapter 42. They actually lost. He looked up at the two. "I have my eye on you. I want her to be my woman." Yin raised an eyebrow, glancing at Shan. After a moment of silence, Shan said earnestly, "I will not let you go to you." He suddenly threw down everything he was carrying, his eyes wide with fury, glaring at Shan. "Shan, I challenge you to a duel. Whoever wins gets you." Yin watched the tension between the two and, instead of stopping them, revealed a satisfied smile. His sister deserved to be fought over. "Then let us fight," Shan shouted fiercely, lunging at he. Inside the cave, Chu Yang was sewing his hemp clothes when he heard the roars and the dull sound of fists hitting flesh outside. His hand trembled, and the bone needle pricked his fingertip. Ignoring the pain, he rushed out of the cave to find his father grappling with he. The two strong men fought without any finesse. It was merely a brutal exchange of punches and kicks, each determined to bring the other down. Chu Yang looked up at Yin, who was not planning to intervene. Uncle, why are they fighting? Yin ruffled Chu Yang's hair, laughing. Young, how about letting you be your mother? Chu Yang Laogid, failing angry. In his heart, no man in the world deserved his aunt. He needed to put an end to this ridiculous farce and extinguish their inappropriate thoughts. Stop fighting. However, the two, already caught up in their rage, ignored him and continued without any sign of a victor. Chu Yang shouted at them, "Stop. You already has a man." The words rang out like a thunderclap, echoing in the ears of the three men. The entangled Shan and he froze, their fists poised just inches from each other's faces. They both turned to look at Chu Yang in astonishment. In an instant, 3 pairs of eyes, 6 gazes, fixed upon Chu Yang. He furrowed his brow, incredulously asking, "What did you say? You has a man?" Yin asked curiously, "Who is it?" Chu Yang, maintaining his composure, replied, "Lei Jin, the one who brought us the Lin Jia beast meat." Boom! The name struck like an invisible mountain, crashing down on Shan and He's hearts. The man who could make them tremble with a mere glance? You is his woman? Good heavens! Were they truly competing for a woman from such a powerful individual? Had they lost their minds? In an instant, a chilling fear surged from their feet upwards. Shan and he exchanged glances, fear reflected in their eyes. And they simultaneously extinguished all thoughts of you, silently picking up their belongings and returning to the cave. Yan's reaction was entirely different. He stood in shock for a while before stepping in front of Chu Yang, his face filled with joy. "Yang, is it true? You is Lei Jin's woman?" Chu Yang met his fiery gaze, nodding without a change in expression. "Good. Excellent." Yin laughed heartily, his voice brimming with pride and exhilaration. His sister had a powerful man, which was immensely beneficial for both her and the tribe. Deep in the mountains, Jiang Yu held her breath, hiding behind a large tree, her bone bow drawn tight. Whoosh! The bow and arrow flew through the air but struck the ground. The vividly colored wild chicken was extraordinarily alert, taking flight the moment the arrow was released, disappearing without a trace. It got away again. Jiang Yu retracted her bow and arrow, undeterred. Her archery skills were improving daily, and hitting these birds was merely a matter of time. She slung her foraged vegetables and mushrooms over her shoulder, along with a bundle of dry twigs. As she returned to the cave, immediately sensing that the atmosphere was somewhat off, Shan and he exchanged furtive glances, their eyes betraying a hint of reverence. Yin appeared quite pleased. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow, curious about what had transpired. Chu Yang approached her with a bowl of cool boiled water, softly recounting the earlier events. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback, then found herself in a mix of amusement and disbelief. How had she inexplicably attracted a man? She cast a glance at Shan and he, feeling a flicker of irritation. They lived each day on the brink of danger, yet they still had the leisure to squabble over such trivial matters. Clearly, they were too idle. She resolved to find them something productive to do. In the afternoon, as the clan members rested in the cave, Jiang Yu approached Shan, he, and Yin. "Come out and train with me," she commanded. "Train for what?" Shan replied, perplexed. "Isn't that a waste of time? We already exercise by crafting stone tools, chopping wood, and hunting every day." He nodded in agreement. Jiang Yu chose not to engage in further debate. Instead, she beckoned Shan and he with a finger. "Let's have a spar. Both of you against me. If you win, I shall never mention training again." Shan and he exchanged astonished glances, realizing the audacity of her simultaneous challenge. This was an affront to their prowess. "I still have something to say," Shan began, but Jiang Yu cut him off. "What? Are you afraid?" This provocation ignited their competitive spirits. They sprang to their feet. "Be careful," they warned. Before the words had fully escaped their lips, they lunged at her from either side. The onlookers held their breath in anxious anticipation. However, what transpired next left everyone utterly astonished. In the face of their combined assault, Jiang Yu advanced rather than retreating, her body slipping through the narrow gap between their strikes, an unexpected angle. As she brushed past Shan, she sharply elbowed him in the lower back, causing him to grunt and stumble forward in agony. Simultaneously, she turned to meet He's punch. Rather than taking it head-on, she evaded with a swift sidestep, her right hand coiling around his arm like a serpent, using his momentum against him while her left foot expertly caught his ankle. With a thud, he crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The entire exchange transpired in the blink of an eye. Just as Sean regained his footing and attempted to turn, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his neck and then darkness as he collapsed. The cave fell silent, and the clan members regarded Jiang Yu with a mixture of shock, disbelief, and even a touch of admiration. Yen's eyes widened in astonishment, wondering when she had become so formidable. Jiang Yu did not spare a glance at the fallen men. Instead, she focused on the astonished Yen beside her. The siblings locked eyes, and Yen, jolted back to reality, forced a sheepish smile and dashed out of the cave, sprinting across the grass. Sean and he, still on the ground, struggled to rise, their faces covered in dirt as they joined the race. Among the crowd, Chang, after a brief moment of shock, stood up and exited the cave, quietly following behind them. As dusk fell, the training concluded. Yen, he, and the two others returned to the cave utterly exhausted, collapsing without even stopping for dinner. Jiang Yu, aided by Gu and Mai, secured the stone door before finally resting. As night deepened, the cave resonated with the sound of heavy snores. On her wooden bed, Jiang Yu drowsily opened her eyes to the slowly emerging golden letters. Chapitre 43, Danger approche. Today's information has been refreshed. Today's information. You and your clan members went fishing by the stream, and in a moment of inspiration, used Lian Jia beast meat as bait, catching a deep-water catfish. Deep-water catfish. Jiang Yu gazed at the news, recalling her previous encounter with the enormous catfish by the river. Its whiskers were valuable, capable of enhancing her foundation and serving as the best supplement for Xiaoyang. After a month, the system had finally refreshed with a piece of useful information. The next day, at the hour of sea, the stream gurgled as the sun blazed. The tribe gathered by the stream. Previously, Jiang Yu and Chang had shared a single vine rope, but after yesterday's sparring, everyone acknowledged Jiang Yu's strength. So today she, like Yin, Shan, and he, took a vine rope and occupied a spot in the deepest part of the water, where big fish were likely hiding. Her fishing hook was no longer made of wolf hair, but crafted from the hardest leg bones of the Lianjia beast, sharp and equipped with barbs. In the middle of the vine rope, she tied a small bundle of dried wild grass, which floated delicately on the water's surface, serving as a bobber. Should a fish bite, the grass would immediately sink. She cast the worm-laden bone hook into the water and settled onto a smooth stone, patiently awaiting a catch. While everyone fished, Chu Yang and Duo busily helped by digging for worms with a small stone jar. Moments later, Chu Yang rushed over. Annie, look at this. The object he held was an irregular, yellowish-white chunk, adorned with rings resembling bamboo joints, appearing plump and emanating a sweet, earthy aroma. Jiang Yu examined it closely, her eyes lighting up. This is Huang Jing. Where did you find it? Right beneath that big tree. Chu Yang pointed to a nearby large tree. There's plenty more. I'll go dig some more. He started to leave. Don't dig anymore. Jiang Yu stopped him. Let's take a break. Besides, it's not the right time to harvest Huang Jing. Its medicinal properties aren't at their peak yet. We'll come back in the autumn. Huang Jing was a precious herb, known for replenishing energy, nourishing yin, and benefiting the spleen and lungs, greatly aiding in body care. Chu Yang nodded and sat beside Jiang Yu, staring at the floating grass. Auntie, there's a fish on the line. Over the next half hour, Jiang Yu caught several large fish, each eliciting gasps of astonishment from the clan. Yet, her expression remained unchanged. Today, her goal was not these ordinary fish, but the deep-water catfish. As the sun climbed higher, activity beneath the water diminished. Jiang Yu knew the time had come. She retrieved a piece of dried Lianjia beast meat from her animal skin pouch, carefully attaching it to the bone hook. Unfastening the spare vine rope from her waist, she tied 2 sturdy vine ropes to the fish hook. After completing these preparations, she cast the hook into the deep water with a soft splash. As the hook sank, she quickly secured the ends of the 2 vine ropes to a large tree on the bank that required 2 people to embrace it. While waiting for the big fish to bite, she shared the day's information with Xiaoyang. Chu Yang's expression grew serious. I'll go call Uncle Yen. No rush. Let us wait until the fish bites, Jiang Yu replied, just as the floating grass suddenly sank beneath the water. and an immense force jolted from the other end of the vine rope. The rope in her hands snapped taut, rapidly sliding into the water. The coarse vine rope slipped swiftly through her palm, causing searing pain from the friction. The tremendous pull sent her reeling, nearly losing her balance as she stumbled toward the stream. Andy! Chu Yang reacted swiftly, grabbing her arm and pulling her back with all his strength. Jiang Yu, leveraging this momentum, gritted her teeth, her feet carving deep grooves into the ground, yet she still struggled to maintain her footing. If this continued, both she and Chu Yang would be dragged into the water, prompting her to make a decisive choice to let go. With a whoosh, the vine rope was instantly submerged, taut and snapping. Crack! The enormous tree, capable of being embraced by two individuals, was suddenly subjected to violent shaking from an unseen force beneath the water. It was no wonder the system referred to it as the deep-water giant catfish. This creature was likely far larger than she had anticipated. Brother, come help. As Yin grappled with the massive fish, he abandoned his own quarry, tossing the vine rope towards the shore and sprinting towards Jiang Yu. What's happening? Jiang Yu exclaimed. There's a colossal creature in the water. Yin glanced at the violently shaking tree and immediately seized the taut rope, planting his feet firmly on the ground. Together, the siblings exerted their combined strength, step by step, laboriously dragging backward. With a thunderous roar, the tranquil surface of the stream erupted violently, muddy waters shooting skyward as the deep-water giant catfish thrashed wildly. As they pulled, the creature was gradually brought closer to the surface. A massive, flat head emerged first, revealing an enormous fish. Its body is sleek, dark hue devoid of scales. Its head alone was broader than that of an adult human, with whiskers as thick as chopsticks thrashing beside its mouth. It clamped tightly onto the bone hook, its bloodthirsty gaze fixed menacingly upon them. The surrounding tribespeople gasped in shock upon sighting the beast and rushed over. Put in more effort. We're almost there, Jiang Yu urged, exerting every ounce of her strength to pull the vine, blood trickling down her palms. Roar! Yin bellowed, channeling his energy to pull the rope back with renewed vigor. The tribespeople behind them grasped hold of the rope, assisting in the effort. At last, with a resounding crash, the deep-water catfish was forcibly dragged onto the shore. It thrashed violently on the grass, its tail slapping against the ground, creating a sound akin to a drumbeat, sending grass and dirt flying with each impact. Jiang Yu and Yin retreated to a safe distance, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. At that moment, a sharp, high-pitched bird call echoed from afar. Jiang Yu and the others instinctively looked up to see a massive shadow hurtling towards them with alarming speed. To the cave. Run. Yin was the first to react, bellowing as he dashed toward the cave. Jiang Yu grabbed Xiao Yang, hoisting him onto her back as she fled. Chu Yang clung tightly to his aunt's neck, gazing up at the colossal bird flying toward them for the first time. Its wings spanned 7 or 8 meters, its iron-gray feathers glinting ominously in the sunlight, and its talons resembling iron hooks, gleaming with a chilling sheen. Jiang Yu propelled herself forward, her training over the past month manifesting in remarkable speed as she swiftly caught up to Yin, who was at the front. Shan, He, and Chong, realizing the urgency, discarded their belongings and sprinted towards the cave. Yet, how could their legs outrun a bird soaring above? At the rear of the group was Yun, hindered by disability. With only one leg, she clutched her 3-year-old daughter in one arm while dragging a fish in the other, each step proving exceedingly arduous. And soon she found herself lagging behind. The giant bird shrieked excitedly from the sky, folding its wings and plummeting like a black meteor, its first target being the straggling Yun. Yun, run, drop everything. The tribespeople ahead called back, their voices raw with urgency. Yun felt the rush of wind above her, fear gripping her as she looked up to see the monstrous, gleaming talons rapidly enlarging in her vision. She understood she could not escape. In the final moments before death arrived, the fear in her eyes evaporated, replaced by resolute determination. She summoned all her strength and hurled her frightened child forward towards Gu. Gu, take my daughter. Let her live. Her heart-wrenching cry was abruptly silenced by the horrific sound of flesh being pierced. The bird's razor-sharp beak plunged effortlessly through Yun's back, emerging from her chest, blood spraying forth. Her body convulsed violently as life slipped away. Yet she did not perish immediately. Instead, she clung desperately to the bird's beak, fighting for her daughter's precious chance at survival. Gu staggered to catch the thrown child, glancing back at the impaled Yin. This steadfast man's eyes reddened, and with gritted teeth, he embraced the child and surged forward with all his might. The giant bird, enraged by Yun's final act of defiance, violently tossed its head, flinging Yun's lifeless body like a rag doll against the distant rocks, shattering bones and leaving a gruesome mess. The giant bird screeched again, flapping its wings as it pursued its next target, Gu and the child in his arms. Beast, Jiang Yu, having reached the cave, drew her bow and aimed at the colossal bird. With a swift release, her arrow flew toward the creature's eye. The shot was incredibly quick. Sensing the threat, the giant bird veered away at the last moment. The arrow missed its mark but struck the base of its wing, infusing the beast with pain that caused it to veer erratically in the air. Now, Yin roared, channeling his energy into the serpent's spirit, launching his stone spear with all his strength. The spear soared like a bolt of lightning, striking the giant bird in the chest. With a resounding crash, the spear shattered, leaving a small wound in its abdomen from which a drop of blood oozed. The bird, in pain, flapped its wings and ascended a few meters. The two had bought Gu precious time to escape with the child as he tumbled into the cave. Almost instantaneously, a thunderous crash resounded as the giant bird's massive form collided with the cave entrance. The mountains trembled violently, as if on the brink of collapse. The rock face above the entrance fractured like a spider's web, with debris and dust cascading down like a torrential rain, striking the survivors painfully. Back! Retreat deeper into the cave, Yin shouted, standing resolutely at the forefront. The remaining tribespeople, shaken and pale as ghosts, turned and fled into the depths of the cave. Outside, the giant bird emitted a frustrated screech. It could not enter, yet it refused to relent. In an instant, its enormous head thrust into the cave entrance, its eyes glinting with vicious malice. It extended its neck to peck at the people inside. Bang! Yin raised a stone as large as a grinding stone to shield himself, the bird's beak colliding with it and creating a thunderous sound. A fist-sized dent appeared in the hard rock. Yin was knocked back 3 steps, his palm splitting open, blood gushing forth. Jiang Yu drew her bow once more, unleashing 3 bone arrows aimed directly at the bird's fierce eyes. However, to her astonishment, the giant bird deftly dodged, using its hard skull to deflect each arrow, but the aggravation spurred its attacks to become ever more savage. Shan and he, consumed by rage, picked up nearby stone axes and spears, charging forward to smash the bird's head that had intruded into their sanctuary. The cave reverberated with the sounds of clashing weapons, tribal shouts, and the bird's cries. At that moment, tendrils darted in with incredible speed. Thud! They silently and precisely pierced the unguarded rear of the giant bird. Deeply and forcefully, they embedded themselves within. Screech! The cry of the colossal bird was hauntingly discordant, filled with anguish and terror, starkly contrasting its earlier ferocity. Suddenly, the avian assailant froze mid-attack, then retreated with lightning speed. The people within the cave were left in stunned silence, utterly perplexed by the sudden turn of events. They witnessed the once mighty giant bird, now flapping its wings frantically outside the cave, as if its rear were ablaze, stirring up a tempest of debris and creating a miniature storm. It mournfully shrieked in fear, desperately grasping at the ground, and took flight into the distant sky, vanishing in the blink of an eye. As the winds died down and dust settled, the entrance of the cave lay in disarray, while an eerie silence enveloped the interior. Everyone gazed outside, their faces devoid of relief from survival, only reflecting sorrow and numbness. Jiang Yu's gaze fell upon the spot where Yun had been cast aside, now marked only by a blurred puddle of blood. Her heart felt as though it were being tightly gripped by an invisible hand, aching dully. At that moment, a warm hand clasped hers. Chapter 45. Ordinary food has become useless to them. Jiang Yu looked down to see Xiao Yang, and she squeezed his hand in return, softly assuring him, "I am fine." In this world where mere survival had become a luxury, sorrow was the most futile and extravagant emotion. It could not restore Yun's life, nor could it shield them from the descending giant bird. To end this cycle, they must only grow stronger, relentlessly and unyieldingly so, until they were formidable enough to confront any fierce beast. She released Xiao Yang's hand, instructing, "Wait for me here." With that, she stepped out of the cave, heading towards the stream. Soon, footsteps echoed behind her. Yin, Shan, and he followed suit. Their eyes, once filled with sorrow, now sparkled with resolute determination. Seeing them rally from their grief so swiftly eased Jiang Yu's heart, prompting her to quicken her pace as they silently ran towards the stream. Upon seeing the deep-water catfish still present, Jiang Yu felt a degree of relief wash over her. They strung the fish together with vine ropes, hoisting them on wooden sticks, and in pairs carried all the fish back to the cave. The atmosphere inside remained somewhat oppressive. Duo leaned against Gu's side, silently sobbing, while Gu gently stroked the child's back, his gaze vacant. After discarding the giant catfish onto the ground, Jiang Yu placed a stone pot over the fire to prepare the red-scaled carp. Skillfully, she used a stone knife to slice open the fish's belly, removing the entrails, and cleaned the most valuable swim bladder and scales to hand to Xiaoyang. Subsequently, she cut large chunks of the pristine fish flesh, setting aside the useless bones to be ground into powder later, serving as nourishment for the mulberry tree king. While Jiang Yu busied herself with the fish, Chu Yang stoked the fire, adding a scoop of shell beast oil to the pot. As the oil heated, he added the fish, frying it until both sides turned golden brown, then added water to stew. The aroma gradually filled the cave, revitalizing the tribespeople who began to clean the cave, grinding stone tools and bone implements. As the fish finished stewing, Jiang Yu ladled a bowl for each tribesman. She took a bite of the tender fish, yet her brow instinctively knitted in discontent. Her stomach insisted it was full, yet her body felt utterly empty. The sensation was entirely different from the energy that had surged through her limbs when consuming shell beast meat. This fish merely filled her belly without offering any vitality. Suddenly, she understood why Lei Jin had looked down upon rat meat. Such low-grade food could not meet his body's demands. Lifting her gaze, she noticed Yin Shan, and he staring blankly at the fish in their bowls, their faces riddled with confusion. It seemed they too felt it. Jiang Yu set down her stone bowl, sliced a piece of deep-water catfish, skewering it with a sharpened twig, and placed it over the fire to roast. Once the fish's surface turned a crisp golden brown, she blew on it eagerly before taking a bite. The fish slid down, sending a faint warmth coursing through her limbs, though it was not as invigorating as snake meat, nor as potent as shell beast meat. It was indeed something. Jiang Yu relaxed her brow and offered the roasted fish to Yin. "Try this." Yin glanced at his sister, hesitated, then took a bite. After swallowing, his eyes brightened, and he promptly passed the roasted fish to Shan and he. After they all had a taste, Jiang Yu inquired, "Did you feel it?" Yin, Shan, and he nodded. "Ordinary fish have become useless to us." Jiang Yu's voice, though soft, resonated clearly in their ears. "To continue growing stronger, we must consume these larger fish or venture into the mountains to hunt more formidable beasts and fiercer birds." Yin and the others exchanged determined glances, resolutely replying, "All right. Tomorrow, we shall enter the mountains." Shan declared fiercely, "Into the mountains to hunt fierce beasts." Jiang Yu gazed at the spirited trio, feeling immense satisfaction. Not yet. Now is not the time for hunting in the mountains. The three looked at her in confusion. Earlier, in facing that giant bird, I noticed numerous issues. Each of you did not fully exert your strength, and most importantly, we fought individually, lacking cohesion. Our power was too scattered. Her words doused the flames of their rising enthusiasm like a bucket of cold water. They recalled the battle and instinctively frowned. "What shall we do, Yu?" Yin asked, looking at his sister. "Training. We shall spend a month honing our strength, speed, and most crucially, our ability to fight in unison. After a month, we will venture into the mountains. During this time, all the small fish caught from the stream will be given to Mai, Gu, and Mu, while we will consume the larger fish." "All right, we shall follow your lead," Yin agreed. In the afternoon, without Jiang Yu's prompting, they began training on the flat ground before the cave, running, climbing, and crawling. This time, they were more earnest than ever. Jiang Yu guided them through simulations of encounters with fierce beasts, instructing them on how to combat and cooperate to maximize their advantages. Sweat soaked their animal skin clothing, mingling with dirt, leaving trails on their bronze skin. Jiang Yu extracted every ounce of their potential until they were utterly exhausted, panting heavily as they dragged their weary bodies back to the cave. As she leaned against the cave wall to rest, Chuyang approached and sat beside her, pulling an object from his grass pouch to present to her. "Aunt, look at this." It was an irregular, fist-sized lump, gray-black in color, with a pitted surface that shimmered with an odd, muted luster. Jiang Yu took it, weighing it in her hand. It was heavy, cold to the touch, and reminiscent of some sort of stone. Leaning closer for a thorough inspection, she discovered a metallic texture on the fractured surface. Her heart raced as she looked up at Xiaoyang, uncertainly asking, "Is this iron?" A radiant smile spread across Chu Yang's face as he nodded vigorously. Jiang Yu immediately felt a surge of excitement. "Where did you find this?" "In the catfish's stomach. I discovered it while helping to clean the entrails." "Does this mean there are iron deposits beneath the stream?" she exclaimed, gripping Chu Yang's arm, her voice trembling with anticipation. "That is what I think too. This catfish has lived in deep waters for years, feeding on what lies at the bottom. If it has this in its stomach, it certainly indicates the presence of iron down there. I plan to dig up some sediment from the stream tomorrow to investigate." "No." Jiang Yu promptly refused without a second thought. "You and Duo must stay in the cave. Today's lesson was too harrowing. You and your nephew were merely fortunate this time. What about next time, or the time after that? Xiaoyang must not come to any harm. I will go dig." Chuyang glanced at Duo in a corner, her eyes swollen from tears, and sighed softly. "Very well." As night deepened, the tribespeople had long fallen asleep. Although Jiang Yu felt fatigued, sleep eluded her. Her mind flickered between the scene of Yin being slain by the giant bird and strategies for mining iron and forging weapons. As the hour of the rat passed, the familiar golden characters appeared before her. Today's information has been refreshed. Chapter 46. Find a way to kill it. Today's information. The Sui Yin was severely injured by the Wang Songshu yesterday, suffering a loss of vital blood. It harbors resentment and has set its sights on you. While you and your clan were fishing by the stream, you were once again attacked, resulting in heavy casualties. Jiang Yu gazed at this piece of information, instantly shaking off her drowsiness. So the giant bird is called Sui Yining. It was the Wang Songshu that saved them, and now the Sui Yining has targeted them. Jiang Yu slowly exhaled. What surged within her chest was not fear, but a murderous intent born from being driven to the brink. If evasion is not an option, then eliminate it. She gently closed her eyes, mentally devising various possibilities for its demise. If they could vanquish the Sui Yining, not only could they dispel the immediate threat, but they could also acquire its flesh and blood, and perhaps even its soul. The beast's soul is their only shortcut to becoming stronger in this cruel world. That night, Jiang Yu pondered deeply before finally falling asleep. The next day, as dawn broke, Jiang Yu saw that her clan members were awake and called out loudly. "The great bird we encountered yesterday is called Sui Yining. Wang Songshu informed me that it has set its sights on us, and if we stray too far from our territory, we will surely be attacked." Upon hearing this, her clan members recalled the events of the previous day, their faces pale and their eyes filled with terror. Jiang Yu scanned the fearful faces of her kin and reassured them, "Do not be afraid." Her voice suddenly rose. "As long as we stay in the cave, we are safe. It cannot enter. From today onward, everyone must remain near the cave. Do not wander far. If you see it, return to the cave immediately." Gu and my exchanged glances, recalling how the giant bird indeed could not enter, and their fear gradually subsided as they calmed down. Yin walked over to his sister and whispered, "You, what should we do next? If we keep hiding in the cave, we will starve to death once our food runs out." Shan and he approached, and upon hearing this, Shan remarked, "Yin is right. We cannot hide indefinitely." Jiang Yu looked at the three of them calmly and stated, "We must find a way to eliminate it." The three were taken aback. They had faced the Sui Yining firsthand. Its feathers were tough, it moved with incredible speed, and its strength was formidable. Their attacks had barely inflicted any damage. How could they kill it? The three exchanged glances, and Yin looked at his sister with anticipation. Do you have a plan? Jiang Yu nodded. Their eyes instantly lit up, and he eagerly inquired, what is the plan? She replied, our strength is still insufficient, and our coordination is lacking. Even if I have a method, we cannot defeat it with our current abilities. We must train first. We will discuss killing the eagle afterward. Yin took a deep breath, suppressing his curiosity, and agreed, all right. Training commenced once more in the open space before the cave. However, after a brief period, the sky suddenly darkened. A massive shadow enveloped them. They froze, stiffly looking up. There above them circled the gray Suyening, its fierce eyes fixed upon them, filled with aggression and hatred. It has arrived. Quickly, back to the cave. Shan's face changed as he turned to run toward the cave. He and Chang scrambled in a panic toward the cave. Stop! Jiang Yu shouted sharply. Continue training. The four froze in place, incredulously staring at her. Jiang Yu gazed up, locking eyes with the fierce gaze above, her voice unwavering. It fears the Wang Songshu. It will not descend. Hearing this, Yin and the others instinctively looked up at the Suyening. Indeed, the bird merely circled in the air, emitting threatening cries, maintaining a safe distance from the ground, showing no intention of diving down. The four gradually relaxed, their fear diminishing as they observed Jiang Yu's calm demeanor. Train! Yin gritted his teeth and resumed running. Shan and the others reluctantly followed suit. Their actions were perceived as a provocation by the Suyening, inciting its anger. A piercing screech echoed from above, ringing in their ears. Yin and the others trembled uncontrollably, yet seeing Jiang Yu remain still, they gritted their teeth and forced themselves to continue training. Chu Yang and the others gradually gathered at the cave as entrance, occasionally glancing at the group, and then at the Suyening in the sky. They soon noticed that the bird truly only circled above. The sense of imminent danger loomed overhead, but it seemed to be just that. Just as everyone began to relax, the Suyening made its move. It suddenly folded its wings, its massive body plummeting like a black meteor, accompanied by a roar that split the air. Fear completely shattered their will. And Shan, and he could no longer heed Jiang Yu's orders, scrambling toward the cave. Jiang Yu gazed up at the Suyening, conquering her inner fear and remaining motionless. Chu Yang glanced between the Suyening and his aunt, his hands tightly clenched in anxiety. When the bird descended to a certain height, it abruptly unfurled its wings, soaring back into the sky, emitting a loud screech. It was toying with them. It was venting its fury. It landed on a nearby mountaintop like a statue, fixating its gaze on Jiang Yu, watching and waiting. It resembled a patient hunter, awaiting the moment its prey reveals a flaw. Under the watchful eye of such a ferocious bird, Jiang Yu showed no fear. She grasped her bow, knocking an arrow, and steadily drew back. She aimed at a target 100 meters away. Whoosh! The arrow flew true, striking the target's center. Her expression remained unchanged as she knocked another arrow, drawing her bow and releasing shot after shot. On the mountaintop, the Suyening watched Jiang Yu, occasionally emitting low growls. Jiang Yu ignored it. Her world reduced to the bow, the arrows, and the target. Yin observed his sister's determination, gritting his teeth, and re-emerged from the cave with his spear, followed closely by Shan and he. Sweat dripped down, gradually soaking their animal skin garments. As they exhausted their last bit of strength, they finally dragged their weary bodies back into the cave. Inside, Yin, Shan, and he sat together, looking at Jiang Yu. You, how can we kill this eagle? Jiang Yu accepted the cup of cool water that Xiao Yang handed her and took several sips before responding. Killing the Suyening is both simple and complex. She looked at the three of them. We will ensnare it and behead it. Ensnare it? Behead it? Yin, Shan, and he exchanged bewildered glances. How do we ensnare it? He was the first to break the silence. Jiang Yu remained silent, quietly retrieving a vine rope from behind her. The four looked at the rope, their brows furrowing as they asked, how do we do this? Jiang Yu explained, we will use the rope to bind its legs and neck, leveraging a large tree to temporarily prevent it from taking flight, and then she brandished an axe. Gazing at the three, we will sever its neck. Upon hearing this, The breaths of Yin and the others quickened, their eyes sparkling with intensity. Jiang Yu addressed them. It sounds simple, but executing it will be challenging. Moreover, we only have one chance. If we fail, the Sui Yin will become alert, and killing it will be exceedingly difficult. Therefore, we must plan meticulously, leaving no room for error. Chapter 47. A surprise from the system. Jiang Yu thoroughly detailed the entire falcon hunting plan to them. Yin Shan, and he listened with bated breath, their eyes sparkling with a terrifying brilliance, as if they could already envision the moment they would slay the Sui Yin. Jiang Yu observed the four individuals, whose faces were alight with excitement, and calmly stated, "Now, I will assign tasks for the upcoming period." After Chu Yang and the others finished their conversation, he quietly brought a steaming bowl of catfish soup to his aunt and addressed the four, saying, "Let's eat. After that, make sure to rest well." Indeed, the four were utterly exhausted and ravenous, and once they had filled their stomachs, they collapsed into slumber. Jiang Yu, however, did not rest. She and Xiao Yang meticulously reviewed the entire plan once more, ensuring that every detail was flawless, for any failure could mean their demise, leaving no room for carelessness. To ensure a decisive strike on the Sui Yin, a sharp weapon was imperative. Chu Yang looked at his aunt and remarked, "The stone axe is too dull. I fear it may lead to unforeseen consequences." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu affectionately ruffled her nephew's hair, realizing they were on the same wavelength. "Tomorrow, I shall seize an opportunity to visit the stream." Chu Yang nodded, his expression filled with concern as he gazed at his aunt. "Be cautious in all matters." "I will," she assured him. With everything planned, they needed only to train systematically to enhance their strength, act according to the plan, and await the opportune moment. Jiang Yu felt a slight relaxation of the tension that had gripped her heart. Turning her head, she noticed Xiao Yang grimacing as he chewed on a catfish whisker, his expression resembling that of someone consuming poison. "Is it truly that unpalatable?" She couldn't help but inquire. Chu Yang, with a pained visage, extended the remaining half of the whisker towards her mouth. "Aunt, would you care to taste?" Jiang Yu curiously took a small bite. In an instant, her features contorted in distaste. It was exceedingly bitter, more so than the Huang Lian she had encountered in her previous life. She hastily grabbed a gourd and took a few large sips of water to quell the bitterness. "How does your body feel after consuming it?" "There's a slight sour and swollen sensation within, as if countless needles were pricking me. Recently, my strength has increased a bit more." With that, he stood up effortlessly and lifted a hefty stone weighing around 10 pounds. Jiang Yu's eyes widened slightly. She clearly understood that Xiao Yang would never have been capable of such a feat before. The results were indeed remarkable. Since it was beneficial, she decided to endure it. Gently patting his shoulder, she offered both consolation and jest. "Consider it medicine. After all, good medicine is often bitter." Chu Yang nodded. He would not overlook any opportunity to grow stronger. In his previous life, his aunt had constantly protected and cared for him. In this life, he wished for things to be different. He yearned for strength, desiring to mature quickly so that he could protect his aunt in return. "In the future, I shall think of ways to procure some goat's milk or cow's milk for you, so you won't have to consume this anymore." Chu Yang merely replied with a sound of agreement. Jiang Yu stifled a yawn. "It's late. Do not eat anymore. Rinse your mouth and rest." "All right," he replied, putting the remaining catfish whiskers into storage. In the stillness of the night, a golden light appeared before her, prompting Jiang Yu to rub her eyes and open them wide. Today's information has been refreshed. Today's information. At the time of Wei, the Sui Yin will slumber for 1 hour. This is its habitual behavior after a hearty meal, unchanging as a thunderclap. If you venture 30 meters upstream from the creek at this time and move the turtle-shaped black stone, you will acquire some iron ore. Jiang Yu sat up in excitement, realizing the system had indeed delivered a delightful surprise. Not only had it informed her of the Sui Ying's feeding and sleeping habits, but it had also revealed the precise location of the iron ore. Henceforth, she and her kin could venture out during this hour without trepidation. The next day, after filling her belly, Jiang Yu noted that it was already the time of Wei. Armed with stone tools, she led her kin from the cave, reminding the four of them, "You must return within the hour." They nodded and dashed into the forest. determined to find sufficiently durable vines for rope making while scouting the most suitable ambush locations for the sui yining. Originally, the red vines would have been the ideal choice, but regrettably, they had very few left. With the sui yining lurking nearby on the mountaintop, venturing into the red vine forest to harvest would be tantamount to courting disaster. They could only seek alternatives. By the creek, Jiang Yu quickly instructed Mai, Gu, and Mu, fill the water and hurry back. Do not linger. Aware of the gravity of the situation, the trio swiftly filled their containers and returned to the cave with haste. Jiang Yu ran upstream along the creek, silently counting in her mind. 1 meter, 2 meters, 28, 29, 30 meters. She abruptly halted. Soon, she discovered a black stone resembling a turtle at the junction of the water and the shore, about the size of a grinding stone, half submerged in water and half exposed to the mud. This is it. Jiang Yu's heart raced as she hastened toward it. She rolled up her pant legs, approached the creek's edge, bent down, and grasped the edge of the turtle-shaped black stone, exerting force to flip it over. With a splash, the black stone toppled aside, releasing a strong metallic scent of iron. In the muddy pit, some dark red stones glimmering with metallic luster lay quietly. Iron ore. Jiang Yu's breath quickened, and she immediately reached out to wash the iron ore mixed with mud and sand, tossing it into a stone bucket. 1 piece, 2 pieces the bucket filled with ore, and her spirits soared. With this, she could forge not only an axe, but also knives, arrowheads, or spearheads. This would significantly enhance her chances against the sui yining. While she was engrossed in gathering, her peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of the turtle-shaped black stone she had overturned. She noticed that the side of the black stone submerged in the mud also adhered to numerous fine, iron sand particles. She extended her hand to brush the iron sand off the stone. However, upon touching the granules, she was taken aback. Those iron sand particles clung to the black stone with remarkable tenacity. Jiang Yu used her fingernail to scrape, managing to dislodge a few. She examined the iron sand in her hand and then the black stone. Could it be? She placed the iron sand into the stone bucket, took a piece of egg-sized iron ore, and slowly approached the black stone. Before they even made contact, she felt a magnetic pull. With a soft thud, the iron ore was instantly attracted to the black stone. No wonder iron ore was found beneath it. It turned out to be a magnet. Jiang Yu pried the iron ore off, smiling at the magnet. With it, she would no longer need to toil to extract iron from the soil, as she could continuously obtain iron ore effortlessly. She placed the magnet into the middle of the creek and quickly dug up a bucket of wet mud, intended for constructing the kiln. Inside the cave, Chu Yang gazed in astonishment at the stone bucket brimming with iron ore. So much. Jiang Yu quietly informed him about the magnet. Chu Yang grinned. What a delightful surprise. Jiang Yu nodded and poured the wet mud from the bucket onto a nearby patch of ground. Seeing that there was still time, she made 2 more trips to the creek with the bucket, bringing back enough wet mud to build the kiln. As the time of Wei drew to a close, the 4 from Yin returned, each carrying a bundle of vines. We found 4 types of vines. The skins of these 2 are the sturdiest, Yin said, handing 2 bundles to Jiang Yu. She stripped a bit of the vine skin to test its toughness, and found it indeed very resilient. Strip it and let it dry, then we will see how it holds up. All right. While they peeled the vine skin, Jiang Yu and Xiao Yang began to construct the kiln. She first used a stick to draw a circle with a diameter of 1 meter on the ground, then mixed the wet mud with dried grass, starting to build up the walls along the circle-less edge. They deliberately left an opening at the bottom of the kiln for ventilation and adding fuel. As Yin and the others dried the vine skins, they curiously gathered around to watch as Jiang Yu and Xiao Yang stacked the mud walls higher and higher. You, what are you making? Shan could not contain his curiosity and asked. Building a kiln to fire things, Jiang Yu replied. Fire things? The individuals known as Yin shared glances, uncertain of what she intended to burn, yet they clumsily set to work, mixing mud and erecting walls. The collective strength of the group quickly shaped a rudimentary earthen kiln. As the sun reached its zenith, the 5 resumed their training on the open ground before the cave. Before long, a shrill cry echoed from above. They merely glanced up at the sea and eagle before continuing their exercises. As the eagle folded its wings and swooped down, They instinctively ran towards the cave. But once it soared back into the heavens, they promptly emerged to resume their unfinished tasks, exhibiting a noticeable calmness compared to the previous day. Jiang Yu believed that in due course, they might no longer fear the Suyin eagle. Over the ensuing days, their lives adopted a remarkable routine. After morning training under the watchful eye of the Suyin eagle, they seized the opportunity to rest and eat. During the afternoon, as the eagle took its respite, Jiang Yu led the group to the stream to fetch water and gather mud, while Yin and the others ventured into the forest to peel more vine bark and fell trees in preparation for charcoal production. After the intense afternoon training, Jiang Yu and Xiao Yang would engage in pottery, crafting not only crude bowls and cups, but also basins, significantly enhancing their quality of life. Daily updates about the Suyin eagle emerged, detailing its ferocious temperament, strong territorial instincts, and the resilience of its feathers against ordinary stone tools. Notably, 3 inches beneath its tail feathers lay its cloaca, an unfeathered area with delicate skin, marking one of its vital weaknesses. Jiang Yu's understanding of the Suyin eagle deepened with each passing day, and it could be said that they were now thoroughly prepared, awaiting the right opportunity. That opportunity hinged upon the iron axe, yet their attempts at smelting iron had yet to yield success. The charcoal they produced failed to reach the necessary temperature for melting iron ore. At night, the flickering fire within the cave cast dancing shadows. Tu Yang, gazing at the pile of dark red iron ore beside the fire, quietly suggested to Jiang Yu that if all else failed, they could attempt to forge it using stone hammers after softening it tomorrow. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. It was a desperate measure, yet worth a try. That night, shortly after the hour of Z, the familiar golden light appeared before her eyes. Today's intelligence has been refreshed. Today's intelligence, during your iron smelting attempts. The carbon temperature was insufficient, resulting in another failure. Feeling somewhat vexed, you took a walk in the forest and discovered several heitai trees approximately 500 meters northwest of the cave. You found these trees to be remarkably hard, and the charcoal produced from them burns at a very high temperature, making it ideal for iron smelting. Jiang Yu beamed at this timely information. The tension she had held for days dissipating at once. The following day, at the early hour of Wei, she set off with Yin, Shan, He, and Chong, heading straight into the northwest forest. The 500 meters passed swiftly, and soon Jiang Yu beheld several peculiar trees, their trunks entirely black, reminiscent of mysterious iron. This was it. Taking a deep breath, she swung her stone axe down upon the trunk with force. Clang! The axe collided with the tree, producing sparks. Yet only a faint white mark remained on the hard surface. Jiang Yu felt a jolt in her hands, nearly losing her grip on the axe. This tree is exceptionally hard. Yin stepped forward and struck with his axe. Clang! The sound was even louder this time, as though he had struck iron rather than wood. However, the mark on the trunk was deeper. So tough. Shan, He, and Chong gathered around, astonished. Jiang Yu urged, "Let us all strike together." The others quickly drew their stone axes and began to hack at the tree. The dull thuds echoed through the forest, one after the other, as sweat soaked their animal hide garments, and their arms grew sore and swollen. After spending over half an hour breaking 2 axes and chipping numerous edges, the black iron tree finally emitted a creaking sound and began to tilt to one side. Boom! The massive tree crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The group collapsed onto the ground, gazing at the fallen black iron tree with smiles. Jiang Yu wiped her brow and instructed He and the others. "You 3 return to the cave and prepare to assist us at a moment's notice." They nodded and sprinted back. After a brief rest, Jiang Yu and her brother began to drag the heavy black iron tree towards the cave. As they crested a hill, only a mere dozen meters from the cave entrance, an immense shadow abruptly enveloped them. Caw! The 2 froze, looking up to see the Suyin eagle diving directly towards them. Chapter 49. The strange tiger-head fish in an instant. Yin did not have time to think. He instinctively pushed his sister away with great force. "You return to the cave. I will hold it off," he shouted. Jiang Yu stumbled, her mind momentarily blank, but she instinctively glanced back at Yin and sprinted towards the cave with all her might. "Hurry! Faster!" If I can reach the cave, I can help Yin. Just then, Shan, He, and Chang burst forth from the cave, witnessing the Xian eagle charging at Yin without hesitation. They hurled their stone spears with all their might. Clang, clang, clang. The spears, upon contact with the Xian eagle, were easily deflected by its feathers, shattering into fragments as they flew apart. Though they inflicted no harm, the momentary disruption halted the eagle's dive. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu had reached the cave entrance, where Xiaoyang immediately handed her a bow. Grasping the bow, Jiang Yu inhaled deeply, knocked an arrow, and aimed. Below the tail feathers, 3 inches down, lay the eagle's cloaca, one of its vital weaknesses. Though she could not discern the precise location, she noticed the area that slightly opened during its dive, distinct from other parts. That was it. Buzzing, the bowstring vibrated as the bone arrow transformed into a streak of lightning, hurtling towards the Xian eagle's cloaca. The arrow did not pierce through its flesh, but grazed the edge of the most vulnerable skin, leaving a deep gash. Caw! A shrill, furious cry erupted, tinged with a hint of fear, reverberating through the skies. The massive body of the Xian eagle faltered, its momentum abruptly halted as it instinctively recoiled, soaring upward in a panic. A fleeting opportunity. Yin, who had been keeping a peripheral watch on the eagle, seized this moment. Channeling his inner strength, he lunged forward, rolling into the cave entrance. Jiang Yu, catching hold of Yin at that moment, exhaled in relief. Once Yin regained his footing with his sister's aid, he drew his long spear from his back and let out a fierce shout, launching it with all his strength. The spear, infused with his entire might, soared with incredible speed, leaving a blur in its wake. Bang! The stone spear exploded against the Xian eagle's chest, scattering feathers throughout the air. Jiang Yu noticed a few feathers stained with blood. The Xian eagle was injured, albeit slightly. After throwing the spear, Yin did not linger to see the outcome, joining the others in retreating back to the cave. Outside, the Xian eagle circled in frustration, its ferocious cries nearly shattering their eardrums. It spiraled around the stony mountain twice, but upon seeing the mulberry tree king remain unyielding, it let out a furious shriek and ascended back to the mountaintop. The group inside the cave, witnessing this scene, relaxed, collapsing onto the ground as they gasped for breath. After a brief respite, they emerged from the cave, under the watchful gaze of the Xian eagle, and began to drag the black iron tree back. In the afternoon, Jiang Yu did not resume their training. Instead, everyone brandished their weapons, attacking the black iron tree. Clang, clang, clang. The dull sound of chopping wood echoed incessantly. As dusk fell, the black iron tree was finally reduced to chunks and sent to the clay kiln, where it was ignited and sealed. Ideally, the carbon produced from thoroughly dried wood would yield superior quality. However, she could no longer wait. Inside the cave, Jiang Yu finished the fish soup in her bowl and addressed Yin and the others. The catfish has been consumed. Please refrain from entering the forest for now. Tomorrow, join me at the stream for fishing. The 4 nodded in agreement. As night deepened, the tribe members succumbed to slumber. Chuyang observed Jiang Yu, who was still awake, and softly inquired, "Aunt, are you troubled?" Jiang Yu responded with a slight hum, her gaze shifting to Yin. "I am contemplating today's events." Although she had always referred to Yin as Brother Yin, she had never harbored any genuine affection for him, nor had she fully accepted him in her heart. Yet today, in the face of life and death, Yan's willingness to protect her with his life profoundly moved her. She gently patted her nephew's head and spoke tenderly. "From this moment forth, besides you, I have gained another family member." Chuyang had witnessed Yan's actions today. "Indeed, Yin is a good brother," he affirmed, looking at his aunt. "The mountain is also a good father." She chose not to elaborate further. Her brother-in-law's stature in Chuyang's heart was too towering, too monumental. Accepting another as his father would be a daunting task, one that could only be entrusted to the passage of time. Chuyang nodded and closed his eyes. Shortly after midnight, the familiar golden light appeared as scheduled. "Today's information has been refreshed. Today's information. You took the tribe to the stream to fish, using armor beast meat as bait. You caught a tiger head fish. You discovered the fish meat is highly toxic, but the fish head contains tremendous energy and is delicious." Jiang Yu, previously drowsy, instantly felt a surge of alertness. The fish meat is toxic, yet the head is edible and quite delectable. A tiger head fish? This was the first time she had heard of such a species, and anticipation began to blossom within her. The next day, at noon, Jiang Yu led Yan Shan and Chong to the stream. She initially used the earthworm she had dug up as bait, catching 2 medium-sized grass fish. After observing the water surface for a while without any signs of activity, she decided not to waste more time. She retrieved a small piece of fresh armor beast meat from her grass pouch, which she had specifically requested from Xiaoyang. After attaching the meat to the fish hook, she secured one end of the rope to a large tree before casting the hook into the center of the stream. "Brothers, come here and fish with me," she called to Yin and the others. The 4 promptly rushed over, grasping the vines as they focused intently on the water surface. The fish hook, laden with meat, sank into the water, and within mere moments, a tremendous splash erupted. Jiang Yu felt the vine in her hand jerk violently, almost slipping from her grasp. "It's here. Pull," she urged, gripping the vine tightly as the 5 of them collectively pulled back. Soon, a fearsome black fish was forcibly dragged from the water, landing heavily on the grassy bank. The tiger head fish had an enormous head, nearly 1/3 of its body, entirely black and adorned with tiger stripes. Its gaping maw revealed sharp teeth, resembling that of a large-headed fish. However, beneath the head, the fish's body was slender and elongated, creating a striking imbalance. Jiang Yu signaled Yin to secure it, and once the head was severed, she discarded the fish body back into the stream. The others, astonished by the scene, questioned, "Why discard the fish body?" "The fish body is toxic," Jiang Yu replied, pausing before adding, "Let us tidy up and head back." Upon hearing this, the group quickly skewered the fish and returned to the cave. Spotting his aunt's return, Chu Yang excitedly approached her. Chapter 50. The tool emerges. Chu Yang whispered, "Aunt, the carbon has been prepared. The carbon from the black iron tree is dark and hard, akin to stone. I ignited some for a test, and the heat is intense." Jiang Yu's spirits lifted upon hearing this. "Are the molds ready?" "Yes. Crafted from the finest clay, fired twice, they are exceptionally sturdy. I made 5, a spearhead, an arrowhead, an axe, a knife, and a dagger." Jiang Yu nodded, taking a deep breath to steady her emotions before declaring, "Start the fire. Open the kiln. Tonight, we shall refine iron." Chu Yang nodded vigorously. The temperature in the kiln soared, and within an hour, the shattered iron ore had completely melted. Jiang Yu poured the molten iron into a stone bucket filled with water. With a sizzling sound, the calm water erupted violently, boiling furiously, and a surge of scorching steam enveloped them, nearly blinding them. Yin and the others startled, instinctively retreating a couple of steps, only to be unable to contain their curiosity as they edged closer to peer into the bucket. The steam clouded the air, and the water bubbled vigorously, obscuring their view. Chong, the boldest among them, reached out to fish around in the water, eager to discover the cause of such a dramatic reaction. "Do you wish to lose your hand?" Jiang Yu seized his wrist, scolding him sharply. Chong sheepishly withdrew his hand, scratching his head in embarrassment. Once the bubbling in the bucket subsided, Jiang Yu poured out the water and dumped the heap of dark, oddly shaped remnants onto the ground. She and Chu Yang quickly knelt down, meticulously sifting through the charred stones. Observing their focused expressions, Yin joined them, curiously asking, "What are you searching for?" Jiang Yu picked up an irregular piece, gleaming with a dull metallic luster, and after wiping it clean, handed it to him, saying, "We are looking for this." Yin took it, examining it with intrigue. "What is it?" "Iron." "Iron?" Shan leaned closer, perplexed. "What is iron?" "It is a substance very hard and durable." Jiang Yu pondered briefly, explaining in terms they could comprehend. "Weapons made from it will be exceptionally sharp and not easily broken." Yan's eyes brightened instantly. "Is it better than our stone tools?" Jiang Yu nodded. The group held their breath, unable to fathom the notion of a weapon superior to their stone tools. The iron content in the ore exceeded Jiang Yu's expectations, sufficient to forge several reliable weapons. Without delay, Jiang Yu tossed the iron back into a ceramic container and placed it in the kiln. Under the high temperature, the iron quickly melted once more. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yu cautiously poured the molten iron into the 3 prepared molds. With a hissing sound, the golden red glow rapidly dimmed, solidifying at a visible pace. Next came the hammering, quenching, and sharpening. The rhythmic sound of striking echoed at the cave's entrance. Jiang Yu managed the heating while Yin hammered under her guidance, each blow following swiftly as the glowing blade gradually thinned. This was an incredibly laborious and patience-testing endeavor. By nightfall, the initial sharpening of the iron knife was completed. The axe, arrowheads, and spear would have to wait until tomorrow. Jiang Yu wiped the sweat from her forehead and handed the iron knife, the culmination of their afternoon's labor, to Yin. "Brother, give it a try." Yin eagerly accepted it, extending his thumb to lightly touch the blade. Ouch! A sharp sting shot through his fingertip as he instinctively recoiled, glancing down to see a thin cut appear with blood welling up instantly. How sharp! Yin was both surprised and delighted, disregarding the minor wound as he gripped the handle and swung it toward the section of the black iron tree that had been felled. Thwack! To his astonishment, the knife effortlessly cleaved a deep gash into the black iron tree, a task that had previously required several stone axes and much time. Yin stared at the cut, then down at the knife in his hand, his breath becoming heavy with excitement. The onlookers gazed in astonishment at the scene before them, their eyes wide and fixated on the deep gash, disbelief etched on their faces. A gulp echoed through the cave, the source unknown, as someone struggled to swallow. In the next moment, all gazes swiftly converged on the iron blade nestled in the stone, their eyes ablaze with fervor. What a splendid weapon! Indeed, a magnificent weapon! Yin caressed the smooth blade, utterly satisfied. "Yin, let me try it. Please let me try." Shan eagerly approached, rubbing his hands together, his eyes unblinking as he stared at the iron knife. Though reluctant, Yin eventually handed over the weapon and swiftly approached Jiang Yu, lowering his voice to ask cautiously, "You, can you give me this knife?" Jiang Yu smiled at his expectant yet anxious demeanor. "Of course, brother. You can sharpen it further with a honing stone like I did, and it will become even sharper. Tomorrow, I will craft a few spearheads for you from the remaining iron." "Ah, wonderful, wonderful!" Yin exclaimed, his joy evident. You are truly kind." The arrival of the iron knife enlivened the entire cavern. Shan, he, and Chang took turns wielding it, each swing eliciting gasps of awe. Reluctantly returning the knife to Yin, all eyes turned eagerly to Jiang Yu, filled with anticipation and hope. Under the intense scrutiny of her kin, even Jiang Yu felt a weight of pressure. "Fear not, as long as there are enough materials. I will strive to ensure that each one of you possesses an iron tool." The clan members instantly brightened at her words. That evening, they gathered around the fire, discussing the iron knife for hours, not retiring until deep into the night. Jiang Yu lay on her wooden bed, listening to Xiao Yang's steady breathing, slowly closing her eyes. Just as she was about to drift into slumber, a golden light suddenly appeared before her. Chapter 51. It must not escape. Today's intel has been refreshed. Recent intel. A rat has escaped by diving into the water, harboring a grudge against you. The Rat King has been summoned and is on its way. Defeating the Rat King will grant you the Rat Soul. Jiang Yu sprang up from her bed. The Rat King and the Rat Soul. Having spent so long in the Beast Realm, aside from the Snake Soul, this marked her second encounter with the Beast Soul. The Rat Soul must not be overlooked. The Rat King must perish. Jiang Yu roused her nephew, quickly relaying the information. "Take care of yourself. I may not be able to focus on protecting you during the fight." Xu Yang remained remarkably calm, showing no signs of panic. "Aunt, do not worry." He paused, grasping Jiang Yu's hand, adding, "Be cautious." Jiang Yu nodded and hurried to awaken Yin and the others. "There's movement below. Prepare for battle swiftly." Yin Shani and Chang instinctively seized their weapons, rising with lingering sleepiness still evident on their faces, yet their bodies were already on high alert. Jiang Yu turned to gather dry twigs, tossing them into the fire. The flames surged high, illuminating the entire cave. At that moment, the young cat suddenly stood, arching its back, its azure eyes fixed intently on the ground. It opened its mouth to sound an alarm. "Shoo!" Jiang Yu swiftly covered its mouth, preventing any disturbance. The cave fell into an eerie silence, the only sound being the crackling of the fire. Everyone held their breath, following the young cat's gaze. Their eyes locked on the ground. After a few moments, a loud crack resounded. In one corner of the cave, a previously blocked rat hole burst open, and a gray shadow darted out. It was a rat of unimaginable size, towering half a person high, its dark gray fur gleaming. With a head the size of an infant's and crimson eyes glinting with malice and resentment. At its emergence, Jiang Yu shouted, "Attack!" The clan members, already poised for action, immediately charged forward with their weapons. The Rat King, taken aback by the sudden assault, momentarily displayed a flicker of panic in its crimson eyes, instinctively recoiling. However, upon realizing that the weapons striking its body inflicted no harm, its fear was swiftly replaced by ferocity. With a shriek, the Rat King transformed into a gray streak, lunging at Mai, who was at the forefront. "Be careful," Yin bellowed, but it was too late to intervene. With a sickening sound, the Rat King's sharp claws easily sliced through Mai's beast hide, leaving 3 deep, bloody gashes on his thigh. Mai cried out in agony, clutching his leg and retreating hastily. Jiang Yu remained remarkably composed, instructing Gu Mu, "Step back, brother. Activate the snake soul. You attack while we assist you." Yin instantly invoked the snake soul, his demeanor transforming dramatically as he lunged at the Rat King. Sensing the presence of the snake's soul emanating from Yin, the Rat King momentarily stiffened, its movements sluggish, overwhelmed by the aura of its natural enemy. Seizing this opportunity, Yin thrust his spear towards the Rat King's eye with a whoosh. The Rat King screeched, swiftly dodging Yin's attack. Jiang Yu and the others, having honed their coordination, did not afford the Rat King a moment to recover, launching a series of strikes at it. The collective onslaught ignited the Rat King's fury. It disregarded Jiang Yu and her companions, instead focusing solely on Yin, sensing he was the only one capable of inflicting harm upon it, the greatest threat. Clang, clang, clang. Jiang Yu and her companions attacked from the side, but their stone axes and spears struck the Rat King's body, inflicting no damage. Its defenses were astonishing. It was forced to retreat step by step, each swipe of the Rat King's claws narrowly missing vital areas, several times almost leaving him severely injured. Just as neither side could gain the upper hand, the young cat suddenly sprang into action. Like a bolt of lightning, it silently circled behind the Rat King and fiercely slashed at its thick tail. A piercing scream reverberated through the cave, distorting the air and causing pain to the ears. The Rat King's massive body trembled violently, frantically swinging its severed tail, while the young cat had already leapt back, landing gracefully. Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with determination. The opportunity had arrived. Drawing her bow, she aimed at the Rat King's most vulnerable underbelly. Shan also adjusted their tactics, targeting the Rat King's limbs and abdomen. The young cat became a specter, leaving new wounds with each swipe. Buzz! The bowstring quivered, and a stone arrow shot forth, striking one of the Rat King's hind legs. Though the arrow failed to penetrate deeply, the impact caused the Rat King to stumble, exposing a significant opening. "What an opportunity!" Yin shouted, thrusting his spear with the ferocity of a striking serpent into the Rat King's armpit, where its front leg met its body. The sound was no longer the dull thud of before, but rather the sharp slice of a blade into flesh. The Rat King let out a pained, agonized cry, thrashing wildly, sending Yin, along with his spear, flying through the air. Yin rolled twice on the ground, spitting blood, yet his eyes were alight with excitement as he beheld the Rat King's bleeding wound. Gradually, the Rat King's injuries multiplied, its movements grew sluggish, and its breathing became labored. The fierce glint in its crimson eyes slowly replaced by fear. It realized that if this continued, it would surely perish here. Survival instinct overwhelmed all else. The Rat King feigned a lunge, driving back Shan, and in a sudden turn, it bolted towards the hole from whence it came, desperate to escape. No, it must not be allowed to flee. Jiang Yu's expression changed drastically. If the creature managed to escape back to its burrow, killing it would become an insurmountable challenge. She shot arrow after arrow, but the speed of the Mouse King was too swift, making her efforts futile. Just at that moment of impending crisis, a figure suddenly lunged forward from behind Jiang Yu. Yin leaped into action, pouncing on the Mouse King as it was about to burrow into its hole. In an instant, he collided with it, shoulder first. The impact resounded with a heavy thud, causing the Mouse King's massive body to stumble and let out a shriek. Yin wasted no time. He mounted the Mouse King and, wielding his blade, struck downwards toward its neck with all his might. The iron blade met no resistance, plunging deeply into the flesh. The Mouse King emitted a harrowing scream, a sound unlike any it had ever made, and the searing pain drove it into a frenzy. Its enormous body twisted and writhed in a desperate attempt to shake off Yin. Yet, Yin clung fiercely to the Mouse King's form, as if he were an extension of it. Despite the creature's violent thrashing, he remained steadfast, withdrawing the blade partially embedded in the Mouse King's neck to strike again. Blood gushed forth, splattering across his face. Unperturbed, Yin continued to strike, this time hitting the cervical vertebra with a dull thud. The Mouse King's struggles intensified, but clearly weakened. With relentless determination, Yin delivered blow after blow to the same spot, pouring every ounce of strength he possessed into the effort. Finally, with a sharp crack, the Mouse King's frenzied movements abruptly halted, and it collapsed onto the ground. Its massive head, smeared with blood and dirt, rolled away, its crimson eyes wide open, filled with disbelief and terror. The cave fell silent in an instant. Yin, panting heavily, dismounted from the corpse of the Mouse King. First, he glanced down at the enormous head on the ground, and then at the still sharp blade in his hand, bursting into hearty laughter. What a magnificent weapon! This is the true essence of fine weaponry. He quickly approached He, who stared in disbelief at the severed head and Yan's blade. Yin, did you really sever its head? He asked, kicking the head lightly. Just as his foot made contact, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. A tiny glimmer of white light, no larger than a grain of rice, suddenly shot forth from the Mouse King's forehead, darting directly towards He. This sudden turn of events startled He, causing him to cry out in fear and retreat repeatedly. What is that? Don't come near me. His shout drew everyone's attention to the speck of white light. Jiang Yu recognized it as the soul of the Mouse King, and was astonished that the first person to encounter it after its demise was he. Yin, seeing the white light, was overjoyed. He grasped the panicked He firmly and exclaimed, "Stay still. He, let enter you. This is the mouse soul. It is a precious thing. Absorbing it will make you as powerful as I am." The tribe was already aware of Yan's absorption of a snake soul, and they had witnessed his recent transformation. Upon hearing Yan's words, He's expression shifted from terror to overwhelming joy, standing frozen in place as the mouse soul approached him. At that moment, Jiang Yu noticed a flicker of red light between Yan's brows, indicating the appearance of the snake soul. The leisurely flying white light seemed to sense the impending danger, hesitated mid-air, and then accelerated, diving into He's forehead. Jiang Yu narrowed her eyes at this scene. The cave grew still, everyone holding their breath as they watched He. After a few moments, he suddenly opened his eyes wide, initially dazed, but then a radiant smile spread across his face. "Ha! I can feel it. I have a bee soul now. Ha!" he exclaimed, bouncing with excitement to express his joy. "Wonderful. Congratulations, He." The tribe members quickly surrounded him, genuinely delighted for his achievement. Shan patted He's shoulder with enthusiasm, smiling broadly, but inside, he felt a pang of disappointment. With Yin, and now He possessing bee souls, he was the last one left without one, wondering when he might acquire such a power. Just then, a small hand gently grasped his larger one. Looking down, he saw his son. He lifted him up and stepped aside, asking, "Were you scared just now?" Chuyang shook his head and whispered, "You'll have one too." Shan's heart warmed, and he nodded appreciatively. Jiang Yu observed He, now at the center of attention, realizing that regardless of who obtained the bee soul, it was a momentous boon for the entire tribe. Their strength had increased, and their chances of success in the next hunt for the shattered rock eagle were now significantly greater. She withdrew her gaze, skillfully finding a clean pottery bowl to carefully collect the blood of the Mouse King, recognizing it as a valuable resource rich in energy that should not be wasted. After completing her task, she used dry earth to clean the blood from the ground, as the cave had become overwhelmingly pungent with the scent of blood. Once everything was tidied up, she took Chuyan to rest. The following day, Jiang Yu was awakened by Yan's call. Yawning, she sat up and noticed the furrowed brows of both men. "What is the matter?" she inquired. Yan, looking perplexed, replied, "Why is his experience different from mine? He absorbed the soul and immediately sensed its presence and could harness its power, while it took a long time before I even vaguely sensed the snake soul." He looked at her anxiously. "Is this situation good or bad?" Jiang Yu smiled gently. "Is a good thing. The reason you took so long to sense the snake soul was that at that time, your body was not strong enough to bear its power, so it lay dormant. But he is different now. We have consumed so much snake meat and scales. His body has become quite robust, allowing him to sense the mouse soul immediately and access its strength." Jiang Yu refrained from mentioning that the mouse soul was less potent, thus requiring less from the body. Upon hearing her explanation, he felt reassured. Jiang Yu turned to him with curiosity, asking, "Have you experienced any notable changes in your body after awakening the mouse soul?" "Yes." He beamed. "It's similar to Yin's change, but there's one slight difference between us." He pulled out a dirt-covered plant root from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Yu. "My sense of smell has become incredibly acute. I can smell things from afar. I found this while sneaking into the woods. The mouse soul told me this is edible, but I haven't dared to try it yet." Jiang Yu recognized the root and had tasted it before. She looked at he and smiled, saying, "Your newfound ability is remarkable. In the future, when we hunt in the mountains and forests, you can simply sniff around to locate hidden prey or edible treasures underground." He beamed even wider at her words. Chapter 53. Better to be selective than wasteful. Once Yin and he departed, Jiang Yu found herself unable to return to sleep. The dawn light filtered into the cave, prompting her to rise. As she washed up, a delicious aroma wafted through the air. It was Mai, Gu, and Mu preparing fish soup. Ever since they discovered that ordinary food was ineffective for their kind, their meals have been separated from Mai and the others. This was not selfishness, but rather an essential survival rule in the beast world. Energy-rich food was challenging to obtain and scarce. It was vital to prioritize the needs of the strongest. Only when they grew stronger could they secure more food to better protect the tribe. It had already cleaned and processed the massive mouse king, removing its skin and entrails, arranging the vibrant red meat neatly on a clean stone slab. Jiang Yu sliced the rat meat into thin slices and tossed them into the scalding stone pot. After a brief stir-fry, she added water to the pot, covered it, and let it simmer over high heat. Soon, a bubbling sound emanated from the pot, prompting Jiang Yu to lift the lid and add some wild vegetables. She then called Xiao Yang and Duo over, serving them each a bowl once it was ready, before summoning Yin and Shan back to join them. The energy contained in the rat meat surpassed that of the tiger head fish, which was quite a pleasant surprise. Jiang Yu could distinctly feel her body ravenously consuming this energy. Once satiated, Jiang Yu moved closer to Yin and whispered, "Brother, last night, when the river absorbed the rat spirit, did your snake spirit emerge?" Yin nodded. "Did you see it?" "Yes." "What was the situation?" Yin recalled carefully. The snake spirit was very excited, like a long-starved beast suddenly encountering its most delectable prey. It craved the rat's spirit, just as she had suspected. Yin looked at his sister. "I can sense that if I consume the rat spirit, my snake spirit will grow stronger." Jiang Yu's heart raced. Previously, she and Shu Yang had speculated that a person might be able to absorb multiple beast spirits. It now appeared that it was not merely absorption, but rather devouring, much like nurturing a venomous insect, allowing the first beast spirit within to consume weaker beast spirits, thereby becoming more formidable. If this were indeed the case, it would signify that the first beast spirit they absorbed was of utmost importance. The type and strength of the first beast spirit would directly determine their future growth potential. Just as Yan's snake spirit inherently possessed a suppression and devouring desire for the rat spirit, had he absorbed a different beast spirit initially, the circumstances could have been entirely different. Yan seemed to remember something. "Just now, the river came to find me, saying that after activating the rat spirit, it instinctively felt a bit afraid of me, always wanting to keep its distance." "Why is that?" Jiang Yu smiled slightly. "That's quite normal. Snakes and rats are natural enemies. His rat spirit, being derived from the rat king, naturally retains this instinct. Your snake's spirit exerts a natural suppression over it, so he will instinctively fear you. She patted Yan's arm and continued, "This can be resolved easily. In our upcoming training sessions, both you and he should activate your beast spirits, allowing him to adapt to the presence of your snake spirit and overcome this instinctual fear. Otherwise, in battle, you won't be able to coordinate, and it will expose weaknesses." "All right, I'll tell him later," Yin replied. Before commencing their training, Jiang Yu quietly shared her insights on the principles of beast spirit devouring and her hypothesis regarding the first beast spirit determining their limits with Xiaoyang. Tu Yang, with a serious expression, said, "Aunt, if your conjecture holds true, then we must not choose our first beast spirit haphazardly." His voice, though soft, was resolute. "Better to have none than to settle for mediocrity. Our target must be powerful, ferocious beasts that stand at the apex of the food chain. We must not jeopardize our future for momentary power." Chu Yang grasped his aunt's hand. "I know this will be exceedingly difficult, but we must try." Jiang Yu nodded. From that day forth, their lives grew busier and more fulfilling. Jiang Yu led the four in grueling training sessions. The phantoms of beast spirits frequently manifested in the open, with roars and clashes echoing all around. The five of them made daily progress, their coordination becoming increasingly harmonious. In the evenings, Jiang Yu would guide them in forging iron tools, while at night they would dig at ambush points. Notably, the river was the quickest among them when it came to digging, especially after activating the rat spirit. Days swiftly passed, and after damaging several oars and exhausting considerable strength, Jiang Yu and her kin's forging techniques became increasingly refined. The tribe's weaponry experienced its first genuine upgrade. 3 iron axes gleamed with a chilling light. 5 spears, crafted from sturdy black ironwood, were affixed with sharp iron tips. 15 iron arrows, each meticulously polished, emanated a gleaming coldness. Additionally, Jiang Yu fashioned a dagger for herself and Xiaoyang for personal defense. As they gazed at the newly forged weapons lined up on the stone slab, excitement was palpable on everyone's faces. Yin picked up the axe made specifically for him and swung it casually, producing a faint tearing sound in the air. "Excellent. With these weapons, we will surely slay the shattered rock eagle." In that moment, his confidence soared. Shan, he, and Chang also picked up their axes and spears, their faces flushed with exhilaration. "You, when shall we hunt?" Jiang Yu replied calmly, "There's no rush." She looked at the four, starting tomorrow during the hour of the afternoon. "You will join me for ambush drills." "Drills?" Yin asked. "Indeed. We will practice how to hunt the eagle and identify any potential flaws. I will have the Firebird assist us." The four nodded in agreement. On the first day of practice, they fumbled about, compounded by the Firebird's lack of cooperation, resulting in numerous errors. On the second day, things improved slightly. However, when he led the Firebird to the ambush site, they encountered another mistake. The Firebird was too fast, and they could not ensnare it with the ropes. After adjusting their plans, Jiang Yu initiated the third practice. Gradually, the number of errors diminished, and their success in capturing and killing the Firebird increased. At last, their opportunity arrived. That night, silence enveloped the surroundings. Jiang Yu lay in bed, reviewing the day's intelligence. Today's intelligence has been refreshed. Today's intelligence. The shattered rock eagle was attacked by a beast with a human face during yesterday's hunt and sustained severe abdominal injuries. The pain has rendered it more ferocious and frenzied than ever, and it will actively launch an assault against you today. Chapter 54. The opportunity arises. Jiang Yu's lips curled into a smile in the darkness as she read the intelligence. The shattered rock eagle was injured. Even the heavens were aiding them. Tomorrow would be the beast's demise. The next day, Jiang Yu gathered Yin, Shan, and Chang to inform them of the decision to hunt the eagle. "Really?" Yan's voice brimmed with uncontainable excitement as his blood surged. "Fantastic. Finally, we can take action. I've restrained myself for too long." Shan's expression was one of fierce determination. For a month, they had trained relentlessly, all for this day. He and Chang also appeared flushed with enthusiasm. They had long prepared for this moment. Jiang Yu observed the eager four and spoke solemnly. We have rehearsed each person's role numerous times, so I will not reiterate. I will only say this. This operation will either result in the death of the Shattered Rock Eagle or our demise. Her words struck a chord of gravity in their hearts, their excitement swiftly replaced by solemnity and resolve. They looked at Jiang Yu and nodded earnestly. In the morning, they conserved their strength, and at the hour of the afternoon, they set off. Jiang Yu cast aside her words, turning to check the iron arrowheads. Aunt. Chu Yang had unknowingly approached her side. Jiang Yu looked up, seeing his serious expression as he set the arrows down. What is it? Chu Yang gazed at her earnestly. Aunt, let us offer a sacrifice to the heavens. The two exchanged glances, and Jiang Yu instantly comprehended his intent. Indeed, they had traversed realms. What was there to fear? Even if it was a touch of superstition, what of it? Moreover, a sacrifice could consolidate their unity and bolster their morale. All right, I will prepare the offerings. Jiang Yu replied. Chu Yang smiled. I have already gathered the items. He promptly retrieved the offerings from his space. Jiang Yu noted that there were scales of the armored beast, rat king meat, fish, and purple fruits. What astonished her most was that Chu Yang had also fashioned 3 incense sticks from leaves and dried flower pollen, each as thick as 3 fingers. From the items, it was evident that he had prepared for quite some time. Warmth surged within her as she gently stroked her nephew's head and called the tribe members outside. In the clearing before the cave, Jiang Yu surveyed the crowd with a solemn expression and declared with conviction, Today, we embark on a mission of utmost significance for our tribe, to hunt the Shattered Rock Eagle. Before we proceed, let's offer our prayers to the heavens. With the sincerity of our hearts, we beseech the divine for protection, that we may successfully vanquish the Shattered Rock Eagle and avenge our fallen kin. She lit 3 handmade incense sticks and inserted them into the earth before her, commanding, Everyone kneel. At her command, Jiang Yu knelt first. Without hesitation, the others from Yin and Shan followed suit. Jiang Yu closed her eyes and bowed her head 3 times earnestly towards the sky. We Avings, please grant us success today in hunting the Shattered Rock Eagle and alleviating the plight of our tribe, allowing our departed ones to rest in peace. The tribe members mimicked her, forcefully bowing their heads to the ground. Thud, thud, thud. 3 columns of blue smoke rose straight into the sky, as if the heavens truly heard their voices. At noon, Jiang Yu and her companions enjoyed a sumptuous meal of scaled beast meat soup, the nourishing energy instantly revitalizing their somewhat hollow bodies. Observing the time, Jiang Yu estimated it was already the hour of the dog. She rose and turned to Yin and Shan. Let us depart. Armed with weapons and ropes, the 4 strode purposefully out of the cave. As Jiang Yu was about to step out, a small hand suddenly grasped hers. Turning back, she met Xiao Yang's worried gaze and gently reassured, Auntie will return safely. Chu Yang nodded solemnly and released her hand. The moment Jiang Yu stepped out of the cave, all tenderness dissipated, leaving only resoluteness. The 5 figures swiftly navigated through the forest, soon arriving at the ambush site. It was a clearing approximately half the size of a basketball court, with a relatively flat ground. Surrounding the clearing were towering trees, dozens of meters high, their lush foliage providing an excellent hiding place. He handed the weapon to Chong and said to the others, I will go. Jiang Yu nodded, be careful. After he left, Yin, with their assistance, climbed up a 10-meter-high tree, their figure quickly melding into the thick canopy. Jiang Yu approached the center of the clearing, removing the camouflage grass to reveal a pit beneath. She then tightly wrapped one end of a vine, as thick as her arm, around a massive tree, securing it with 3 firm knots. Completing her preparations, she took hold of the other end of the rope and concealed herself behind another tree, slowing her breath. Meanwhile, Shan and Chong had also concealed themselves. All was in readiness, awaiting the Shattered Rock Eagle. Time flowed slowly, and it was uncertain how long had passed when she suddenly heard an eagle's cry. It's here! Jiang Yu exchanged a glance with Shan, tightening her grip on the rope. 200 meters away, from within a thicket, he suddenly sprang forth. Looking up at the circling black dot in the sky, shouting, dreaded beast. I am here. The black dot in the sky abruptly hesitated, with a piercing screech. The Shattered Rock Eagle's immense wings flapped fiercely, like a bolt of black lightning, plunging toward he. Jiang Yu could clearly see a gaping wound on its abdomen, deep enough to expose bone, continuously oozing blood, with the surrounding feathers matted together. The severity of its injury had driven it into a frenzy. He, observing the descending, shattered rock eagle, summoned the beast spirit and turned to flee, hurling stones at the eagle as he ran. This act was undoubtedly a provocation. The eagle flapped its wings again, accelerating rapidly. A terrifying gale swept through the forest, causing the trees to sway violently. One person and one eagle, in a chase of life and death, swiftly arrived at the ambush point. The shattered rock eagle loomed over he, its metallic claws glinting dangerously, mere feet from his back. Closer, even closer, concealed behind a tree, Jiang Yu watched intently, tightening her grip on the rope. Just as the eagle's claws were about to pierce his body, he lunged forward, expertly diving into the pre-dug pit. Boom! The shattered rock eagle struck the ground hard, its massive frame crashing down with a thunderous roar. Soil flew, and grass scattered. Now was the moment. Jiang Yu dashed from behind the tree, swinging the rope towards the eagle's head. Chapter 55. What approaches the vine shot forth like a coiled serpent, striking true around the shattered rock eagle's neck. The timing was impeccable. The eagle, disoriented from its crash, had no chance to react before the rope tightened around its throat. Instinctively, it plunged into a frenzy of rage and panic. With a deafening screech, it raised its head, massive wings stirring a storm of dust and debris, flailing in a desperate attempt to break free and return to the skies. However, its wings were too expansive, and the towering trees surrounding the clearing prevented any full extension. Thud, thud, thud. The sounds of its wings colliding with tree trunks rang out, and several slightly thinner trees were snapped in half, though the eagle too suffered, its wings sustaining injuries. The more it struggled, the tighter the rope constricted. At that moment, Shan and Chong, who had been lying in wait, sprang into action with astonishing speed. They risked being struck by the flailing wings as they darted through the tempest, expertly throwing their rope loops from either side. The shattered rock eagle's senses were consumed by the constricting rope around its neck and its furious inability to fly, rendering it oblivious to Shan and Chong. Jiang Yu, witnessing their success, felt a rush of joy as she saw Shan and Chong grasp the other ends of the rope and sprint towards the trees. Taking a deep breath, she drew her bow to provide cover for them. The eagle, noticing the sudden appearance of the two, fixed its fierce gaze upon Jiang Yu and charged towards her. Jiang Yu turned to flee. After a few steps, the eagle found its claws suddenly restrained by an overwhelming force, causing its body to lurch uncontrollably forward, crashing to the ground once more. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yu shot an arrow that struck its eye. The eagle let out a horrific scream, flapping its wings in a desperate attempt to ascend. The three vines tightened instantaneously, causing the three trees acting as stakes to shake violently, as if they might be uprooted at any moment. Amidst this fierce struggle, its abdominal wound became visible. Now was the time. Jiang Yu's gaze turned cold and composed as she released 3 arrows in rapid succession. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Each arrow embedded itself deeper into the eagle's wound. A piercing howl erupted from the eagle as the pain from its abdomen intensified, driving it into a frenzied state. It abandoned its flight and fixated its remaining eye furiously on Jiang Yu. With a violent jerk, it yanked at the tree tethered to its left claw, producing a deafening crack as the tree tilted precariously. Jiang Yu's heart raced. She knew the tree and rope could not withstand much longer. She had to create an opportunity for Yin to act swiftly. Ignoring the agony coursing through its body, the eagle lowered its massive head, its long and sharp beak resembling a deadly sword, aimed directly at Jiang Yu's position. Faced with this lethal strike, Jiang Yu remained remarkably calm. Instead of retreating, she advanced. Just as the beak was about to pierce her, she swiftly sidestepped behind a sturdy black ironwood tree. Boom! The entire tree trembled violently, countless leaves shattered. The shattered rock eagle's beak, capable of piercing stone, embedded deeply into the hard black ironwood trunk. Jiang Yu's eyes glimmered with determination as she seized the opportunity without a moment's hesitation. She dashed from behind the tree and grasped the rope, ensnaring the neck of the shattered rock eagle. The rope tightened instantly, making it difficult for the creature to breathe, prompting it to struggle violently. Jiang Yu held firmly onto the rope and shouted to Shan, he, and Chong, urging them to come and assist her. Shani, and Chong swiftly ran over, joining her in a desperate grip on the rope. The eagle's thrashing gradually weakened, its eyes rolling back to reveal a large expanse of white, its massive body convulsing severely from oxygen deprivation. Now was the moment. Hidden among the treetops, Yin brandished his axe and leaped down from the towering branches. The gravitational force of his descent made his strike remarkably effective. With a resounding thud, the axe cleaved through flesh, sinew, and ultimately bone, sending a geyser of blood soaring several meters into the air. As Yin landed, he rolled to dissipate the tremendous impact, coming to a stop some distance away. Behind him, the shattered rock eagle's enormous body stiffened abruptly, followed by a series of violent convulsions before it crashed heavily to the ground, falling silent. The forest fell eerily quiet as the scent of blood began to permeate the air. Had it perished? Jiang Yu, having fallen due to inertia, along with Shan and the others, stared at the lifeless shattered rock eagle in disbelief, a surge of indescribable joy flooding their hearts. It was dead. We succeeded. Shan suddenly sat up, cheering as he rushed toward the fallen eagle. Jiang Yu released her grip on the rope, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. She gazed at the eagle's corpse, at the chaotic battlefield around her, and at her equally disheveled companions, a radiant smile illuminating her face. They had indeed triumphed, and astonishingly smoothly. Shan kicked the shattered rock eagle, and in that instant, Jiang Yu saw a dark light burst forth, hurtling toward him. Shan's eyes widened in shock, his excitement rendering him momentarily frozen. The beast's soul, he was about to obtain his own. The soul surged into his brow without a sound, and he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Shan turned to his companions, his voice trembling with exhilaration. I have a beast soul too. Yin crawled out from the underbrush, laughing heartily upon hearing this. Excellent, this is wonderful. All three of us, now, possess beast souls. He was overjoyed. The three men leaped and danced with glee. Jiang Yu watched this scene with a smile, rising to sit up. Just as they were reveling in their joy, a hum filled the air. A terrifying pressure descended without warning. The atmosphere froze, and the temperature plummeted to an icy chill. The sounds of insects and the wind vanished in that moment. The smiles on the five faces instantly froze, replaced by an uncontrollable shudder of fear that emanated from their very souls. This pressure was far more terrifying than that of the shattered rock eagle, 1,000-fold more so. It imparted an undeniable sense of helplessness, an overwhelming feeling of being unable to resist. Jiang Yu felt as if her blood had turned to ice, her body stiffened, and even the slightest movement became an insurmountable challenge. She struggled to lift her head, gazing toward the source of the oppressive force. Chapter 56, A Desperate Rescue. Into the cave. Quickly, a hoarse roar erupted like thunder in their ears. It was Yin. His eyes were bloodshot, veins bulging on his neck. After forcing those words through clenched teeth, he rushed to Jiang Yu, seizing her wrist and stumbling toward the nearby cave. Shan and he showed no hesitation, hoisting Chong and following closely behind. Initially, their movements were sluggish and clumsy under the weight of the fearsome pressure, but the instinct to survive quickly overcame all else. They transitioned from a hurried walk to a frantic dash, the dry twigs and leaves beneath their feet snapping loudly in the eerie silence. Just 3 steps from the cave entrance, the sky above darkened suddenly. A fierce wind swept down upon them. Jump! Yin grasped his sister and leaped into the cave first. Shan and he tumbled in closely behind. The instant their bodies plunged into the cave, a thunderous explosion erupted from the spot where they had just stood, shaking the ground beneath them. Earth from the cave's edge cascaded down upon them as they felt the tremors of the massive creature's approach. Instinctively, they held their breath, immobilized, until the footsteps halted directly above the cave. Hair standing on end, their hearts raced as if gripped by an invisible hand, pounding furiously. They dare not make a sound, crawling to the left in silence. The cave they had excavated stretched long, reaching a great tree 300 meters away. This design was made for Hi's escape. They had only moved 2 meters to the left when a faint yet piercing sound sliced through the air from above. Suddenly, a sharp beak, glimmering with an eerie light, pierced through the thick earth, barely grazing Jiang Yu's ear before plunging forcefully into the ground beside her. Jiang Yu's pupils dilated, her hairs standing on end. She had narrowly escaped losing her ear. A suppressed groan of agony escaped behind her. It was Chang. Jiang Yu then detected a faint scent of blood. Had Chang been injured? Just as she turned to look back, thud, thud, thud. The soil above was as fragile as paper. The slender beak relentlessly stabbed down again and again. Each strike sent splatters of earth and roots flying. Crawl! Hurry! Jiang Yu's voice trembled as she urged Yin and the others, pressing her body tightly against the cold ground and scrambling forward with all her might. Yin, Shan, and he, realizing the urgency, evaded the overhead attacks, crawling clumsily through the narrow cave. Chang remained still on the ground, not moving. The beak's assaults intensified, growing more frenzied, and they narrowly avoided being impaled several times. Suddenly, the attacks ceased. Instead, the sound of claws scraping against the ground replaced it. Before they could react, with a resounding crash, the soil, roots, and rocks at the cave's top were forcefully uprooted. Blinding sunlight flooded in as Jiang Yu instinctively closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she found herself in a chilling predicament. A massive head loomed above the gaping cave entrance, larger than a great red lantern, its emotionless golden eyes coldly scrutinizing them. Its body was cloaked in verdant feathers, each glinting softly under the sunlight, while its beak, over 1/2 meter long, dripped with a striking crimson that did not belong to it. Towering at 7 or 8 meters high, it resembled a small green mountain. Inside the cave, the 4 of them and 1 bird locked eyes with the creature. The air seemed to solidify, and time appeared to stand still. Jiang Yu could even hear the thunderous beating of her own heart and her companion's heavy, labored breaths. Despair surged like a tidal wave from the depths of her being, drowning her in an instant. Moments later, the green giant bird seemed to lose interest in its prey. It suddenly lowered its head. The sharp beak hurtled toward Jiang Yu like a shadow. In that moment, as death loomed over her, a singular thought consumed Jiang Yu's mind. What will happen to Xiao Yang if she dies? Xiao Yang's aunt, unable to return, had already sensed the putrid wind emanating from the sharp beak of the bird, feeling the bone-chilling cold penetrate her skin. Despair overtook her as she shut her eyes. Just as the beak was about to pierce her, a shadow emerged suddenly from the dense forest, crashing violently into the head of the azure giant bird. The immense impact caused the bird's certain strike to veer off course. The sharp beak grazed Jiang Yu's cheek, carrying with it a gust of foul air, and with a thunderous sound, it embedded itself deep into the earth beside her. The entire cave shook violently. The azure bird staggered leftward, letting out a furious shriek. Jiang Yu, having narrowly escaped death, covered her ears and opened her eyes, gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat, her limbs devoid of strength. She braced her weakened body, struggling to sit up, and looked up at the figure that had intervened. After the strike, the figure did not linger. With a powerful push of its legs against the ground, the man soared several meters into the air, landing upon the broad back of the azure giant bird. His tall and imposing silhouette exuded an air of dominance and arrogance, even from behind. It was he. It was Lei Jin. He had returned. Gazing at the figure standing atop the bird's back, the tension that had gripped Jiang Yu's nerves relaxed in an instant. Fear, despair, grievance, and lingering terror all surged within her, and tears flowed uncontrollably. She was finally safe. At that moment, the man on the giant bird's back seemed to sense her gaze and slowly turned his head. Lei Jin's deep black eyes held no trace of warmth or compassion, colder and more ferocious than the bird's own gaze. Yet, for reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Chapter 57. The beast soul chooses its master. Lei Jin withdrew his gaze and moved. Without any preliminary charge, he unleashed a simple yet devastating punch, striking the azure giant bird's back with the force of a cataclysm. The impact was akin to striking iron. The azure bird let out a piercing cry, its anger and agony driving it into a frenzy as it violently shook its body, attempting to dislodge the man from its back. Lei Jin grasped the bird's wings firmly, remaining as steadfast as a mountain despite its thrashing. Realizing it could not shake him off, the bird changed its strategy. It spread its wings slightly, not to ascend, but to crash headlong into the towering trees surrounding them, attempting to knock Lei Jin off. With a crack, a massive tree that would require several people to embrace snapped in half under the bird's assault, crashing to the ground, sending splinters and leaves flying. In the midst of this violent chaos, Lei Jin's figure merely swayed slightly before stabilizing once more, and he resumed delivering fierce punches upon the bird's back. The bird's cries suddenly took on a mournful tone, and Jiang Yu watched in horror as it twisted its head and unleashed a torrent of flames towards Lei Jin. Can this giant bird control fire? Her eyes widened in disbelief. Lei Jin seemed fearful of the flames and leaped off the bird's back. Jiang Yu expected the azure bird to pursue him, but instead, it flapped its wings, attempting to flee, while Lei Jin, with a fierce expression, charged towards the bird once more. What should we do now? Yen asked, swallowing nervously as he observed Lei Jin's increasingly fierce assault. Jiang Yu turned to see Chong, half of his body soaked in blood, and said, "You all take Chong and the shattered rock eagle back first." "What about you?" Yen asked urgently. "I'll return shortly," Jiang Yu replied. Yen immediately objected. "No way, it's too dangerous. You must come with us." "Don't worry, he will protect me." "You all leave quickly," Jiang Yu insisted. Seeing his sister's determination, Yen glanced at Lei Jin in the distance, gritted his teeth, and made a decision. "Chong, and I will take the shattered rock eagle back. Let's go." Once Jiang Yu and the others had departed, they hid behind a black iron tree. Peeking out, they saw Lei Jin launch himself from the ground like a meteor, crashing into the azure bird. The bird, though massive, was not particularly agile, and the dense trees around made it difficult for it to evade. With a thunderous crash, the azure bird stumbled violently into a large tree, which fell with a resounding thud. The bird regained its footing, turning its golden eyes fiercely towards Lei Jin, and it unleashed another blast of flames. The fire shot forward like lightning, but Lei Jin was faster, dodging the flames and leaping in front of the bird, reaching out to grasp and pull out an eyeball the size of a goose egg. Jiang Yu, witnessing this scene, could not help but clutch the tree tightly, astonished by Lei Jin's ferocity. A shriek, more harrowing than any before, echoed through the air, and Jiang Yu covered her ears, her mind buzzing with dizziness. The azure bird, having lost an eye, went completely berserk, flapping its wings wildly at Lei Jin. Having struck true, Lei Jin withdrew quickly, but was still struck by the frenzied bird. With a loud thud, he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. The azure bird did not give him a moment to recover, folding its wings and extending its neck to peck at him. Jiang Yu's heart raced with anxiety as she watched the unfolding chaos. Lei Jin managed to roll away, evading the bird's attack, and leaped back onto its back. Jiang Yu then noticed a long wound across his chest, blood streaming down and quickly staining his abdomen. As he continued to pummel the bird's neck, Jiang Yu suddenly had an idea. She scanned her surroundings and quickly spotted Yan's axe. Rushing from her hiding place, she made her way towards the axe. Each step felt like trudging through mud, heavy and laborious. The gale from the bird's wings stung her cheeks, and the flying debris struck her, causing sharp pain. Yet she did not falter. She was determined to retrieve the axe. Finally grasping the cold iron axe, she shouted, "Lei Jin!" on the bird's back. As Lei Jin fought to stabilize himself, he turned his head at the sound of her voice. Now was the moment. Jiang Yu hurled the axe towards him with all her strength. Lei Jin, seeing the incoming weapon, braced himself against the bird's back and leapt into the air, catching the axe deftly with his right hand. Upon landing on the azure bird's back, he swung the axe forcefully towards its neck. With a thud, the axe cleaved through feathers, tearing skin and severing sinew, embedding deeply into the bird's neck. The azure bird's movements halted abruptly, its massive body convulsing violently as its life force rapidly drained away. It weakly flapped its wings twice before crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lei Jin slid down to the ground, staring at the fallen azure bird and then at the axe in his hand. Disbelief etched across his face. It was dead. Jiang Yu's legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath when a golden light appeared before her eyes. Unexpected information. By assisting Lei Jin in slaying the Qingyan bird and absorbing its soul, you will become immensely powerful. Jiang Yu's pupils constricted sharply, and her breathing quickened. At that moment, a blue light the size of an egg slowly emerged from the bird's corpse. Whether it was a trick of her mind, she felt the temperature around her rise dramatically at the appearance of the light. Seeing the light, Lei Jin reached out to grasp it. Jiang Yu, observing the scene, instantly extinguished any thoughts of absorbing the azure bird's soul, though the system informed her that she would become powerful by absorbing the soul. It was evident that Lei Jin also desired the soul, especially since he was the one who had slain the bird. Or why did she have to compete with him? Unexpectedly, Qing Tuan swiftly eluded from his grasp. With each attempt by Lei Jin to capture her, Qing Tuan slipped away, and after several futile tries, Lei Jin seemed to lose his patience. Jiang Yu observed as a sudden light flickered at his brow, followed by a flash of white, revealing a small white tiger, no larger than an orange, before her. The appearance of the white tiger seemed to alert Qing Tuan to the impending danger. In an instant, Qing Tuan transformed into a streak of light, racing towards her, mirrored by the white tiger. The juxtaposition of one in green and the other in white, one pursuing and the other fleeing, brought them swiftly before her. Jiang Yu noticed a fleeting shadow of a tiny bird within the green light, which abruptly collided with her brow. At that moment, she felt a slight pressure in her head, causing her discomfort. Unable to resist, she reached up to rub her brow, but was interrupted as the white light surged towards her. The white light halted abruptly, mere inches from Jiang Yu's face, and transformed back into the white tiger. The girl and the tiger regarded each other with curiosity, neither making a move. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Yu realized that this little white tiger was not merely an illusion, but a solid being, every hair distinctly visible. Its amber eyes sparkled with life and vitality. Instead of sensing danger from the little white tiger, Jiang Yu found herself enchanted by its cuteness. After a few moments, she instinctively extended her hand. However, upon noticing the dirt and blood smeared across her fingers, she abruptly paused, hurriedly wiping them on her clothes until they were clean. Only then did she cautiously extend her hand once more, presenting it to the little white tiger. The small creature tilted its fluffy head, gazing at her, then lowered its gaze to her open palm. A moment later, it scampered forward on its short legs, lightly landing in the cradle of Jiang Yu's hands. An extraordinary sensation enveloped her. The warmth emanating from her palm and the gentle tickle of its fur confirmed its presence. Yet she felt no weight from the little white tiger. Jiang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment and intrigue. The adorable creature seemed to take a liking to her, affectionately rubbing its fuzzy head against her fingers before rolling over, exposing its soft belly and contentedly waving its tail. This endearing display melted Jiang Yu's heart, prompting her to gently stroke the little white tiger with her other hand, while smiling up at Lei Jin, her eyes twinkling. Lei Jin observed the enchanting scene of the girl and the tiger, momentarily frozen in place, especially when he witnessed his beast spirit frolicking in Jiang Yu's hands. Seemingly lost in bliss, he couldn't help but frown. "Come back," a deep, raspy voice called out, sounding peculiar. Jiang Yu, who had been playfully tickling the little white tigeress belly, halted in surprise, turning her curious gaze towards Lei Jin. Was he speaking? The little white tiger flipped over and stood up, its ears twitching. Both the girl and the tiger, with their round eyes, stared at him in unison, causing Lei Jin's commanding presence to momentarily falter. "Come back," he repeated, his tone still laced with annoyance, yet unbeknownst to him, there was a softness creeping into his voice. Jiang Yu was now certain that Lei Jin was addressing and commanding the little white tiger. The small creature reluctantly nudged Jiang Yu's palm with its head before slowly rising to its feet, taking a leisurely stride towards Lei Jin. Its tiny form appeared somewhat reluctant. Suddenly, A spark of inspiration struck Jiang Yu, and mimicking Lei Jin's earlier tone, she clumsily uttered 2 syllables. Come back. Her pronunciation was awkward, far from the clarity of Lei Jin's, yet her imitation was surprisingly close. The little white tiger, caught midway, abruptly halted. It paused in midair, turning its small head to glance at the distant Lei Jin, then back at the gentle-faced Jiang Yu. Within its tiny mind, a battle of indecision seemed to unfold. After a brief moment of hesitation, a flash of white darted through the air. The little white tiger, without a shred of doubt, pivoted on its heel and dashed back into Jiang Yu's hands with unprecedented speed, presenting its backside to Lei Jin, as if to say, I'm not going anywhere. What will you do about it? Initially taken aback, Jiang Yu quickly beamed at the little creature in her palm, realizing that Lei Jin's earlier command implied a call to return. Surprised and bewildered, Lei Jin's expression shifted to one of astonishment, incredulity, and a hint of anger. He maintained a serious demeanor as he regarded both the girl and the tiger, letting out a huff before stepping closer to Jiang Yu and uttering something in a more complex tone. Jiang Yu, unable to comprehend, shook her head, gesturing to her mouth and then to him, indicating that she did not understand his words but could mimic his speech. Lei Jin seemed to grasp her intent, casting her a bewildered glance before suddenly reaching out with his bloodied hand, seizing the little white tiger from her grasp. The creature squirmed restlessly, seemingly protesting its removal. Unperturbed, Lei Jin held it aloft, decisively tapping it against his forehead. In a flash of white light, the lively little tiger vanished into thin air. Having completed this action, Lei Jin pivoted towards the Qing Yin Niao, bending down to drink from its bleeding neck. The audible gulping resonated through the tranquil forest, strikingly pronounced. Jiang Yu gazed at this raw and blood-soaked scene, her throat involuntarily constricting, emitting a soft sound. As Lei Jin drank, he paused, lifting his head, his lips and chin smeared with blood, presenting a somewhat menacing appearance. Under the piercing gaze of his dark eyes, Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat, igniting a sense of trepidation within her. For several seconds, Lei Jin fixed his stare upon her, eventually vacating the space around the bird's neck, tilting his head slightly in her direction. His gesture unmistakably invited her to join him. Startled, yet resolute, Jiang Yu approached him. There was no room for hesitation. She had consumed raw fish and fish blood before, so what was the difference with bird blood? Moreover, this was no ordinary bird. The formidable Qing Yin Niao surely harbored unimaginable energy within its blood, promising great vitality. Drinking from it would undoubtedly be a boon. Upon reaching Lei Jin's side, she realized that even in its fallen state, the Qing Yin Niao was still quite tall. Jiang Yu jumped, attempting to grasp its wing to climb up, only to find the feathers too slick, causing her to slide back down. At that moment, a light chuckle broke the silence, and Jiang Yu turned, filled with indignation. Indeed, human potential often emerges under pressure. Xiang had managed to produce 3 more chapters. In the next chapter, ravaging, frenzied plunder, Lei Jin regarded the irate woman, baring his teeth in a mocking grin. Jiang Yu felt her fists clench, but the realization of her own inability to contend with him subdued her anger, leading her to sigh in resignation as she scanned her surroundings. Spotting a stone nearby, she hurried over to it. She maneuvered the stone closer, stepping on it as she clung to the bird's wing, determined to ascend. Just as she was about to succeed, Lei Jin yanked her back, causing her to slide down and sit on the ground, staring at the man who was now laughing heartily, momentarily at a loss for words. Is this truly how a person behaves? Fury surged within her, and she glared at Lei Jin, her eyes wide in disbelief. The smile on his face gradually faded, as if he felt his authority had been challenged, and he bared his teeth, muttering something incomprehensible in her direction. Jiang Yu was oblivious to his words, but could tell they were far from kind. She abruptly stood, startling him into taking a couple of steps back. Jiang Yu let out a soft huff and turned to leave. After taking one step, then another, she had just taken 3 steps when she suddenly found herself lifted into the air by Lei Jin and placed onto the back of the Qing Yin bird. Jiang Yu paused momentarily and looked at the man. Lei Jin spoke once more, gesturing towards the bleeding neck of the Qing Yin bird. Jiang Yu understood that this was an urging for her to drink quickly, recognizing the wisdom in adapting to circumstances. She decided not to hold a grudge against him and leaned down to drink. The warm blood of the bird flowed into her throat, and she squinted her eyes. The taste was not as unpleasant as she had imagined, but rather carried a faintly refreshing fragrance. Almost instantly, a powerful surge of warmth coursed through her limbs and bones. Gentle as the babbling brook in early spring, she could distinctly feel her body greedily absorbing this energy. Soon, the pain in her cheeks from the fierce winds and the wounds from the sharp stones were replaced by a delightful tingling sensation, and her fatigue vanished entirely. It felt exquisite. Jiang Yu eagerly gulped down the blood. The Qing Yin bird truly lived up to its reputation as a dominant beast, its blood brimming with energy far exceeding her expectations. After just a few mouthfuls, a strong sense of fullness surged within her, not due to her stomach being full, but because her body had reached its saturation point and could absorb no more energy. Just as she prepared to rise and relinquish her position to Lei Jin, an unexpected change occurred. A forceful pull emanated from deep within her brow, a domineering suction that seemed to have found a black hole to devour the abundant energy within her body, instantly draining it away. In the blink of an eye, the warmth she had just felt vanished without a trace, replaced by an overwhelming emptiness and hunger, tenfold, even 100-fold greater than before. It was the beast soul of the Qing Yin bird that had just entered her body. It was consuming her energy, starving, more than ever before. This hunger was not of the flesh, but of the soul. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yu lowered her head once again, swallowing greedily. The warm blood surged back in her body, and the immense energy quickly filled her once more. However, before she could savor it for long, the suction from deep within her brow returned. The energy she had just replenished was again completely drained. After repeating this cycle 4 times, Jiang Yu finally stopped, clutching her round belly, vacating her position and turning away to dry heave twice. It was not that the beast soul of the Qing Yin bird had ceased its absorption, but rather that her stomach could hold no more. She had reached her limit. She pointed at the still, bleeding wound, signaling the man to continue. Lei Jin glanced at her, showing no reluctance, and resumed drinking deeply. As Jiang Yu rubbed her stomach to alleviate the discomfort, she observed the gruesome wound on Lei Jin's abdomen. The wound was long and deep, with flesh rolled outward, revealing the underlying tissue. The blood that had previously flowed freely had now coagulated, and the surrounding skin appeared pale from blood loss. What monster! Sustaining such severe injuries, yet showing no signs of impairment in movement. Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The sound of Lei Jin swallowing echoed loudly in the silent mountains, his pace significantly faster than hers, consuming more blood. After a considerable time, he finally raised his head, satisfied, wiping the blood from his mouth. Noticing he was full, Jiang Yu first pointed to his abdominal wound, then brought her index and middle fingers together to mimic the action of threading a needle, indicating a sewing motion. After completing this, she pointed towards the distant cave, looking at him in inquiry. Deep down, Jiang Yu felt uncertain, not knowing whether Lei Jin would be willing to return with her this time. To her surprise, he nodded. He agreed. Joy surged in Jiang Yu's heart as she slid down from the bird's back, hastily running to the 3 trees where she had tied the rope, untying it, and then approached the Qing Yin bird's corpse, securely fastening one end of the rope to the giant bird's robust claw. Taking a deep breath, she draped the rope over her shoulder and summoned all her strength to pull forward. The massive body of the Qing Yin bird remained utterly still. Indeed, it was futile. Jiang Yu did not lose heart. She handed the other rope to Lei Jin, pointed to herself, then to him, and made a gesture for them to pull together. Lei Jin accepted the rope, curiously tugging at it. It was remarkably tough and did not break under his grasp. He mimicked Jiang Yu's movements, looping the rope over his shoulder, and with a powerful burst, his muscular arms strained. With a low growl, the ground beneath him slightly sank. Finally, the colossal corpse of the Qing Yin bird was dragged forward, carving a deep trench into the earth. The immense weight of the giant bird, compounded by the underbrush and fallen trees in the forest, made the path exceedingly difficult. Even someone as formidable as Lei Jin found it somewhat taxing. The two struggled to pull the Qing Yin bird's body toward the cave. Just as they were sweating profusely, hurried footsteps emerged from the thickets. "You!" It was Yan's voice. Jiang Yu abruptly looked up to see Yin, Shan, and he rushing toward them, with a small figure atop Shan's back, Little Yang. Little Yang must have been worried about her safety, insisting that Shan bring him along to find her. After assessing that his aunt was unharmed, Shu Yang finally felt a sense of relief. Shan approached them, taking the rope from Jiang Yu's hands and draping it over his own shoulders. Shu Yang quickly grasped Jiang Yu's hand, curiously gazing at the giant bird. He and Shan joined in pulling the rope, instantly activating the beast's souls. Lei Jin seemed to sense something, glancing back at the three, and continued to exert his strength. It must be said that the addition of Yin and the others made Lei Jin's task noticeably easier. With four pulling in front, Jiang Yu and Little Yang follow behind, pushing as she recounted the events that had just transpired to Little Yang. Chapter 60. He is different towards you, knowing that his aunt had acquired a beast's soul, and such a powerful one at that. Little Yang was genuinely happy for her. As for the revelation that Lei Jin's beast soul was a tiger, he was not particularly surprised. Earlier, he and Jiang Yu had quietly discussed Lei Jin's identity. He should be the offspring of a union between a human and a tiger. So it was entirely reasonable that his beast soul was a tiger. What intrigued him was how closely Lei Jin's beast soul resonated with Jiang Yu, hinting that Aunt Lei Jin must feel something unique towards you. The perceptiveness of her nephew remained as sharp as ever, and Jiang Yu, too, could sense that Lei Jin regarded her differently. Shu Yang remarked, "I'm somewhat curious about why he suddenly returned after 2 months. What could his purpose be this time?" This was indeed a perplexing matter for her. She had initially thought that Lei Jin would not return, yet here he was, having saved her life. Shu Yang pondered for a moment before suggesting, "Aunt, when you have the chance, ask him if he intends to leave again." Jiang Yu softly acknowledged. With the assistance of Yin, Shan, and he, they finally returned to the cave before nightfall. Gu, Mai, and Mu, upon witnessing the enormous Qing Yin bird, which was twice the size of the Shattered Rock eagle, gathered curiously around, their gazes toward Lei Jin filled with admiration. Inside the cave, Jiang Yu washed her hands and face. Discarding her soiled hemp clothing for a fur coat made from rat skin, poured herself a cup of cool boiled water, and offered another cup to Lei Jin. Once the man finished drinking, Jiang Yu gestured for him to sit, preparing to tend to his abdominal wound. She first rinsed the area around the wound to remove the congealed blood and dirt, carefully wiped it clean with a piece of clean hemp cloth, then took out a bone needle and hemp thread, pinching the wound together to stitch it up. During this time, Shu Yang washed the dirty clothes that his aunt had taken off and hung them to dry on a snake skeleton beside the cave entrance. While stitching, Lei Jin glanced around curiously, occasionally stealing glances at her. Once the final stitch was completed, Jiang Yu tied a knot and cut the hemp rope, exhaling deeply as she gazed at the neatly closed wound. She looked up at Lei Jin, gesturing animatedly, and said, "All right, let us take a break." Lei Jin stood up, bending down to curiously examine the bed he shared with Xiaoyang. Jiang Yu paid him no heed, cleaning the blood off her hands as she exited the cave. She found Yin and the others gathered around 2 large birds, their expressions a mix of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from the fact that the tribe would not lack high-quality meat for a considerable time. The concern was that, given the sweltering heat, the meat would spoil within 3 days if not processed in time, and the salt reserves in the tribe were dwindling. Yin, seeing his sister come out, remarked, "We plan to go to the Great River tomorrow to fetch salt." Jiang Yu replied, "I will accompany you." After absorbing the soul of the Qing Yin bird, she could distinctly feel her body growing stronger. This trip to the Great River would not be as perilous as the last. Yin shook his head. "It's too dangerous. You should stay in the tribe." Jiang Yu insisted, "Brother, I can protect myself, and I have a bee soul now." Yin was taken aback, but then seemed to remember something, looking at the Qing Yin bird and softly asking, "Is it the soul of this green bird?" Jiang Yu nodded. Yin burst into laughter, clearly delighted. All right. After a pause, he looked at his sister. "Can you awaken it?" Jiang Yu shook her head. "I can only vaguely sense its presence. It will likely take some time before I can awaken it." Yin comforted her, "No rush. It's because the soul of this giant green bird is too powerful. Just wait a bit. I believe that once we finish eating these two birds, you will be able to awaken your beast soul and harness some of its abilities. Jiang Yu responded with an acknowledgement. Though you possess a beast soul, I still hope you can remain in the tribe. He quickly glanced at Lei Jin and whispered, he only listens to you, and only you can communicate with him. Leaving him alone in the tribe worries me. Considering Lei Jin's temperament, Jiang Yu agreed. All right, I will listen to you, brother. Yin smiled and softly said to Jiang Yu, I hope you and your man will soon bring forth some strong offspring for our tribe. We are currently too few in number. Jiang Yu instinctively glanced at Lei Jin, relieved that he did not understand. She had not escaped the pressures of marriage and childbearing in her previous life, and here it was happening again. Be careful tomorrow. She changed the subject. Yin patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, we will return safely. Just then, several slender root tendrils quietly emerged from the ground, swiftly making their way to Jiang Yu and wrapping around her wrist. Jiang Yu did not struggle, allowing them to entwine her, for she understood that the king of the mulberry trees sought her for a reason. Soon, she felt the king as consciousness beckoning, hungry, want to eat. Jiang Yu knew precisely what the king desired. She turned and entered the cave to fetch an axe, preparing to extract the innards of the two birds to feed the king. However, when she reached the place where weapons were stored, she found them missing. Turning around, she spotted Lei Jin with all their tribe's iron tools and bones hanging from his waist. The others simply watched, amused, without intervening in Lei Jin's actions. Jiang Yu approached him, pointing to the axe at his waist and then to the enormous bird carcasses outside, clearly conveying her need for the axe. Lei Jin seemed to understand her intent, defensively clutching the weapon at his waist and turning his head away to avoid her gaze. Jiang Yu circled back in front of him, wearing a pleasing smile, pointing to the massive bird corpses outside, then to her mouth, mimicking a chewing motion, finally resting her gaze on the iron axe at his waist. Lei Jin shot her a glance, seemingly not comprehending her gestures, and turned his back to her. Undeterred, Jiang Yu tried again, circling back and looking at him. This time, she changed her strategy, first pointing at Lei Jin, then at the Qing Yin bird carcass outside, and finally mimicking a forceful chopping motion with her hands. If you don't give me the axe, then you can handle the Qing Yin bird yourself. This time, Lei Jin finally reacted, quickly stepping outside. Jiang Yu raised her eyebrows and immediately followed, directing Lei Jin to use the axe to cut open the bellies of the Qing Yin bird and the shattered rock eagle. The warm innards mixed with blood gushed out. Jiang Yu placed the tendrils into the blood. The tendrils instantly turned red, and simultaneously, the blood on the ground began to vanish at a visible rate. Lei Jin, observing the swiftly moving tendrils, swung the axe down. Chapter 61. She reached out and knocked the meat from his bowl. Having been attentive to Lei Jin, Jiang Yu was startled by this scene and grasped his arm to stop him. Lei Jin turned, puzzled, looking at her. Jiang Yu gestured and said, "It's my friend. Do not harm it." After gesturing 4 times, Lei Jin finally understood her meaning, glancing at the tendrils on the ground and then back at her, seemingly asking, "Your friend?" Jiang Yu nodded and stepped forward to retrieve the hearts and livers from the 2 birds, knowing these contained significant energy. As for the remaining entrails, she offered them to the king of the mulberry trees for absorption. One by one, the slender tendrils eagerly absorbed the energy within. Returning to the cave, Jiang Yu cleaned the hearts and livers, tossing them into the burning ash of the grass, and would before stepping outside. By now, the entrails had been completely consumed by the king of the mulberry trees. After devouring the innards of the 2 giant birds, the king felt greatly satisfied. A slender tendril climbed up her pants to her wrist, conveying a feeling of joy before retreating. Jiang Yu noticed that Lei Jin was watching the tendrils, some retreating and others burrowing back underground, while he glanced at the king of the mulberry trees with a pensive expression. She approached him, gesturing to ask, "What is wrong?" Lei Jin withdrew his gaze and shook his head. Jiang Yu did not press further, pointing to the most tender breast meat of the Qing Yin bird and mimicking a roasting motion, saying, "You cut some meat off, and I will help you roast it." Lei Jin understood, swinging the axe to slice off a large piece of meat from the bird's breast and tossing it to her. Jiang Yu caught it, feeling her arm grow heavy. This piece of meat must weigh at least 60 or 70 pounds. She glanced at Lei Jin, who was eagerly chopping meat with the axe, wondering how he would consume so much at once. Fortunately, they had built an earth kiln, otherwise relying solely on a few small stone pots in the tribe. It would be impossible to process this much meat all at once. She pulled out a dagger from her waist, cutting a portion of meat to soak in salt water. Just then, Lei Jin approached, taking the dagger from her hand. Curiously examining it, he mimicked Jiang Yu's earlier actions, methodically slicing the bird meat. His movements were clumsy, but his strength made up for it, and he quickly managed to divide the bird meat. Jiang Yu felt relieved, placing the neatly cut pieces into the salt water. Lei Jin appeared to have found a new toy, playing with the dagger, his expression suggesting he found the weapon quite impressive. Jiang Yu reached out, intending to reclaim her dagger, only to see Lei Jin wash it clean and casually hang it at his waist along with his spoils. Jiang Yu thought to herself, I knew this would happen. Oh well, she didn't need the dagger for now. She would let him keep it for the time being. Once the bird meat had soaked in the salt water for a sufficient time, Jiang Yu gathered several sharp fishbone hooks, snagging the meat pieces one by one and threading them onto a sturdy wooden stick, which she then placed in the earth kiln. She skillfully added firewood at the kiln's mouth, preparing to roast the meat. A fragrant aroma soon enveloped the area outside the cave. Having completed her tasks, Jiang Yu settled Babysitter Lei Jin. The meat required some time to cook, and she had no intention of idling. Pointing to herself and gazing into Lei Jin's eyes, she articulated a single syllable, I. Lei Jin regarded her with an expression devoid of comprehension, evidently not grasping her meaning. With remarkable patience, Jiang Yu repeated, I. After 5 iterations, it appeared that Lei Jin finally understood. His amber eyes flickered, his thin lips parted, and he uttered a somewhat hoarse and awkward syllable, I. Although his pronunciation was not perfect, it was indeed the correct sound. Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with delight as she smiled and gave him a thumbs up, then pointed at him. Continuing her lesson, you? Lei Jin mimicked her twice, this time apprehending the concept more swiftly. Jiang Yu then pointed to Xiaoyang, who was assisting Yin with the cooking nearby, fearing that Lei Jin would struggle to remember too many words at once. She limited her instruction to the simplest 6. He walk, run, eat. Lei Jin's engagement was somewhat lackadaisical. He occasionally reached for the cold iron tools at his waist or toyed with the newly acquired dagger, exhibiting a distracted demeanor. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu remained patient. As long as he was willing to learn, this was a commendable beginning. After what felt like an eternity, the savory aroma of meat from the earth oven grew intense, the fat sizzling as it dripped onto the charcoal below. Jiang Yu recognized that the meat was ready. She promptly rose and used 2 wooden sticks to extract a large skewer of roasted meat from the oven, steam rising from the golden brown morsels, filling the air with an enticing fragrance. She placed the roasted meat directly in front of Lei Jin. He wasted no time, seizing a large piece without regard for the heat, devouring it voraciously. Observing his enjoyment, Jiang Yu knew he relished the flavor. She then turned to the ashes beside her and retrieved the bird's heart and liver that she had buried earlier. Scraping off the ash revealed the well-cooked innards. Using a stone knife, she sliced them into thin pieces, first dipping one in salt water and offering it to Xiaoyang, before taking a piece for herself. The texture of the Qingyan bird's liver was even more sumptuous than she had anticipated. Upon tasting, a gentle surge of energy radiated from her stomach, coursing through her limbs. Jiang Yu subsequently shared the liver and heart with Yin and the others. After finishing, they were even hungrier, but fortunately, the meat in the stone pot was also ready. Yin first served a bowl to his sister, Xiaoyang. As Jiang Yu prepared to eat from her bowl, Lei Jin suddenly stood up, his expression dark as he approached her. Jiang Yu looked up, puzzled by his displeasure. Before she could comprehend the situation, Lei Jin abruptly swatted the bowl from her hands, and silence fell over the cave. Yin, Shan, and he lifted their heads, bewildered by Lei Jin's sudden anger. Jiang Yu was taken aback, glancing down at the fallen bowl and the scattered meat, then back at Lei Jin, questioning his intent. At that moment, Lei Jin thrust a piece of Qingyan bird meat toward her, then returned to his meal. Jiang Yu stared at the meat in her hand, recalling how he had once dominantly discarded his own rat meat in a similar manner. She believed she understood his perspective. To him, the crushed rock eagle meat was likely as insignificant as the rat meat had been, unworthy of her consumption. Realizing this alleviated her discomfort, and she no longer perceived him as domineering. Chapter 62. All possessions. Meanwhile, Yin and the others exchanged glances, perplexed by the scene. Chu Yang observed the roasted meat in his aunt's hands, then glanced at Lei Jin, a contemplative light flickering in his clear eyes. Jiang Yu bent down to retrieve the ceramic bowl from the ground. Looking at the soiled morsels, she felt a pang of regret, contemplating rinsing them with water to secretly consume later, avoiding waste. Just then, a small hand reached out and snatched the meat from her grasp. "Aunt," Xiaoyang whispered in her ear, "you should eat the Qingyan bird meat." Jiang Yu glanced at her nephew, then caught a glimpse of Lei Jin, who had been watching her intently. She nodded, took a bite of the roasted meat, and slightly squinted her eyes in pleasure. The Qingyan bird meat was exquisite, tender and succulent, infused with a formidable energy that coursed through her body, enveloping her in warmth. Not forgetting Xiaoyang, Jiang Yu tore off a small piece and handed it to him. Upon tasting it, Xiaoyang instantly found the crushed rock eagle meat unappealing. Eating slowly, he discreetly observed Lei Jin from the corner of his eye. Noticing that Lei Jin merely glanced their way without intervening, he felt a flicker of hope. The quantity of meat provided by Lei Jin was substantial, more than Jiang Yu could consume in one sitting. After saving some for Xiaoyang, she tore off another piece to offer to Yin when she suddenly sensed a shift in the atmosphere around her. Chu Yang noticed the previously relaxed stance of Lei Jin tense up, his expression morphing into one of fury as he fixed his gaze upon Jiang Yu. Before his anger could fully erupt, he grasped her wrist firmly. "Aunt." Jiang Yu turned to see Xiaoyang gently shaking his head at her. Confused, she inquired, "What is it?" Xiaoyang took the meat from her hand, noticing that Lei Jin's demeanor had softened considerably, and whispered in a tone only they could hear, "Aunt, do you know some behaviors of tigers?" "What behaviors?" Jiang Yu instinctively glanced at Lei Jin. When a male tiger catches prey, he will share it with his mate and cubs, but never with other animals. Jiang Yu's heart raced as she regarded her nephew, asking, "Are you suggesting?" Her voice carried an astonishment she was unaware she had. Chu Yang nodded solemnly. "Thus, he returns to seek you out, to rescue you, and to share his food with you." In Lei Jin's eyes, Uncle Yin and the others are merely other males. Accepting food from other males signifies disloyalty to him. Sharing his catch with other males conveys the same message, which explains his earlier outburst. Understanding Xiaoyang's explanation illuminated many of Lei Jin's actions. It became clear that, in his world, she and Xiaoyang had been designated as his mate and cub. Jiang Yu's face flushed with a sudden warmth, feeling her cheeks, ears, and even neck burning. This realization was more disconcerting than anything Yin had previously conveyed. Unbeknownst to her, she had been marked as property by a tiger. "Aunt," Chu Yang stated with emphasis, "you may truly need to be with him." Jiang Yu glanced at the man devouring meat, gently ruffling Xiaoyang's hair. Striving to maintain a calm tone, "Don't overthink it. Ultimately, I am not at a disadvantage." This was indeed the truth. In this perilous world of beasts, securing the protection of a top predator was an enormous advantage for both her and Xiaoyang. Chu Yang nodded, then shared another hypothesis. "Aunt, he likely won't leave again." Jiang Yu softly acknowledged this. She understood that once a tiger confirmed its mate, it generally remained, and Lei Jin had likely already claimed their territory as his own. Furthermore, tigers possess a strong territorial instinct. He probably would not want to coexist in the same cave with so many others. Perhaps we should dig another cave nearby. This way, he would be more at ease, and Uncle Yin and the others would also feel more comfortable. Jiang Yu gently nodded in agreement, recognizing that cohabitating with Lei Jin and the tribe would inevitably lead to complications. After finishing their meal, everyone retired early. A multitude of events had transpired that day, leaving them fatigued. Jiang Yu felt the same weariness, but Lei Jin had claimed the bed shared with Xiaoyang, leaving her no choice but to lay down on a straw mat spread on the ground. As dawn's gentle light began to filter into the cave, she stirred awake to find that everyone else was already up. Yin, Shan, and he had presumably gone to the river, while Chong and Gu, along with a few others, were busy cutting the feathers of the fractured rock eagle. By the earthen kiln, Lei Jin was awkwardly attempting to start a fire by drilling wood. After a brief wash, Jiang Yu activated the system. Today's intel: while handling the Qingyan bird, you discovered that its tail feathers are both resilient and lightweight, making them an exceptional material for arrow fletching, enhancing both range and accuracy. The claw and leg bones of the Qingyan bird possess a density comparable to that of metal, suitable for weapon crafting. Having read the information, Jiang Yu turned her gaze towards the Qingyan bird, recognizing its immense value. Exiting the cave, she approached Lei Jin and examined the wound on his abdomen, which appeared to be healing well. Using gestures, she conveyed, "I need to cut the thread with a dagger. It might sting a bit, so try not to move." Once Lei Jin grasped her intent, Jiang Yu carefully retrieved a dagger from his waist and deftly snipped the threads, extracting them one by one. Lei Jin lowered his head to watch her, occasionally shifting as if uncomfortable. Jiang Yu quickened her pace, encouraging him, "Bear with it. It will be over soon." After tending to his injury, Jiang Yu stood up, picked up 2 stone buckets from a corner, placed them in his hands, and gestured for him to fetch water from the stream while she tended to the fire. Perhaps it was merely her impression, but Lei Jin suddenly seemed to relax and hurried off with the buckets. As Jiang Yu stoked the fire, she noticed chunks of Qingyan bird meat soaking in a nearby stone basin, undoubtedly prepared by Lei Jin, whose learning abilities surpassed her expectations. As she skewered the Qingyan bird meat to hang it in the earthen kiln to roast, she meticulously surveyed the surrounding area of the cave. Finally, she settled on a sunlit spot on a slightly elevated, relatively flat section of the massive rock wall not far from the main cave. This location was convenient for supervision while maintaining sufficient distance to afford them privacy. After selecting the site, Jiang Yu gathered bundles of dry wood and piled them at the base of the mountain. Upon returning with 2 buckets of water, Lei Jin noticed her lighting a fire and curiously approached after placing the stone buckets down. Observing his interest in the torch she held, Jiang Yu handed it to him. Chapter 63. Isn't it embarrassing to be driven out? Lei Jin imitated Jiang Yu's earlier actions to ignite the fire. The flames leapt up suddenly, causing the rock wall to crackle with explosive sounds. Once he had his fill of play, Jiang Yu took the torch from him, tossed it into the dry wood, and proceeded towards the earthen kiln. Lei Jin, gazing at the fire that continued to burn, followed her closely. In front of the earthen kiln, Jiang Yu prepared breakfast. Watching as the flames died down and the rock wall turned a bright red, she lifted a bucket of cold water and, with a swift motion, splashed it onto the scalding rocks. A hissing sound erupted as thick steam rose, enveloping the area in a white mist, followed by a series of cracking sounds. When the steam dissipated, the previously smooth and hard rock wall was now covered in a spiderweb of fine cracks. Jiang Yu retrieved an axe from Lei Jin's waist and forcefully pried at the edge of the most severely cracked rock. With a loud crash, a large chunk of stone broke free and fell to the ground. Success. She returned the axe to Lei Jin, pointed to the cracked wall, and made a motion to dig inward, then pointed at him. Understanding her intent, Lei Jin took the axe and approached the wall, striking deep into the crevice with vigor. The sound of shattering stones echoed as debris flew. Observing his enthusiasm, Jiang Yu borrowed other tools from him and distributed them to Chong and the others, saying, "Using hot water to scald the bird's feathers will make plucking them much easier. Once the feathers are removed, cutting the meat will be more convenient." The group promptly began heating water. Both the Qingyan bird and the fractured rock eagle were too large for them to handle alone, presenting a significant undertaking. Jiang Yu felt a pang of worry. With the heat rising, she wondered if they could process the meat before it spoiled. In the afternoon, while everyone was bustling with activity, Yin, Shan, and he returned much earlier than usual, each carrying a large bundle of processed red vine bark, their faces radiating uncontainable joy. Clearly, their day had been quite fruitful. The trio did not rest, but instead washed their hands and joined Jiang Yu and the others in plucking feathers and cutting meat. With the addition of 3 strong laborers, their pace quickened considerably. Meanwhile, Chu Yang and Duo busily crushed salt stones and filtered them into the water bucket for salt extraction. As the twilight hues began to paint the sky crimson, a resounding thud echoed from the direction of the rock wall. Jiang Yu wiped the sweat from her brow and straightened to look over. She saw Lei Jin standing at the entrance of a dark cave, covered in dust and sweat. Resembling a figure freshly emerged from the earth. The cave behind him, roughly 3 meters high and over 4 meters wide, appeared quite spacious. Jiang Yu watched as he entered the main cave, and moments later, he emerged carrying the bed that belonged to her and Xiaoyang, placing it into the newly dug cave. After completing this task, he sat down in front of the earthen kiln, staring intently at the sizzling meat within, quietly awaiting dinner. Having excavated all day, Jiang Yu knew he must be famished. She washed her hands, scooped a ladle of clean water, and offered it to him to wash his hands. Lei Jin glanced at his dusty hands. Though his expression remained neutral, he complied and washed them. Once he was clean, she handed him the largest and juiciest piece of Qingyan bird meat. This time, she did not give him all the roasted meat, but kept a piece for herself and cut another large portion for Xiaoyang. Lei Jin merely glanced over without protest. Determined, Jiang Yu leaned toward Xiaoyang and whispered, "Find an opportunity to secretly share some with Yin and the others." Xiaoyang nodded in agreement. After a tiring day, everyone was ravenous. They gathered around the campfire, devouring the meat with great enthusiasm. Once their hunger was satiated, a wave of exhaustion washed over them. As Jiang Yu yawned and took Xiaoyang by the hand to rest, Yin suddenly stopped her. You can no longer stay with us. Your man has returned, and you should be with him." Jiang Yu felt a pang of being betrayed by her nephew, but thankfully Xiaoyang did not abandon her, resulting in both of them being unceremoniously ushered out by Yin. Gazing at the stone door blocking the cave entrance, Jiang Yu and Chu Yang exchanged helpless glances, only to turn and find Lei Jin already retreated to his second cave. "What should we do now?" Jiang Yu asked softly. Chu Yang grasped her hand and began walking towards the second cave. "Isn't it embarrassing to be driven out?" Jiang Yu said. "Not at all," Chu Yang replied confidently. As they reached the entrance of the second cave, Lei Jin, who had already lain down on the bed, suddenly sat up, furrowing his brow as he looked at them. Chapter 64. A high level of vigilance. Jiang Yu couldn't help but tighten her grip on Xiaoyang's hand, feeling a bit anxious. It was evident from Lei Jin's demeanor that he was not keen on sharing his living space with them. Chu Yang reciprocated her grip and flashed a broad smile at Lei Jin, leading Jiang Yu into the cave under his watchful gaze. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After taking 7 or 8 steps, Lei Jin merely watched them without any reaction. Jiang Yu and Chu Yang both sighed in relief and quickened their pace. Just then, a sudden crack echoed. The two paused, seemingly in agreement, and simultaneously turned to look at Lei Jin, seeing him merely lie back down without getting up. The tension in Jiang Yu's chest eased, allowing her heart to settle back into place. Taking a long breath, her tense body gradually relaxed as she led Xiaoyang further into the cave. The newly excavated cave, though not as deep as the main one, was more spacious and the air was much fresher. Jiang Yu released Xiaoyang and, stepping lightly, approached the wooden bed. Suddenly, Lei Jin opened his eyes and looked at her. Startled, Jiang Yu's heart raced as she met his vigilant yet scrutinizing gaze. Gesturing toward the grass mat at the foot of the bed, under the man's watchful eyes, she picked up the mat and laid it a safe distance away, next to a relatively flat section of the rock wall. Holding Chu Yang, she quickly fell asleep. Throughout the night, Lei Jin's ears occasionally twitched. His body remained in a state of slight tension, indicating his restless slumber. The next morning, he left the cave before dawn. In the following 2 days, Jiang Yu and her companions were quite busy. On the first day, while Jiang Yu and Chu Yang were boiling salt, she noticed Lei Jin circling around them, displaying a keen interest in the process. She personally guided him in breaking salt stones, pouring them into buckets, stirring the solution, filtering, and boiling the salt. Notably, this time they had cloth, which made the filtered brine much cleaner. As Lei Jin watched the water evaporate in the stone pot, transforming into white salt, his eyes widened in astonishment. when Jiang Yu saw him scoop a large chunk of salt and put it into his mouth. It was too late for her to stop him. The salty taste caused his face to contort, and he spat it out, much to Jiang Yu's amusement and slight exasperation. Upon seeing her laugh, Lei Jin's expression darkened, and he growled at her. Understanding that he was concerned about his pride, Jiang Yu quickly suppressed her smile, adopting an apologetic demeanor, and offered him a glass of cool water to rinse his mouth. While Lei Jin rinsed, Jiang Yu couldn't help but smirk as she turned her head away. To her surprise, he suddenly looked over at her. She slightly turned her back, her gentle smile transforming into silent laughter as she caught sight of Lei Jin quietly approaching her. Clearing her throat, she composed herself, scraped the salt from a stone pot into a basin, and pointed to the salt stones. Watching Lei Jin eagerly resume breaking the salt stones and boiling salt, she decided to leave him to it and joined her companions in cutting meat. They worked tirelessly from dawn to dusk, even foregoing rest at night, determined to process the meat before it spoiled. The next day, Jiang Yu entrusted the salt boiling to Xiao Yang and pulled Lei Jin along to help cut bird meat. Although he initially appeared reluctant, he worked swiftly and efficiently. His assistance significantly expedited their progress. However, despite their haste, the daytime temperature had soared above 40 degrees, and some of the eagle meat had begun to spoil before they could attend to it. Jiang Yu had intended to feed the spoiled meat to the mulberry tree king, but Yin, Shan, and he were unwilling to part with the hard-earned food. They preferred to cook it rather than discard it. Unable to persuade them otherwise, Jiang Yu relented and gave them the meat. With a steady supply of food and the heat of summer, no one was keen on venturing outdoors, preferring to linger around the cave. Jiang Yu was no exception. Apart from her daily training and fetching water from the stream, she spent most of her time crafting linen garments and forging iron tools, with the daily updates revolving around these activities. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. With Lei Jin's assistance, she finally managed to forge a pair of scissors. After handing them to Yin for sharpening, Jiang Yu sat on a large stone, pulling her hair forward and snipping away. She had longed to do this, not only due to the heat, but also because her long hair made washing it very inconvenient. As she cut her hair, Lei Jin approached and crouched in front of her, watching curiously. Eventually, he even took the scissors and clumsily cut a few strands of his own hair. Unable to bear the sight of his haphazard attempts, Jiang Yu snatched the scissors from him and pressed him down onto the stone. "Stay still, I'll help you." Lei Jin complied, albeit occasionally fidgeting, but remained still. After she finished trimming his hair, noticing it was somewhat dirty, she gathered some plant ash, mixed it with water, and after filtering out the residue, said to Lei Jin, "Come, I'll help you wash your hair." With a frown of suspicion, Lei Jin regarded her warily. Sensing his reluctance, Jiang Yu bent down and began washing her own hair in front of him. Through their interactions over the past month, Jiang Yu had observed that Lei Jin was highly vigilant. Initially, he would tense up at every touch, but gradually he adapted to her presence. Nonetheless, he still remained alert to her and Xiao Yang at night. Any sound from their side would immediately rouse him. Jiang Yu was curious about the life he had led before, which had shaped him into such a cautious individual. Thus, she was always mindful of her actions around him. After washing her hair and drying it with the linen, Jiang Yu was about to enter the cave when Lei Jin suddenly pointed at the stone basin. Was he willing to let her help him wash his hair now? Jiang Yu's heart leaped with joy, for this indicated that Lei Jin had grown to trust her more. She prepared a generous amount of filter plant ash and said to Lei Jin, "Come." He glanced at the water in the basin, then at Jiang Yu. After a moment of hesitation, he submerged his head in the warm water. The moment her hands touched his head, he stiffened, gripping the edges of the stone basin tightly, revealing his discomfort with others touching his head. Jiang Yu hastened her movements. His hair was thick, dark, and glossy, and after a thorough wash, she declared, "All done." Lei Jin immediately lifted his head. Jiang Yu could clearly see that he had relaxed significantly. "Do you want to dry your hair yourself, or shall I help you?" she asked, gesturing with the cloth. Lei Jin took the cloth from her, rubbed it haphazardly for a few moments, but soon lost patience and handed it back, indicating for her to assist him instead. Jiang Yu moved behind him, gently drying his hair from above, and then took out the comb she had made to tidy it. After a few strokes, She stated, "All right." Just as she was about to retract the comb, Lei Jin suddenly grasped her hand. In confusion, Jiang Yu looked at Lei Jin and softly inquired, "What is it?" Lei Jin placed her hand back on his head. Did he want her to continue combing? Jiang Yu resumed, carefully brushing his hair. Gradually, she sensed him relaxing completely, his eyes half closed in enjoyment. Time seemed to slip away, and, eventually, she noticed his long breaths and realized he had indeed fallen asleep. Quietly, she set the comb aside without disturbing him, returned to the cave, summoned Xiao Yang to help with cutting and washing, and then began preparing a meal. Notably, a couple of days prior, she and Lei Jin had spent 2 days crafting a large stone pot, so today she was making a porridge of wild vegetables and minced meat. The enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air, awakening Lei Jin. When he opened his eyes, he was greeted by Jiang Yu's radiant smile. She seemed to be sharing a delightful moment with Xiao Yang, laughing joyfully. Perhaps sensing his gaze, Jiang Yu turned to him and gently said, "Come and eat." Lei Jin stood and walked toward her, feeling more relaxed than ever. Jiang Yu served him a bowl of Qingyan bird meat porridge, followed by a small orange. The small orange was the name Xiao Yang had given to the little kitten, which was frightened of Lei Jin and only returned during mealtime, darting off again after eating. Though Jiang Yu knew it did not stray far. 3 individuals and a cat, among whom Xiao Yang consumed the least, feeling full after merely half a bowl. Xiao Juzi managed to finish 1 bowl, while Jiang Yu, having absorbed the spirit of the Qingyan bird, found her appetite increasing daily. Initially, she could only manage a little over half a bowl, but after half a month, she could consume 3 bowls, and she sensed that soon she would be able to awaken her beast spirit. After their meal, she resumed her lessons with Lei Jin, and through their studies over time, he had begun to comprehend some simple phrases, occasionally exchanging a word or two with her when in good spirits. After half an hour, she yawned and suggested, "Let's sleep." Observing Jiang Yu cradling the cub as she drifted into slumber, Lei Jin yawned and followed suit, sinking into a deep sleep. Jiang Yu was unaware of how long she had slept when she felt something brushing against her face, and she groggily opened her eyes. The cave was dimly lit, with a sliver of moonlight filtering in through the entrance, allowing her to see a fluffy white head nestled against her neck, affectionately nuzzling her. It was the little white tiger, the embodiment of Lei Jin's beast spirit. Startled awake, Jiang Yu turned to look at Lei Jin. He lay on the wooden bed, breathing long and steady, still in slumber. She then turned her gaze back to the little white tiger. How had it suddenly appeared? The two exchanged glances, and the little white tiger yawned delicately, rubbing its fluffy head against Jiang Yu's arm before curling up beside her pillow, its breathing gradually calming. Was it asleep? Jiang Yu pondered, questioning if beast spirits required rest as well. She gently stroked the little white tiger, her mind swirling with thoughts, and soon, drowsiness reclaimed her, leading her back to sleep. As dawn approached, Chu Yang, awakened by the need to relieve himself, was the first to rise. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he carefully sat up, preparing to get out of bed when he caught sight of a white bundle in his peripheral vision. Curious, he turned to investigate. There, nestled against the neck of his aunt, was a diminutive white tiger, snoring peacefully, appearing incredibly adorable. Was this the beast spirit of Lei Jin? Unable to resist, Chu Yang glanced towards the man on the large bed. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he could scarcely imagine that such a fierce man as Lei Jin could possess a beast spirit so endearing and soft. The contrast was astonishing. Unable to restrain himself, Chu Yang reached out, intent on touching it. Just as his hand neared the little white tiger, it abruptly opened its eyes. In those amber orbs flickered a fierce light as it bared its tiny fangs at Chu Yang. He froze, narrowing his eyes in surprise at the unfriendly demeanor of this little creature. As he prepared to withdraw his hand, he noticed a slender white spark flickering across the little tigeress body. Suddenly, Chu Yang felt a paralyzing sensation coursing through him, and he uncontrollably toppled backward, convulsing on the grass mat. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the little white tiger wagging its tail triumphantly before leaping like a flash of white light, landing on Lei Jin's brow before vanishing. Moments later, Lei Jin awoke. Chu Yang watched as he sat up, lazily stretching before picking up two large stone buckets from the corner and walking out, not casting a glance in their direction. Still twitching slightly, Chu Yang raised an eyebrow. Lei Jin's demeanor was entirely normal. Did he not know that his beast spirit had emerged, or was he simply accustomed to it? Countless thoughts raced through Chu Yang's mind as he suddenly felt a familiar warmth surging uncontrollably from within. Jiang Yu was awakened by a warm, damp sensation. Confused, she quickly realized what had happened, and her mind became alert. Holding her breath, she turned to her nephew, who lay with his eyes tightly shut and lips pressed together, his face a picture of embarrassment. Observing his state, Jiang Yu decided to speak. "Xiaoyang, it's all right." She reached out, gently patting his head. "You are merely a 2-year and 5-month-old child. Such occurrences are perfectly normal. Do not be too hard on yourself. Show yourself some grace." As her words fell, she noticed Xiao Yang's face reddening at an observable rate. Jiang Yu thought, "I seem to have made things worse. Shall I step out and give you some time alone?" Seeing that Chu Yang remained silent, she took it as acquiescence. She quietly rose, drew the curtain, and approached the entrance of the cave. After changing out of her wet shorts into linen trousers and stepping outside, she gazed at the returning firebirds, suddenly feeling an overwhelming urge to soar. Realizing the moment was ripe, she attempted to awaken her beast spirit, a strong pull emanating from her brow to her limbs. As she distinctly sensed the energy within her transforming into a gentle stream, absorbed by the bird spirit. Subsequently, a slight throbbing sensation arose at her brow, as though something were striving to emerge. At that moment, footsteps approached, and Jiang Yu instinctively turned her head, the sound echoing in her mind like an explosion. Chapter 66. Lessons with the Beast Spirit. Jiang Yu felt as though she had pierced a resilient membrane, and in an instant, the world appeared different, as did Lei Jin. She beheld a colossal, suffocating white tiger phantom looming over him, its eyes closed in slumber, emanating an unconscious pressure that made Jiang Yu's heart tremble. She quickly averted her gaze to the treetops in the distance, where two small birds groomed their feathers, their chirps transformed from monotonous sounds into harmonious notes. "That bipedal creature is acting oddly today, staring at us. Ignore her. Quickly help me straighten this feather. It's driving me mad." Jiang Yu suddenly comprehended their language, though she wondered if she could converse with them. Resolving this thought, she propelled herself skyward as if released from a bowstring, landing gracefully beside them. The two birds, startled by her presence, fluffed their feathers and screeched away. Jiang Yu, equally surprised by her leap, realized she had ascended 7 or 8 meters from the ground. However, the exhilaration was fleeting. A wave of emptiness and fatigue crashed over her, draining her strength and plunging her into darkness as she collapsed from the branch. It was over. Even if she did not perish, she would certainly sustain injuries. Just as she resigned herself, closing her eyes, powerful arms caught her securely. It was Lei Jin. "Lei Jin, I can awaken my beast spirit," Jiang Yu exclaimed joyfully, sharing her excitement as she embraced him. Lei Jin stiffened momentarily, unaccustomed to such affectionate gestures from a female. Feeling slightly odd, yet he did not push Jiang Yu away. He did not reject the sensation. After a brief embrace, Jiang Yu felt a resurgence of energy and released him, hastening back to the cave. She swiftly pulled aside the curtain and approached the bed, where her nephew lay with his eyes wide open, gazing blankly at the ceiling, appearing utterly despondent. "Xiao Yang, I can awaken my beast spirit." Her voice brimmed with delight. Chu Yang's eyes widened, looking at Jiang Yu as if to ask if it were true. Jiang Yu eagerly recounted her experience of awakening her beast spirit. Upon finishing, she noticed Xiao Yang's unusual stillness. He lay like a small statue on the grass mat, motionless. "Xiao Yang, what is the matter?" She reached out, lifting her nephew, feeling his body tense, causing her to panic. "Have you been bitten by some venomous creature?" Her tone carried evident alarm as she reached to unfasten his clothing, at which point Xiao Yang called out to her, "Little aunt." Jiang Yu halted abruptly, turning to her nephew. "I am here. Xiao Yang, what is wrong? Where do you feel unwell?" Chu Yang's lips trembled slightly, struggling to utter a few words. "I am fine, just got shocked by the little white tiger." "Shocked?" Jiang Yu paused, momentarily taken aback. "Why would the little white tiger shock you?" Then, as if a thought struck her, her tone brimmed with incredulity. It can emit electricity? Chuyang gently nodded. Perhaps it shocked me because I wanted to touch it. Were they talking about the same white tiger? Was it truly that fierce? Aunt, you should ask Lei Jin later if he knows that his bee-soul has come out. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. All right, I will. After a brief pause, she added, I will carry you out for some fresh air. She lifted Chu Yang from the damp grass mat, and, as they reached the cave entrance, they encountered Lei Jin approaching with a large stone bucket. Jiang Yu placed her nephew on a large rock beside the cave entrance and walked towards Lei Jin as he set down the bucket. She gestured and asked, last night, your beast's soul came out, did you know? Initially, Lei Jin frowned, not comprehending her meaning, until she repeated her gestures. Only then did he grasp the situation. He touched his forehead, his eyes wide with astonishment, and Jiang Yu realized that he was unaware of this matter. One question was answered, yet a greater mystery loomed. Could a beast's soul act independently, unbeknownst to its master? Moreover, the little white tiger could actually emit electricity. Did that imply? Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at Lei Jin, raised her finger towards the sky, then spread her fingers wide and suddenly clenched them, mimicking a lightning bolt slicing through the heavens while producing a sizzling sound. After performing this display, she inquired slowly, can you control lightning? Lei Jin raised an eyebrow, wearing an expression of surprise at her knowledge. The speculation was confirmed, and Jiang Yu's eyes curved into a delighted smile, akin to a child discovering a treasured gem. As she circled around Lei Jin, astonished by his ability to control lightning. It turned out that the power he exhibited when defeating the Qingyan bird was not his full strength. Lei Jin felt a shiver run down his spine under her gaze and grasped her arm. How did you know? Jiang Yu pointed to Chu Yang, gesturing as she explained. The little tiger shocked Xiao Yang. Lei Jin followed her gaze towards Chu Yang, furrowing his brow, astonished that his beast soul had engaged in such antics the previous night. He abruptly raised his hand and slapped his forehead. A flash of white light erupted from his brow, and as the little white tiger emerged, it lunged towards Jiang Yu. Unfortunately, it was a moment too late. A large hand reached from behind, grasping it by the nape of its neck. Lei Jin expressionlessly lifted it, suspending it in midair. The little white tiger, in a flurry, emitted several sparks of electricity, its tiny legs thrashing wildly in the air, its amber eyes glistening with a pleading look as it emitted whimpers of distress. Jiang Yu cast a glance at her still unconscious nephew and resolutely turned her head away. The little white tiger instantly wilted, its tail drooping limply, resembling a frost-bitten eggplant, as it allowed Lei Jin to lead it into the depths of the forest. Oddly enough, Jiang Yu found this scene somewhat amusing, and the irritation that had arisen from Chu Yang's shock dissipated significantly. Before long, the forest echoed with the mournful roars of the tiger, accompanied by crackling sounds of electricity. This man was indeed merciless when disciplining his beast soul. As dusk fell, Jiang Yu noticed that her nephew had finally regained consciousness, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. In the middle of the night, she stifled yawns, straining to keep her eyes open as she glanced at the freshly updated information. Chapter 67, Today's Information. While training under the tree, you exchanged several green caterpillars with a firebird for a plant resembling an ear of wheat. Upon peeling away the husk, the seeds inside were yellow, about the size of soybeans, with a soft and glutinous texture akin to rice. You named it Huangmi. Huangmi? Rice? Jiang Yu's breath quickened unexpectedly, realizing that the unexpected harvest mentioned by the system was indeed Huangmi. As a true southern native, she could not imagine a day without rice in her meals. Arriving in this unfamiliar world, her daily diet consisted of either vegetable porridge or roasted meat and fish. Although she no longer faced hunger, her yearning for rice had become ingrained in her very being. She had thought she would never taste rice again in this lifetime, yet happiness arrived so suddenly. Jiang Yu clenched her fists tightly, then slowly released them, repeating the motion several times as her heart, racing with joy, gradually settled. She closed her eyes again, taking a long time to finally fall asleep. The next day, at dawn, Jiang Yu rose early. At that time, Lei Jin and Xiao Yang were still asleep. So she tiptoed out of the cave, first preparing meat porridge before heading out to train. Shortly thereafter, Yin and Shan joined her. However, during training, she was noticeably distracted, frequently glancing up at the sky. Each moment of waiting felt agonizing for Jiang Yu, and just as she looked up for the 5th time, the Firebird finally returned. Jiang Yu perked up, nearly stopping her training instantly, and dashed into the nearby grass. With nimble hands and feet, she quickly caught several plump green caterpillars, carefully wrapping them in leaves. Returning to the tree, she raised her hand, shaking the contents towards the descending Firebird. The Firebird landed on the ground before her, opening its mouth, and a golden ear of grain, about the length of a chopstick, fell to the ground. It then stretched its neck, gazing at her with anticipation. Jiang Yu placed the caterpillars before it, and the Firebird immediately began to peck at them. Meanwhile, she cautiously picked up the ear of grain. The ear was heavy and emitted a faint, pleasant aroma. Upon peeling away the husk, the golden huangmi was revealed. However, several grains were shriveled and underdeveloped. After peeling all the ears, she opened her palm and counted carefully. 11 grains. Only 11 grains. Jiang Yu watched the Firebird feasting contentedly, a thought stirring within her. She activated her beast soul and gently placed her hand on the Firebird. The Firebird seemed to sense something calling out to her. Jiang Yu began to communicate with the Firebird regarding the huangmi. Moments later, she withdrew her hand, a hint of contemplation flashing in her eyes. At that moment, Lei Jin and Xiao Yang awoke, and she noticed the man heading towards the creek with the stone bucket. She got up and sat beside Chu Yang, sharing with him the information that had been refreshed today. Chu Yang looked at the handful of yellow grains in her palm with delight, asking, "Is this the huangmi the system mentioned?" Jiang Yu nodded, glancing at the Firebird preening its feathers on a branch, and softly said, "I just had a brief communication with it and learned that the place where huangmi grows is not far from here." With that single sentence, Chu Yang immediately grasped her intentions. His expression changed in an instant, and without a second thought, he opposed and no. He softened his tone, saying, "You can only use a little of your soul beast's power right now. If you encounter danger, you won't be able to protect yourself. 11 grains are already quite a lot. We can use them as seeds and plant them in the spring next year. In just 1 year, we can harvest a bountiful amount of huangmi. Moreover, I believe that by this time next year, you will be significantly stronger, and it won't be too late to let the Firebird guide you then. We can't take such a huge risk for a bit of food." Chu Yang's words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing her immediate excitement and bringing her back to her senses. Indeed, she had been too hasty. Her longing for rice had nearly clouded her judgment. Chu Yang was right. She was currently too weak, and recklessly venturing into the unknown was far too perilous. Safety must be the priority. The impulse and desire to seek huangmi were swiftly extinguished within her. "Aunt, I will heed your advice. I was too impatient." She carefully handed the 11 grains of huangmi to her nephew, saying, "Put them in your space." Chu Yang nodded and stored the huangmi safely. At this moment, Lei Jin returned, carrying 2 buckets of water. Jiang Yu's eyes brightened upon seeing the man, and she quickly approached him. Chu Yang's heart skipped a beat, as a sudden sense of foreboding washed over him. Jiang Yu hastened to Lei Jin's side, presenting him with a peeled golden ear of grain, inquiring, "Lei Jin, have you ever seen this in the mountains?" Lei Jin set down the stone buckets, lowered his gaze to examine the item in her hand, his brows furrowing as he seemed to struggle with his recollections. After a brief pause, he shook his head. "Never seen it?" Jiang Yu felt a tinge of disappointment. Though it was somewhat expected, the mountains were vast, home to countless species, and it was impossible for him to have noticed everything. She looked up at him with sparkling eyes, her tone laced with a hint of coaxing. "I know where to find this. Shall we go and gather some? It's delicious when cooked, soft and sticky, even tastier than roasted meat." To bolster her persuasion, she emphasized her words and even swallowed audibly. Lei Jin glanced at the ear of grain in her hand, then turned his gaze back to her, as if to ask, "Is it truly that delectable?" Jiang Yu nodded vigorously. "Let's go." Lei Jin's reply was succinct, and he turned to delve into the forest. His decisiveness was impressive. Jiang Yu quickly grasped his arm, saying, "Not so fast. Let us eat first. We need our strength for the mountains. Lei Jin paused, looking down at the arm she held, not resisting as she guided him toward the earthen oven. Jiang Yu first served him a bowl of meat porridge, then turned to her little nephew, Xiaoyang. After we finish eating, Lei Jin will accompany me to gather grain. If we're not back by nightfall, you should sleep in the main cave. Chu Yang observed her, his lips pressed into a thin line. Knowing this was how it would be, he understood that once his aunt made a decision, even a herd of oxen couldn't pull her back. However, seeing Lei Jin devouring his food beside them, it seemed they would manage. Be careful, he sighed, sounding like a worried old man. Stick close to Lei Jin, don't wander off. Rest assured, Jiang Yu smiled, pinching his chubby cheek, I will return safely. Yen, upon learning that they intended to venture into the mountains, expressed his confidence. The earlier you go, the earlier you return. Soon, I and the others will also prepare to head to the big river to fetch some salt and strip some red vines for clothing. All right, stay safe, Jiang Yu replied. She ate heartily that meal. Perhaps it was the activation of her beast soul, as she usually felt full after 3 bowls. Yet today, she consumed 4, absorbing more energy. After satisfying her hunger, she began preparing her gear, ensuring she had a sickle, an axe, a bow, and a dagger. In addition to weapons, she packed some water and food, just in case they needed to spend the night outdoors. Once everything was ready, she approached a tree and activated her beast soul, communicating with the firebird. Chapter 68. What beasts lurk within the fog? The firebird let out a crisp cry, spreading its wings and soaring upwards, circling above them twice before flying southeast. Let us go, Jiang Yu called to Lei Jin, hastily pursuing him. The two of them, along with the bird, soon vanished into the dense forest to the southeast. As they re-entered the mountains, Jiang Yu's sensations were completely different from before. Previously, when following Yin and the others over the mountains, she had barely traveled far before becoming breathless and desperate for a rest. Yet today, she moved swiftly along the leaf-littered, vine-entangled path, and after climbing 2 peaks, she felt no fatigue. Her legs were as light as if filled with wind, and she could distinctly sense her newfound strength. Lei Jin, entering the mountains, was like a tiger returning to its lair, exuding an aura that only beasts could sense. As they traveled, the usual menacing insects and snakes that would normally send shivers down one's spine fled at a distance. Jiang Yu witnessed a brightly patterned venomous snake that, upon poking its head out, immediately retreated into the grass, frightened by Lei Jin's presence. Following behind him, she no longer needed to remain on edge, merely focusing on their journey. However, this ease lasted only 2 hours. Lei Jin began to show signs of impatience, frequently glancing back at Jiang Yu, who moved at a snail's pace, his disdain unmistakable. Jiang Yu protested internally. She felt she was already moving quickly, yet seeing Lei Jin leap ahead effortlessly, covering several meters in a single bound, made her realize she was indeed lagging behind. Moments later, Lei Jin's figure suddenly disappeared from view, causing Jiang Yu to panic. Just as she was about to call out, the rustling of leaves overhead caught her attention. Lei Jin suddenly descended from above, landing in front of her, holding a handful of wild fruits, tossing them into her arms before turning to continue on. Jiang Yu looked at the fruits in her hands, touched, wiped them off, and took a bite. Sour, she exclaimed, her features contorting in reaction. At that moment, a short, low chuckle came from ahead. Jiang Yu looked up to see Lei Jin's shoulders shaking with mirth. He had done it on purpose. How cruel of him, to have her feel so moved only to play a trick. She huffed softly, tucked the fruit away, and quickened her pace to catch up. As they ventured deeper, the terrain became increasingly intricate, with vines interwoven like a net and ancient trees with gnarled roots. Lei Jin moved through the underbrush with ease, showing no signs of slowing down. Jiang Yu, on the other hand, despite her enhanced physique, was still merely human, not a superhuman like Lei Jin. Slow down, Jiang Yu called out, pushing aside branches that obstructed her path, only to see Lei Jin pull ahead of her by another 10 meters. Lei Jin halted, standing atop a moss-covered boulder, looking down at Jiang Yu with a furrowed brow, gesturing towards the sky and then ahead. Jiang Yu understood that he was indicating her slow pace would prevent them from reaching their destination before nightfall. Once her breathing steadied, She gestured back. This is already my fastest speed. Lei Jin clicked his tongue, completely losing his patience. Before Jiang Yu could react, he suddenly tightened his grip around her waist. The next moment, everything spun around her. Lei Jin effortlessly lifted her, as if she were a small chick, tucking her under his arm. Hey! Jiang Yu exclaimed, instinctively clutching his waist. Lei Jin bent his knees and propelled them forward with great force. With a loud crash, the rock beneath them shattered, and they shot upwards like arrows after the Firebird. The wind howled past them, the surrounding greenery blurring into indistinct shadows. Lei Jin navigated through the forest with astonishing speed, with each leap covering several meters. When faced with obstructive vines, he didn't even bother to use his axe, simply crashing through them. When encountering a ravine, he leapt over it with ease. At first, Jiang Yu felt alarmed, but she soon adapted, even taking the opportunity to enjoy the scenery. The sensation of not having to rush was delightful. Was this what it felt like to cling to a powerful figure? Truly delightful. However, the position was somewhat uncomfortable. She wished he would carry her on his back instead. Time passed, and the trees around them grew denser, the air thick with an unusual humidity. Suddenly, the Firebird overhead emitted a frightened shriek, abruptly turning back to fly towards Jiang Yu. Lei Jin acted abruptly, the force nearly causing Jiang Yu to fly out of his grasp, but thankfully he held her tightly. As Jiang Yu regained her composure, she reached out to catch the Firebird, cradling it in her arms as she glanced at Lei Jin. The nonchalant expression he had worn vanished instantly. His deep-set gaze was now intensely fixed on a dense, gray fog approaching them, his body tense. He set Jiang Yu down and took a few steps forward, staring intently at the drifting mist. Jiang Yu peered around Lei Jin, and what she saw ahead in the forest was terrifyingly silent. There were no insect chirps, no bird song, not even the rustle of leaves in the wind. In the oppressive stillness, it felt as if some colossal creature was drawing near. Jiang Yu sensed something breathing within the gray fog. The mist surged rhythmically, each wave accompanied by a damp, pungent odor. What ferocious beast lurked within the fog? Jiang Yu felt a chill creeping up her spine and instinctively grasped the man's arm, gently shaking him to signal a hasty retreat. Yet, Lei Jin remained unmoved. His usually indifferent gaze was now eerily bright, devoid of fear, replaced instead by an insatiable greed, excitement, and a wild eagerness to engage. Lei Jin, Jiang Yu whispered urgently. The man did not respond. Instead, he forcefully pushed her behind him. The strength of the shove sent Jiang Yu staggering back several steps before she regained her footing. Stay back. Before she could finish speaking, Lei Jin leaped into the gray mist. Lei Jin, Jiang Yu cried out, reaching to grasp him, but only catching a leaf swept up by the wind. In the next instant, a thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the fog, reverberating painfully in Jiang Yu's ears, causing her heart to lurch violently. Following that was a series of dull thuds, akin to a heavy hammer striking thick leather, or the sound of bones shattering under the weight of a boulder. Suddenly, the gray mist churned violently, flashes of lightning illuminating the interior, revealing a blinding white light amidst the anguished howls of an unknown beast. Jiang Yu clutched her bow tightly, retreating behind an ancient tree. She could see nothing, only hear the chaos within, the great tree swaying and dry branches and leaves raining down like droplets. Time stretched painfully, and Jiang Yu felt as jittery as an ant on a hot stove, uncertain of the turmoil within the mist. Just as she contemplated activating her beast soul for a glimpse, a figure abruptly burst forth from the fog. Chapter 69. Unexpected Intelligence. Mist Essence Lei Jin emerged, his body radiating heat, hair tousled like a bird's nest, and his face splattered with mysterious green liquid. Yet, he appeared elated, a broad grin stretching from ear to ear, one hand gripping an iron axe, the other tightly clutching a large mass. What is that? Jiang Yu stared in astonishment. It was a gelatinous mass of mist, white and shimmering with a faint glow. Before she could discern its nature, Lei Jin dashed towards her, slipping the axe onto his waist. He swiftly scooped her up under his arm, moving with such speed that Jiang Yu barely registered the surrounding scenery. Almost simultaneously, the gray mist erupted behind them. Like a disturbed hornet's nest, the previously sluggish fog expanded rapidly, pursuing them with fervor. Thunderous roars erupted as countless tendrils of smoke extended outward, frantically striking everything in their path. The ground erupted, and vegetation withered instantly, as though drained of life. Jiang Yu turned to witness the chaos, her hair standing on end. Lei Jin, faster. It's gaining on us. Lei Jin, clearly aware of the danger he had provoked, quickened his pace, leaping between the treetops. With each landing, the branches groaned under the strain, using the recoil to propel them like cannonballs through the forest. The wind whipped against Jiang Yu's face, and the relentless mist pursued them closely. Dazed from the jolting, Jiang Yu clung tightly to Lei Jin's waist. Suddenly, a cracking noise echoed from above. Struggling to lift her head, she nearly gasped. In the midst of their escape, Lei Jin had actually stuffed the gelatinous prize he had seized from the creature into his mouth. He took a large bite, the substance apparently chewy, his cheeks bulging as he chewed vigorously before swallowing. As that morsel descended into his stomach, Jiang Yu distinctly sensed Lei Jin's body temperature spike, his arms swelling with newfound strength, as if made of iron. His speed surged once more, allowing him to leap across a ravine several meters wide. What kind of potent tonic is this? Lei Jin continued to run, savoring his spoils, a look of sheer delight on his face. The mass of mist, once the size of a volleyball, visibly shrank before her eyes. Half gone, two-thirds gone. Just as it reached the size of an egg, Lei Jin hesitated. He glanced at the small remnant in his hand, then met Jiang Yu's gaze. His brow furrowed in distress, revealing a pained expression. He looked between the morsel and Jiang Yu, then back again. His throat bobbed as he engaged in a fierce internal struggle. Though he recognized its value, Jiang Yu had not asked for it, her pride preventing her from doing so. The encroaching black mist loomed, tendrils brushing perilously close, obliterating a nearby branch in its wake. With a click of his tongue, Lei Jin, wearing an expression of reluctant resignation, swiftly thrust the last piece into Jiang Yu's hand, moving as if fearing he might reclaim it at any moment. Eat. He squeezed out a single word through clenched teeth, accelerating once more to distance himself from the looming mist. The moment she grasped the cool substance, it felt like soft jade, still quivering slightly. In that instant, golden text materialized before Jiang Yu's eyes. Unexpected intelligence. Lei Jin has given you a small piece of mist essence. This is an exceptionally pure energy crystal. Even a small fragment can significantly refine your physique and may have a slight chance of inducing a mutation in your beast soul. Do not hesitate. Consume it quickly, as mist essence will dissipate half an hour after leaving its original form. Mist essence? Refining physique? Beast soul mutation? Jiang Yu's heart skipped a beat. Indeed, it was a treasure. She gazed at Lei Jin, who was rushing forward, a strange warmth swelling within her. Such a precious item, and he willingly shared it with her? The black mist behind them seemed to sense the diminishing aura of the essence, and grew more frenzied, the temperature plummeting around them. Without further hesitation, Jiang Yu seized the mist essence and shoved it into her mouth, chewing vigorously before swallowing. It felt as though she had swallowed a piece of ancient ice. Immediately, the chill transformed into a torrent of scorching heat, surging through her limbs. She let out a muffled groan, her body trembling violently in Lei Jin's embrace. The heat surged aggressively within her, and Jiang Yu felt as if thousands of ants were crawling under her skin, a sensation reminiscent of silken threads spun by silkworms. Every inch of her sinews and bones seemed to be reorganizing. Pain, itchiness, pleasure. Amidst the discomfort, she could distinctly feel her body undergoing a radical transformation, her senses sharpening. The blurred shadows of trees, once indistinct due to their rapid movement, became crystal clear, allowing her to discern the intricate patterns on each leaf. Moreover, she sensed her beast soul rejoicing at the influx of energy. She had an instinctive feeling that if she activated her beast soul again, she would emerge significantly stronger. If previously she could only harness 1,000th of her beast soul's power, now she could wield 1/10. At that moment, a firebird screeched overhead, diving into the bushes below. Without hesitation, Lei Jin plunged after it. They burst forth into the open, emerging into a broad river valley. The relentless gray mist, which had pursued them so closely, abruptly halted at the forest's edge, seething and thrashing in frustration, its numerous tendrils striking the ground, yet failing to breach the tree line. Lei Jin took a few steps into the valley, creating some distance from the mist, before releasing Jiang Yu, panting heavily. He turned back to regard the furious fog, grinning widely to reveal his bright, white teeth, and shouted defiantly at the mist. As Jiang Yu's feet touched the ground, she felt buoyant, the heat within her still coursing and swirling, leaving her both itchy and pleasantly tingling. Unable to resist, she rubbed her arms, shedding a layer of dead skin, revealing beneath its skin as white as jade, glimmering with a lustrous sheen. She suddenly widened her eyes, unable to resist touching her face, and a layer of dead skin flaked off beneath her fingertips, revealing delicate, smooth, and elastic skin underneath. Jiang Yu could not help but touch it again. At that moment, a loud thud resounded from behind her, and turning around, she saw Lei Jin clutching several stones, hurling them forcefully into the gray mist. He swaggered a few steps closer, muttering indistinctly, and the gray mist erupted in fury, roaring and lunging at him. Lei Jin appeared startled and retreated several paces. Jiang Yu stifled a laugh. Upon hearing her, Lei Jin turned back with a fierce expression, which immediately froze upon seeing her. Chapter 70. The sense of security provided by Lei Jin. Jiang Yu gazed into the man's eyes, astonished by his regard for her. Despite her disheveled hair and soiled clothing from her escape, her face was breathtakingly beautiful. Had she transformed from an ugly duckling into a swan? Furthermore, her hair had grown significantly, and she had gained a bit of height. She gestured toward Lei Jin, indicating that she had previously reached his shoulder but now stood at his chin. You? Lei Jin grasped her hand, calling her name uncertainly. Jiang Yu nodded gently, pointing at the gray mist and inquiring, "What kind of beast is that?" "Fog-hidden beast," Lei Jin replied. "Fog-hidden beast? Such a creature exists?" She observed the fog-hidden beast angrily call out a few times before reluctantly drifting away, finally having the leisure to survey her surroundings. They found themselves in a vast river valley, strewn with jagged rocks, where the river meandered. Across the valley lay a sprawling field of golden millet. As the wind rustled, waves of gold rolled, and a faint fragrance of grain wafted through the air. "We have found it." Jiang Yu joyfully glanced at Lei Jin and lifted her foot to head toward the field, only for him to abruptly pull her back. "What's wrong?" Jiang Yu turned, puzzled by his reaction. Lei Jin remained silent, staring intently at the undulating golden waves of millet, his nostrils flaring slightly. "Are there beasts?" she whispered. The last rays of the setting sun bathed the valley in a warm glow, the golden millet field appearing as picturesque as an oil painting. The wind stirred, causing the heavy heads of grain to collide and produce a soft, rustling sound, serene and harmonious. It hardly seemed like a place inhabited by fierce beasts. Bending down, Lei Jin picked up a fist-sized pebble from the gravel, his arm muscles tensing as he hurled it forward. Just as the stone was about to land in the millet field, an unexpected event occurred. A faint black light flickered in the field, and suddenly, the hard pebble disintegrated mid-air without any warning. There was no sound of impact, no cracking noise. The stone simply transformed into a fine powder, gracefully cascading down and merging with the soil. Jiang Yu's pupils dilated, a chill racing up her spine. Had she rushed in recklessly, she would have become that pile of stone powder. What on earth was that? Jiang Yu felt her throat dry, her voice trembling. "I didn't see it." "I don't know," Lei Jin replied, averting his gaze. As darkness descended, the final rays of the sun spilled like blood across the valley, and the once inviting golden millet field now appeared as a gaping maw in Jiang Yu's eyes. "Let us find a place to rest. We can discuss the millet field tomorrow," she decisively stated. Lei Jin nodded in agreement. The two quickly retreated back to the edge of the forest, seeking shelter in a colossal tree, its trunk thick enough for several people to embrace. Lei Jin climbed nimbly, reaching a branch over 10 meters high, and lowered a sturdy vine. Jiang Yu grasped the vine, took a deep breath, and began to ascend. Previously, climbing such a tree without activating her bee soul would have posed some difficulty, but after consuming the fog essence, she felt considerably lighter. With a slight exertion of her arms, she swiftly climbed up the vine. Lei Jin extended his hand, pulling her onto the branch. The branch was spacious, akin to a single bed, covered in a thick layer of moss that felt soft beneath her. Jiang Yu glanced down. They were about 20 meters off the ground, a height that ordinary beasts could not reach. She retrieved some roasted meat from her bag and offered it to Lei Jin. They quickly shared a simple dinner with water from a gourd, as darkness enveloped the surroundings. Jiang Yu, feeling restless while sleeping, feared falling and tied herself to the tree with a vine. Once she was assured of her safety, she cradled the firebird in her arms and closed her eyes. Jiang Yu initially thought she would be unable to sleep, being in the heart of a primordial jungle filled with beasts that would devour a person whole. Yet perhaps exhaustion from the day, the physical transformation induced by the fog essence, or the comforting presence of Lei Jin beside her allowed her to drift into slumber. Lei Jin opened his eyes, observing the sleeping figure beside him. He slowly extended his hand to poke her face, then did so again. After a few moments, he withdrew his hand and gently prodded his own face, frowning slightly. Jiang Yu was unaware of how long she had slept when the forest suddenly stirred. A wolf's howl echoed through the night, followed by a cacophony of roars, clashes, and sounds of tearing. Jiang Yu jolted awake, instinctively looking at Lei Jin. He lay with his eyes half closed, breathing steadily, seemingly oblivious to the chaos below. The world beneath the tree had transformed into a battlefield. Jiang Yu, emboldened by the moonlight filtering through the leaves, peered down cautiously. In the underbrush, countless pairs of green and red eyes flickered in the darkness, resembling a strange sea of fireflies. A black leopard, the size of a bull, suddenly leaped from the thickets, pouncing on a water-drinking stag. The scent of blood filled the air, causing the surrounding foliage to tremble violently. Further away, a massive python, thicker than a barrel, coiled around a tree, attempting to swallow a passing owl. Jiang Yu's heart raced, instinctively clutching the trembling firebird. Suddenly, a foul wind swept overhead. A pitch-black serpent, adorned with 2 pairs of fleshy wings, had stealthily positioned itself above them, hanging from a branch with its cold, slitted eyes fixed on Jiang Yu, its crimson tongue almost brushing her scalp. Jiang Yu froze, unable to move. Just as the serpent opened its mouth to strike, a hand reached out unexpectedly. With a swift motion, Lei Jin slapped at the serpent without even opening his eyes. The creature was sent flying like a mere fly, tracing a parabolic arc through the air, snapping several branches before crashing into the thicket below. Instantly, sounds of biting and the serpent's anguished cries erupted from below. Lei Jin rolled over, muttering what a racket. Observing the broad silhouette of the man, Jiang Yu finally relaxed her taut nerves, cradling the trembling firebird and sinking back into a deep sleep. Jiang Yu was awakened by a slight vibration. Blinking groggily, she found the surroundings still cloaked in darkness, various sounds echoing around her. Lei Jin remained asleep, his position unchanged. Jiang Yu rubbed her eyes, intending to shift positions when a line of golden text suddenly appeared before her eyes. Today's intelligence has been refreshed. Chapter 71. The Fisherman's Prophet. Today's intelligence. You are coveting the golden millet field, and as dawn breaks, you rush in with Lei Jin. Just as you swing your sickle to harvest the grain, the armored ants hidden within the field launch an attack against you, their massive jaws capable of easily crushing rocks. Although Lei Jin protects you, the sheer number of armored ants proves overwhelming, and you sustain severe injuries. Armored ants? Juya, startled by the revelation, realized why the stones thrown by Lei Jin were reduced to powder. The thought of the Huang Mi Di being infested with armored ants sent shivers down her spine. What should she do? Should she concede defeat? After all the effort to reach this point, the Huang Mi Di lay before her, and the notion of giving up left her feeling discontent. She turned her gaze to Lei Jin, deep in thought for a moment before untying her restraints and sitting up. At that moment, Lei Jin suddenly opened his eyes, looking at her with clarity devoid of any lingering drowsiness. indicating he had not truly been asleep. You whispered. I can't sleep. You should rest. I'll wake you if there's danger. Upon hearing this, Lei Jin closed his eyes once more. As his breathing steadied, Jiu understood he had indeed fallen into a deep slumber. Unable to find rest herself, she busied her hands by gathering nearby branches and weaving them together. The forest remained lively in the latter half of the night. Yet, due to Lei Jin's presence, their surroundings became a sanctuary, untouched by any ferocious beasts. As dawn broke, beams of sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, illuminating Juya. She set down the woven basket, rubbed her tired eyes, and noticed Lei Jin waking. His eyes sparkling momentarily before returning to a languid demeanor as he yawned and sat up. Juya offered him a gourd, sharing some food as they ate by the water. Pointing towards the Huangmi Di, she gestured and succinctly explained, the Huangmi Di is teeming with armored ants. The stone you threw yesterday was crushed by them. Their teeth are likely harder than our iron tools. Upon hearing this, Lei Jin paused mid-chew, squinting at the Huangmi Di. I know you're formidable, Juya remarked, tilting her head and letting out a feigned sigh. However, a hero cannot withstand numbers. If there's a chance of injury, shouldn't we retreat? Her words, though clumsy in their provocation, proved effective. Lei Jin's expression darkened, and with a disdainful snort, he swung the basket on his back, declaring, I will go, you stay here. With that, he leapt into the air, descending gracefully from a height of over 20 meters, bending his knees to absorb the impact without stirring a speck of dust. The moment he landed, several ferocious beasts, previously drinking by the river, sensed a formidable presence and fled into the depths of the forest in a frenzy. Once assured of safety by the riverbank, Juya took a deep breath, activated her beast spirit, and floated down lightly to the ground, following closely behind. Watching Lei Jin leap across to the opposite bank, she quickly scrambled up a nearby tree, drawing her bow and aligning her gaze with his movements. Standing at the edge of the Huangmi Di, Lei Jin observed the tiny armored ants, refraining from rushing in. Instead, he first released a wave of pressure. Suddenly, the Huangmi Di was awash with activity, the throngs of armored ants scurrying deeper into the field. Observing this scene, Lei Jin smirked disdainfully, sweeping his hand to gather a hefty handful of grain ears. With a swift motion, he severed the stalks, golden grains falling into his basket. 1 handful, 2 handfuls, 3 handfuls. Just as the basket neared its limit, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The ground trembled as massive armored ants, the size of a man's fist, emerged, their glossy black exoskeletons gleaming with a chilling metallic sheen, their heads dominating half their bodies. With a sudden roar, Lei Jin shouted. Startled to find several of these formidable creatures had climbed up his leg, their sharp pincers biting down fiercely. The sound of flesh tearing was unmistakable, and blood flowed freely. Enraged, Lei Jin stomped his foot hard. The impact sent several armored ants flying. Yet, it proved futile as countless more charged towards him. The clash of metal on metal echoed as Lei Jin's iron axe swung wildly, striking the swarm and sparking showers of fire. There were too many. In mere moments, the dark tide of ants surrounded him, threatening to engulf him entirely. From her vantage point in the tree, Juya felt her scalp tingle, her heart racing. Stay calm. She inhaled deeply, activating her beast spirit, and the world sharpened into clarity. An iron arrow shot forth like a streak of light, striking down an armored ant poised to ambush Lei Jin. With a splatter, the green fluid erupted as that armored ant was pinned to the ground by the force of the shot. Following swiftly with a second and third arrow, Juya ensured each shot found its mark, eliminating every armored ant that dared to approach Lei Jin. With the pressure alleviated, Lei Jin frantically harvested the grains with his left hand while his right hand wielded the axe, reducing the nearby ants to mere pulp. The basket on his back swelled visibly. That's enough. Lei Jin, come back, Juya shouted, alarmed by the increasing number of armored ants surrounding them. Heeding her call, Lei Jin did not linger, letting out a fierce shout as his muscles coiled, propelling him like a cannonball towards the riverbank. However, the armored ants would not relent. From deep within the Huangmi Di, a sharp, piercing screech echoed, issuing some sort of command. In the next instant, Julia watched in horror as the ants surged from the field, crossing the river without pause, linking their bodies to form a black bridge upon the water. A torrent of ants surged forward, moving even faster than on land. As Julia watched Lei Jin leap to safety, she descended from the tree, only to catch a fleeting glimpse of a shadow out of the corner of her eye. Surprised, she turned to look. Their eyes met from a distance. But before she could process it, the figure vanished in a few swift movements. Julia refocused her attention, landing on the ground and grabbing Lei Jin as he rushed past, pulling him into the depths of the forest. Behind them, the rustling of the armored ants grew ever closer, a sound like a creeping dread. Julia glanced back, witnessing the ants crossing the river. A massive soldier ant leading the charge, its multifaceted eyes brimming with bloodlust and insanity. Not long after they plunged into the forest, another figure emerged from behind a great tree, darting into the Huangmi Di to harvest with great haste. Chapter 72. Is this the Wuyin beast? The contrast is staggering. In the forest, as Julia felt the relentless pursuit of the armored ants, she urged Lei Jin to quicken their pace. Suddenly, the ahead forest darkened. It was not dusk, it was fog. A thick, gray mist rolled in unexpectedly, obscuring the once clear sight of towering ancient trees, leaving only vague outlines. The cacophony of birdsong and insect chorus vanished in an instant, leaving only the sound of the armored ants scurrying behind them. Lei Jin abruptly halted, gripping Julia as he stared into the encroaching fog, his expression darkening. The Wu-Yin beast has arrived. Julia's heart raced, her fingers gripping the bone bough, turning pale from tension. She scanned the surroundings for an escape while turning to Lei Jin, asking, "What should we do now?" Expecting a grave expression, she was surprised to see his face not marked by fear, but rather by fury. "Take this." Lei Jin handed her the heavy basket strapped to his back. The weight almost caused Julia to falter, but she steadied herself. "Climb up and hide well. Stay down." His voice was low yet commanding, leaving no room for argument. "Do not come down." Julia, taken aback, realized he intended to face the armored ants and the Wu-Yin beast alone. Aware that staying behind might hinder him, she cautioned, "Be careful." Before slinging the basket across her back and swiftly climbing a giant cedar tree that had yet to be enveloped by the fog, she maneuvered sideways, concealing herself behind a sturdy branch, drawing her bow taut, aiming downward. At the very moment she concealed herself, the swarm of armored ants had already closed in, a dark mass resembling a tidal wave threatening to engulf Lei Jin. Meanwhile, the gray mist ahead suddenly began to churn, accelerating towards him. Lei Jin stood motionless, taking a deep breath, his chest swelling prominently. A white light flickered at his brow. In the next instant, a roar erupted, a tiger's roar that reverberated through the forest without warning. Jiang Yu felt a sharp pain in her eardrums, her head buzzing, and she stumbled, nearly toppling from her perch. She quickly clung to the tree trunk and looked down. The once ferocious swarm of armored ants appeared as if struck by a heavy blow in response to the tiger's roar. Boom! 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 The hundreds of armored ants leading the charge simply burst apart, their green ichor splattering everywhere. The remaining ants were thrown into disarray, the primal fear rooted deep in their instincts causing them to collapse completely. Their once orderly formation shattered in an instant as countless ants abandoned their armor, scattering like headless flies, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Watching this scene, Jiang Yu let out a slow sigh of relief, having resolved the trouble behind them. Lei Jin turned, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon the gray mist. The mist, which had been advancing, paused noticeably upon hearing the tiger's roar, as if hesitating. Squinting, Lei Jin drew his axe and coldly uttered a single word, "Leave." The mist beast instantly erupted in fury. Hiss! A piercing shriek echoed from within the depths of the mist, and then the previously still gray mist surged violently. The thick mist roiled as if boiling, morphing into a massive gray maw that descended with a chilling, acrid wind. Seeking death. The ferocity in Lei Jin's eyes flared. He did not retreat, but advanced. The white light at his brow intensified, and the small white tiger burst forth, growing in size as it soared with the wind. transforming into a colossal white tiger that perched above Lei Jin, locking its aura firmly onto the gray mist. Together, man and spirit charged right into the fray. Boom! 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 Jiang Yu's vision was obscured, and she could not discern the specifics within, only hearing the sounds of fierce combat alongside the tumultuous churn of the mist, with surrounding trees snapping in half and splintering. Suddenly, a brilliant white light illuminated the mist. Above the violently swirling fog, a colossal white tiger apparition emerged. This majestic tiger exuded an air of authority, its gaze disdainful as it raised its right paw and casually swatted down towards the densest part of the mist, devoid of any flourish. Boom! A resounding thud reverberated, shaking the very earth. The violent air currents instantly tore apart the dense mist within a 100-meter radius, scattering it. The once all-encompassing gray mist dissipated by 2/3 under the weight of that terrifying strike, revealing its true form. Jiang Yu quickly leaned in to look. Lei Jin stood amidst the wreckage, his body steaming, wielding an axe soaked with green liquid, staring at a gray, furball-like creature. The creature, no larger than an infant, was covered in long gray fur, with a round head adorned with 2 large, glimmering eyes, now trembling and curled up, its short front paws clutching its head, appearing pitiful and helpless. This is the mist beast? Jiang Yu felt her worldview shatter. This creature seemed far less intimidating than Xiao Juzi. The little furball, seemingly dazed from the earlier slap, snapped back to reality, raising its gaze to meet the murderous eyes of Lei Jin. Eek! It let out a terrified squeal, its fur bristling, and in an instant, its body melted back into a swirling gray mist, darting into the underbrush, disappearing from sight. Lei Jin did not pursue. The white tiger apparition behind him gradually transformed back into the small white tiger, re-entering his brow. The forest fell silent once more, sunlight cascading down as if the recent tumultuous battle had merely been a figment of imagination. Jiang Yu slid down from the tree with her burden and hurried to Lei Jin's side. "Are you all right?" Upon closer inspection, she noticed Lei Jin's condition was somewhat dire. His bare torso glistened with beads of sweat, his chest heaving violently, and his once bronze face now bore an unusual pallor. Clearly, the earlier strike from the bee spirit had drained him significantly. Lei Jin shook his head, reattaching his axe to his waist, and collapsed onto the ground. "Bantingevidi, I'm fine." Observing his weakened state, Jiang Yu swiftly removed the gourd from her waist and handed it to him, also producing the last of the Qingyan bird meat from her pouch to offer. Lei Jin took the gourd and gulped down several mouthfuls of water, then ravenously devoured the roasted meat. After consuming a few pieces, the pallor on Lei Jin's face visibly brightened, and his breathing steadied considerably. Lei Jin rose and declared, "Let us go." The two moved quickly along the path they had come, and perhaps due to the lingering power of Lei Jin's tiger roar, their return journey proved remarkably smooth. Just before sunset, they arrived back at the tribal grounds. Chapter 73. Why can I communicate with at the sunset bathed the clearing in front of the tribe in a sanguine hue. At the cave entrance, Chu Yang was engrossed in mending clothes when he heard footsteps. Instinctively looking up, the bone needle in his hand clattered to the ground. He sprang to his feet, a look of joy illuminating his face as he bounded towards them, only to abruptly halt 2 steps away from Jiang Yu. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at her, uncertainly calling out, "Auntie?" Jiang Yu chuckled at his astonished expression. "What? Have you forgotten me after just one outing?" Chu Yang swallowed hard, his gaze darting across Jiang Yu's face. After consuming the essence of the mulberry tree king, while his aunt had certainly become more beautiful, she still resembled a human. But now, she seemed utterly transformed, her skin glowing white amidst the crowd of dark, rough tribesmen, standing out as a striking figure. If Jiang Yu was once the most beautiful woman in the tribe, she now resembled a celestial being descended from the heavens, making it hard to look directly at her. It seemed that Andy had encountered something extraordinary during her outing. In this world, consuming a fruit or drinking beast blood could enhance one's abilities. Andy's good fortune and newfound beauty seemed hardly surprising. He suppressed his shock, quickly scanning her for injuries. "Are you hurt?" Why were you gone for so long? I ran into some trouble and lost track of time. Jiang Yu casually inquired. Has anything happened in the tribe these past few days? Upon hearing her question, Chu Yang's previously joyous expression instantly fell. Something did happen. Uncle Yin and the others were injured while gathering salt by the river today. Jiang Yu's heart sank, and her smile vanished. Were the injuries severe? Uncle, he was somewhat grievously injured, with a hole pierced through his leg, but fortunately, he is not in life-threatening danger. Uncle Yin and Uncle Shan are fine. They only have superficial wounds. Hearing that there was no immediate danger to life, Jiang Yu felt a slight relief, but did not pause her steps, bypassing Chu Yang to head towards the main cave. I'll go take a look. Lei Jin glanced at the departing duo, set down his burden, and headed to the creek. Inside the main cave, the light was dim, and a faint scent of blood lingered in the air. The moment Jiang Yu stepped into the cave, the previously noisy atmosphere fell silent. Several people gaped at the radiant Jiang Yu, their eyes wide with astonishment. Is that you? Yin exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief. Although his sister had undergone a transformation before, she was still fundamentally the same as them. However, this latest change hit him harder. Seeing his sister in such a state made him subconsciously scrutinize himself. Was his hair neat? Was his clothing dirty? Had he washed his face? He felt a twinge of inadequacy. Fortunately, Yin possessed a strong capacity for acceptance. It's good that you're back. Yin wanted to smile, but the movement tugged at his facial injuries, prompting him to inhale sharply. With a swift stride, Jiang Yu approached the bedside, discovering a deep gash on Yan's left arm, exposing bone and with flesh torn outward, only superficially treated. She requested a bone needle from her nephew, stitching the wound while inquiring, "Did you consume the scales of the Qi Lin fish?" Yin replied, "Indeed. We all indulged in ample portions." Relieved, Jiang Yu asked, "Did you encounter any ferocious beasts by the river?" Yin nodded. "We faced a human-faced beast. Before they appeared, the river sensed their presence, prompting us to flee. Yet, we were still pursued by a small human-faced beast." A small human-faced beast? Jiang Yu furrowed her brow. All three of them possessed beast souls and could activate them, enhancing their combat prowess. It was shocking that, even in concert, they could not contend with a single small human-faced beast. Its speed was astonishing, comparable to Xiao Jiuji at full sprint. We cannot outrun it, nor could we strike it. Had we not lured it into the red vine forest and entrapped it with fire ants, our return today would have been impossible. Noticing Yan's dejection, Jiang Yu encouraged him. "Once you fully harness the power of your beast souls, you shall fear it no more." Yin inquired, "Was your outing with Lei Jin smooth?" "Overall, it went relatively well, though we encountered a rather peculiar beast along the way." Jiang Yu recounted the incident with the mist concealment beast. Yin expressed astonishment. "Such a beast exists?" Jiang Yu cautioned, "In the future, should you find yourself enveloped in sudden gray fog while entering the forest, make haste to avoid it." Yin nodded in agreement. "I shall investigate the river and the mountains," she declared, taking a few steps into the cave to first examine the river. At that moment, he lay pale, in a semi-conscious state, with a circular hole in his right leg, clearly inflicted by the tail of a human-faced beast, though fortunately, it had not damaged the bone. After inspecting the river, she turned her attention to the mountains. Among the three, his injury was the least severe, with only a short scratch on his calf. Exiting the main cave and returning to their secondary cave, Jiang Yu noticed Lei Jin's absence and handed Yin a piece of meat weighing around 10 pounds from the Qinyan bird. "You shall consume this over the next few days. It will expedite your healing." Yan's eyes brightened suddenly, his breath quickening, for he knew from previous experience the nourishment contained within Qinyan bird meat. "Excellent. Please extend our gratitude to Lei Jin." When Jiang Yu emerged from the main cave once more, night had fully descended. By the earthen kiln, Chu Yang was stewing meat, and Lei Jin had returned. Observing Lei Jin's damp hair, Jiang Yu deduced he had bathed in the creek. Approaching the kiln, she saw that the meat porridge still required some time to finish. Just as she prepared to return to the cave for another piece of meat, she felt the earth beneath her feet shift slightly. A root, as fine as a hair, emerged from the soil. Lei Jin instinctively reached for the axe at his waist, while Jiang Yu waved her hand to signal him not to worry. Extending her hand towards the root, The slender root promptly coiled around her wrist, exerting no force but merely resting lightly, conveying a clear consciousness. Thirsty. Very thirsty. Jiang Yu soothingly caressed the root on her wrist, retrieving 2 buckets of water from the cave and placing the roots within. Soon, one root after another emerged from the soil, crawling into the stone buckets. The water within visibly diminished at a rapid pace, quickly evaporating. Jiang Yu understood that these 2 buckets were far from sufficient for the king of Mulberry to drink. Gently stroking a root, she assured, "Tomorrow, I shall provide you with more water." The roots affectionately nuzzled against her before gradually loosening their grip and silently retreating back into the soil, as if they had never existed. Lei Jin glanced at the king of Mulberry, then turned to Jiang Yu, his expression somewhat peculiar. "What troubles you?" Jiang Yu inquired. Lei Jin pointed at the king of Mulberry. "Can you communicate with it?" Jiang Yu nodded. Lei Jin asked in confusion, "How can you converse with it?" Jiang Yu was momentarily at a loss, for this was a question she had long pondered. Everyone should refrain from accumulating text. The data for this book has consistently fallen short, leading to the lack of updates. Xiang, like everyone else, is relying on love to power through. If the data continues to decline, Xiang is uncertain how much longer she can sustain it. Chapter 74. Conjecture. Jiang Yu cast a glance at the king of Mulberry, suppressing her curiosity, and entered the cave to retrieve a piece of meat, slicing it into thin, translucent strips to roast over the fire. As the meat met the flames, it curled instantly, releasing rich fats that dripped into the fire, igniting small bursts of flame and enveloping the air in a savory aroma. Lei Jin's nose twitched, directing his gaze towards the grilled meat. Soon, the strips were golden on both sides, with crispy edges. Jiang Yu sprinkled a bit of salt evenly over the meat, took a leaf of wild vegetable, rolled the steaming meat within, and offered it to Lei Jin. The meat was crispy on the outside, yet tender on the inside, perfectly complemented by the wild vegetable. Lei Jin chewed rapidly, his throat bobbing as he swallowed it in one gulp. Seeing his enjoyment, Jiang Yu continued to roll several more pieces and handed them all to him. Shu Yang prepared a piece for his aunt and asked, "What is the story with the misconcealment beast?" Jiang Yu realized that while speaking with Yin, her nephew had undoubtedly been listening. She carefully recounted the encounter with a misconcealment beast to Xiaoyang, then added, "The reason for my significant transformation is due to consuming the mist essence from a beast." She then elaborated on the mist essence to her nephew. Shu Yang was taken aback, realizing that Lei Jin had generously shared such a valuable item with his aunt, murmuring, "He is better than I had imagined." Jiang Yu nodded softly, saying, "Upon leaving the Huangmi fields, I encountered individuals from other tribes." Shu Yang's head snapped up in astonishment. "People? Aunt, are you certain you did not mistake it?" The revelation struck him like a thunderbolt. "Were there other tribes in the vicinity?" Jiang Yu replied, "My beast soul was activated at the time, allowing me to see quite far. I would not make a mistake. It was a man around 30 years old, very robust, with a scar on his face." Pausing, she shared her conjecture. "I suspect the Huangmi we found is cultivated by them." "What?" Shu Yang was genuinely unsettled this time. The Huangmi field was too orderly, square-shaped, and the land was smooth, with every stalk of Huangmi growing in perfect rows, unlike anything wild. Jiang Yu recalled the scene she had witnessed, becoming increasingly convinced of her assessment. That Huangmi field must have been cleared by that group of people, for reasons unknown. It had been occupied by the armored ants. Zhuyang inhalet sarpli. If Ant's conjecture proved true, the implications behind this matter would be immense. Cultivating food signifies that they have transcended a purely hunting and gathering existence, securing a more stable food source. It also indicates they possess sufficient military strength to protect their fields against ferocious beasts. A foreign group with agriculture and military power exists not far from them. Is this a chance or a threat for their tribe? Shu Yang remarked, "And this matter is too significant." Indeed. Thus, we must remain discreet for now and observe the situation. Shu Yang nodded. In the future, we might have the opportunity to engage with them. Jiang Yu softly acknowledged. If they are amicable, perhaps trade could be established, which would be a monumental turning point for their tribe. After the three finished their roasted meat, The stone pot of meat porridge was also ready, as Jiang Yu prepared to serve Lei Jin some porridge. Her peripheral vision caught sight of a fluffy little head peeking out from behind a large tree nearby. It was Xiao Juji. It was hiding behind the trunk, revealing only its azure eyes, mewing softly at Jiang Yu. Due to Lei Jin's presence, it did not approach. Jiang Yu took Xiao Juji's stone bowl, filled it to the brim with porridge containing generous chunks of meat, and walked over. Upon seeing her approach, Xiao Juji joyfully leapt out from behind the tree. Jiang Yu crouched before it, placing the stone bowl on the ground. She gently reached out her hand and stroked its small head, encouraging, "Eat." The little orange creature affectionately nuzzled against Jiang Yu before lowering its head to lap up the meat porridge in the bowl. After it had eaten its fill, Jiang Yu, as was her custom, spent half an hour teaching Lei Jin. Once he fell asleep, she quietly exited the cave, using the moonlight to wash her body briefly before changing into clean clothes and returning to rest. The past few days had left her in a state of heightened tension, and now, as she relaxed, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over her. That night, her sleep was particularly sweet. The next morning, she was awakened by the enticing aroma of food. Jiang Yu opened her eyes to find the day already bright. Stifling a yawn, she stepped out of the cave and saw Chu Yang had prepared breakfast. "Aunt, you're awake. Come quickly and have some porridge. It's made with yellow rice and lean meat." Chu Yang exclaimed with a radiant smile upon seeing her, as Jiang Yu inhaled the familiar and pure scent of the rice porridge in the air. Her nose suddenly tinged with emotion, and her eyes turned red in an instant. The grievances, longing, and anxiety she had forced deep within surged forth at that moment. Noticing her reddened eyes, Chu Yang felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. He set down the wooden spoon and came over to gently grasp her hand. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, blinked hard to push back the tears, and managed to smile at Chu Yang, saying, "This yellow rice porridge is truly fragrant." Chu Yang nodded and led her to the earthen stove, filling a bowl with porridge and handing it to her. The meat was tender, and the rice was creamy and glutinous. Though only seasoned with salt, it was delicious enough to bring tears to her eyes. Lei Jin, observing the visibly emotional Jiang Yu with an impassive expression, glanced down at the porridge in his bowl and took a sip. It was decent, but was it truly so delectable that it could evoke tears? He did not understand, merely mimicking their actions and sipping slowly. After breakfast, Jiang Yu opened the system. Today's intelligence. While fetching water by the stream, you discover some red-line watergrass growing among the crevices of the shallow stones. Curious, you gather some and upon drying and igniting it, find that the smoke possesses insect-repelling properties, particularly effective against ant colonies. Jiang Yu's breath caught sharply, and her heart began to race. Red-line watergrass? Capable of repelling ants? Thinking of the fire ants in the red vine grove and the armored ants in the yellow rice fields, a smile crept onto her lips. She called out to the main cave, and when Yin and the others emerged, she instructed, "Grab the stone buckets and come with me to the stream." Yin Shan. And Chang did not question her and followed her to the stream with the stone buckets. Lei Jin, who had been sharpening his axe, observed this scene with curiosity and put down his axe to follow. By the stream, the water flowed gently and was crystal clear. Jiang Yu walked upstream for a while until she reached a calm backwater, where she spotted clusters of dark red objects. These things grew in the crevices of the stones, their color resembling congealed blood, with long, flat leaves swaying gently with the water's current. At first glance, they looked like small red worms, somewhat unsettling. Jiang Yu crouched down and scooped some up. The texture was slick and cool, akin to touching the skin of a cold-blooded creature. As soon as they were out of the water, she caught a faint earthy smell, holding the red-line watergrass. She hurried back to where Yin and the others were drawing water, saying, "Help me gather more of this grass. The more, the better." Shan picked up a strand of red-line watergrass and examined it with a look of disdain. "Why does this thing look like a bug and smell so unpleasant? What do you want this for?" Jiang Yu smiled mysteriously. "You will know soon enough. Hurry and gather." Upon hearing this, the others set down their water buckets and began to collect. Fortunately, this water grass mostly grew along the banks in shallow crevices, and they could easily pull up large handfuls with a gentle tug. Seeing them all busy gathering, Lei Jin also reached for some, but he quickly lost interest and leaped across the stream to venture into the forest. Jiang Yu continued to gather, and soon, several empty stone buckets were filled. She and Yin returned briefly to the cave to lay the red-line watergrass out to dry on a cleared patch of ground before heading back to the stream. It was worth noting that due to Lei Jin's daily visits to fetch water and bathe, no ferocious beasts dared approach the area for a drink, making the stream much safer than before. Throughout the morning, Jiang Yu and her companions gathered a significant amount of red-line watergrass, gradually covering the ground in front of the cave with a thin layer. Under the blazing sun, the moisture in the red-line watergrass evaporated quickly, and the pungent odor intensified, though it had yet to reach an unbearable level. During this time, Chu Yang had not been idle, continuously pounding the yellow rice. Jiang Yu wiped the sweat from her brow, glancing up at the sun overhead, knowing that Lei Jin would soon return. She cleaned her hands and noticed that Chu Yang had already pounded most of the yellow rice they had brought back. "Take a break. I'll finish the rest later," she said. Chu Yang looked at her in surprise. "Aren't we saving any seeds?" Jiang Yu replied, "We want to be saving seeds this time." Chu Yang furrowed his brows. "Aunt, are you planning to go again?" Jiang Yu nodded and informed her nephew of the day's intelligence. It was no wonder she had gathered so much red-line watergrass. However, to be completely certain, she added, "This afternoon, we will conduct a test." "All right." She washed some yellow rice, took a small pot from the main cave, and began to cook while using a larger pot to stew meat. Once the water in the small pot boiled, Jiang Yu ladled out rice soup, then quickly used chopsticks to poke several holes in the rice before covering the pot to continue cooking. When the rice was done, and the meat in the large pot was nearly ready, she added some wild vegetables and mushrooms. Just before finishing, she took one of the fruits Lei Jin had given her yesterday, a bit sour but flavorful, and squeezed some juice into the pot. Noticing that Lei Jin had yet to return, she hurriedly filled a bowl for Yin and sent him back to the cave to eat. Then she filled half a bowl for her nephew, gently patting his head. "Eat up, and should eat too," Chu Yang insisted. Jiang Yu served herself a small bowl of yellow rice, eagerly taking a bite. It was just as she remembered, and she closed her eyes in nostalgic delight. Unfortunately, while yellow rice could fill the stomach, it contained no energy. After a few more bites to satisfy her cravings, she added some meat to her bowl. Just then, Lei Jin returned, carrying some branches with light yellow fruits hanging from them. Jiang Yu stood to serve him a bowl of rice, gesturing as she said, "Try the yellow rice I made today and tell me if it tastes good." After taking a bite, Lei Jin slightly narrowed his eyes and then began to eat heartily. Jiang Yu smiled at the sight, pleased to see he enjoyed it. After filling her stomach, Jiang Yu approached the fruit-laden branches and picked one of the yellow fruits. These fruits were the size of her fist, round, and looked somewhat like oranges, but felt quite firm to the touch. Jiang Yu took out her dagger to peel it and took a bite. The texture was somewhat reminiscent of snow lotus fruit, but even more delicious. She peeled another one and handed it to her nephew. In the afternoon, she noticed the villagers had gathered around the three major roots of the mulberry tree King to dig a trench, and she walked over to the compost pit. Holding her breath, she lifted the stone slab covering it. Suddenly, an indescribable stench wafted into the air. Even though Jiang Yu had mentally prepared herself, she still stepped back a few paces, gagging. At the cave entrance, Chu Yang, who was sewing clothes, turned and retched. Yin and the others wrinkled their brows. The stench was unbearable. Lei Jin frowned and leaped several meters away, sprinting toward the stream. Jiang Yu forced herself to endure the turmoil in her stomach as she scooped the dark, viscous fertilizer into the stone buckets. And then Yin and the others quickly carried the buckets away to dump them in the trench, swiftly covering it with a layer of soil. At that moment, the previously still mulberry tree, King, suddenly began to sway. A few slender roots emerged from the soil, swiftly making their way to Jiang Yu's side, conveying emotions of joy and satisfaction before burrowing into the rich pit. Soon, one root after another broke through the earth, darting towards her. And in the blink of an eye, the area around the pit was teeming with roots. Jiang Yu took a few steps back to clear space. Had she anticipated this, she would not have troubled herself to ask Yin and the others to dig the trench or to uncover the pit. A miscalculation indeed. Jiang Yu lowered her head to sniff her clothes and hair, both infused with that distinct odor. She returned to the cave to fetch a change of clothes and headed to the stream, where she found Lei Jin swimming in the water. She refrained from disturbing him, keeping her distance, and found a shallow spot in the crystal-clear stream, removing her clothes and stepping into the water. Unbeknownst to her, Lei Jin had observed everything, even curiously glancing at himself for comparison. After confirming that the odor had dissipated, Jiang Yu emerged from the water, dried off, and donned her clothes, only to discover that her nephew had located an ant nest. The red-line water plants, having been scorched by the sun all day, had turned a desiccated dark red, and the pungent smell intensified. Jiang Yu gathered a handful of the semi-dry plants, approached the earthen kiln, ignited them, and a crimson flame erupted. She immediately positioned the water plants at the windward side of the ant nest. The smoke, propelled by the wind, wafted towards several ants near the entrance. When the book was first opened, Xiang felt that it was exceptionally well written. Without a doubt, the debut would garner significant attention. However, the reality was a stark contrast, with the book only receiving a handful of views daily. There were moments of self-doubt, contemplating giving up. Yet each time she witnessed the numerous rewards and encouraging messages from her readers, her motivation was reignited. It is safe to say that the continuous updates of this book have been sustained thanks to everyone's support. Every day, seeing so many people fueled by love deeply moved her, and she bowed in gratitude. She humbly requested more positive reviews, as she was still a bit short of the rating threshold. Chapter 76. The system's obvious favoritism. The ants, detecting the smoke, rushed into their burrow, with some lagging behind, convulsing violently, their 6 legs flailing uncontrollably. A few moments later, they succumbed. Jiang Yu and Chu Yang exchanged glances, realizing that the smoke was highly toxic to the ants. Chu Yang nodded and extinguished the red-line water plants with his foot. The experiment confirmed that the flames produced by igniting the water plants were indeed effective against the ants. Jiang Yu said to Xiao Yang, "Tomorrow, Lei Jin and I will return to the yellow rice field." Xu Yang replied, "Be careful." Jiang Yu gently ruffled her nephew's hair, assuring him, "Don't worry. With Lei Jin by my side, I will be safe." Lei Jin provided an exceptional sense of security. At dusk, Jiang Yu first served a bowl of rice to Lei Jin, squatting beside him, gesturing as she spoke. "The water plants we gathered today, when ignited, produce flames capable of exterminating ironclad ants. Tomorrow, let us return to the yellow rice field and gather more." Lei Jin replied, "Not going." He glanced at Jiang Yu with evident disdain, stating, "You are too slow." Jiang Yu was not offended. Instead, she looked at him with a smile. "Are you really not going?" Lei Jin remained silent, focusing on his meal. Jiang Yu, with a glimmer of mischief in her eyes, remarked, "You, the king of the forest, being chased by a swarm of insignificant insects. Can you truly swallow your pride?" Upon hearing this, Lei Jin frowned, clearly wavering. Jiang Yu pressed further. "If other fierce beasts were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly mock you." Lei Jin looked up at her, succinctly responding, "Fine, we will go." Jiang Yu smiled, having successfully persuaded him, and that night they retired early. The next day, Jiang Yu and Lei Jin set off early, armed with weapons and carrying 2 mouse-skin bags filled with water plants. The moisture in the forest had yet to dissipate, and the morning dew clung to the broad leaves, cascading down as they passed, quickly soaking their clothes. Uncomfortable, but Jiang Yu could endure it. Glancing ahead at Lei Jin, who was about 7 or 8 meters away, Jiang Yu activated the system to check today's information, raising an eyebrow slightly. Today's information. As you and Lei Jin traverse the path to the river valley, you will pass a solitary peak standing at 1,000 meters. This peak resembles a hand, with a stone platform in its palm where a 500-year-old Shuel Lingji grows. Consuming it will enhance one's bloodline and render one immune to toxins. Note, it has remarkable effects on Lei Jin. She stared oddly at Lei Jin ahead, considering the implications of enhancing his bloodline. The system seemed to be hinting that this was Lei Jin's opportunity. The system's favoritism towards him was quite evident. Despite her grievances, the phrase immune to toxins made her heart skip a beat. In this beastly world, The most terrifying threats often came not from the massive ferocious beasts, but from the insidious venomous insects and serpents. Xiaoyang was still too small and weak, yet he needed to gather grass for the rabbits daily, making him vulnerable to venomous bites. This Lingji had such extraordinary effects that she would seize half of it for her nephew, even if it meant competing with Lei Jin. Move faster, Lei Jin nodded, glancing back at the lagging Jiang Yu, urging her along. Jiang Yu snapped out of her reverie and hurried to catch up. As the sun rose higher, the mist in the forest dissipated and visibility gradually improved. By noon, the terrain ahead steepened sharply. Jiang Yu looked up to see a solitary peak abruptly rising between heaven and earth, about 1,000 meters away. The shape of the peak was incredibly peculiar, with its upper portion jutting outward and 5 massive stone columns reaching for the sky. From a distance, it resembled a giant hand emerging from the ground, cradling the clouds above. This must be the solitary peak referred to by the system. Jiang Yu quickened her pace to catch up with Lei Jin, grabbing his arm. Follow me. They arrived at the base of the solitary peak, and Jiang Yu looked up at the palm of the stone hand, activating her beast soul. A green light flickered at her forehead, and the world around her instantly sharpened into clarity. In the concave center of the massive stone platform, she caught sight of an exceedingly faint red glow. It was not clear. The distance was too great. Jiang Yu activated her beast soul once more, and the green light at her forehead brightened. This time, she finally saw it clearly. Among the crevices of the stone, a translucent, blood-red fungus was growing, resembling a human ear, its surface shimmering with a faint, ethereal glow. It was the Lingji. In that brief moment of observation, Lei Jin had already ventured a good distance ahead. Lei Jin, come back. There is something good. Jiang Yu waved to him. Once he returned, she pointed at the solitary peak, saying, in that palm-like area, there's a red object that looks like an ear. That is Lingji. If we eat it, we'll be immune to toxins. Upon hearing this, Lei Jin casually glanced up. The 1,000-meter-high solitary peak was shrouded in clouds and mist, making it difficult for him to spot the Lingji. After pondering for a moment, he swiftly shifted his form, resembling a nimble monkey, and in a few bounds, he leaped onto a nearby, towering tree. Standing atop the treetop, a white light flickered at his forehead, allowing him to penetrate through the clouds and mist. On that stone platform, he spotted the red, ear-like growth. Was this the Lingji? Upon seeing it, an intense craving surged within him, as if his very blood urged him to consume it immediately. Jiang Yu stood beneath the tree, craning her neck to shout, "Did you see it?" Lei Jin looked down and nodded in affirmation. "I'll go pick it." With that, he slightly bent his legs, propelling himself like a cannonball, leaping directly from the treetop towards the steep cliff. "Be careful." Jiang Yu cupped her hands around her mouth, calling out loudly, "Check for any fierce beasts around before you pick it." The howling wind carried her voice, distorting it. Lei Jin's fingers gripped the crevices in the rocks, each leap covering dozens of meters in astonishing speed. As for Jiang Yu's warning, he hardly paid it any mind. Being the king of the forest, he feared no ferocious beasts. With a few leaps, Lei Jin had already scaled the massive stone palm. Upon closer inspection, the blood spirit mushroom appeared even more enchanting, its crimson glow shimmering and emanating a rich fragrance. Merely inhaling its scent caused Lei Jin to feel a stirring restlessness within. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out to grasp it. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact with the blood spirit mushroom, an unexpected change occurred. The seemingly moss-covered, gray-brown rock beside him suddenly sprang to life. It was a slender serpent, its body adorned with bumpy, stone-like skin, its coloration blending almost seamlessly with the rock. Even Lei Jin had failed to recognize it at first glance. The serpent struck with lightning speed, aiming for Lei Jin's hand. Its venomous fangs glimmered ominously in the sunlight, clearly indicating their lethal potency. Chapter 77. The system did not mention such agony. As the serpent lunged, Lei Jin did not flinch. His hand remained unwavering in his pursuit of the blood spirit mushroom, while his other hand swiftly snaked out. He accurately seized the serpent's vulnerable neck. With a hiss, the creature writhed violently, its tail whipping like a steel whip against Lei Jin's hand, producing a series of thudding sounds. Lei Jin, with a cold snort, exerted his grip. The sound of cracking bones echoed sharply in the stillness, and the serpent's ferocious head instantly slackened. Lei Jin casually discarded the serpent's corpse and grasped the blood spirit mushroom. Uprooting it entirely, he secured the mushroom, preparing to descend, when a faint rustling sound reached his ears from behind. Unfazed, he did not even glance back. Instead, he instinctively lifted his right foot and stomped down in the direction of the sound. A squelching sensation akin to crushing a ripe berry greeted his foot. Immediately afterward, a sharp pain surged through his instep. Lei Jin raised an eyebrow and looked down to find another serpent, darker in color, crushed beneath his foot. Though the serpent was dead, its fangs had sunk deeply into his foot before its demise. With a stoic expression, Lei Jin kicked the venomous creature aside and examined the wound. 2 dark puncture marks oozed black blood, and the surrounding skin visibly darkened to a purplish hue. Nevertheless, he paid it little mind, unfazed by the poison. With a light push off a protruding rock, he soared like a great rock from a height of 1,000 meters. The wind roaring past his ears. During his descent, he deftly utilized the jutting rocks along the cliffside to cushion his fall, each contact reminiscent of a dragonfly skimming the water, leaving behind a fleeting silhouette, his movements fluid and graceful. In mere breaths, he landed amid a swirl of dried leaves. Seeing Lei Jin descend, Jiang Yu's anxious heart finally settled. She hurried to him and asked, "Did you collect it?" Lei Jin nodded, producing the blood spirit mushroom. A wave of fragrant aroma enveloped them, invigorating Jiang Yu, whose eyes sparkled as she reached out for the mushroom, gazing at Lei Jin with concern. "Did you encounter any dangers up there?" "None," Jiang Yu responded with an "oh," and said, "Shall we split the blood spirit mushroom? Half for each?" Lei Jin, indifferent, readily agreed. "All right." Jiang Yu's eyes lit up with delight. "Then I will divide it." She retrieved a dagger from her waist, poised to slice the mushroom, when her peripheral vision caught Lei Jin suddenly swaying and nearly toppling over. Startled, Jiang Yu almost dropped her dagger, swiftly reaching out to steady his arm. The man's body felt unusually warm, his muscles taut as if he were enduring immense strain. When Jiang Yu looked up, she was alarmed to see the once vibrant man now pale, beads of sweat dotting his forehead, his breathing rapid and labored, his chest heaving violently. A flickering white light pulsed at his brow, erratic and as if it might extinguish at any moment. "What is wrong with you?" Jiang Yu's voice trembled with anxiety. Lei Jin's brow furrowed tightly, his vision blurred, yet he forced himself to look down at his foot. He was shocked to discover the potency of the serpent's venom. The toxic essence surged through his bloodstream towards his heart, wreaking havoc within him, even overwhelming his beast soul. Jiang Yu followed his gaze, her pupils constricting in alarm. On the back of Lei Jin's right foot were 2 bite marks. His entire foot swelled grotesquely, taking on a strange purplish-black hue, black venom oozing from the wounds, dripping onto the grass below, which sizzled with a corrosive hiss, causing the blades to wilt instantly. "You were bitten by a venomous snake?" Jiang Yu was certain that the creature was no ordinary serpent. She glanced at the blood spirit mushroom in her hand, then back at Lei Jin, noting his increasingly labored breathing and pallid complexion. His eyes filled with struggle and indecision. Would cutting it in half diminish its efficacy? Could it neutralize the ferocious snake venom? After a brief moment of hesitation, Jiang Yu made her decision. The stakes were too high. If Lei Jin were to collapse here, her own survival would be in jeopardy. Moreover, he had protected her on numerous occasions. Her conscience could not allow her to falter now. "Quickly eat it. Everything will be fine." Without a shred of doubt, she thrust the entire blood spirit mushroom toward his lips. Though Lei Jin's gaze was already unfocused, he noticed Jiang Yu's movement. He glanced at the alluringly fragrant mushroom near his mouth, mustering the strength to lift his eyelids and look at her. Her brow was furrowed, her eyes filled with worry and urgency. The whole mushroom? She would forego her share? Lei Jin's amber eyes flickered momentarily. "Hurry and eat," Jiang Yu urged, her voice tinged with desperation. Lei Jin lowered his gaze and opened his mouth, consuming the mushroom whole. The taste was not bitter, but rather a spicy sweetness. and he finished the entire mushroom in one go. Boom! It felt as though he had swallowed a ball of raging fire. A torrent of scorching heat exploded from his stomach, coursing through his limbs with wild abandon. The venom that had wreaked havoc within him was violently expelled by this overwhelming heat, akin to snow melting in boiling water, thoroughly washed away. Yet, instead of relief, he felt an exacerbation of his discomfort. Lei Jin felt as if his very organs were aflame, every drop of blood within him boiling, surging with a fervor that sought to break free from the confines of his flesh. Roar! Unable to contain his agony, he thrust away Jiang Yu, who stumbled back several steps, her heel catching on a protruding tree root, landing hard on the ground. Before she could rise, she witnessed Lei Jin lurching forward unsteadily, like a drunken man, crashing heavily into a tree. The sound of impact reverberated, shaking the trunk violently, and causing dried leaves to rain down. Lei Jin. Jiang Yu scrambled to her feet, her expression fraught with concern as she rushed toward him. Stay back. Lei Jin whipped around, his handsome features contorted in a frightening grimace, veins bulging at his temples like writhing worms. His voice was laced with a volatile fury, tinged with a fear he was unaware of. He feared for her safety. Jiang Yu halted, startled by his fierce appearance. She watched as his skin visibly reddened, blood flooding beneath the surface, transforming him into a creature resembling a boiled lobster. Steam rose from his pores, and even at a distance of several paces, Jiang Yu felt the searing heat radiating from him. Lei Jin's eyes glowed a fiery crimson, as if they might bleed. He doubled over in pain, his fingers clawing into the hard bark of the tree, the sound of splintering wood filling the air, the once sturdy bark crumbling beneath his grip like tofu. Jiang Yu stood a few steps away, observing the man who usually exuded confidence, now struggling like a wounded beast, her heart racing with desperation. Chapter 78. This sensation ensnared his heart. Jiang Yu realized that the blood spirit mushroom was taking effect. Yet, the intensity of his reaction was terrifying, resembling a scene of torment. Lei Jin, hang in there. This is the Shuel Lingji enhancing your bloodline. If you can endure this, you will undoubtedly emerge stronger. At this moment, Lei Jin could scarcely comprehend what Jiang Yu was saying. The fire within him blazed more fiercely, clouding his mind and weakening his body. With a thud, Lei Jin fell heavily to the ground. He rolled frantically on the ground, covered in withered leaves and fragments of stone, clawing at the earth with his hands, sending dirt and grass flying in all directions. Seeing him writhing in agony, Jiang Yu furrowed her brow in concern. Even when injured, he typically remained stoic, but now, his pain was evident, revealing the severity of his suffering. Just hold on a little longer. It will be over soon. Jiang Yu's voice trembled. Apart from these sparse words of comfort, there was little else she could do. Time stretched unbearably at this moment. Every breath felt like an ordeal. In the forest, apart from Lei Jin's pained roars and the dull thuds of his body striking the ground, no other sounds could be heard. Half an hour later, as if he had exhausted his last ounce of strength, Lei Jin's rolling ceased, his roars dwindling to heavy gasps. At that instant, an unexpected change occurred. On his sweat-drenched forehead, the flesh began to twitch slightly, followed by a sudden burst of golden light. When the light faded, a golden wong pattern emerged prominently on his brow, exuding an aura of supreme majesty. Simultaneously, a pair of beast ears, previously concealed within his dark hair, sprang forth with a soft pop. This time, the ears were noticeably larger, their fur shinier and smoother, with a tuft of white hair at the tips. Trembling slightly with his breath, Jiang Yu paused for a moment, then quickly realized that the enhancement of his bloodline had concluded. Seeing Lei Jin no longer rolling but lying on the ground in violent convulsions, she rushed over. Lei Jin, she cautiously called out, supporting the sweaty man to lean against her. He was burning hot, resembling someone pulled from water, with damp black hair clinging to his face, appearing both disheveled and fragile. Jiang Yu hastily removed the gourd from her waist, pulled out the cork, and brought it to his cracked lips. Drink some water. It will make you feel better. Lei Jin's Adam's apple moved, instinctively parting his lips. The cool water flowed, down his throat as he greedily swallowed. After drinking, his body continued to spasm uncontrollably. It was the muscle cramps following intense pain. Noticing his furrowed brow and pale complexion, Jiang Yu adjusted his position to make him more comfortable, then gently patted his broad back, humming a lullaby that Xiaoyang loved. The melody resonated softly in the tranquil forest, simple yet imbued with a soothing power. Lei Jin's consciousness drifted, the buzzing in his ears gradually faded, replaced by her gentle voice. Though unaware of the lyrics, he found it melodious. The small hand that softly patted his back was not large and bore a gentle strength that gradually calmed the turmoil and pain within him. After so many years, it was the first time someone treated him with such tenderness. He was the king of the forest, the strongest in the mountains, and even when injured, he had to lick his wounds alone. Vulnerability meant death. Yet this feeling of being cared for was both unfamiliar and intoxicating. As Jiang Yu's soothing song enveloped him, Lei Jin's tense muscles slowly relaxed, his breathing steadied, and his heavy eyelids gradually closed, surrendering to slumber. Jiang Yu gazed down at the man in her embrace, the Wang symbol on his brow dissipating, leaving only the pair of fluffy ears drooping adorably. Unable to resist, she reached out and tenderly stroked the soft fur of his ears. The texture was delightful. However, this was not the time for such indulgence. The commotion Lei Jin had caused was too loud, his roars echoing through the quiet afternoon. In this mountain forest, predators were drawn by the scent. With Lei Jin in such a weakened state, even a mere beast could endanger their lives. It was unwise to linger here. Jiang Yu ceased her humming, scanning the surroundings warily before raising her gaze to the solitary peak. The peak was steep, and most fierce beasts could not ascend. Moreover, Lei Jin had cleared the poisonous serpents from the top, making it temporarily safe. Lei Jin, wake up, we must leave, Jiang Yu gently nudged him. Receiving no response, she sighed and resignedly rose, tearing several sturdy vines from the nearby bushes. With great effort, she hoisted Lei Jin on her back, binding them tightly together with the vines to prevent him from slipping off. He was heavy, though appearing lean. He was solid muscle, pressing down on her like a small mountain. Jiang Yu felt as if her spine might bend under the weight. Taking a deep breath, the azure mark on her forehead glowed faintly, instantly lightening her burden. Her toes pressed against the rock, and she climbed upwards like a nimble monkey toward the summit of the solitary peak. The rock face was steep and somewhat slippery. Carrying a man much larger than herself, each step was extraordinarily arduous. Sweat streamed down her forehead, stinging her eyes. She dared not wipe it away and merely squinted, searching for each foothold. Lei Jin's head hung limply on her shoulder, his heated breath cascading on her neck, tickling her. Jiang Yu struggled to suppress the urge to scratch, continuing her ascent. Halfway up the mountain, a gust of wind blew, prompting Lei Jin to laboriously crack open one eye. Before him was the grayish-brown rock wall and the slender figure beneath him. The woman's hair was damp with sweat, strands sticking to her neck. He could hear her heavy breathing and the rhythmic thumping of her heart. Thump, thump. Each beat resonated against his chest. In that moment, Lei Jin's dazed mind suddenly cleared. This woman was climbing the solitary peak with him on her back. She had not abandoned him. He shifted his head, burying his face in her neck and inhaling deeply. Her scent enveloped him. There was no trace of blood or decay, only a faint fragrance of grass and wood that was uniquely Jiang Yu's. He closed his eyes again, this time without a guard, sinking into peaceful sleep. Unbeknownst to Jiang Yu, the man on her back had awakened momentarily. Finally, before the sun dipped below the horizon, her hands grasped the edge of the massive stone platform. With a sudden burst of strength, she flipped herself onto the platform. Jiang Yu untied the vines and collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Lei Jin slid down onto the moss beside her, soundly asleep and unaware. Chapter 79. Unexpected gains. Jiang Yu sat on the rock, taking a moment to catch her breath before surveying her surroundings. Below her lay a massive stone palm, its 5 supporting pillars rising at a right angle, resembling a suspended altar, perhaps due to years of rainwater nourishment and the high elevation shrouded in mist. A thick layer of moss blanketed the pillars and the stone platform, yielding a soft yet slippery surface. Standing atop the solitary peak, the scenery was breathtaking. Yet what caught Jiang Yu's eye was not the view, but the small treasures nestled within the mossy crevices. Clusters of white bamboo fungus with net-like caps, and some grayish-brown morels, all plump and enticing. Jiang Yu swallowed hard as her stomach audibly protested. These were top-tier mountain delicacies, treasures that could scarcely be purchased even with wealth in her past life. Yet here they lay like mere weeds. Just as she reached for the largest morel, her peripheral vision caught sight of something grayish in a pile of rubble nearby. Had it not been for the conspicuous puddle of still-drying black blood surrounding it, she might have mistaken it for a mere rock. Jiang Yu examined the peculiar serpent closely, and upon further inspection, she spotted another one not far away. This second serpent was slightly larger and bore a skin tone reminiscent of rocks. It was evident that this was the serpent responsible for biting Lei Jin. As Jiang Yu rose to observe it more closely, a sudden flash of golden light appeared before her eyes. An unexpected message flashed in her mind. You have acquired 2 yen pie snakes. The gallbladder of this serpent is a sacred antidote, and the serpent's soul can be absorbed. Jiang Yu's eyebrows arched in surprise. She had not anticipated that these 2 small snakes would provide her with 2 serpent souls. However, considering the potency of their venom that had incapacitated Lei Jin, it was not entirely surprising. This revelation made her think of Yen, whose beast soul was a serpent. These 2 similar bee souls would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for him, significantly enhancing his strength upon consumption. Unfortunately, she realized that such distant aid could not quench immediate thirst. Serpents and birds were natural enemies, and her Qing Yin bird soul should be able to devour these 2 serpent souls. Jiang Yu tentatively extended her hand, and as her fingertips made contact with the yen pie snake, a red light wafted up from its corpse, soaring towards her. Simultaneously, the Qing Yin bird soul in her mind stirred, and she felt a surge of urgency, excitement, and greed. The moment the serpent's soul touched her forehead, the Qing Yin bird soul opened its beak wide and devoured it whole, swiftly followed by the second one. The sensation was extraordinary, akin to sipping a refreshing drink on a sweltering summer day, as a cool breeze spread from her forehead throughout her body. Jiang Yu closed her eyes and couldn't suppress a contented sigh. The once ethereal Qing Yin bird in her mind now appeared more robust, its wings seemingly fuller. Upon opening her eyes, she noticed a black beetle crawling several meters away between the crevices of the rocks, and she could even discern the hairs on its legs. The rustling of leaves and the distant fluttering of insects were amplified, resonating clearly in her ears. Indeed, the serpent's souls had proven to be a significant tonic. Clenching her fist, Jiang Yu acknowledged that although her physical strength did not show a marked increase, the enhancement of her perception provided her with greater means of self-preservation in this perilous jungle, even without activating her beast soul. She collected the 2 serpent corpses and stowed them in her mouse skin pouch, planning to extract the gallbladders upon returning to her clan. She intended to store them in space for potential life-saving use when the time came. At that moment, the area below suddenly grew lively. Jiang Yu stealthily approached the edge of the cliff to observe, noticing a multitude of ferocious beasts had arrived at their previous location, including a scaled beast. The area had transformed into a hunting ground for these creatures. After confirming that the beasts posed no threat of ascent, she withdrew her gaze. The sun had completely set, and the last remnants of twilight were on the verge of being swallowed by darkness, which surged forth from the depths of the forest like a tide. Although she was elevated, it was not an absolute sanctuary. Countless venomous insects and ants likely lurked in the shadowy, damp corners. Jiang Yu retrieved a handful of red-threaded water grass from her pouch, igniting it in an upwind position. Soon, the mountain breeze carried a red mist, enveloping the entire rocky platform. The centipedes and scorpions, previously concealed among the moss and stones, scuttled out in panic as if sensing a formidable enemy, hastily descending the stone columns to escape the platform. After ensuring that no venomous creatures remained nearby, Jiang Yu settled beside Lei Jin, her stomach growling louder than before. From her grass pouch, she produced the roasted Qing Yin bird meat and, accompanied by cool boiled water, began to eat heartily. Having satiated her hunger, Jiang Yu did not remain idle. Taking advantage of the lingering pest-repelling smoke, she swiftly gathered all the bamboo fungi and morel mushrooms from the platform under the dim moonlight. Only when her mouse skin pouch was bulging did she reluctantly cease her foraging. As night descended, the primordial forest erupted with activity. Unfamiliar, eerie calls of strange birds echoed through the trees, sending chills down her spine. Occasionally, heavy footsteps and the sound of breaking branches resonated from the distant woods, while pairs of green, glimmering eyes occasionally flickered in the darkness, observing the surroundings with unabashed malice. The wind intensified, causing the solitary peak to moan. Jiang Yu nestled closer to Lei Jin, seeking a sheltered spot. He remained in a deep slumber, his body temperature having cooled somewhat, yet still radiating warmth like a furnace. Jiang Yu gazed at his furry ears and couldn't resist the urge to poke them. After toying with him for a while, she placed her bow and arrows within reach. For their safety, she resolved not to sleep that night. Time trickled by slowly. Apart from the sound of the wind and the occasional distant roars of beasts, silence enveloped the surroundings. Jiang Yu's eyelids grew heavy, and her head began to nod as sleepiness washed over her like a tide. Just as she felt she could no longer resist the pull of slumber, her left ear twitched slightly. The sound was faint, akin to fabric rustling in the wind or the fluttering of wings. In the past, such subtle noises mingled with the wind would have gone unnoticed by her. Yet, at this moment, having absorbed 2 serpent souls, her hearing was extraordinarily acute. Though the sound was faint, it resonated clearly in her ears, drawing nearer with alarming speed. Something colossal was approaching. Jiang Yu snapped to attention, every hair on her body standing on end. She swiftly grasped her longbow, holding her breath as she directed her gaze towards the inky sky to the north of the solitary peak where the sound originated. The noise grew increasingly close, accompanied by an ominous pressure. Jiang Yu's pupils constricted. It was coming, thanks to a sliver of moonlight filtering through the clouds. She glimpsed a massive shadow gliding silently through the air, akin to a dark cloud that obscured the starlight above. In that moment, Jiang Yu's heartbeat turned cautious. She half closed her eyes, pressing her body against the cold rock, striving to minimize her presence. The sound of flapping wings echoed, followed by a nauseating stench of decay wafting through the air. The odor was overpowering, reminiscent of sun-baked fish infested with maggots. Jiang Yu's stomach churned violently, yet she gritted her teeth to endure it, not daring to breathe too heavily. The senses of ferocious beasts were keen. She feared that revealing too much of her presence would alert them. After a few moments, the oppressive sensation above dissipated. The wind gradually receded, and the enormous shadow seemed to have overlooked them, drifting further away. Jiang Yu did not immediately move, but maintained her posture, waiting until the noxious odor had diminished to nearly undetectable levels before she slowly opened her eyes, exhaling a long breath. Just as she began to relax, a sudden chilling sensation shot up her spine, spreading throughout her body and causing her to shiver involuntarily. She abruptly looked up, locking eyes with a pair of piercing gazes. The enormous shadow that had seemed to depart was now inexplicably suspended in midair, its long, bald neck twisting unnaturally to face her, its eyes glowing green in the darkness. Locking onto them with unsettling precision. They had been discovered. Jiang Yu's heart sank. A piercing, unnatural screech shattered the night, and the monstrous bird flapped its wings, carving a semicircle in the air as it rushed back, trailing a foul wind. Jiang Yu's mind buzzed, and before she could contemplate her next move, her body reacted faster than her thoughts. She seized her bow and, driven by the instinct to protect Lei Jin, sprang into action with the agility of a cat. Distancing herself from him, she dashed to the far side of the platform, her mind ablaze with energy as her vision sharpened instantaneously. Nocking an arrow, she drew the string taut and released. The bowstring quivered, and a long arrow, accompanied by a piercing sound as it sliced through the air, transformed into a streak of light, aimed directly at the left eye of the monstrous bird. Although the creature was of considerable size, it exhibited remarkable agility in the sky. swiftly tilting its head to the side. With a sharp clang, the iron arrow narrowly missed its eye, striking its wing instead and sparking a shower of fiery embers, causing it to be deflected away. It missed. However, this only served to enrage the beast. With a furious screech, it folded its wings and plummeted toward Jiang Yu's position like a black meteor. The speed was astonishing. Jiang Yu was engulfed in darkness, a ferocious wind striking her face, rendering her nearly unable to open her eyes. She had no time to release a second arrow. Instead, she rolled to the side, awkwardly seeking refuge behind a stone pillar. With a thunderous crash, debris flew in all directions. The monster's claws landed precisely where Jiang Yu had stood moments before, the solid rock beneath them crumbling like tofu, gouged deeply with unending chasms. Had she delayed even a moment longer, she would have been torn to shreds. Amidst the swirling dust, Jiang Yu, sheltered by the stone pillar, drew her dagger. After missing its initial strike, the monstrous bird thrust its massive head forward once more, lunging at Jiang Yu. Now was her chance. A fierce glint ignited in her eyes as she summoned her strength, leaping onto the creature's head, using it as leverage to spring onto its back. The feathers on the monster's back were both coarse and malodorous, pricking her hands like steel needles. Jiang Yu gripped a tuft of feathers tightly to steady herself while reversing her grip on the dagger, aiming for the vulnerable junction of the bird's neck with all her might. Clang! The sound rang sharply. Jiang Yu felt as though her dagger had struck solid granite. Her palm numbed from the impact, nearly causing her weapon to slip from her grasp. The skin on the bird's neck was covered with a thick, keratinous layer, bumpy and as hard as iron armor. Though her dagger was sharp, it merely left a shallow white mark upon it, failing to breach the skin. This was dire. A shiver ran through Jiang Yu. With the added weight on its back, the monstrous bird became frantic. It flailed wildly, its massive wings beating furiously, executing a sudden roll in midair. Jiang Yu felt the world spin, her grip on the feathers slipping, and she was instantly hurled away. Thud! She crashed heavily against the rocks several meters away, rolling uncontrollably until she collided with a protruding stone, finally coming to a halt. Coughing, she felt as though her insides had shifted. A metallic sweetness surged in her throat, causing her immense pain and nearly knocking her unconscious. Before she could regain her composure, a shadow loomed over her. The monstrous bird opened its beak, lined with barbed spikes, ready to strike down at Jiang Yu. The creature's speed was terrifying, and Jiang Yu's complexion turned pale. Her body, dulled by agony, could not react in time. The breath of death approached. Clenching her dagger tightly, her eyes held no fear, only resolve. Just as that foul maw was a mere inch from her, a white figure suddenly collided with the monstrous bird. Bang! The dull thud of flesh meeting flesh erupted in her ears. Jiang Yu watched as the bird was sent flying like a rag doll by the force of the white figure's impact. The creature's massive body crashed heavily against the stone pillar at the edge of the solitary peak, shaking the entire rocky platform. With a terrified cry, the monstrous bird screeched. At that moment, a deep, resonant roar echoed in Jiang Yu's ears. As the sound reverberated, the entire forest fell silent. Even the wind seemed to soften. Jiang Yu clutched her chest, staring blankly ahead. In the moonlight stood a magnificent white tiger, its imposing figure radiating strength and beauty. Measuring no less than 3 meters in length, its coat was pure white, devoid of any blemish, shimmering softly under the moonlight. Its powerful limbs showcased fluid, explosive muscle lines, and its massive claws left deep gouges in the rock beneath. Most striking was the golden pattern resembling the character for king on its forehead, glowing faintly in the darkness, exuding an air of sacred and inviolable majesty. Jiang Yu's heart raced as she beheld the white tiger. At that moment, the previously formidable bird, now dazed, struggled to rise, shrieking in a desperate attempt to flee. The white tiger lowered its head slightly, its amber eyes devoid of emotion, radiating an icy disdain as if regarding a mere fly unaware of its imminent demise. With a roar, the white tiger sprang into action. There were no unnecessary movements, merely a single pounce. This leap was as swift as thunder, as fierce as a tiger descending the mountain. Just as the bird took flight, the tiger's colossal paw crashed down, pinning it to the ground. With a sickening crunch, the tiger's massive jaws clamped around the bird's neck, blood spraying forth. The creature's anguished cries echoed as it flailed its wings desperately, its claws scratching at the tiger's robust form in vain. The tiger's fur was remarkably resilient. The claws merely snagged a few strands of white hair without inflicting any real harm. A glint of ferocity flashed in the tiger's eyes. Releasing its grip, it raised its left paw high, infused with tremendous force, and brought it crashing down onto the bird's head. Crack! The sound of shattering bones resonated. The bird's head was driven deep into its chest cavity, its cries abruptly silenced. Chapter 81. Only 20 combat power restored. The once mighty monstrous bird lay lifeless, devoid of breath. The entire encounter, from the tiger's emergence to the conclusion of the battle, transpired in mere moments, a complete and utter annihilation. Silence reclaimed the stone platform, with only the wind's mournful wail echoing through the cliffs. Jiang Yu sat on the ground, her dagger still tightly gripped in hand, dazed as she gazed at the white tiger, then turned to the empty spot where Lei Jin had once lain. It was completely devoid of any presence. She suddenly turned back, her gaze falling once more upon the enormous white figure turned away from her, her throat dry as she swallowed nervously. Was this the Lei Jin after his bloodline elevation? Transformed into a tiger? Was he still human? This was astonishing. The ferocious beast that had just cornered her now stood before him, utterly powerless. At that moment, a faint light emerged from the fallen bird, which the white tiger promptly devoured. As if sensing her gaze, the tiger slowly turned to face her. Its massive head was now directed towards Jiang Yu, the white fur around its mouth stained with the crimson blood of the monstrous bird. Its amber eyes, peering down at her, were deep and inscrutable, still holding onto a lingering aura of ferocity and wildness. It stepped forward, one deliberate stride after another, casting a vast shadow that enveloped her. Jiang Yu's body stiffened, her palms slick with cold sweat gripping the dagger. Despite her mind assuring her that this was Lei Jin, her body trembled uncontrollably. The white tiger approached Jiang Yu, halting mere inches away. It was too close, close enough for her to feel the warmth of its breath, carrying a faint scent of blood, spraying across her face. Lei Jin. Jiang Yu's voice trembled as she tentatively called out. The white tiger offered no response. It simply lowered its massive head, sniffing around Jiang Yu's neck. Its damp nose brushed against her skin, sending a tickling sensation through her. She stood rigid, unable to move. After a moment of sniffing, as if confirming something, the coldness and ferocity in its eyes gradually dissipated. Jiang Yu, realizing that Lei Jin recognized her, reached out, intending to stroke the tiger's head. But the white tiger suddenly swayed. Its colossal form seemed to lose all strength and sagged towards Jiang Yu. Wait, no. Jiang Yu's pupils dilated in terror, her eyes wide with shock. Thud. She was firmly pinned beneath the unconscious Bai Hu, as if a colossal stone weighed upon her chest, slowly expelling the air from her lungs, while the only sense she inhaled with a metallic tang of blood and the potent aroma of masculine hormones. With her hands pressed against the immense white tiger's head, Jiang Yu exerted all her strength in an attempt to push Lei Jin aside. Despite her efforts, her face flushed from exertion, the white tiger remained unmoved. Sighing, she relinquished her struggle entirely, allowing her taut nerves to gradually relax. Turning her head, she examined the white tiger, illuminated by the moonlight. With its eyes closed, the tiger exuded less of its fearsome ferocity and majesty, appearing more endearing. Its long whiskers quivered slightly with each breath, occasionally brushing against Jiang Yu's chin, eliciting a ticklish sensation. Unable to resist, she gently scratched her own chin, then reached out to stroke the tiger's, marveling at its soft and silky fur. The white tiger seemed to revel in her affection, its purring becoming softer as it nuzzled against her hand, sinking deeper into slumber. The surroundings were enveloped in silence, save for the whisper of the wind. Though it slept, the invisible aura of authority it emanated was enough to intimidate all ferocious beasts, and Jiang Yu felt assured that the latter half of the night would be safe. As she completely relaxed, her eyelids grew heavier. Just as she was on the verge of drifting into sleep, a line of golden text appeared before her. Today's intelligence. Lei Jin has fully awakened his Baihu bloodline. Although he has successfully transformed into a tiger, he is currently in a state of extreme exhaustion. The flesh of the Tai Wei-gu is inedible due to its rancid odor, yet its heart contains vital essence. If you extract its heart and allow Lei Jin to consume it, he may regain 20% of his combat strength. Tai Wei-gu? No wonder it smells so foul. Jiang Yu glanced at the Tai Wei-gu not far away, wrinkling her nose in distaste. Seeing Lei Jin's extreme exhaustion, realizing that even consuming the heart would only restore 20% of his strength, she furrowed her brow. It seemed she needed to devise a plan to help him recover. The golden light gradually faded. Jiang Yu buried her face in the thick fur at the side of the white tiger's neck, her consciousness swiftly blurring as she succumbed to slumber. Morning arrived. The mist in the mountains had yet to dissipate, and the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting their glow upon the solitary peak. Dew clung to the moss, sparkling brilliantly in the sunlight. Lei Jin's eyelashes fluttered, slowly opening his eyes. He found himself surrounded by rocks and moss. Memories began to resurface. He had been poisoned, consumed the blood spirit mushroom, and a terrifying energy had ravaged his body for quite some time, before Jiang Yu had carried him up the solitary peak. In the middle of the night, a foul bird had attacked Jiang Yu, and he seemed to have killed it. What happened next? Lei Jin shook his head, fully awakening. He then froze. Beneath him was a soft, warm presence. Lowering his gaze, he saw Jiang Yu curled up in his embrace, soundly asleep. She was nearly buried in his long white fur, with only her serene little face visible, her breathing steady and prolonged. Where did this white fur come from? Lei Jin observed the fluffy white paws and the long whiskers dancing in the breeze at the edge of his vision, his amber eyes widening in surprise. Am I a Baihu? The realization struck him with a mix of astonishment and joy. At that moment, Jiang Yu stirred, furrowing her brow in displeasure, mumbling incoherently, so heavy. Lei Jin stiffened, suddenly aware that his enormous body was still partially pressing down on her. He attempted to shift, only to find his body achingly weak, a sensation he had never experienced since gaining consciousness. Just then, a flickering white light began to emanate from him. After the white light dimmed, Lei Jin transformed back into his human form, gazing at the little tiger that had fallen into a forced slumber due to his own weakness, a frown creasing his brow. However, Lei Jin knew that once he recovered, the little tiger would awaken, and he would emerge even more powerful than before. A gentle breeze brushed past, sending shivers down his spine. He glanced down at his bare form, a rare flush of embarrassment coloring his bronzed face. Hastily, he released Jiang Yu and sat up, scanning the area until he spotted his tattered beast skin among a pile of rocks a few meters away. Though in tatters, it would suffice to cover him. With wobbly legs, he approached, picked up the beast's skin, and wrapped it around his waist, releasing a sigh of relief. Suddenly feeling lighter, Jiang Yu sleepily opened her eyes. Still drowsy, she saw a tall figure standing not far from her, backlit by the sun, rendering his features somewhat indistinct. "You're awake?" she murmured, rubbing her eyes, her voice raspy from sleep. Lei Jin offered a rare, affirmative grunt. "How do you feel? Is there any discomfort?" Jiang Yu inquired, her gaze fixed on him. After a moment of hesitation, Lei Jin divulged his true condition. "I feel extremely weak, and my beast soul has thus fallen into slumber." Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. She was aware of Lei Jin's severe exhaustion, but had not anticipated that even his beast soul would succumb to slumber. Without the aid of his beast soul, he was akin to a toothless tiger, surely feeling disoriented and insecure. Grasping his hand gently, she reassured him, "It's all right. This is only temporary. Once we return, you can feast on more Qing Yin bird meat, and gradually, you will regain your strength." Pausing, she looked at Lei Jin earnestly. "During this time, I will protect you." Protect him? How could someone so fragile aspire to shield him? Just as Lei Jin was about to speak, his stomach let out a loud growl. Jiang Yu recognized his urgent need for nourishment and promptly produced the food she had brought, offering it to him. "Hurry and eat." To her surprise, as he ate, he even shared a piece with her. Jiang Yu, while savoring the Qing Yin bird meat, approached the Tai Wei Gu, drawing out her bone blade and forcefully stabbing it at the location of its heart. The flesh of the Tai Wei Gu was remarkably tough, and, after 6 vigorous strikes, she finally broke through. The stench was overwhelming, and Jiang Yu held her breath, plunging her hand into the still warm chest cavity without hesitation. The texture was slick and viscous. After a brief search, she quickly located the Tai Wei Gu's heart, the size of a basketball, too large to grasp with a single hand. She was compelled to use both hands, wrapping them around the heart and pulling with all her might. With a pop, the blood vessels ruptured, splattering dark crimson blood all over her. Extracting the heart, she rinsed it briefly in water before presenting it to Lei Jin, indicating for him to eat. Then, she repeated the process, extracting the liver and offering it to him as well. As he devoured the heart and liver, Jiang Yu collected the Tai Wei Gu's beak claws and the longest tail feathers, stowing them in her mouse skin bag, knowing these were valuable items. Once all was completed, she grabbed a handful of dirt, rubbed her hands clean, and looked at Lei Jin, who appeared significantly better than before. "Can you walk?" she asked. Lei Jin nodded. Jiang Yu hoisted the mouse skin bag on her back. "Let's go to the river valley." The two descended swiftly along the rocky cliff. Although Lei Jin had only regained 20% of his strength, he remained terrifyingly powerful, moving with ease along the steep mountainside at an astonishing speed. Jiang Yu could barely keep pace with him, activating her beast soul to manage. This continued for an hour until they finally reached the river valley, where they both came to a halt. It was midday, and typically, this was when many fierce beasts gathered by the river to drink. Today was no exception. As soon as they emerged, chaos erupted in the valley. The previously leisurely drinking beasts seemed to sense a terrifying presence, for bristling as they scattered in a frenzy. A few timid, long-eared rabbits, in their panic, collided fatally with a tree. Was this the pressure of the king of the forest? Jiang Yu cast a surprised glance at Lei Jin. This man, even without transforming into a tiger, could intimidate 2/3 of the ferocious beasts merely by standing there. Sensing that the river valley was safe, she approached, her gaze drifting over the riverbank and toward the fields of Huangmi, her heart sinking suddenly. The once even expanse of Huangmi now appeared as if doused with a layer of swirling black ink. Swarms of black armored ants scuttled across the ground, the incessant crunching sounds echoing. The cacophony of thousands of tiny mandibles gnawing at the stalks of grain sent shivers down one's spine. Plump ears of grain were severed, dragged away by the thumb-sized armored ants, marching in droves toward their underground nest. The vast field of Huangmi was rapidly reduced to a sparse half. If they delayed even a day longer, no, even half a day, this land would be completely devoured by the swarm of armored ants. They had to act swiftly. Jiang Yu crouched down, scooped up a handful of dry earth, and tossed it into the air. The fine dust danced in the wind, swirling and drifting toward the Huangmi fields. The wind was favorable. Jiang Yu turned to Lei Jin and said, "Let us proceed." With that, she prepared to activate her beast spirit and leap across. Unexpectedly, she felt a sudden constriction around her waist. Lei Jin had wrapped one arm around her, and without needing a running start, he bent his legs and propelled himself off the ground. With a thud, he left 2 small craters in the earth. They shot through the air like arrows, effortlessly crossing the several-meter-wide river and landing securely on the grass on the opposite bank. Once Jiang Yu regained her footing, she immediately retrieved a handful of redline watergrass from her mouse skin pouch. Surround this area, placing a pile every 5 steps, quickly. The two split up to carry out the task. In no time, a neat row of redline watergrass was arranged at the upwind of the Huangmi field. Jiang Yu ignited the first pile. As the redline watergrass met the flames, it instantly erupted into a dense crimson smoke. Following closely were the second and third piles, the red smoke coalescing and billowing toward the Huangmi fields with the wind. With the smoke wafted, the once clamorous crunching sounds rapidly diminished. The outermost armored ants, upon encountering the smoke, spun wildly in place as if struck by lightning. Moments latte. The previously dark cloud of insects began to topple in droves. Those armored ants resembled drunken giants, their 6 legs flailing erratically, their struggles growing increasingly sluggish until they finally lay still. The effect was immediate. Lei Jin stood by, astonished at the scene unfolding before him, his amber eyes wide with surprise. Observing that the outermost armored ants had perished, Jiang Yu unsheathed the sickle from her waist and glanced at Lei Jin. Let the harvesting begin. We must be swift. This smoke will not last long. Once it dissipates, the ants below will emerge again. We must seize every moment. The two rushed into the Huangmi field. The ground was littered with the hardened corpses of the insects, each step producing a crunching sound, releasing pools of green goo that exuded a sour odor. Jiang Yu stifled her nausea, gripping a handful of rice stalks in her left hand while wielding the sickle rapidly in her right. With a swift motion, a hefty bundle of grain was neatly severed. She moved with astonishing speed, not pausing to look at the harvested stalks, instead stuffing them directly into her mouse-skin pouch before proceeding to the next. The sound of the sickle slicing through the air echoed across the fields. Sweat dripped from Jiang Yu's chin, yet she felt no fatigue, her focus solely on the golden Huangmi before her. Before long, the mouse-skin pouches behind them swelled, heavy upon their backs, and Jiang Yu felt a sense of reassurance. The field had been harvested to a significant extent. The remaining crops were nearly ruined. Jiang Yu straightened up, preparing to speak when a dull thud reverberated from beneath her feet. The ground quivered slightly. Jiang Yu paused, confused, glancing down at the earth. Thud! Another sound, clearer and heavier this time, echoed as if some colossal creature was violently striking against the soil below, attempting to break through. The ground beneath her began to shift, the carcasses of the fallen armored ants bouncing up like jumping beans with each tremor. Run! Jiang Yu reacted swiftly, dashing toward the river with the Huangmi on her back. They had scarcely taken a few steps when the ground ahead suddenly erupted. Soil flew into the air. A massive shadow emerged, accompanied by a nauseating odor of earth. In Chapter 83, The Shift in Attitude, Jiang Yu's eyes widened as she beheld the iron-armored ant that had surfaced, its size comparable to that of a goat. Its body a glossy black, with long antennae whipping through the air like whips, creating a whooshing sound. Its scissor-like mandibles clacked menacingly, glistening with either soil or some corrosive substance, sending a chill down her spine. Its compound eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity, locking onto them. The iron-armored ant emitted a sharp shriek, its 6 sturdy legs propelling it forward like a black cannonball, charging at them with astonishing speed. Jiang Yu instinctively tightened her grip on the sickle, ready to activate her beast spirit, when she heard Lei Jin let out a dismissive snort. Though it was a quiet sound, it caused the iron-armored ant to halt abruptly. Its compound eyes flickered toward Lei Jin, and sensing some danger, it began to retreat frantically. Jiang Yu turned to Lei Jin, her eyes sparkling with gratitude, and continued running toward the riverbank. At that moment, the ground beneath them began to undulate like waves, countless tiny clods of earth bouncing up and down. Jiang Yu's expression changed, and she shouted, "Lei Jin, jump!" Lei Jin dashed her aside, scooping her up in his arms, and with a powerful push of his legs, they leaped across to the opposite side. The wind howled past them as they landed firmly several meters away. Once they were steady on their feet, Jiang Yu glanced back. The sight sent chills down her spine. In the very spot where they had just stood, a gaping black hole had formed, with giant soldier ants emerging one after another from below, a dark mass surging forth. Fortunately, they had escaped in time. Had they been surrounded, even if they managed to flee, they likely would have sustained injuries. Observing the ants rushing toward the riverbank, Jiang Yu quickly picked up 3 long-eared rabbits that had been crushed and said to Lei Jin, "Let us go." The two plunged into the forest, running several miles until they were certain they had evaded the iron-armored ants, finally stopping to catch their breath. Jiang Yu, panting, took a sip of water and noticed Lei Jin was also slightly out of breath. Considering his physical condition, she said, "When we return, I'll roast you some meat." "A lot of it." Lei Jin's eyes brightened slightly. After resting for a while, they set off once more. After devouring the two Yinpi snake's souls, her body felt even lighter. Despite carrying a mouse pouch full of huangmi, she moved with the grace of a swallow, leaping 2 to 3 meters at a time, all without activating her beast spirit. She realized she could now barely keep pace with Lei Jin, weaving effortlessly through the complex forest terrain. However, this state of ease did not last long, as her foundation was still somewhat fragile. After walking for most of the day, as the sun began to set, the light in the forest grew dim. Jiang Yu's breath became labored. Her legs felt as heavy as lead. Lei Jin suddenly slowed his pace, reaching out for her as she approached. Anticipating his intention, Jiang Yu took his large hand and softened her voice. Lei Jin, could you carry me for a while? Lei Jin looked at her in confusion. Carry? Jiang Yu nodded, pointing to his back and mimicking a carrying motion. Lei Jin suddenly recalled the scene from yesterday when she climbed the solitary peak with him. It was indeed a moment of reliance. He slightly turned his body, presenting his back to her, and said, "Climb on." Jiang Yu leaped onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck and locking her legs around his waist. The man's back was broad and warm, his muscles rhythmically undulating as he ran. Jiang Yu observed Lei Jin and could distinctly sense a noticeable shift in his demeanor towards her, a newfound closeness compared to before. Was he beginning to trust her? Acknowledging her? This was undoubtedly delightful news for her. The wind howled past her ears as she pressed her face into the nape of his neck, inhaling his reassuring scent. And the tension that had gripped her for 2 days gradually eased. At the clan's grounds before the cave, the last rays of the setting sun had been entirely consumed by the mountains, and darkness enveloped the sky. The other members of the tribe had already retreated to the cave to rest. In front of the earthen kiln, Chuyang occasionally tossed a couple of twigs into the fire. On the kiln before him, 2 pots were set up. The larger pot bubbled with steam, releasing a rich aroma of meat that wafted through the air, while the smaller pot exuded the fresh scent of grains. Chu Yang's stomach grumbled, and he sniffed the air, lifting the lid for a glance. The yellow rice grains were plump and translucent, swollen with moisture, igniting an appetite within him. It was ready. Chu Yang swallowed it hard, extinguished the fire, covered the pot to let it steam, and gazed toward the dense forest in the southeast, which appeared ominously dark. Apart from the rustling leaves and the chirping of insects, no other sounds could be heard. "Don't look anymore," a deep voice came from behind. "Thank you all for the 5-star reviews that raised the rating to 6. 9. Everyone has worked hard. Additionally, all the kind reviews have been replied to." Chapter 84. An imagination beyond limits. Sean approached quietly, gently patting his son's head, saying, "The sky has turned completely dark. You and Lei Jin probably want to return today. Don't wait any longer. Eat your meal and rest. It's unsafe to stay out too late." Sean understood well the dangers of the night outside. If it weren't for his son's presence, he would have long since returned to the cave to rest. "I want to wait a bit longer," Chuyang replied, his expression calm, though his mind was racing with anxious thoughts. Upon hearing this, Sean sat beside his son. Stifling a yawn, "I'll keep you company." Chuyang smiled and offered him a piece of Qingyan bird meat. Sean devoured it in a few bites, then suddenly turned to the southeast forest, a smile breaking on his face, their back. Upon hearing this, Chuyang immediately looked over, though unfortunately he saw nothing. After a few breaths, he noticed a few birds suddenly take flight from the edge of the dark forest, and then 2 familiar figures emerged, parting the bushes and stepping into the moonlight. The man in the lead was tall, carrying a rat skin bag on his back and holding 3 wild rabbits in his hands. Behind him, a petite figure also bore a bulging bag on her back. Both appeared travel-worn and somewhat disheveled. "Aunt!" Chuyang's eyes sparkled like stars as he quickly stood and ran toward them. Sean watched this scene, grinning, before returning to the cave. As Jiang Yu emerged from the woods, she was greeted by her nephew's joyful approach. Instantly, her fatigue dissipated and she squatted down, opening her arms to embrace him. After a brief moment, Chuyang released her, examining her with concern. "Are you hurt?" Jiang Yu took his hand as they walked toward the clan grounds, replying, "I'm not hurt." "Really? I smell blood." "It's not my blood. It's the blood of the iron-beaked vulture." Chuyang then relaxed, asking, "Did you encounter a fierce bird?" Jiang Yu nodded. Upon returning to the cave entrance, they were met by Yin, who had walked out from the main cave. His gaze swept over Jiang Yu and Lei Jin, confirming they were uninjured. Before he returned to rest, Jiang Yu set down the rat skin bag and weapons, catching the delicious aroma of the food, inquiring, "Have you prepared a meal?" Yang lifted the pot lid. "I anticipated your return today, so I steamed a small pot of rice and stewed a large pot of meat." "Oh." Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with delight. "I must have done many good deeds in my past life to have such a wonderful nephew." Yang, seeing her joyous expression, felt his own eyes brighten with a smile. He handed the prepared meal to Jiang Yu. "I must have also done many good deeds in my past life to have such a caring aunt." Although Lei Jin did not comprehend the exchange between Jiang Yu and her nephew, seeing their happiness lifted his spirits as well. Jiang Yu, feeling a genuine hunger, began to eat with elegance, while Lei Jin devoured his meal ravenously, finishing half a bowl in just a few bites. In a mere 8 breaths, he had consumed an entire bowl of rice. Yang noticed this and gently asked, "Have you not eaten in the past 2 days?" Jiang Yu glanced at Lei Jin, who was filling his 9th bowl. He is currently in a state of extreme exhaustion and urgently needs to replenish his energy. Yang was taken aback, asking what happened. Jiang Yu recounted in detail the events involving the blood spirit mushroom and Lei Jin's experience after consuming it. Yang gulped, realizing that while he had only woven a mat in the past 2 days, so much had transpired with Lei Jin outside, which was truly remarkable. He cast a furtive glance at Lei Jin, whispering, "Is he especially powerful after transforming into a tiger?" Jiang Yu swallowed her morsel of meat, recalling the scene of him slaying the iron-beaked vulture, nodding, "Indeed incredibly strong. However, it takes a toll." After a moment, noticing her nephew deep in thought, Jiang Yu inquired, "What are you pondering?" Yang replied, "Once you both fully master the beast souls, will you be able to merge with them, like Lei Jin, and directly transform into a beast?" Jiang Yu paused, impressed by her nephew's expansive imagination, yet she replied, "I find that unlikely. The reason Lei Jin can transform into a tiger is that he possesses the bloodline of a tiger, and after consuming the blood spirit mushroom, his lineage was enhanced, enabling him to succeed." Yang found his aunt's reasoning sound, yet he felt it was too premature to draw conclusions, suggesting they verify it in due time. "Did you encounter anyone from that tribe in the river valley?" Jiang Yu responded, "I didn't see any people. However, while harvesting the grain, I noticed some footprints on the ground." "Footprints?" "Yes, they were quite fresh, indicating that someone must have visited that area of millet recently." Yang stated, "Then my previous speculation is confirmed. Those millets must have been planted by that tribe." He paused before adding, "Their tribe should not be far from the river valley." The two shared a moment of realization. "Once we become stronger in time, I will return to the river valley to engage with that tribe proactively." "We must engage. Their tribe is now left with so few members, and with a severe gender imbalance. Without new blood, they will surely face extinction in the near future." Yang nodded in agreement. Jiang Yu finished the meat in her bowl, savoring the last morsel before setting it down, not because her body could no longer absorb energy, but purely because her stomach could hold no more. Seeing that both were done, Lei Jin placed the stone pot before himself and began to eat swiftly. "Aunt, are we roasting some meat?" Yang asked Lei Jin. Jiang Yu confirmed with a hum, taking a piece of meat weighing around 20 pounds, reigniting the fire, and placing it in the earthen kiln to roast. After Lei Jin finished the 20 pounds of roasted meat, feeling satisfied, he stood, casually grabbed the beast's skin garment from the bed, and headed toward the creek. Jiang Yu, aware he was going to bathe, reminded her nephew to retrieve the snake gallbladder before hastily following him with a change of linen clothes. In the dead of night, if she were to venture to the stream alone, she would undoubtedly be filled with trepidation. Who could say whether a ferocious beast might come to drink from the water, or if some aquatic creature lurked beneath the surface? It was far too perilous. However, if she were accompanied by Lei Jin, her worries would dissipate entirely. The coolness of the stream water glimmered under the moonlight, casting shimmering reflections upon the surface. Lei Jin approached the bank, discarded his beast-hide garments, and leaped into the water with a resounding splash. Observing him frolicking in the water brought a tinge of envy to Jiang Yu. She approached the stream to wash her hands and face, only to be met with a nauseating odor. The foul stench of the Tai Hua Fu Jiu mingled with the acrid residue from the Tai Jia Yi and the sweat she had accumulated from their frantic journey, creating a noxious blend that would surely deter even the most tenacious of mosquitoes, let alone wild beasts. Noticing that Lei Jin had swum upstream and would not return for a while, Jiang Yu hastily removed her soiled clothing. As the night breeze caressed her skin, a layer of goosebumps formed. Without delay, she plunged into the stream. The water was chilly, causing her to gasp slightly, but she quickly acclimated and began washing her hair. Her fingers sifted through her locks, removing the clotted blood and grime. Satisfied that she was clean, she turned her attention to her body. As she continued to wash, Jiang Yu suddenly paused. It was too quiet. Moments ago, she could hear Lei Jin splashing in the water, but now there was an eerie silence. A pang of anxiety gripped her heart as she spun around, scanning the surface of the stream. No one was there. Lei Jin, she called out tentatively, her voice echoing into the stillness, but received no response. A sense of unease washed over her, and just as she prepared to exit the water, a sudden splash erupted mere feet away. Startled, her heart raced, and instinctively she leaned back. Her footing slipped, and she plunged beneath the surface, only her head remaining above the water. At that moment, Lei Jin emerged from the depths, shaking his wet hair and casting a glance in her direction. Chapter 85. Secrets Unspoken. Jiang Yu's eyes widened, her chest heaving, half from fear and half from a surge of emotions. Water droplets glistened on his damp hair, cascading down his prominent Adam's apple and sculpted chest, tracing the defined contours of his muscular abdomen. In that instant, he resembled a captivating male siren, rendering Jiang Yu momentarily transfixed. What is it? Jiang Yu snapped back to reality, a rush of heat flooding her face, leaving her flushed. She averted her gaze, her voice soft and hesitant. It's late. We should head back. Lei Jin nodded and turned towards the shore. Jiang Yu followed closely behind, when suddenly something cold, slippery, and viscous brushed against her calf. Jiang Yu's body instinctively tensed, and she reflexively kicked out, but her other foot faltered, causing her to lose her balance and tumble forward. With a splash, she collided into Lei Jin's arms. His strong, warm hands securely cradled her, lifting her from the water. Jiang Yu, still reeling from shock, instinctively wrapped her arms around Lei Jin's neck, gasping for breath as she glanced at the water surface. The rippling waves revealed nothing. With a long exhale, she began to regain her composure, yet she remained frozen in place. Their proximity was exceedingly intimate, separated only by a thin veil of flowing water. Lei Jin's body radiated an alarming heat, intensifying Jiang Yu's own warmth. The potent scent of masculine hormones, mingling with the crispness of the water, invaded her senses, momentarily clouding her thoughts. Lei Jin held her steady, his palms cradling her delicately, her softness akin to that of mist, even more enticing than mere vapor, igniting a primal hunger within him. Feeling an overwhelming heat coursing through him, Lei Jin's throat bobbed as he lowered his gaze. Jiang Yu tilted her head upward, her damp hair clinging to her cheeks, droplets cascading down her refined nose and landing on her slightly parted, crimson lips. Their eyes locked, and Lei Jin's throat convulsed as his once bright gaze darkened, resembling a predator lurking in the shadows of the forest, sensing the sweetest of prey. Jiang Yu could distinctly feel his grip tightening around her waist, pulling them closer together, while Lei Jin leaned in. Her breath quickened, her voice barely a whisper. "You." Before she could finish, she gasped as he sank his teeth into her shoulder. The sudden pain blurred her vision momentarily, but she quickly regained her senses. Pushing against his head and exclaiming, "That hurts! Let go!" Lei Jin remained unyielding, biting down harder. The pain shattered Jiang Yu's composure, and in retaliation, she turned her head and bit his ear. She sensed him freeze momentarily, and a smirk crossed her mind. "Now you feel pain, don't you?" she thought, applying more pressure. Lei Jin shuddered slightly. His grip loosened, and he slid down, causing Jiang Yu to feel a sudden warmth. Her eyes widened in alarm, instinctively tightening her hold. Lei Jin abruptly released her with a low growl. Jiang Yu wasted no time, scrambling out of the water, hastily dressing, and fleeing with a flushed face. Moments later, Lei Jin's temperature returned to normal, the fire in his eyes dimming as he blinked, touching his ear and glancing at the water. Confusion mingled with clarity washed over him. Yet the experience was oddly pleasurable, surpassing even the delight of consuming mist essence. Inside the cave, Jiang Yu found her nephew asleep and moved quietly. She dried her hair and lay beside Xiao Yang, closing her eyes, yet the earlier scene replayed uncontrollably in her mind. She turned over, burying her crimson face in the crook of her arm. At that moment, she heard a faint sound of footsteps, realizing Lei Jin had returned. She deliberately slowed her breathing, listening as he entered the cave and settled onto the bed, soon followed by the rhythmic sound of his snoring. Once she was certain he had fallen asleep, Jiang Yu exhaled slowly, relaxing before quickly drifting off. When she regained consciousness, the sun was high in the sky. Yawning, she stepped out of the cave to find her nephew teaching Lei Jin how to pound the yellow millet. As they noticed her presence, both turned to look. Jiang Yu observed that Lei Jin's eyes sparkled, devoid of any unusual hue, which eased her worries. She glanced at her nephew and asked, "Did you save some seeds?" "Yes." Chui Young Ripley it. "The rice is cooking." Jiang Yu nodded, and after a quick wash, she filled a bowl with yellow millet and lean meat porridge. Watching the two as they worked, noticing Lei Jin's beast-hide attire sagging with several holes, she returned to the cave after satisfying her hunger. Retrieving some of the linen they had previously woven, cutting and stitching it together. A short while later, Chu Yang entered, eyeing the garments in Jiang Yu's hands. "For Lei Jin?" he inquired. Jiang Yu affirmed with a nod. "I'll take care of it. Uncle Yin is calling for you." Jiang Yu handed the clothing to her nephew and made her way toward the main cave. Chapter 86, Scaring Away and Picking Up. Inside the cave, Yin Shan and he sat together, engaged in conversation. Jiang Yu approached and queried, "Brother, do you need me for something?" Yin nodded, patting the space beside him. After she sat down, Yin remarked, "This morning, we distinctly felt a chill in the air." Shan added, "The scorching summer has passed. Winter will soon arrive, and we must prepare for the cold." Receiving the memories of the original owner, Jiang Yu understood that in this world, winter was particularly prolonged, lasting 5 months and accompanied by frigid temperatures that could plunge to several degrees below zero. The autumn was tragically brief, merely a month long. When winter descended, snow would frequently fall, and once heavy snow sealed the mountains, hunting would become exceedingly difficult. It was no wonder they had to prepare for the winter well in advance. Jiang Yu looked at the 3 companions and inquired, "What are your plans?" He replied, "Our injuries have healed, and we intend to visit the big river daily in the coming days to gather enough salt before we start hunting and storing food." Jiang Yu nodded. "I will accompany you tomorrow." Yin asked, "What about Lei Jin? Should he join us at the big river?" Jiang Yu stood up. "I will go ask him." She exited the cave and approached Lei Jin, gesturing towards the back of the rocky mountain while saying, "Tomorrow we will go to the big river to collect salt stones. Will you join us?" Lei Jin glanced in the direction she pointed and nodded. Returning to the main cave, Jiang Yu nodded at Yin and the others. Knowing that Lei Jin would join them filled Yin, Shan, and he with joy. "Then we shall set out early tomorrow morning," Yin suggested. Jiang Yu affirmed with a sound. The 4 reached an agreement, and Jiang Yu returned to the second cave, where she received clothes from her nephew. While mending, she opened the system and glanced at an inconsequential message, then focused intently on her sewing. Time passed gradually, and as her bone needle threaded through the last gap in the burlap, she tied a knot and bit off the thread end, shaking the burlap vest in her hands. The stitches were not as even as those produced by machines in her past life, but they were still quite fine. Although the burlap remained somewhat coarse, it no longer pricked the skin and was breathable and absorbent, surpassing the comfort of animal hide clothing by numerous folds. She stepped outside the cave, where Lei Jin was sharpening an axe. Hearing her footsteps, he turned to look at her. Jiang Yu handed him the garment. "This is for you. Try it on to see if it fits." Lei Jin regarded her, then glanced at the clothing in her hands, accepting it and rubbing his fingers over the soft fabric, which struck him as quite peculiar. A moment later, he stood up, tore off the animal hide he was wearing, and casually tossed it aside. His well-defined muscles and slender waist elicited a rush of warmth in Jiang Yu, who hurriedly turned away, saying to Lei Jin, "Next time you change clothes, please wait until no one else is around." Lei Jin looked at her in confusion. She was not a stranger. After examining the clothing, he figured out how to wear it and donned it. The soft rustling of fabric reached Jiang Yu's ears, and shortly after, a large hand patted her shoulder. Turning around, she was momentarily taken aback by his appearance. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and indeed, Lei Jin, usually clad in animal hide, appeared remarkably spirited in the grayish-white burlap attire. The fitted clothing accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist perfectly. Lei Jin looked down at himself, raised his arms to stretch, and jumped a bit. The garment felt comfortable and as light as if he were wearing nothing at all. He was quite pleased. Lei Jin looked up and flashed a smile at Jiang Yu. Seeing his delight, she too smiled, helping to adjust his clothing from now on. "As long as we have burlap, I will make you another set." Lei Jin nodded enthusiastically, his hand lingering on the fabric over his chest, unable to part with it. As night fell, the cave was quiet. Chu Yang was already fast asleep, emitting soft breaths. Lei Jin, lying not far away, remained dressed, his breathing steady and prolonged. Jiang Yu lay on the straw mat, yawning, and shortly after, a glimmer of golden light, visible only to her, slowly gathered before her eyes. Today's intelligence has been refreshed. Today's intelligence. Mo Yun Lu was drinking at the riverbank, surrounded and hunted down by 3 Ren Mian Shou under a pine tree. If you and Lei Jin arrive at the Chen hour, you might scare away the Ren Mian Shou and capture the Mo Yun Lu. Montak Yun Lu. This was a treasure, not only for its exquisite meat, but also for the riches it bore. For them, it was a significant boon that she must secure. After contemplating for a moment and formulating a plan, she finally rested. The next day, at dawn, Jiang Yu and her companions set out with backpacks and weapons. Lei Jin and Jiang Yu led the way, quickly scaling the rocky mountain, with Yin and Chang trailing closely behind. Upon crossing the meadow and reaching the foot of the mountain, Jiang Yu and Lei Jin stood under a tree, waiting for Yin and the others to catch up. After a brief wait, the 4 arrived, and together they ventured into the mountain. The pace of Yin and the others was sluggish. Jiang Yu and Lei Jin soon left them several meters behind, observing the sun rising. Jiang Yu understood time was of the essence and waited for the others to catch up before saying, "Brother, Lei Jin and I will scout ahead near the big river for any dangers. We will meet you there." Yin, glancing at the already distant Lei Jin, replied, "All right, but be careful." Jiang Yu nodded and sprinted to catch up with Lei Jin. Watching Jiang Yu vanish in the blink of an eye, Yin and the others expressed their astonishment. "I didn't expect you, to have grown so strong." He remarked indeed. Yin urged, "Let's hurry. We mustn't keep them waiting too long." Jiang Yu quickly caught up to Lei Jin, and the two of them wove through the forest. The morning forest was damp, with dew gradually soaking their pant legs. They dashed forward, the sound of wind rushing past their ears. At last, just before the sun fully rose, Jiang Yu heard the gentle sound of flowing water. She abruptly halted, crouching down and pulling Lei Jin into a dense thicket, through the gaps in the leaves. The scene before them was laid bare. Beside a clear river stood a colossal pine tree, its needles rustling in the morning breeze. Beneath the tree, a fierce slaughter was underway. The Mo Yun Lu, large and entirely black, bore cloud-like white markings on its fur. At that moment, it had sustained several grievous wounds, visible to the bone, with blood staining the ground. The attackers were 3 Ren Mian Shou, their eerie human faces emitting sharp, piercing cries reminiscent of an infant's wail, mixed with the sinister laughter of an old man, sending shivers down the spine. "Those are Ren Mian Shou," Jiang Yu whispered to Lei Jin. He nodded in acknowledgement, then turned his gaze back to the Mo Yun Lu. At that moment, the Mo Yun Lu was on its last legs, its hind leg firmly clamped by one of the Ren Mian Shou, letting out a mournful cry before crashing heavily to the ground. The other 2 Ren Mian Shou immediately pounced, their long tails piercing its throat. The Mo Yun Lu twitched a few times and fell silent. The 3 Ren Mian Shou emitted a cacophony of excited screeches, preparing to indulge in their feast. Jiang Yu urgently instructed Lei Jin, "Don't go out. Stay here. Release your aura, and then roar with all your might." Lei Jin instantly grasped Jiang Yu's intent, unleashing a terrifying aura befitting the king of beasts without reserve. Simultaneously, he took a deep breath, his chest heaving violently. Roar! The tiger's roar erupted like thunder, reverberating along the riverbank. The sound waves crashed, causing leaves to flutter down, and even the river seemed to momentarily freeze. The three Ran Mian show, poised to feast, were paralyzed by the sudden, overwhelming pressure, their tails instinctively tucking between their legs. Their survival instincts robbed them of the courage to even glance back, and with frantic shrieks, they scattered into the dense forest, vanishing in an instant. "We did it!" Jiang Yu exclaimed excitedly, pulling Lei Jin out of the thicket. They rushed to the base of the phoenix tree, gazing at the fallen Mo Yinlu. And Jiang Yu couldn't help but grin widely. "Quick, let's take it away." Jiang Yu wished to leave promptly, fearing the scent of blood might attract unwanted attention. Lei Jin took a step forward, grasping one of Mo Yinlu's hind legs with a single hand, preparing to lift it. Suddenly, the previously clear sky darkened unexpectedly. Chapter 87. An enemy, not a friend. A fierce wind howled, causing the surrounding trees to sway violently, and the fallen leaves on the ground were lifted into a towering whirlwind. Jiang Yu struggled to keep her eyes open against the force of the wind, instinctively raising her hand to shield her eyes. Lei Jin released Mo Yinlu and looked up at the sky, a flicker of surprise and seriousness flashing across his eyes. He turned to Jiang Yu and commanded, "Get down." Jiang Yu obediently dropped to the ground, peering through her fingers to see a massive wolf soaring through the air. Swiftly approaching them, it was the gray wolf. It was too late to hide, and she glanced at Lei Jin with concern. At that moment, his strength was reduced to merely 20%. Facing the gray wolf would likely spell disaster. Lei Jin seemed to sense her gaze and turned to look at her, his eyes conveying a message of reassurance. "Do not fear. I am here." He then shifted slightly to obscure her from view. Thud! The gray wolf landed, its eyes revealing a surprisingly human-like astonishment upon seeing Lei Jin, followed by a narrowing of its eyes. The gray wolf let out a couple of low growls towards Lei Jin, not immediately launching an attack. Then, Jiang Yu heard Lei Jin utter several unusual syllables. The gray wolf responded with a series of sounds. Taking advantage of Mo Yinlu as cover, Jiang Yu quietly observed the exchange between the wolf and the man. Were they communicating? Jiang Yu was uncertain of their conversation, but it appeared that the gray wolf spoke more, while Lei Jin contributed only a few words. The gray wolf seemed to recognize him. This was a relief, as the gray wolf showed no intention of attacking Lei Jin. Just as Jiang Yu began to relax, the gray wolf unexpectedly lunged forward. It propelled itself off the ground, aiming straight for Lei Jin. Jiang Yu gasped in alarm and quickly drew her bow. Lei Jin, as if anticipating this moment, dodged the wolf's attack just in time, his body twisting in midair. Using the momentum of his descent, he crashed forcefully into the gray wolf. Bang! A deep, thunderous sound erupted, and Jiang Yu felt the ground tremble beneath her. The gray wolf yelped in pain, its massive body being pushed sideways by the sheer force, its claws scraping the earth with a piercing sound as it staggered back several steps before regaining its footing. Shaking its large head, the wolf fixed its eerie green eyes on Lei Jin, uncertainty flashing within them. As Lei Jin lunged, his feet created two deep impressions in the ground. He did not pursue the advantage, but instead emitted a series of short, fierce sounds towards the gray wolf. Hogulu-ho. A flash of ferocity crossed the gray wolf's eyes, yet it refrained from attacking, seemingly wary of something. The two remained in a tense standoff for several breaths. Ultimately, the gray wolf cast a deep glance at Lei Jin before turning away, its four paws propelling it into the air, swiftly disappearing beyond the treetops. Seeing the gray wolf depart, Jiang Yu exhaled in relief and hurried to Lei Jin's side. "Lei Jin, are you all right?" Before she could finish her sentence, Lei Jin suddenly swayed, and Jiang Yu quickly steadied him. The man, who had exuded such vigor moments ago, now appeared pale, sweat beading on his forehead, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Jiang Yu finally realized that Lei Jin had been bluffing. Although he had successfully frightened off the gray wolf, it was evident that he was now exhausted. Lei Jin, how can I assist you? Jiang Yu, though anxious, managed to remain composed. Lei Jin took a few deep breaths and looked towards Mo Yunlu. Jiang Yu immediately supported him as they walked closer. Leaning down, Lei Jin bit into the wound on Mo Yunlu's neck and began to drink its blood. As the warm liquid filled his stomach, the pallor of his complexion visibly improved, and his trembling subsided. After what felt like an eternity, Lei Jin released Mo Yunlu and lifted his head. Jiang Yu noticed a ring of fresh blood around his lips and took out a piece of cloth to wipe it away. Lei Jin seemed somewhat unaccustomed to this gesture and grasped her hand. Jiang Yu allowed him to hold her as she inquired, "Are you feeling better now? Can you walk?" Lei Jin nodded. "Let's take the deer and go." He bent down to grab Mo Yunlu's hind leg, while Jiang Yu lifted the front leg, and together they hastened away. Shortly after entering the forest, they encountered Yin, Shan, and He, who were rushing towards them. "You, Lei Jin, we heard commotion over here. Are you both all right?" Jiang Yu replied, "We are fine." He looked at the beast they were carrying, astonished, and asked, "Is that a deer?" Jiang Yu nodded. "This is Mo Yunlu." Yin exclaimed, "It's actually Mo Yunlu. This is quite a prize." Jiang Yu glanced at Yin in surprise. "Brother, you know about Mo Yunlu?" Yin scratched his head. "I heard my father mention it once when I was young, saying that Mo Yunlu's meat is exceptionally delicious." Jiang Yu nodded. "The riverbank is safe now, so you all should hurry and gather salt stones. We will head back first." "All right, be careful on the way." After parting ways, Jiang Yu and Lei Jin continued on with the deer, making their way back to the tribe. High in a towering tree, a pair of glistening green eyes watched them closely. Chapter 88, Under Surveillance. Upon returning to the tribe, Jiang Yu and Lei Jin set down Mo Yunlu and collapsed onto the ground, breathing heavily. Chu Yang and I came out, drawn by the commotion. Upon seeing Jiang Yu and Lei Jin return with the fierce beast, they were both astonished and delighted, eagerly grabbing weapons and stone buckets to assist in skinning and butchering. Chu Yang brought 2 cups of cool water and handed them to Lei Jin and his aunt, quietly asking, "Is this a deer?" Jiang Yu nodded, "Montak Yunlu." After finishing her drink, she shared the day's events with her nephew before rising to carefully slice off the deer antlers, setting them aside to dry for future use. After processing the antlers, Jiang Yu swiftly cut 2 large pieces of the tender leg meat and instructed her nephew, Xiao Yang, start a fire. Chu Yang immediately opened the earth oven, and the fire quickly blazed to life. Jiang Yu brought out a stone pot and set it atop the oven, adding water. Once the water boiled, she placed the cut deer meat into the pot, tossing in a handful of wild onions to mitigate the gamey smell. As steam rose, a rich aroma of meat wafted through the air. Lei Jin squatted in front of the oven, his eyes fixed on the chunks of meat in the pot, his throat involuntarily swallowing. While stirring the pot, Jiang Yu casually asked, "Do you know that gray wolf?" Lei Jin's gaze shifted from the pot to Jiang Yu, and he nodded. Jiang Yu served a bowl of meat and handed it to him, inquiring, "Are they friends or foes?" Lei Jin accepted the bowl, unbothered by the heat, took a piece of meat, and savored it with squinted eyes. After a lengthy pause, he finally replied, "An enemy," though Jiang Yu had already suspected as much. Her heart sank nonetheless. "Aunt, eat some meat. This deer meat is particularly delicious," Chu Yang offered, presenting her with a bowl of deer meat. Jiang Yu snapped back to reality, realizing that worrying about the gray wolf was futile. She accepted the bowl, took a bite of the deer meat, and her eyes widened in astonishment. The meat was delicate and tender, bursting with rich juices, possessing a unique freshness that lacked the usual gamey taste of wild animals. And the energy contained within the deer meat was mild and nourishing. Jiang Yu suddenly understood why the gray wolf had come here to hunt deer. After a hearty meal, Jiang Yu and Lei Jin managed to process Mo Yunlu within half a day. Jiang Yu cleaned her hands thoroughly and approached Lei Jin, suggesting, "Today, if it were not for the assistance of our tribe members, we might still be struggling with the deer meat. Moreover, we utilized a considerable amount of salt from the tribe, so how about we offer them some deer meat in gratitude?" Upon hearing this, Lei Jin stood up, handing her a piece of meat weighing over 100 pounds. Jiang Yu accepted the meat with a smile, saying, "I thank you on behalf of the tribe." Although Lei Jin is somewhat domineering, he still possesses a sense of reason, and most importantly, he is quite generous. As Jiang Yu approached the entrance of the main cave, holding meat in her hands, Yin and the others returned, and she immediately handed the meat to her brother. "This is from Lei Jin. Please share some with the clan so they can also savor the exquisite flavor of the Mo Yunlu's meat." Yin took the meat, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Understood. As Jiang Yu stood in front of the earthen stove, grilling the deer meat, the clan members were busy stewing their own portions. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, mingling together and stimulating appetites. Observing her fellow clansmen devouring the deer meat with great enthusiasm, Jiang Yu chuckled softly and then turned her attention to the meat, slicing off a generous piece to offer to Lei Jin. As they indulged in their meal, Xiao Juzi scampered over and called out to her. Perhaps aware that Lei Jin would not harm it, Xiao Juzi had recently become quite bold. Jiang Yu promptly cut a piece of meat and placed it in a bowl, presenting it to the little creature. Xiao Juzi took a bite and meowed a few times at her, clearly delighted. Jiang Yu gently patted its head and said, "Go ahead and eat. I have more here when you finish." On this day, the trio and the little cat feasted more than usual, and everyone was thoroughly satisfied with the meal. As night deepened, tranquility returned to the cave. Shuyang had long since drifted into slumber. Jiang Yu, cradling her nephew, listened to the occasional chirping of insects from outside the cave, stifling a yawn as her eyelids grew heavy. Just as she was about to succumb to sleep, a golden light, visible only to her, silently converged before her eyes. Today's information has been refreshed. Today's intelligence, the gray wolf, has not departed. It is lurking in the mountain forest 100 meters away, observing. During the previous confrontation, it failed to perceive Lei Jin's beast soul fluctuations. Suspecting that Lei Jin was injured and vulnerable, 2 nights hence, in the dead of night, it will launch a probing attack. If Lei Jin cannot withstand it, the entire clan will perish. 100 meters away, the entire clan perishing? Jiang Yu's heart clenched sharply, and she sat up abruptly, the wooden bed creaking beneath her. The sound was faint, yet in the stillness of the cave, it resonated loudly. Almost simultaneously, a shadow flickered beside her. Lei Jin had silently landed, his back arched, muscles taut, and he grasped his axe, eyes fixed on the cave entrance, exuding an air of fierce intensity. The entire sequence unfolded seamlessly and with remarkable speed. The outside was engulfed in darkness. Apart from the whispering winds and the chirping insects, there were no other sounds. After a few breaths, confirming there was no enemy assault, Lei Jin's tense muscles gradually relaxed. He turned to Jiang Yu, his eyes filled with confusion. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, suppressing her racing heart, and stepped barefoot onto the cool ground. Approaching Lei Jin, she whispered in the dim light of the moon, "If that gray wolf is nearby, can you detect its scent?" Lei Jin's pupils constricted, and the previously relaxed tension in his body returned. He tilted his head towards the entrance, flared his nostrils, and, after a long pause, shook his head. "I could before, but I cannot now." He pointed to his forehead. "The beast's soul is asleep." He gazed intently at Jiang Yu, his eyes silently questioning, "Is it nearby?" Jiang Yu, her expression grave, nodded without reservation. "It is lurking in the deadwood forest 100 meters away." Upon hearing this, Lei Jin tightened his grip on the axe and turned to leave. "I will draw it away." Jiang Yu understood all too well the implications of this decision. His strength had not yet recovered, and he was no match for the gray wolf. Even if he were fortunate enough to survive, he would likely sustain severe injuries. She believed Lei Jin was aware of this as well, yet he still chose to confront the gray wolf. He truly was a man of great responsibility. As Lei Jin was about to step out of the cave, Jiang Yu, without a moment to spare, rushed forward and grasped his arm. "Don't go." Lei Jin halted, turning back to face her, enunciating each word with conviction. "It is strong. If I do not divert it, you will all perish." "And what about you?" Jiang Yu countered. "You just said your beast soul is asleep. You're no match for it now. If you go out there, you are walking to your own death." Hearing her words, Lei Jin furrowed his brow. "Why has it not attacked us directly?" "Because it fears you. It is uncertain whether you truly cannot awaken the beast's soul. If you run out now, aren't you revealing your weakness? If it kills you, we will not escape unscathed. Lei Jin pressed. Then what shall we do? Jiang Yu replied. It will not strike yet, so we still have time. As long as you can regain your strength before it attacks, we will all be safe. She paused. Studying Lei Jin. Is it true that if the energy is sufficient, the beast's soul will awaken? Chapter 89. I have a plan. Lei Jin nodded in response to Jiang Yu's gaze. Jiang Yu declared, I have a plan. Lei Jin instinctively glanced at the Mo Yin Lu meat hanging on the cave wall, thinking her plan involved him consuming more meat. Not enough. We need at least 10. Realizing his misunderstanding, Jiang Yu clarified, even if we manage to hunt that mini Mo Yin Lu, there won't be enough time for you to eat and recover gradually. After a moment, she continued, let's rest for now. Tomorrow, you will accompany me to a location. Seeing her confidence, Lei Jin nodded, lying back down and soon falling asleep again. Jiang Yu, however, remained awake for a long time, recalling their first encounter by the river when they had been attacked by the deep-water giant catfish. Yin had activated his beast soul to combat the creature, overexerting himself and collapsing. At that time, the system had indicated that within the territory of the Willow Tree King, there was a century-old ginseng that could awaken Yin. Back then, she had been too weak to dare dig it up, so the ginseng should still be there. Lei Jin's current condition mirrored Yan's at that time. His body overexerted, preventing the beast soul from absorbing enough energy to awaken. The ginseng had proven useful for Yan, and it would undoubtedly be beneficial for Lei Jin as well. Of course, besides the ginseng, the heart's blood of the scale armor beast or the mist essence would also suffice, but they were beyond their current capabilities to obtain. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to locate that ginseng. With it, Lei Jin could recover, and then they would no longer fear the gray wolf. With a clear goal in mind, Jiang Yu relaxed and quickly fell asleep. The next day, just as dawn broke, she stealthily rose from bed, kindled a fire, and prepared over 100 pounds of deer meat, cutting it into small pieces, using bone hooks to hang them, and placing them in the earth stove to roast while she began gathering items for their journey into the mountains. Yin emerged from the house, rubbing his sleepy eyes, and upon seeing his sister had prepared breakfast, he yawned and remarked, "You, why are you up so early?" Jiang Yu packed the roasted meat into a burlap bag, and then turned to Yin. "Brother, Lei Jin and I are going to the territory of the Willow Tree King today." Yin momentarily paused in his actions, suddenly alert, and frowned. "Do we really have to go? You know it's dangerous there." Jiang Yu reassured him, "Don't worry. We once ventured deep into the territory of the Willow Tree King, just skirting the outskirts. Besides, Lei Jin will protect me." Yin glanced at Lei Jin, who was devouring meat nearby. "Very well," he conceded, though still concerned. He cautioned, "Be careful." Jiang Yu replied, "I understand." At that moment, Chu Yang approached. "Aunt, are you going to the territory of the Willow Tree King?" Jiang Yu nodded. "Why the sudden trip there?" Chu Yang inquired. Jiang Yu answered, half in jest. "The system informed me that there is a century-old ginseng in the territory of the Willow Tree King. If Lei Jin consumes it, he will regain his strength, and then we can hunt in the mountains to prepare for winter." Chu Yang seemed convinced. "When will you return?" "If all goes well, we'll be back by tomorrow afternoon." Chu Yang instructed, "Stay safe." Jiang Yu gently ruffled his hair. "I will." In the meantime, Lei Jin had consumed 50 pounds of deer meat, letting out a satisfied burp before wiping away the grease at the corner of his mouth, fastening his axe to his waist, and looking at Jiang Yu as if asking, "Shall we go?" "Let us go." Jiang Yu slung the burlap sack over her shoulder, and, just after taking a few steps, she felt a sudden lightness as the man took the sack from her and hoisted it onto his own back. With a faint smile, she followed him into the forest. The morning air in the woods was heavy with moisture, the dewdrops soaking her pant legs, leaving a chill in their wake. This time, Jiang Yu distinctly sensed that the morning temperature had dropped significantly compared to the previous days. Lei Jin forged ahead, clearing the path with his knife, occasionally slicing through the thorns that obstructed their way. "Where are we headed?" "To the territory of Lu Shuwang." Lei Jin nodded, his pace quickening as he headed northwest. Jiang Yu hurried to keep up, her curiosity piqued. "Do you know where Lu Shuwang's territory is?" Lei Jin's eyes flickered briefly. "I do. For some reason, Jiang Yu felt that mentioning Lu Shu Wang made Lei Jin appear somewhat uneasy. What was he apprehensive about? Lu Shu Wang's territory was separated from their clan's land by 3 towering mountains. Despite the presence of formidable beasts and venomous creatures within, Jiang Yu felt no concern. Even if Lei Jin's strength had diminished to only 20%, he remained a sovereign in the jungle, exuding an aura that could intimidate 2/3 of the beasts. As for the territories of the more powerful creatures, they skillfully circumvented them. After walking for about 2 hours, the sun rose higher in the sky, dissipating the humidity and making the forest stiflingly warm. Jiang Yu's stamina waned, and she gradually fell behind. Observing the widening gap between herself and Lei Jin, she decisively activated her beast spirit, feeling as light as a swallow. Her speed surged, allowing her to leap several meters with each bound, quickly catching up to Lei Jin. As they crested the second mountain, Jiang Yu released her beast spirit, beads of sweat adorning her forehead. Activating the beast spirit was too taxing for her at the moment. Even 15 minutes had taken its toll. Thankfully, they were on the cusp of reaching Lu Shu Wang's territory after scaling one more mountain. Lei Jin paused beneath a large tree. Once Jiang Yu arrived, he handed her a gourd. Taking a few sips of water, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Let's rest for a moment. At our current pace, we will surely reach Lu Shu Wang's territory before nightfall. Lei Jin nodded and sat down on the ground. Jiang Yu joined him, offering him some venison. While they ate, a sudden clear call echoed from a distance, followed by a flash of color as something soared past. At that moment, Lei Jin abruptly stood up, and before Jiang Yu could react, he dashed off, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned. With Lei Jin gone, her senses heightened. She quickly finished the meat in her hand, climbed a nearby tree, and gazed in the direction he had departed, but saw nothing. Fortunately, he returned shortly after. Jiang Yu asked with a disappointed expression, "What happened? Didn't he catch it?" Curious, Jiang Yu inquired, "Didn't he catch what?" "The colorful chicken. If I had eaten it, I could have fully restored my strength." Only then did Jiang Yu realize that what had flown by was indeed a chicken. For ordinary deer, Lei Jin would need to consume 10 to regain his strength. Yet this single chicken could restore him completely, indicating its rarity. Chapter 90. The Gray Wolf's Test. Jiang Yu looked at the man and offered a comforting remark. "It can fly and we cannot. It's normal that we couldn't catch up." Lei Jin nodded, finishing the meat Jiang Yu had given him. "Let us go." As the twilight cast its golden hues upon the treetops, transforming the forest into a canvas of orange and red, Lei Jin suddenly halted. "We're here." Jiang Yu approached him to discover an expansive clearing ahead, sparsely vegetated, with a towering willow tree standing majestically at its center. From a distance, it resembled a small golden mountain, its trunk so robust that it would take a dozen people holding hands to encircle it. Countless willow branches cascaded down, swaying gently in the evening breeze, a beautiful sight, yet tinged with danger. This was Lu Shu Wang, the sovereign of this domain. What puzzled Jiang Yu, however, was the oddly barren patch in the southeast, where some shrubs appeared charred. Although she felt a sense of curiosity, the impending nightfall urged her to suggest, "Let's find a place to rest." Lei Jin turned and proceeded. "Follow me." Jiang Yu trailed behind him toward the southeast, and after a quarter of an hour, they stopped in front of a rock face. Lei Jin cleared away the grass and bushes, revealing a cave hidden behind. Glancing at the cave, and then at Lei Jin, she wondered how he knew of its existence. Had he been here before? Lei Jin nodded, bending down to enter, but Jiang Yu pulled him back. "Wait." She gathered some dried grass, ignited it, and tossed it into the cave. Thick smoke billowed out, quickly driving out various poisonous insects. Once the smoke cleared, Jiang Yu told Lei Jin, "Now we can go in." Following him into the cave, she noticed a pile of bones in the corner, one of which she recognized as the skeletal remains of a scale armor beast. Turning to Lei Jin, she asked, "Did you hunt the scale armor beast nearby?" He affirmed with a nod. Suddenly, Jiang Yu recalled the scene from her first return with Salt, where she had seen a shadow atop a rocky hill. Could that shadow have been him? After hunting the scale armor beast, did you make a fire here? Lei Jin looked at her in surprise, as if to ask how she knew. Indeed, it was him. He certainly had the audacity to kindle a fire within Lu Shu Wang's territory. I intended to roast some meat, but the wind was strong and the surrounding bushes caught fire. The blaze even spread to Lu Shu Wang's territory. Lei Jin nodded. No wonder Lu Shu Wang reacted so aggressively. No wonder she had noticed so many charred shrubs earlier. That day, she hadn't been able to roast the meat, and Lu Shu Wang had taken much of it. She would eventually have her revenge on that tree. Jiang Yu couldn't help but smirk. It was no surprise that the king of the forest was so domineering. Let us eat something. She retrieved a piece of roasted venison from the burlap sack and handed it to him. As Lei Jin ate, he suddenly lifted his head, darting to the cave entrance. Peering outside, Jiang Yu stepped beside him, noticing his tense posture and sharp gaze, and whispered, "What's wrong?" Lei Jin's nostrils flared slightly, as if discerning subtle scents carried on the wind. After a moment, he spoke in a low voice, "It's coming." His tone was laced with coldness. Jiang Yu activated her beast spirit, scanning the surroundings as she asked, "The gray wolf?" Lei Jin nodded. "I caught its scent." Indeed, it had followed them. Jiang Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her. Its presence here meant that their clan's territory was secure. After a few breaths, she quietly said, "I see it. Among the bushes to the west." The west was upwind. It was deliberately letting you catch its scent. It was testing you. This gray wolf was more cunning than she had anticipated. Upon hearing this, Lei Jin narrowed his eyes and suddenly stepped outside, glaring fiercely to the west as an immense pressure emanated from him. Jiang Yu watched, impressed by his quick response and adept handling of the situation, her esteem for him rising even higher. Realizing it had been discovered, the gray wolf ceased its concealment, leaping from the underbrush. A man and a wolf faced off at a distance of 1,000 meters, the gray wolf provocatively barking at Lei Jin. Jiang Yu's heart sank. What should they do? Taking the initiative would expose them, yet remaining passive would do the same. As she rapidly brainstormed for a solution, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of yellow. Turning her head, she saw willow branches swiftly approaching them. Her eyes lit up as she exclaimed to Lei Jin, "Tell it, today is its lucky day." Upon hearing this, Lei Jin let out a soft huff at the gray wolf, mumbling something before pulling Jiang Yu back into the cave. The gray wolf narrowed its eyes, glancing at the swiftly approaching willow branches, and with a leap, vanished into the thicket. Jiang Yu observed as the gray wolf retreated into the distance, withdrawing her gaze and stating, "Let us rest. It should not dare to attack us tonight." Lei Jin nodded, closing his eyes, as night fully enveloped the surroundings. The outside world became increasingly lively, the cacophony of various ferocious beast cries reaching Jiang Yu's ears. She occasionally awakened, and, on the fourth instance, a beam of golden light appeared before her. Today's intelligence has been refreshed. Today's intelligence. The century-old ginseng grows to the northwest of the Lu Shu Wang, 300 meters toward the shady side, beside a skull-shaped stone. If you venture alone, you might safely retrieve the ginseng. Upon reading this information, Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow. Venture alone and safely retrieve the ginseng? She glanced at the sleeping Lei Jin, and a decision formed in her heart. The following morning, a thick fog enveloped the mountains and forests, rendering visibility to less than 3 meters. Jiang Yu rose early, casting a glance at the still, slumbering Lei Jin. She chose not to disturb him, gently placing a burlap bag beside him before turning to leave, only to have a large hand suddenly grasp her arm. "Where are you going?" Jiang Yu turned to see that Lei Jin had awakened. Crouching beside him, she softly explained, "A century-old ginseng grows in the territory of the Lu Shu Wang. If you consume it, you will instantly recover. I'm going to dig it up now." Upon hearing this, Lei Jin declared, "I will accompany you." Jiang Yu shook her head. "I will go alone. You should wait here." Lei Jin furrowed his brow at her words, suddenly gripping her hand tightly. Jiang Yu looked down at his large hand holding hers, warmth blossoming within her as she softly said, "If I encounter danger, can you come in to save me?" After a moment of contemplation, Lei Jin released her. Jiang Yu then stepped out of the cave, silently entering the territory of the Lu Shu Wang. Lei Jin, wielding an axe, stood at the periphery, his gaze following her movements. As Jiang Yu progressed further to the northwest, the scenery grew increasingly horrifying. Bones littered the ground, both of beasts and birds. She even spotted several human bones, some weathered to dust while others still bore withered flesh. The drooping willow branches, shrouded in mist, appeared like yellow vipers lying in wait for their prey. Jiang Yu held her breath, striving to conceal her presence, and treaded carefully with each step. After a while, she spotted the stone resembling a skull. This is it. Jiang Yu felt a surge of excitement in her heart, quickening her pace to the stone's side. Upon seeing the ginseng, joy overwhelmed her. She swiftly scanned her surroundings, confirming there was no danger, and drew out her dagger to excavate. Before long, she unearthed a complete ginseng root resembling a human form. Just as she secured the ginseng, a loud crash echoed behind her, causing her heart to race and the hairs on her body to stand on end as she turned around. Chapter 91. Battle with the Wolf. A large rock had pinned a violently thrashing willow branch. Jiang Yu turned to see more willow branches swirling towards her, instantly activating her beast spirit. And with a swift leap, she propelled herself several meters away, desperately fleeing towards the periphery. She was faster than the willow branches, but within moments, several branches ensnared her feet, and as her body lurched forward, due to inertia, Lei Jin rushed over, grasping her arm and spinning around to sever the branches that ensnared her, forcefully flinging her out of the Lu Shu Wang's territory. With a thud, Jiang Yu landed on the soft grass, rolling twice before coming to a halt. Ignoring the wounds scraping her body, she scrambled to her feet, rushing back towards Lei Jin, who was still within the Lu Shu Wang's domain. In her line of sight, Lei Jin had already been ensnared by 3 willow branches as thick as a wrist, while several slender branches were coiling towards his neck. He wielded his axe with remarkable speed. For every few branches he severed, more seemed to spring forth, as if endless. Jiang Yu dashed to Lei Jin's side, skillfully dodging the willow branch's attacks, and her knife struck fiercely at the branches entangled around his waist. The iron blade was extraordinarily sharp, and with the activation of her beast spirit, her strength surged, cleaving through the branches with a single stroke. With a splatter, green sap sprayed forth. Lei Jin felt a sudden release around his waist, and with a quick turn, he severed the branches, attacking Jiang Yu. Run! Jiang Yu grasped Lei Jin's arm, exerting all her strength to flee beyond the territory. The Lu Shu Wang seemed enraged by their presence. The ground trembled as several thick roots burst forth from the earth, coiling towards them like earth dragons. Do not look back. Run! Jiang Yu clutched Lei Jin's arm tightly, the azure light between her brows brightening momentarily, and their speed surged once more. Behind them, the frenzied willow branches danced wildly, accompanied by the thundering sound of roots breaking through the soil. Jiang Yu noticed the ground ahead suddenly fissuring and shouted, "Jump!" They leaped into the thicket ahead, rolling several times before coming to a stop. Jiang Yu remained still, eyeing the willow branch that hung perilously close to her nose. Though it was taut and straight, it fell just short of reaching her, and she let out a sigh of relief, cautiously retreating. The willow branches and roots writhed in frustration above, striking at the air. After Lei Jin stood, he viciously attacked the roots and willow branches. In an instant, green sap splattered everywhere as the roots and branches writhed in agony before retreating. Jiang Yu stood and approached Lei Jin, pulling out the ginseng still caked in dirt and thrusting it into his hands. "Eat this." Lei Jin grasped the ginseng, roots and all, and stuffed it into his mouth. The bitter juice erupted within his mouth, transforming into a torrent of heat that coursed through his limbs. In that moment, Lei Jin felt as if his entire body was ablaze, rejoicing like a parched desert suddenly blessed by rain, eagerly consuming the energy. Just then, the nearby thicket rustled violently. Jiang Yu swiftly drew her bow, positioning herself protectively in front of Lei Jin, and preemptively shot an arrow into the thicket. The arrow struck something with a metallic sound, ricocheting aside. Without granting the creature in the thicket a moment's respite, Jiang Yu's muscles tensed as she released 2 more arrows in quick succession, each aimed with lethal intent. The first arrow struck something solid, failing to penetrate, yet the second arrow found its mark with a muted thud. The thicket shook violently, followed by a roar filled with rage and agony that echoed in her ears. A gray wolf burst forth from the thicket, its fur bristling like steel needles, its emerald eyes glinting with ruthless intent. At that moment, an arrow had pierced its left ear, blood dripping from its matted fur. It glared fiercely at Jiang Yu, a low growl rumbling in its throat. Jiang Yu felt a wave of putrid wind wash over her legs trembling uncontrollably. This was her first encounter with such a formidable beast, the overwhelming pressure causing every hair on her body to stand erect. Was she afraid? Terrified to her core. Yet she understood that retreat was not an option. Lei Jin had just consumed the ginseng and had not yet regained his strength. She must buy him some time. Jiang Yu bit her tongue to steady herself, calming her racing heart. Before the gray wolf could launch an attack, she swiftly released another arrow, this time aiming for its nose, the softest and most nerve-rich part of its body. The gray wolf, clearly underestimating her, appeared momentarily surprised as the arrow was loosed, not expecting her to act under its formidable pressure. The distance between them was too close, and the arrow's speed too swift. Although it managed to dodge the first, it could not evade the second. The iron arrow embedded deeply into its nose, causing tears and blood to flow freely as the excruciating pain drove the gray wolf into a frenzy. Lei Jin observed this scene, instinctively touching his own nose. Feeling an echo of pain, Jiang Yu observed the gray wolf howl in agony, and as expected, it opened its mouth to unleash a wild cry. In rapid succession, arrows flew forth, striking deep into its maw with impeccable timing. Racked with excruciating pain, the gray wolf was caught completely off guard, succumbing to 2 more arrows. Although trembling from the agony, it had learned from its previous encounter. Its mouth was tightly shut as it fixed its gaze on Lei Jin, now entirely focused on Jiang Yu. In its emerald eyes, there was nothing but pure brutality and murderous intent. It yearned to shred the 2-legged beast that dared to inflict pain upon it, and in that moment, its hatred for Jiang Yu surpassed even that for Lei Jin. With a powerful thrust of its hind legs, its massive form surged forward like a meteor, carrying with it a suffocating stench as it lunged at Jiang Yu. Prepared for the assault, Jiang Yu exhibited no hesitation, deftly sidestepping the wolf's attack and grasping a vine. The gray wolf pivoted, riding the wind, and opened its gaping maw to bite at her. Chapter 92. Transformation into a Tiger. Anticipating the strike, Jiang Yu seized the vine, and, in the instant the wolf lunged, leaped onto a sturdy tree. Lei Jin, anxiously watching the frail figure fleeing from the wolf's claws, struggled to rise, but failed repeatedly. His body was rapidly absorbing the energy within, rendering him weak and feeble. He could see that Jiang Yu was terrified in the face of the gray wolf. She could have easily abandoned him to escape, yet she chose to confront the beast alone to protect him. A pang of sorrow struck his heart, leaving him feeling both heavy and pained. He involuntarily uttered a cry, his gaze fixed on the pursuing gray wolf, a low growl escaping his throat, his eyes turning crimson as if they might bleed. An indescribable fury surged within him, mingling with the boiling energy inside, violently assaulting his reason. "Move faster, just a little faster," he mentally roared, his nails digging deep into the earth, when suddenly a radiant white light appeared at his brow. Jiang Yu nimbly leaped between the trees to evade capture, but the gray wolf's speed was formidable, enhanced by the wind. With its powerful limbs, it soared through the air, disregarding the obstacles between the trunks, relentlessly pursuing her. Crack! As she landed on a branch, the gray wolf followed closely behind, snapping the branch beneath her. Jiang Yu lost her balance and plummeted from the air. Before she could touch the ground, a foul wind rushed toward her back. The sharp claws of the wolf descended with brutal force. Unable to evade, a fierce determination flickered in her eyes, and the light at her brow shone brightly. In midair, she twisted her body, drawing a dagger from her waist, and thrust it toward the wolf's paw. Thud! The sounds of tearing flesh and the dagger piercing through almost synchronized. Jiang Yu felt as if her arm had been pierced by a vicious hook, a wave of agony engulfing her, warm liquid splattering across her face. The wolf's claws carved 3 deep gashes in her arm, exposing bone, a gruesome sight. Simultaneously, her dagger penetrated the gaps between the wolf's claws. With all her strength, She twisted the blade within. The gray wolf emitted a blood-curdling scream, its claws swinging violently in response to the intense pain. Jiang Yu, caught in the onslaught of that immense force, was flung like a rag doll, crashing heavily against a rock. Coughing, she spat out blood. The light at her brow dimming instantly, exhaustion, emptiness, and pain flooding her senses, nearly causing her to faint. But she could not allow that. The gray wolf, now utterly maddened from its injuries, bared its teeth, revealing its ivory fangs, charging toward Jiang Yu. In that critical moment, a figure, swift as lightning, collided with a thunderous boom from the side. Bang! The enormous wolf was hurled away, rolling several times before coming to a halt. Jiang Yu gazed at the man standing protectively before her, instantly feeling a wave of relief as she reclined against the rock, gasping for breath. Lei Jin was enveloped in a fiery red aura, his veins bulging beneath his skin like writhing worms, surrounded by an overwhelming heat that distorted the very air around him. A brilliant white light erupted from his brow, illuminating the dim forest. With a roar that resonated with supreme authority, the sound echoed throughout the mountains. As the light faded, the figure vanished, replaced by a colossal white tiger. Its coat was pure white, devoid of any blemish, its powerful paws leaving deep imprints in the ground. Its amber eyes were cold and merciless, exuding a chilling, murderous intent. Jiang Yu, gazing at the imposing white tiger, managed a weak smile. He had regained his strength. A relief indeed. The once ferocious gray wolf, upon beholding the magnificent creature, seemed to lose all its vigor, its fur falling limp as if all its bones had been stripped away. The fear swiftly overshadowed any lingering hatred. The gray wolf attempted to flee, but just as it turned, a chilling sensation shot from its tailbone to its mind. A fierce gust of wind surged from behind. Chapter 93. Complete Restoration. The gray wolf barely managed to utter a sound before the enormous tiger's paw struck it down with unyielding force. Bang! The wolf was sent crashing to the ground, akin to a fly swatted aside, unable to even scream before being pinned beneath the tiger's claws. The razor-sharp claws easily pierced through the wolf's thick fur, embedding deeply into its flesh. The white tiger lowered its head and opened its jaws. Crack! The crisp sound of bones breaking echoed as it bit through the wolf's neck, blood gushing forth, staining its white fur. The wolf's limbs twitched a few times, its once vibrant green eyes rapidly losing their light, soon extinguished entirely. All of this transpired in mere moments, no more than 2 or 3 breaths. As the gray wolf lay dead, the white tiger released its grip, disdainfully spitting out the wolf's fur. Turning, its massive form swiftly diminished, the white fur shedding as it reverted to human form, the previous overwhelming aura dissipating without a trace. He rushed to Jiang Yu, his eyes, now clear, filled with panic and concern. Jiang Yu. He reached out, intending to embrace her, but his hand froze mid-air. Jiang Yu was covered in blood. Lei Jin feared that his impulsive actions might inadvertently harm her again. Jiang Yu, observing the man who hesitated, afraid to touch her for fear of causing pain, saw that he no longer possessed the fierce demeanor he had displayed while slaying the wolf. She weakly extended her uninjured hand to grasp his. "I'm fine." Her voice was hoarse but soothing. "Let us return to the tribe. Xiao Yang has healing herbs." Upon hearing this, Lei Jin's taut nerves did not relax significantly. Noticing her pale complexion and the sweat beading on her forehead, he furrowed his brow. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, scooping Jiang Yu up and bringing her to the slain wolf's carcass. He set her down, saying, "Drink this. It will expedite your healing." Jiang Yu was aware that the blood of the gray wolf was highly nourishing, but she turned to Lei Jin, asking, "Don't you want the wolf's soul?" Lei Jin was taken aback that, even at this moment, Jiang Yu would consider such a thing. He glanced at the lifeless wolf, then at the pale girl before him, and, without hesitation, replied, "You should take it." "Thank you." In that moment, Jiang Yu's voice was particularly gentle. She was not being coy, but directly placed her hand upon the gray wolf. A grayish light suddenly emanated from the wolf's corpse, swiftly darting into her brow. Jiang Yu trembled all over. Deep within the center of her brow, The once ethereal spirit of the Qingyan bird suddenly opened its eyes. Akin to a cat that has caught a whiff of blood, it let out a clear, melodious cry, opened its sharp beak, and devoured the gray wolf spirit that had intruded upon its domain. The previously intangible Qingyan bird spirit became solid and vivid in an instant after consuming the wolf spirit. A powerful force surged from her brow to her limbs, and despite the lingering pain from her earlier experience, Jiang Yu gritted her teeth and drank deeply from the neck of the gray wolf. After a moment, she released the wolf and couldn't suppress a hearty belch. "Are you feeling better?" Lei Jin's eyes were fixed on her, filled with concern. Jiang Yu wiped the blood from the corner of her lips and replied, "Much improved." She pointed to the wolf's corpse. "You should drink as well. This blood is highly nourishing." Seeing that the wound on her arm had ceased to bleed and her complexion was somewhat healthier, Lei Jin felt relieved and hunched over the wolf's carcass, eagerly consuming the blood. Jiang Yu found some thistle and crushed it with a stone, applying it to her wound, and tore a strip from the tattered clothing that Lei Jin had ruined to wrap her injury, glancing at Lei Jin as he continued to feast. The energy contained within the wolf's blood was remarkably abundant. Otherwise, she would have been drained by the beast spirit earlier. Although she had not been completely depleted, she was now revitalized to a state reminiscent of before consuming the mist essence. After devouring the wolf spirit, her beast spirit transformed from ethereal to corporeal, significantly enhancing its power. Unfortunately, her body remained too weak, allowing her to wield only a fraction of its strength. Jiang Yu had an intuitive sense that unless she could elevate her foundation, she would forever be unable to fully unleash the potential of her beast spirit. The ginseng had only restored Lei Jin to 70% of his strength, but with the copious wolf blood, he was entirely replenished, returning him to peak condition. Once he had drained every last drop from the wolf's body, Lei Jin looked up, clearly unsatisfied. He casually wiped the blood from his mouth, stood, and his joints made a series of cracking sounds. "My strength has returned," he exclaimed, relishing the sensation of regaining his former prowess, which made him want to howl at the sky. "Let us return," Lei Jin said, turning to Jiang Yu with bright eyes. Jiang Yu, try not to look down, handed him the torn cloth she had gathered, saying, "Cover yourself a bit. I will mend it when we get back." Realizing that his clothes had been torn when he transformed into a white tiger, Lei Jin accepted the fabric with a composed demeanor. He found a slender vine and secured the cloth around his waist. Though it appeared somewhat comical, it effectively concealed his modesty. He hoisted the wolf's carcass over his shoulder and turned to Jiang Yu, asking, "Can you walk?" Jiang Yu stood upright, affirming, "I can. Let's go." With a powerful push, Lei Jin sprang forth like a nimble leopard, and Jiang Yu quickly followed suit. The two swiftly traversed the forest, and by the time they crested the final hill, the afternoon sun was waning. Chapter 94. A taste for the macabre as the sun dipped in the west. The tribe was bustling with activity. Chu Yang was leading Mai and the others in filtering salt when a heavy, hurried footfall interrupted the tranquility of the village. Turning to see the returning duo, Chu Yang dropped the vine sieve, spilling salt across the ground. Lei Jin bore a gray wolf that was several times larger than himself over his shoulder, while Jiang Yu, stained with blood and pale, had her right arm wrapped in burlap, soaked crimson, rendering its original color indistinguishable. A wave of dread washed over Chu Yang as he rushed toward them. "Aunt!" Jiang Yu called out, "Take care not to fall." "I'm fine." As she spoke, she quickened her pace, passing Lei Jin to catch Chu Yang's attention. "Do not worry. It is merely a superficial wound on my arm." Chu Yang inhaled deeply, forcing himself to remain calm as he retrieved the largest Qi-Lin fish bladder from his space. "Aunt, eat this," he urged, presenting it to her lips. Jiang Yu opened her mouth and consumed the offering, quickly feeling some relief from the pain. Just then, with a resounding thud, Lei Jin reached the clearing in front of the cave and set down the gray wolf. And he, along with others, snapped back to attention, gathering around them, their eyes widening in shock at the sight of the formidable beast. Mai Gu recoiled several steps in fear. "Is this a wolf?" Yin gasped. "It is the gray wolf that always flies overhead," he added, incredulously noting that Lei Jin had killed it. The murmurs of astonishment from the tribespeople filled the air as they regarded Lei Jin and the slain wolf, their gazes reflecting a mix of reverence for strength and primal fear of the beast. Chu Yang, however, paid no heed to the wolf. His focus solely on the injured Jiang Yu. Entering the cave, he instructed, "Let me see your wound." Jiang Yu removed the burlap from her arm, revealing 3 deep gashes that exposed bone, causing Chu Yang to furrow his brow. "Aunt, lie down. I will stitch it for you." With an affirmative hum, Jiang Yu reclined on the wooden bed. "Did you not go to gather ginseng? How did you encounter a wolf?" she asked, her eyes sparkling with self-deprecating humor. "We were just fortunate," she replied. Chu Yang questioned, "Encountering a wolf is considered luck?" Jiang Yu nodded lightly. "Indeed, it is a wolf that can ride the wind. A tremendous boon for us. Moreover, I consumed the wolf spirit, which has qualitatively enhanced my beast spirit. Though I sustained some injury, it was worth it." Noting the excitement in her voice, Chu Yang chose not to argue further. "Bear with it. I will begin stitching." Jiang Yu responded with a soft affirmation. The pain was sharp as the bone needle pierced her flesh, yet to avoid worrying her nephew, she feigned ease. "Has there been much happening in the village these past few days?" Chu Yang replied. "Nothing significant. Uncle Yin and the others went to gather salt, while I, along with Uncle Mai, boiled salt and collected firewood. This morning, while gathering firewood, I even found some wood ear mushrooms and collected them all." Jiang Yu smiled. "You have had good fortune." As they conversed, Lei Jin entered, squatting beside Jiang Yu. After observing Chu Yang stitch for a while, he turned his gaze to her. Noticing the sweat on her forehead and the paleness of her lips, Lei Jin inquired, "Does it hurt?" Jiang Yu, aware that both men were watching her, admitted, "A bit." Chu Yang hastened his pace. "Aunt, just a little longer. It will be over soon." Jiang Yu responded with a gentle hum and slowly closed her eyes. Once he finished the final stitch and tied it off, he sighed in relief, noticing that Jiang Yu had fallen asleep. He made a shushing motion to Lei Jin and led him out of the cave. Jiang Yu slept deeply, and when she awoke, it was the following morning. Sunlight streamed through the cave entrance, warming her face. She stirred, roused by an insistent itch in her arm, as though countless ants were crawling upon it. Yawning and rubbing her eyes, she instinctively reached for her arm, only to feel a rough, uneven surface. "Is it a scab?" Fully alert now, she sat up to discover that the stitches had been removed by Xiao Yang, leaving behind a layer of fresh, red tissue. Gently touching the area, she realized her constitution had significantly improved. Otherwise, the mere consumption of a Qi Lin fish bladder would not have facilitated such rapid healing. At that moment, her stomach grumbled audibly. Stretching, she donned the clothing beside her and prepared to rise, only for the curtain to be pulled aside from outside. Chu Yang entered, carrying a steaming bowl of meat soup. "Aunt, you are awake. How do you feel now?" Jiang Yu smiled slightly, but had not yet replied when a tall figure burst in behind him. Lei Jin, clutching a bloodied axe, evidently returning from butchering the wolf, entered upon hearing the commotion. Though his handsome face bore little expression, Jiang Yu discerned concern in his eyes. Extending her arm toward both men, she declared, "I'm already well." Lei Jin cast a glance and felt reassured. He extracted an object wrapped in leaves and handed it to her before stepping out with his axe. Jiang Yu unwrapped the leaves to discover 2 crimson mountain fruits, their fragrance rich and enticing. "Aunt, you must be hungry. Let's eat." Jiang Yu asked as she received a bowl. "Is this stewed wolf meat?" Chu Yang replied with a grunt. "Is it delicious?" Chu Yang shook his head, saying, "The meat is quite tough, has a strong fishy taste, and is somewhat bitter, with a hint of spiciness in the aftertaste. Yet the energy it contains is abundant. I only had a small piece of wolf meat and a bit of soup, and I felt full." Jiang Yu took a bite of the wolf meat. Despite her mental preparation, she found it somewhat challenging to swallow. Compared to Qin Yin bird meat and Mo Yun deer meat, wolf meat was far less palatable. However, as her nephew had mentioned, it was indeed rich in energy. "What about Lei Jin? How much did he eat?" Jiang Yu inquired curiously. Chu Yang recalled the morning's events, his lips twitching involuntarily. He seemed to know that wolf meat was unappetizing and generously shared a lot with Uncle Yin and the others, while he feasted on deer meat. Observing Uncle Yin and the others joyfully stewing meat, He ate with a pained expression and furrowed brows, all the while laughing brightly from the sidelines. Jiang Yu, with a blank expression, finished her wolf meat. Xiaoyang then produced a piece of deer meat and handed it to her. "Aunt, I just noticed that the toughness of the wolf tendons is excellent. They can be made into bowstrings." Jiang Yu, chewing on the deer meat, instantly became intrigued. "Is it better than the scales of the armored beast?" Her current bow was crafted from Heitai Mu Xin, with a string made from the scales of the armored beast, which was significantly better than her previous bow. "Indeed," Chuyang affirmed. Jiang Yu rose and declared, "I shall go outside to take a look." In the open area outside the cave, Mai and two other tribesmen were crouched on the ground, methodically processing the gray wolves. The wolf skins were meticulously stripped and laid aside, the blood already wiped clean. The wolf meat was cut into large chunks according to its parts, while the entrails and bones were placed on a stone. Most striking were several tendons, glistening faintly, arranged neatly on a clean grass mat. Lei Jin sat beside them, resting, with his iron axe still dripping blood, evidently having just finished his work. A few delicate roots poked their heads curiously around the pile of wolf meat, wriggling but cautious not to draw too near, resembling children yearning for sweets, yet fearful of adult supervision. Jiang Yu found it amusing and walked directly to the massive wolf head. This creature was laborious to process, with little meat and many bones, and it was particularly unpalatable. She bent down and grabbed a root, unhesitatingly placing it on the wolf's wound. The root quivered violently, instantaneously burrowing into the wolf's head, causing it to visibly shrivel. After completing this, Jiang Yu approached the tendons, tugging at one, which elongated slightly before returning to its original form as she released it. What a splendid find! This resilience surpasses the tendons of the armored beast by far. Holding the wolf tendon in her hand, Jiang Yu suddenly felt an overwhelming desire to craft a new bow. Once this thought took root, it flourished uncontrollably. She returned to the cave, retrieved an axe, and beckoned Lei Jin to accompany her into the forest. Soon, they found a robust Heitai Mu. Jiang Yu patted the tree trunk, as hard as iron, signaling Lei Jin to assist her in chopping it down. Clang, clang, clang. The iron axe struck the Heitai Mu, emitting a dull metallic sound. With Lei Jin's help, their efficiency greatly increased. Each blow he delivered left a deep gash in the trunk. Before long, the tree, which required both of them to embrace, toppled. They dragged the heavy trunk back to the cave. Jiang Yu, neglecting to rest, immediately began processing the wood. She carefully split the Heitai Mu down the middle with her axe, revealing the darker, denser wood core within. This core contained the essence of the Heitai Mu, boasting remarkable hardness and weight far exceeding that of ordinary wood. She instructed Lei Jin to chop the remaining pieces into blocks to dry for future charcoal burning. Throughout the morning, she devoted herself to crafting the bow. She gradually shaped the heavy wood core into a preliminary bow form using her knife and axe. Then, she built a fire, placing the bow form over it at a safe distance, gradually roasting it with gentle flames. The heat caused moisture to evaporate gradually, rendering it more resilient. She occasionally removed it, pressing the bow body against her knee, using both hands to perfect its arc. The flames crackled softly as they roasted the bow form, filling the air with a unique wood fragrance. Approaching noon, Jiang Yu finally paused her work, setting down the now forming bow and preparing to season a piece of wolf meat for roasting. When Lei Jin approached, frowning and expressing disdain, "Don't eat wolf. Eat deer instead." Jiang Yu shot him a glance, but said nothing. She prepared a generous portion of succulent deer leg meat for him, the fat dripping onto the fire, filling the air with a delectable aroma. Meanwhile, she and Xiaoyang shared a piece of wolf meat. The roasted wolf meat emitted a strong fishy odor, and its tough, bitter flavor made her involuntarily frown. It was utterly unpalatable. Nevertheless, she maintained a stoic expression, swallowing each bite with determination. After finishing the wolf meat, Jiang Yu retrieved the 2 red mountain fruits that Lei Jin had given her in the morning, sharing one with Chuyang. The sweet, juicy flesh slid down her throat, alleviating some of the lingering bitterness and spiciness. Time passed quietly as she focused on her meticulous work. when Yin and the others returned. Carrying salt stones and red vine skins, Jiang Yu's new bow was finally completed. The bow was entirely jet black, with its arms gently curving inward, truly exquisite. The translucent bowstring glimmered under the sunlight, starkly contrasting with the dark bow body. "What a fine bow!" Yin exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. It was indeed superior to her previous bow. Jiang Yu drew an arrow from her quiver, ready to test the feel of her new bow. Suddenly, a large hand reached out, snatching the bow from her grasp. Lei Jin curiously weighed the bow in his hands and drew the bowstring, seemingly assessing its strength. Then, he effortlessly pulled the bowstring with a single finger. Grabbing an arrow from Jiang Yu's hand, he mimicked her usual stance, holding the bow with his left hand and knocking the arrow with his right, aiming at a firebird soaring above, preparing to descend. The firebird seemed to sense the impending danger, emitting a sharp, terrified cry before taking flight and fleeing into the distance. Jiang Yu felt both amused and exasperated, chiding, "Don't scare the firebird away. What if it doesn't return?" Lei Jin chuckled, then redirected his aim toward a distant tree where a small bird was preening its feathers. Narrowing his eyes, he released his finger gently. Whoosh! A sharp sound pierced the air, and the arrow vanished before Jiang Yu's eyes in an instant. It was incredibly swift. Thud! A muffled sound echoed from afar. Jiang Yu focused intently, observing the startled bird take flight, while the arrow was embedded deep in the tree trunk where it had just perched, its feathers still quivering. A miss! Lei Jin regarded the arrow deeply lodged in the trunk before glancing down at the black bow in his hands, his expression devoid of disappointment, instead resembling that of a child with a newfound toy. Under her watchful gaze, he slung the bow across his back. Jiang Yu pondered, "So, after all my toil, chopping trees and refining, the result is that I crafted a bow for him?" She watched as Lei Jin wandered around, now resembling a child with a new plaything, proudly toting his bow. From time to time, he would take down his bow, draw an arrow, and aim it at some distant target. Although he missed 9 out of 10 times, he seemed to find immense joy in the endeavor. Well, let him have his fun. She was not the type to be stingy. Yet, a pang of heartache lingered. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, exhaling slowly to steady her emotions before returning to the cave. She grabbed a piece of wolf meat and had just sliced it when Lei Jin returned, his tall figure casting a shadow that enveloped her entirely. He glanced down at the wolf meat in her hand, his face betraying an unmistakable disgust. In the next moment, he reached out and snatched the meat from her grasp, carelessly tossing it aside onto the ground. "Eat, dear," he stated succinctly. Jiang Yu looked down at the filthy wolf meat on the ground, sighed, and ultimately chose to acquiesce, especially since she wasn't particularly in the mood for wolf meat. She retrieved a large piece of deer hindquarters from the rock wall, slicing it into thin strips. After heating some oil in the pot, she quickly stir-fried the deer meat, adding water and yellow rice to let it simmer. Just before serving, she tossed in some dried wild vegetables that Xiao Yang had previously sun-dried. Soon, a rich aroma blending the scents of meat, rice, and wild vegetables wafted from the pot. Lei Jin had already settled in front of the earthen stove, guarding the stone pot jealously, while Xiao Juzi paced around, occasionally mewing. Chuyang brought out their bowls and chopsticks, placing them atop the earthen stove. As Jiang Yu lifted the pot lid, a thick cloud of fragrant steam accompanied by an even more potent aroma rushed to greet her. The yellow rice had become soft and fluffy, each grain saturated with the savory broth from the deer meat, glistening with richness. The tender strips of deer meat and vibrant green wild vegetables intermingled enticingly, whetting her appetite. Jiang Yu served a generous bowl to Lei Jin and Xiao Yang before finally filling her own. As the warm meat porridge filled her belly, she sighed in contentment. Deer meat truly was delectable. After their meal, she picked up the piece of wolf meat that Lei Jin had discarded and walked over to the mulberry tree, placing it beside its sturdy roots. Almost instantly, slender roots emerged from the soil like nimble tendrils, wrapping tightly around the wolf meat and drawing it underground. Having dealt with the wolf meat, Jiang Yu returned to the cave, her gaze falling upon the hanging pieces of wolf meat on the wall, a sense of worry creeping in. The wolf meat contained abundant energy, and not consuming it felt wasteful, yet its taste was hardly commendable. What could she possibly do to make it more palatable? As night fell, silence enveloped the cave. Just past midnight, a beam of golden light coalesced before her. Today's intelligence. While you accompanied Yin and the others to the riverbank to collect salt stones, you witnessed the river suddenly surge, and, using wolf meat as bait, you caught a silver fish. This fish possesses exquisite flesh, rich in pure energy, which can strengthen bones and nourish blood. Note: long-term consumption may lead to a complete transformation. Upon reading this intelligence, Jiang Yu's breath caught for a moment. Her eyes widened, gleaming in the darkness of the cave. What fortune! Just as she was fretting over how to handle the unappetizing wolf meat and enhance her and Chu Yang's vitality, this information illuminated a clear path. The silver fish, strengthening bones, nourishing blood, with long-term consumption promising a metamorphosis. Was this not 1,000 times better than her previous plan of consuming catfish whiskers? The thought of the bitter catfish whiskers alone had drained her appetite, whereas this silver fish was described as delectable. Her heart raced with excitement, and it took a while for her to regain her composure. The following morning, after breakfast, Jiang Yu retrieved the fish hooks she had made from beast bones, prepared a sturdy rope, and cut a piece of wolf meat from the wall, wrapping it in leaves. Just as she placed it in her grass pouch, she heard Lei Jin's voice urging, "Let's go." "All right," she replied, shouldering her pack and hastening out of the cave to join Lei Jin and Yin. The six of them climbed over rocky hills and traversed grassy fields, soon entering the forest. Jiang Yu watched as Lei Jin ran ahead and said to Yin, "Brother, we will check the riverbank for dangers first and meet you there." "Be careful," Yin cautioned. Jiang Yu nodded and quickly caught up with the waiting Lei Jin. "Let us go." A man munching on wild fruits casually handed her two. Jiang Yu tasted them, and they were sweet and sticky, reminiscent of Huanyo apples. "Where did you find these?" she asked. Lei Jin pointed toward the tree in the distance. "Let us pick some on our way back. We can dry them for winter." Lei Jin nodded nonchalantly. Soon, the sound of rushing water reached them. Emerging from the last thicket, a wide river came into view, its waters rushing furiously, scattered with salt stones along the banks. Several fierce beasts and waterbirds were drinking at the river, but upon sensing the unfamiliar presence, they immediately lifted their heads, glaring menacingly at Jiang Yu. Stepping protectively in front of her, Lei Jin released an aura of a top predator. The beasts, startled, scampered away with their tails tucked between their legs, fleeing into the forest. Seeing the riverbank was safe, Jiang Yu stepped out from behind Lei Jin, approached the river, cut a small piece of wolf meat, and hung it on the bone fish hook. Gripping one end of the vine rope, she cast the hook towards the river center. With a splash, the baited hook sank into the water. Lei Jin collected some salt stones nearby, tossing them into his pack, then approached Jiang Yu, observing the swirling waters and her rope with curiosity in his amber eyes. "Fishing?" Jiang Yu replied softly, affirming, "Let me do it." As she prepared to hand him the rope, a sudden, powerful tug from beneath the water surged through the line. Chapter 97. Snatching food from the tiger's mouth, the rope snapped taut with a creaking sound. The silver fish was hooked. Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled as she tightened her grip on the rope. The force was astonishing, pulling her off balance and sending her stumbling toward the river. In a flash, Lei Jin caught her in his arms, his other hand grasping the rope, muscles bulging as he pulled back with all his might. With a tremendous splash, a 2-meter-long silver fish, shimmering brilliantly, was yanked from the turbulent waters and landed heavily in the grass by the bank. As soon as the fish hit the ground, it thrashed violently, desperately attempting to leap back into the river. Jiang Yu acted quickly, seizing a large stone nearby and bringing it down forcefully onto the fish's head. After several resounding thuds, the silver fish finally lay still. Just then, a sharp, piercing cry echoed through the air. Jiang Yu looked up to see a massive bird with a wingspan exceeding 5 meters swooping down like a released arrow, aiming directly at the silver fish. With a cold snort, Lei Jin drew his pristine black bow, knocked an arrow, and aimed. In the next instant, he released his fingers. The arrow shot forth with a sharp whistle, aimed at the giant bird. The bird reacted quickly, twisting in midair to evade the shot. Lei Jin raised an eyebrow, showing no sign of hesitation as he swiftly loosed 3 more arrows in succession. The giant bird folded its wings, spinning a full 180 degrees to narrowly evade all the arrows. At this point, the giant bird was perilously close to the ground, and the events unfolded so rapidly that Jiang Yu could scarcely process them. As the sharp beak of the bird was about to peck at the silver fish, a flash of cruelty flickered in Lei Jin's amber eyes. He cast aside the black bow and, with sudden force, propelled himself forward, his leg muscles coiling like springs, causing the stones beneath him to shatter into fragments. In an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow, arriving ahead of the descending giant bird, launching himself directly at it. The colossal creature, evidently caught off guard by Lei Jin's swift response, was ready to feast but found itself confronted by a formidable adversary, letting out a furious shriek before soaring high into the sky. In midair, Lei Jin accurately grasped its wing and, using it as leverage, flipped onto the broad back of the giant bird. The creature, now in a frenzy, twisted and turned in the air, desperately trying to dislodge its unexpected passenger. The howling wind whipped around Lei Jin, causing his dark hair to dance wildly, yet he clung tightly to the feathers, striving to maintain his balance. Moments later, he released one hand, retrieving an iron axe from his waist, and struck down with great force. A flash of cold light. The axe embedded itself deep into the bird's back. A chilling cry, filled with agony and terror, echoed through the mountains as the giant bird lost its balance, violently flipping over and finally casting Lei Jin off its back. He spun gracefully in the air, landing solidly on the ground and leaving 2 shallow impressions where his feet touched. The severely injured bird, now devoid of any desire for its earlier prize, flapped its wings in panic and fled into the distant woods, disappearing from sight in the blink of an eye. Seeing the giant bird retreat, Jiang Yu sheathed her bow and hurried to Lei Jin's side, supporting his arm with concern. "Are you all right?" she inquired. Lei Jin shook his head, the remnants of ferocity still lingering in his amber gaze. Yet when he looked at her, the fierce aura dissipated considerably. "Let us escape." His words carried a note of regret. Jiang Yu spoke gently. "It's all right, as long as we are unharmed." Before she could finish, a swift white shadow unexpectedly sprang from the nearby bushes, lunging for the silver fish. Jiang Yu focused and realized it was a large, pure white cat, its size comparable to a goat. Its coat gleamed like fresh snow, and its emerald eyes sparkled with greed and cunning. A glint of cold light flashed in Lei Jin's eyes as the anger stirred by the giant bird found a new outlet. He stepped forward, unleashing an overwhelming aura that surged towards the white cat like a tidal wave. Meow. The once menacing white cat, upon encountering this pressure, erupted into a frenzy, its fur bristling as it emitted a shrill, distorted scream, akin to a ghostly wail. In terror, it twisted midair and, upon landing, scrambled back into the underbrush, disappearing in an instant. Jiang Yu observed this spectacle and approached the silver fish, feeling a sense of awe. The appearances of both the giant bird and the large cat, each in a mad rush for the fish, underscored its extraordinary value. Undoubtedly a rare treasure. She handed Lei Jin the hemp rope and bone fish hook, saying warmly, "You fish, and I will guard the silver fish while gathering some salt stones." Lei Jin nodded, attaching a piece of wolf meat to the fish hook and casting it towards the river center. Jiang Yu focused on collecting salt stones around the silver fish. After a quarter of an hour, Yin and the others finally arrived breathlessly at the riverbank. "You, are you all right?" Yin rushed over, worry etched on his face. "We heard a loud bird call just now." "We're fine, brother." Jiang Yu pointed to the silver fish on the ground. "Just caught a fish." And it made quite a commotion. Yin and the others' gazes collectively fell on the over 2-meter-long silver fish, gasping in astonishment. This fish is truly beautiful. The scales are so shiny. It was their first encounter with a silver fish, and they were all in awe. At that moment, the hemp rope in Lei Jin's hand suddenly went taut. Another fish was on the line. He yanked back sharply, with a splash. The second silver fish was forcibly pulled from the water's depths. Just as the fish was about to hit the ground, a shadow, faster than the falling fish, shot out like a bolt of black lightning from the trees on the other side. It was a small, furry beast with jet black fur, slightly larger than the earlier white cat. Seizing the moment, it opened its gaping maw midair, lunging for the belly of the silver fish. Chapter 98. Exiting the clan's territory, seeking death. A murderous intent surged in Lei Jin's eyes. Almost simultaneously with the beast's appearance, he released the hemp rope, drew out his iron axe, and charged forward. The axe cleaved through the air with a fierce wind, striking the beast's neck. With a crunch, the sound of breaking bones echoed. The creature crumpled to the ground, convulsing a couple of times before falling still. The silver fish landed beside it with a thud, bearing only a shallow row of bite marks on its belly. Yin and the others stood dumbfounded, their hearts racing as if they might leap from their throats. The entire sequence, from the beast's emergence to its demise by the axe, transpired in the blink of an eye, so swift that they barely comprehended it. Jiang Yu approached, glancing at the lifeless beast, and advised Lei Jin, who was preparing to cast again, stop fishing. These two are enough for us today. We can return tomorrow, and besides, catching too many won't be easy to carry back. At her words, Lei Jin reluctantly stowed away the hemp rope. Jiang Yu turned to the four surrounding the silver fish and urged, "Brother, stop staring. Quickly gather the salt stones. Once done, we should head back early." "Okay." Yin and the others promptly set down their baskets and began collecting. With Lei Jin present, the riverbank felt safe, and when Jiang Yu saw their basket was full, she found a sturdy stick, tied the silver fish with rope, and handed it to Lei Jin. "Let's go." Jiang Yu called out to Yin and the others. "All right." They all shouldered their baskets. Lei Jin carried the two fish at the forefront, followed closely by Jiang Yu and the others, laden with salt stones. As they embarked on their return journey, as they passed through the thicket of red vines, Jiang Yu paused and said to Lei Jin, "You take the silver fish and salt stones back to help Xiao Yang process the fish. I'll chop some more vines with my brothers." Lei Jin nodded, shouldering a basket of salt stones and carrying the fish as he departed. While Jiang Yu was cutting through a thick vine, she caught a glimpse out of the corner of her eye of some round, yellow-green objects hanging among the vines. Oh, she carefully avoided the fire ants, parting the layers of vines, and was delighted to discover a wild gourd vine. It bore 7 or 8 gourds of various sizes, the largest as big as a water pouch, while the smallest was the size of a fist. What a find! She immediately began to harvest the gourds. Seeing what she held, Yin hurried over, exclaiming with excitement, "Is that a gourd?" Jiang Yu affirmed and handed 4 to Yin, saying, "Brother, take these for your use." Yin accepted them with a smile. "All right." While cutting the vines, Jiang Yu also took the opportunity to gather some wild fruits. By the time the 5 returned to the clan's territory, dusk had fallen. A delightful aroma of cooking wafted through the air, and Jiang Yu couldn't help but take a deep breath, her stomach rumbling in response. In front of the earthen kiln, Chu Yang was stirring a large pot with a wooden spoon, the milky fish soup bubbling and releasing steam. Xiao Zhu eagerly paced around the kiln, emitting urgent meows, her tail flicking like a small tambourine. Not far away, Lei Jin, practicing archery, noticed Jiang Yu's return and immediately set down his bow, striding over to the stone pot, his amber eyes fixed intently on the contents. Jiang Yu set down the gourds and vines on her back and approached with a smile. "Is that the stewed silver fish?" Chu Yang nodded, deftly ladling a generous bowl of fish soup, preparing to hand it to Jiang Yu's aunt. However, a large hand unexpectedly reached out, snatching the bowl of soup away. Lei Jin held the fish soup, unfazed by its heat, squatting in front of the earthen kiln, and began to devour it eagerly. "Chu Yang." He refilled a bowl for Jiang Yu, followed by another for Xiao Jizizi. "Aunt, this fish is exceptionally fragrant. You must try it. It is undoubtedly delicious." Jiang Yu lowered her head and took a sip of the fish soup. The broth entered her mouth, and an explosion of exquisite flavor instantly erupted on her taste buds. The taste was rich and sweet. Even without any ingredients to mask the fishy scent, there was not the slightest hint of unpleasantness. She picked up a piece of snow-white fish meat and put it in her mouth. The fish melted upon contact, incredibly tender, and as she chewed, an almost imperceptible sweetness lingered in the aftertaste. More astonishingly, As the fish and soup settled in her stomach, an exceptionally pure and gentle energy spread from her abdomen, like a gentle stream swiftly merging into her limbs and bones. In that moment, she felt enveloped in a warm current, a tingling sensation coursing through her muscles and blood, as if every cell was rejoicing. It was blissful. After finishing a bowl of fish, the fatigue from a day spent running around vanished, and she felt invigorated. Sighing contentedly, Jiang Yu glanced up at the satisfied expressions of Lei Jin and her nephew. Time flew by, and 5 days passed in a blink. On a clear morning, the outside world was shrouded in white mist. After washing her face and fully awakening, Jiang Yu opened the system as usual. Today's intelligence. While gathering salt stones by the river, you discovered a cluster of withered bones beside which grew a hydrangea, bearing 9 small red fruits. The fruits possess a fragrant taste, nourishing the qi and blood and expelling hidden ailments from the body. The leaves and roots can treat external injuries, but once plucked, they wither in half an hour, necessitating prompt consumption. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow. Expelling hidden ailments from the body, and the leaves and roots can treat injuries? This resembles a medicinal plant. Aside from the qi linyu bladder, this was the second time she encountered something capable of healing wounds. Unfortunately, it withers so quickly after being picked. Jiang Yu noticed her yawning nephew emerging, and her eyes lit up with inspiration. She planned to take him to the river today. Normally, she would not dare to do so, but circumstances had changed. Jiang Yu's gaze drifted past Chu Yang to the large blue stone not far away, where Lei Jin sat, holding a piece of grilled fish and savoring it with great delight. In the past few days, he had accompanied them to the river daily, and the journey was quite safe. They rarely encountered venomous creatures or insects, even when ferocious beasts tried to snatch fish while they were angling for silverfish. Jiang Yu was confident in her ability to protect her nephew. During breakfast, Jiang Yu sat beside her nephew with a bowl of meat porridge and asked Xiaoyang, "Would you like to join us for a stroll by the river?" Xiaoyang abruptly raised his head, his cheeks puffed, eyes wide in surprise, nearly choking on his food. "To the river? Really?" He struggled to swallow his morsel, a delighted expression on his face. Since arriving in this world, the farthest he had ventured was to the creek. He had longed to explore the mountains. Jiang Yu smiled and nodded at her ecstatic nephew, saying, "But you mustn't wander off. Chuyang asured hair. I promise I won't run off." Shortly after, Jiang Yu prepared herself, placing Xiaoyang in a backpack, and looked at Lei Jin, saying, "Let us go." Lei Jin glanced at the little one in her backpack, but said nothing. However, the 4 from the Rocky Mountain were quite astonished to see her take Chuyang along. Although they had reservations, they kept their thoughts to themselves since Lei Jin said nothing. Shan offered, "I'll carry Yang." Jiang Yu replied, "Only when I feel tired will Brother Shan carry him." Shan chuckled, "All right." As they spoke, Lei Jin had already set off, and Jiang Yu hurriedly followed, with the 4 from Yin closely trailing behind. They traversed the stony hills and walked through the grassy plains. Chuyang curiously observed his surroundings before turning to Jiang Yu, asking, "Aunt, are you tired?" Although he longed to walk on his own, his short legs could not keep up with the adult's pace. Jiang Yu smiled gently. "I'm not tired." Once they entered the forest, Jiang Yu continued on while pointing out the surrounding plants to Chuyang, saying, "Look over there. A red spider is resting on that leaf. It may look beautiful, but it is highly venomous, so you must avoid being bitten." And then Jiang Yu shared her accumulated jungle knowledge with her nephew. As they passed through a thicket of red vines, Jiang Yu halted, pointing at the vines. "We use these to make clothes, ropes, and all the fibers we need." Chuyang stretched his neck curiously. "They look quite nice." Jiang Yu smiled slightly. "Indeed. They are beautiful, but I mentioned the fire ants that live here. We first smoke them out, and once they leave, we can cut the vines." Chuyang nodded in understanding. After crossing the thicket of red vines, the terrain began to steepen. Along the roadside, clusters of purple wild fruits hung from the bushes, each about the size of soybean, translucent and enticing. Jiang Yu casually picked a bunch and handed them to Chuyang. "Try these. They're not poisonous." Chuyang accepted them, popping one into his mouth. It was somewhat reminiscent of grapes, yet had the texture of privet fruits. He smacked his lips, exclaiming, "Sour and sweet. Quite delicious." Jiang Yu chuckled, about to respond, when she sensed a gaze directed at them from ahead. Lei Jin had stopped a few meters away, glancing back at them, clearly displeased with her slow pace. Jiang Yu hurried her steps, plucking a large bunch of purple fruits and offering them to Lei Jin. Here, they're quite tasty. Lei Jin glanced down at the fruits before looking at the little one on Jiang Yu's back. Without a word, he accepted the fruits, unbothered by their dirtiness, and stuffed them into his mouth. In the next moment, he reached out with a large hand. Jiang Yu had yet to react when she felt her burden lighten. Chu Yang felt as if the world was spinning, his entire body being effortlessly tucked under Lei Jin's arm like a discarded sack. Let us go. With a powerful push from his legs, Lei Jin surged forward. Boom! The rocks beneath him shattered, and he shot downward like a cannonball. Jiang Yu, fearing her nephew might be frightened, hurriedly followed. Chapter 99. Hydrangea as the wind howled. Chu Yang found himself nestled under Lei Jin's arm, watching the scenery was past. Instead of feeling afraid, he was filled with exhilaration. Behind them, the four from Yin slowed their pace as they soon lost sight of the duo. Shan, drenched in sweat, suggested, let's take a break. Yin, and he nodded, settling down. Lei Jin moved swiftly, weaving through the forest as if on level ground. The gnarled branches and tangled vines posed no hindrance to him. After a swift descent to the foot of the mountain, his speed finally began to wane. Chu Yang felt as if the world had suddenly opened up before him. A wide river stretched out ahead, its waters rushing and sparkling, while numerous fierce beasts gathered by the bank to drink. Chu Yang glanced around, realizing he recognized none of them. Lei Jin set Chu Yang down and rushed towards the riverbank. Chu Yang observed the chaotic scene, then turned to Jiang Yu, whispering, Aunt, is he always this fierce? Jiang Yu softly affirmed yes. As Lei Jin drove most of the beasts away, preparing to lead her nephew across, the man suddenly lunged at one of the creatures. She gasped in surprise, frozen in place. Although Lei Jin had been lively these past few days, he had never truly engaged in hunting. Jiang Yu understood that his standards were quite high, and ordinary beasts did not catch his interest. However, today was different. He had taken the initiative to hunt. Aunt, what kind of fierce beast is that? It looks so strange, Chu Yang asked in a hushed tone. Indeed, it was peculiar. The beast that Lei Jin was pursuing was not particularly large, standing just over 2 meters tall. It had the head of a raptor, with a beak like an iron hook gleaming coldly, while its neck was covered in layers of gray-brown scales, each the size of a palm, resembling the armor of a pangolin. Most absurdly, its tail trailed behind, measuring nearly 2 meters long, resembling